In the year 2044, on the Blue Planet, in a certain location in Southern Huagua, raindrops, as large as beans, fell incessantly, while dazzling lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating a vast area below. In a lowlying valley, a colossal insect carcass, akin to a small mountain, lay decapitated and lifeless on the ground, surrounded by several remains of both humans and insects, all having met their demise here. The various colors of blood flowing from their bodies mingled with the rainwater, pooling together to form a crimson puddle in the depression. Liao Yang, you beast, I will fight you to the death. Beside the insect carcass, Dishan, dragging a body marred with grotesque wounds, mounted his insect companion, the rolling earth snail, and charged at Liao Yang before him. Ha ha ha! I am grateful to you all for aiding me in slaying this seven-turn insect king. My void scorpion can evolve once again. Dishan, out of respect for our shared hometown, I shall grant you a swift end. As Li Aoyang's words fell, he seemed to recall something, then continued. Your mission of extermination was commissioned by me, and the leader of your squad, Zhang Chong, is also my subordinate. What right do you, a lowly peasant, have to associate with Wang Xinwen? Thanks to her strategy, you were dispatched so easily. In the future, you and she shall soar together like celestial lovers. Ha ha. Upon hearing Li Aoyang's words, Dishan's pupils constricted sharply, and his gums bled from the force of his clenching teeth. Liao Yang, however, remained indifferent to his plight, merely gesturing dismissively. Behind him, the void scorpion raised its large pincers and clamped down at Dishan from a distance, unleashing a fierce attack that cut through the void toward the forefront. The once fierce Dishan, who had charged forward, was instantly decapitated, his head soaring high into the air, trailing a cascade of blood. No! Dishan's eyes brimmed with unwillingness and fury, and even as his head soared above, the murderous intent in his gaze remained fixated on Liao Yang ahead. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning, striking directly at Dishan's position. After the strike, his charred head and body exploded in all directions. The rolling earth snail beneath him was likewise shattered into fragments, meeting its demise. Liao Yang. Dishan roared in fury, jolting upright from his bed. Warm sunlight bathed him, while a refreshing breeze wafted through the window, brushing against his face. Where am I? As he absorbed his surroundings, Dishan uttered a sound of astonishment. Noticing his phone beside the pillow, he felt a sense of surrealism. It had been 2 years since he last touched a phone. He opened it to check the time. July 30th, 2042, 3:30 p.m. Upon seeing the date displayed on his phone, Dishan was instantly engulfed in bewilderment. Is this 2 years before the insect apocalypse? Only 2 months remain until the end of the world arrives. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually understood his current situation. Have I been reborn before the apocalypse? Or have I returned home? Good. Gazing at the familiar yet hazy surroundings, an endless resolve and murderous intent surged in Dishan's eyes as he repeated the word good thrice. You are my most beautiful cloud on the horizon. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, startling him. He glanced at the contact name, which read Joe Boppy, and was reminded that this was his former boss, notorious for exploiting employees and docking wages for the slightest infractions. Answering the call, he was immediately met with the unpleasant screech of a middle-aged man. Dishan, where the hell have you been today? I've called you several times, and you didn't answer. Absent for half the day. Do you think you can get away with this? They'll dock you 3 days' wages and cut your bonus in half this month. If you don't come in today, I'll have to go downstairs myself to buy coffee, and I'll have to prepare the reports myself. Listening to Joe Boppy's tirade, a smile crept across Dishan's face. He finally had the opportunity to utter the words he had held back in his past life. Fuck you, Joe Boppy. I quit. You can deduct whatever you want, and the money you take from me. Keep it for your coffin. How dare you speak to me like that, you? Dishan cut off his incessant barking, ending the call and promptly blocking his number. Exploited before the apocalypse, and still expected to be exploited after? What a waste of this apocalypse. Reflecting on this, Dishan strode to the window and gazed outside. His home was situated on the top floor of the apartment complex, providing a broad view. Recalling memories from 2 years prior, he scanned the surroundings before his gaze settled on a villa approximately 1 kilometer away. There stood a three-story detached villa, centrally positioned within the residential area. That was Li Aoyang's home before the apocalypse. The entire villa was constructed from the latest synthetic steel, rumored to withstand a powerful strike from the force of human truth. Li Aoyang had relied on this villa to endure the initial phases of the insect apocalypse. Later, he was rescued by his father, who held a high position in Jiang province, living quite comfortably in the apocalypse. This time, I shall see whether you can escape again. Li Aoyang, I shall repay you for everything that transpired in my past life 100-fold. Di Shan roared, his knuckles turning white as he clenched his fists, releasing the pent-up rage of his previous existence. Once he had vented his fury, he slowly sat back on the bed, deep in thought. How to seize this opportunity of rebirth to take vengeance upon his enemies while ensuring his survival in the impending apocalypse. In my previous life, my awakened ability was the most mundane human-level power, insect control. I wonder if that ability still exists now. As Di Shan recalled his former powers, he immediately attempted to mobilize the essence within him, seeking to sense whether any abilities remained. Wait, what is this? As his consciousness began to probe, a force emanating from within his organs pulled him inward. 5 9-layered pagodas stood within his 5 internal organs, each corresponding to the colors of the 5 elements. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth aligned with the internal organs: lungs, liver, kidneys, heart, and spleen. The colors of the pagodas were white, green, black, red, and yellow, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. Di Shan stared in a daze at this scene. Were these things? What purpose do they serve? As he murmured to himself, a faint, ethereal voice resonated from the depths of his consciousness. Divine level ability, 5 elements, divine goo body. Before the apocalypse begins, capture as many insects as possible and place them in the 5 divine goo towers. After the apocalypse, the divine goo towers will activate, and all insects within will begin to devour one another. The surviving insect will become the insect king, aiding you in sweeping away all enemies in the apocalypse. Once the ethereal voice finished speaking, it fell silent. Regardless of how Di Shan called out with his consciousness, there was no response. A divine level ability. Di Shan exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the 5 divine goo towers. With a thought, his consciousness soared into the first layer of the nearest fire goo tower, which formed its own realm, filled with mounds of volcanic rock, devoid of any life. After exiting the fire goo tower, he explored the other 4 divine goo towers, discovering that, like the fire goo tower, they were barren and lifeless, though each displayed a distinct scene. The gold goo tower was resplendent, akin to entering a grand palace of gold. The wood goo tower was a fertile land, brimming with countless tender sprouts. The water goo tower resembled a vast wetland, its waters sprawling endlessly, unbounded by sight. The earth goo tower was a desolate landscape, yet a massive snail shell lay at the center of the tower. Upon the shell was a grotesque face, hair disheveled, fangs bared, and exceedingly eerie. Di Shan attempted to sense the enormous snail shell, but it emanated no sign of life, as if it was merely a decorative piece. When he sought to explore the second layer, he was astonished to find no pathways leading to it, regardless of how he searched within the tower. After fruitlessly searching for some time, he had no choice but to return his consciousness to his physical body, re-entering the realm of reality. I have actually acquired a divine level ability, the most elite rank among the abilities from my past life. Di Shan was elated, dancing around the room like a child, when suddenly an idea struck him. Is this about capturing insects with all my might before the apocalypse and allowing them to devour one another? Is this about nurturing goo within me? With that thought, Di Shan immediately set to work, rummaging through his home in search of insects. He pulled out a plump cockroach from the cupboard. As he examined it closely, pondering how to place it into the tower, he sensed that the 5 divine goo towers within him had reacted to the presence of the insect, each yearning to absorb the cockroach. The wood goo tower seems a bit safer. Let's try putting in there first. After a moment's contemplation, he focused his mind and chose the wood goo tower. A flash of green light appeared before him as the cockroach was drawn into the wood goo tower. Di Shan's consciousness immediately followed, eager to observe any changes in the cockroach. Once inside the tower, The cockroach exhibited no reaction, sniffing around and nibbling at things, behaving just as it did outside. Seeing this, Deshawn's consciousness withdrew, preparing to capture several different species of insects to place within the tower. Ding ding. Deshawn, I know you're home. Hurry and open the door. I'm here to collect the goods. Just at the moment he bent down to search for insects, the doorbell outside was rung. Subsequently, a shrill shriek akin to that of shrewish woman echoed in. Chapter 2. In my past life, I was a sycophant. In this life, I shall pursue Sigma to the end. The voice emanating from outside the door was one that would remain etched in his memory. Even if it were to be reduced to ashes. Wang Xinwen. Deshawn gritted his teeth, his anger surging as he strode toward the door, yanking it open with fervor. Outside stood a strikingly tall and beautiful figure. Wang Xinwen's silhouette was slender, her complexion as fair as jade, clad in a pink crop top that accentuated her form, paired with denim shorts that showcased her grace. However, the enchanting peach blossom eyes that held one's gaze were filled with disdain and contempt. As if everyone around her owed her a staggering 8 million in his previous life. Deshawn had expended great effort to be with her, only to encounter the apocalypse of the insect tide just as they were preparing for their wedding. To his astonishment, she had secretly conspired with Liao Yang, ultimately betraying their team at a crucial moment, leading to the tragic demise of all involved. And no, I must endure for now. When the apocalypse descends and order collapses, it will be her time to pay for her sins. As Deshawn gazed at the alluring yet treacherous beauty before him, a resolution began to form within. What do you want? He uttered, his tone lacking any warmth. Taken aback by his demeanor, Wang Xinwen shoved past him and entered the room uninvited. Last week, you promised to buy me the latest purple lychee pattern handbag. I'm here to collect it today. She nonchalantly took a seat, casually crossing her legs while extending her palm toward Deshawn. Witnessing her insolence filled Deshawn with revulsion. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap her twice to relieve his frustration. He began to replay her words in his mind. What purple lychee pattern handbag? What is this madwoman talking about? 2 years had passed, and many trivial matters had faded from his memory, let alone something as mundane as a luxury item. Noticing Deshawn's silence, Wang Xinwen raised her voice once more, reprimanding him. Don't tell me you didn't buy it. If it weren't for the inheritance your parents left you, do you really think you'd be worthy of dating me? The line of people pursuing me stretches from here to New York, and I gave you a chance, yet you've proven utterly useless, having reached his limit with her barrage of absurdities. Deshawn could no longer contain his anger. How had he ever harbored feelings for such a foolish woman? Slap. The sound of a crisp slap echoed through the silent room. Wang Xinwen covered her left cheek, staring at Deshawn in disbelief. After a moment of stunned silence, she stammered, Deshawn, that you actually hit me. You dared to strike me, you even. Get lost. Deshawn's roar interrupted her as he pointed toward the door, issuing her an ultimatum that you'd better not regret this. With that, she stormed out, her eyes glistening with tears as she fled. Bang! Just as she reached the threshold, the door slammed shut behind her, startling her. In that fleeting moment, 3 words reached Wang Xinwen's ears. Stupid XX. After expelling that foolish woman, Deshawn plopped down onto the sofa, gasping for breath. The plan he had painstakingly formed in his mind had been thrown into disarray by her unexpected visit. And he now needed to reorganize his thoughts right, I need to find insects to integrate into my divine goo tower. With that thought, Deshawn sprang up from the sofa and resumed his search within the room. Soon enough, he caught 2 mosquitoes and a fly from the walls and snared a spider from the corner's web. He then hurriedly deposited these creatures into the wooden goo tower. As soon as the insects entered, they scattered to find safe corners, remaining utterly still despite Deshawn's attempts to urge them to move. Perhaps there weren't enough insects. If I filled all the vacant spaces, would they then begin to devour one another? Afterward, he tried introducing other items besides insects into the tower, but none could activate the divine goo tower. Only insects could be collected within it. Understanding the rules of the divine goo tower, Deshawn gathered his house keys, wallet, and several containers for the insects before heading out. The insects in the bushes outside would surely outnumber those at home. Yet it still felt insufficient. Even while waiting for the elevator, he continued to ponder his newly acquired abilities that in my previous life. Abilities were ranked into 5 tiers: human, king, emperor, calamity, and divine. Now that I've awakened to divine level powers, it must hold extraordinary capabilities. Moreover, it seems I still have millions in inheritance left in my bank account. Perhaps I can make some preparations in advance. The most agonizing aspect of life is having unspent wealth when one is no longer around. In my previous life, I possessed such riches, yet they ultimately turned into worthless paper. As the elevator descended, Deshawn merged the memories of his past life with the present, planning to leverage this information gap to stay ahead and utilize his available funds to lay a solid foundation at the onset of the insect-tide apocalypse. Upon reaching the first floor, he quickly made his way to a bank at the community entrance to check his account balance. Your account balance is $3 million. Seeing this result, he merely nodded slightly, his expression betraying no emotion. In 2 months, this balance would dissolve into cold numbers, devoid of any significance. How to spend $3 million in 2 months? That is indeed a formidable challenge. Deshawn sighed deeply, inadvertently voicing his thoughts aloud. The crowd around him immediately turned their gaze in his direction. Upon realizing he was merely a scruffy young man clad in the most ordinary attire, laughter erupted around him. Spend $3 million in 2 months? Huh. Do you think you're Wang Duiyu? What a novel way to flaunt wealth in a bank. The derisive laughter echoed in Deshawn's ears, prompting a cold smirk to form on his lips. Laugh all you want. Come the day the apocalypse descends, it will be your turn to weep. Ignoring the onlookers, Deshawn exited the bank and plunged into the nearby bushes, beginning his search for traces of insects. In his previous life, there were 10 8-turn insect emperors that evolved into 9 turns, each bringing unimaginable devastation to various survivor regions, known as the 10 calamities of Huaxia. If only I could capture these insect emperors in advance. After the apocalypse begins, I would possess unmatched combat power. Lost in thought, Deshawn recalled certain memories from his past life, releasing a sigh of resignation. Alas, in my previous life, my status was so insignificant that I could only glean the general vicinity of the 10 calamities' emergence, never the precise locations, thus rendering me unable to capture them ahead of time. Just as his budding dreams were abruptly shattered by reality, a surge of frustration welled up within him. Hey, Xiao Wang Duiyu, what are you doing lying in the bushes? As Deshawn's thoughts wandered, a mocking voice called out from behind him. Turning, he saw a man with gold-rimmed glasses observing him with amusement. Mind your own business. I'm digging for worms to go fishing. Deshawn glanced at him dismissively, retorting casually. Want a fish? Just go to the flower and bird market and buy some worms. Why bother digging? What a simpleton. With your mentality, how could you possibly spend $3 million in 2 months? After delivering his retort, the man with glasses sauntered away, no longer paying him any mind. Hearing the man's words, Deshawn slapped his forehead, rising to his feet. After 2 years of life and death struggles, he had overlooked the most straightforward method. Suddenly, recalling the man's insult, he shouted after his retreating figure. Hey, four-eyed brat, come back. Do you believe I'll smash your glasses with a punch? Chapter 3. The 10 Calamities of Huaxia. The golden-winged mantis. As the man with the gold-rimmed glasses walked farther away, Deshawn dismissed him and promptly opened his phone to search for the nearest flower and bird market. The Kaiman Flower and Bird Market? That sounds rather intriguing. After locating the precise location on the map, he followed the navigation toward the market. After a brisk walk of about 10 minutes, Deshawn finally arrived at the entrance of this so-called Kaiman Flower and Bird Market. The shops outside varied in size and offered a multitude of wares. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and made his way to a shop selling ornamental fish. Excuse me, do you sell any bugs here? Before entering, Deshawn eagerly inquired of the proprietor. Noticing the young and fidgety newcomer, the shop owner barely acknowledged him, simply replying, I only have fish bait, no bugs. With the shopkeeper's indifferent response, Deshawn turned to leave. Recognizing the futility of wasting time there, after meandering through the massive flower and bird market for quite some time, he finally heard the sound of numerous crickets chirping from a shop's entrance. His heart leaped with joy as he hurried toward that store. This mantis is remarkable. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Old Lou, where did you catch this? Don't tell me you've discovered a new species. As Deshawn arrived at the entrance of the shop, he intended to inquire about the situation from the owner inside. However, he was drawn in by the cacophony emanating from within. With a puzzled expression, he squeezed into the crowd, eager to discover what was transpiring. Upon approaching, his eyes nearly bulged in astonishment, fixated on a small wooden cage resting on the table. More precisely, he was captivated by the creature within the cage. Inside, there resided a mantis, its size comparable to that of an adult-'s palm, its body a glossy black, radiating an eerie sheen. Adorning its dark form were several golden threads that traversed its body. Resembling an exquisite work of art sculpted from black crystal, the pair of scythe-like forelimbs, sharp and bristling with spikes, exuded a menacing aura, glimmering ominously under the light like the reaper's scythe harvesting souls. This was one of the 10 calamities of ancient Huaxia, the golden-winged mantis. Dishan instantly recognized the mantis within the cage. Although he had never witnessed one firsthand, the terrifying reputation of the 10 calamities was indelibly etched in his memory. Each creature among the 10 calamities had claimed thousands of lives and evolved to their formidable forms, with only a select few among humanity capable of restraining them. It was said that when the golden-winged mantis reached its final stage of evolution, it sprouted wings akin to a phoenix, moving with the swiftness of the wind, its sharp forelimbs capable of slicing through space, effortlessly traversing the void to claim the heads of its enemies, leaving them defenseless. Presently, as the apocalypse had yet to commence, the golden-winged mantis before him had not absorbed the mist of evolution. It had merely undergone a change in coloration. However, he distinctly remembered that the breeding ground for the golden-winged mantis was in the southern city of Yangcheng. How could it possibly appear in Longcheng of Su province? Although Dishan's heart raced with excitement, he maintained his composure and addressed the owner in the center of the crowd. "Boss, where did you acquire this mantis? I wish to purchase it." Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned to look at him in unison. The owner, taking a sip of water and clearing his throat, replied, "Not long ago, I went foraging in the mountains and discovered a tree where a bamboo viper was hanging in mid-air. As I approached, I realized that the mantis had captured it. The entire head of the snake had already been consumed." He gestured towards the mantis in the cage, seemingly astonished by its prowess. After finishing his account, the owner flashed a mysterious smile at the surrounding crowd and continued, "A couple of days ago, I posted a video online, and it caught the attention of a wealthy individual from Yangcheng, who is prepared to offer this amount to acquire it." With a grin, he spread his right hand wide to reveal the sum. 5,000? 50,000. Upon hearing these figures, the owner disdainfully shook his head and calmly stated, 500,000. Wow. Old Lu, you've struck it rich. You'll net 500,000 for this mantis. The crowd erupted in envious compliments. Old Lu's smile was broader than any AK-47. As he unscrewed his thermos and sipped his hot tea, "I'll offer 1 million. I want this mantis. PFF. Upon hearing this proclamation from the crowd, Old Lu spat the tea he had just sipped onto the face of the individual before him. All eyes once again turned to Dishan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I said, "I'll offer 1 million. I want this mantis. I'm going to get the money now, boss. Don't leave. Wait for my return." Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, Dishan turned and dashed towards the bank from which he had come. His heart raced tumultuously. Unable to calm down, no wonder the golden-winged mantis had ultimately appeared in Yangcheng. It had been purchased by someone. Dishan, your good fortune is finally upon you. You've miraculously encountered one of the 10 calamities that has not yet undergone mutation. The exhilaration propelled Dishan to run faster, letting out fits of manic laughter. His frenzied demeanor frightened the surrounding crowd, causing them to recoil, mistaking him for an escapee from a mental institution. Meanwhile, a car glided past him on the road, inside which were Wang Xinwen and her brother Wang Zimo. "Hey, isn't that lunatic Dishan?" Wang Zimo, who was driving, recognized the seemingly deranged figure of Dishan at a glance. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xinwen turned her gaze towards him, her fury almost boiling over. After being struck by Dishan, the imprint of the slap on her face had been seen by Wang Zimo, prompting him to pull her along to confront him. As they spotted him in person, Wang Zimo quickly found a place to park the car, and together with Wang Xinwen, they pursued him. Seeing Dishan enter a bank, they followed closely behind, determined to demand an explanation. Upon entering the bank, they glanced around but could not spot him. Their ill-tempered expressions caught the attention of a nearby security guard. "Sir, ma'am, please take a number and queue for service." Approaching the pair, the guard wore a vigilant expression, his hand instinctively resting on the baton at his waist. "We're not here for business. We're looking for someone. A young man who just came in is my fiancé. Could you tell us where he went?" Wang Xinwen explained to the guard, realizing the misunderstanding. "He is our VIP client and has already been escorted to the VIP room," the guard replied flatly. Yet he did not ease his vigilance, his gaze fixed on the duo. Is he withdrawing money to buy you a house? To make amends? Wang Zimo speculated, already imagining scenarios in his mind upon learning that Dishan was a VIP client of the bank. Humph, that's possible. Once I acquire the house, I'll kick him to the curb. The conversation between the siblings reached the ears of the nearby guard, who immediately donned a look of disdain as he observed them. Wang Xinwen and Wang Zimo, however, paid no heed to the guard's judgment, proceeding to a nearby bench to await Dishan's return. Chapter 4. Capturing the golden-winged mantis after nearly an hour of waiting. Dishan finally emerged, carrying 2 briefcases. Upon seeing him, Wang Xinwen felt his figure had gained a certain grandeur, as if golden lights surrounded him, dazzling and resplendent. Wang Zimo, however, was wide-eyed, his gaze filled with avarice. Dishan was engaged in jovial conversation with a client manager, blissfully unaware that he had become the target of their attention. Hey, these 2 briefcases must be heavy. Let me help you carry them. Wang Xinwen offered. Yes, brother-in-law, my car is parked outside. Let us leave together. The siblings approached Dishan, showering him with flattery. Wang Xinwen no longer held on to the resentment of having been slapped earlier. She plastered a fake smile on her reddened left cheek. Dishan, startled, could not fathom why he had encountered this peculiar pair. They did not give him a chance to ask questions, each taking an arm and leading him towards the exit. Young man, when searching for a wife, you must be discerning. The guard at the entrance suddenly remarked to Dishan as they neared the exit. Dishan paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded at the guard. Wang Xinwen, upon hearing this, shot a venomous glare at the guard, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. Once outside the bank, Dishan offered no resistance, allowing them to guide him, curious about their intentions. Hee, brother-in-law, let's south head to your place first and discuss where to buy a house, Wang Zimo said, his tone dripping with insincerity. Dishan, perplexed, questioned in his mind, buy a house? What house? Have these 2 clowns lost their minds? I don't have time to waste with you. I'm heading to the flower and bird market. He didn't even glance at Wang Zimo, merely responding coolly. Sis, let South have Zimo drive you there. Our future brother-in-law must be well taken care of, Wang Xinwen cooed, her tone overly sweet. Yes, brother-in-law, I'll be your driver. Let us go together. Thus, with their incessant chatter, they ushered Dishan into the car, their eyes never straying from the briefcases filled with cash. With a press of the gas pedal, they sped towards the flower and bird market. In just a few minutes, they arrived at their destination. Dishan disregarded them, carrying the briefcases as he strode towards the shop. The siblings promptly followed, as if he were the one carrying their money. Upon entering the shop, the crowd had not dispersed. They seemed to be waiting for his return. Seeing Dishan with 2 briefcases, the onlookers' eyes nearly popped out, parting to clear a path for him. Boss, I'm back. Here's 1 million. I want that mantis. Ignoring the stares of the crowd, Dishan first confirmed the status of the golden-winged mantis. Once satisfied, he opened the 2 briefcases, revealing them filled to the brim with neatly arranged 100-yuan bills. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd fell silent, their jaws agape. Dishan, are you out of your mind? Spending 1 million on a mantis? Wang Xinwen, realizing his purpose, was the first to shatter the silence, angrily chastising him. At that moment, she had shed all pretense of flattery, revealing her true colors. Wang Zimo, taking advantage of the stunned crowd, brazenly lunged to snatch the briefcase, attempting to claim it for himself, struck down by a single blow from Dishan. He fell to the ground. Dishan, you dare to lay a hand on my brother. The heavens have truly turned upside down, you unruly wretch born of no one. Upon witnessing Wang Zimo sprawled on the floor, Wang Xinwen rushed over to assist him, her mouth spewing curses. Upon hearing her insult his deceased parents, Dishan's fury surged to an unprecedented level. The murderous aura cultivated during his past life in the apocalypse instantly enveloped the room. Everyone present trembled under this overwhelming intent, unable to fathom how an unremarkable young man could exude such potent malice. Boss, will you sell or not? Just utter a single word, and this 1 million here will be yours, he declared, his icy tone startling the proprietor into a shudder. Trembling, the boss stammered, I will sell. Dishan's heart leaped with joy at the response, though he concealed it from his expression, swiftly pocketing the small wooden cage containing the golden-winged mantis. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he seemed to remember something and turned back to the boss, saying, "Boss, pack up all the insects in your store for me." The boss was taken aback for a moment before nodding. "All right, take them all. This 1 million is more than sufficient." As Dishan prepared to depart, Wang Xinwen suddenly wrapped her arms around him from behind, her voice choked with tears. "Darling, I was wrong. I know you came here to put on a show for me. Some dead bugs can't compare to me. Let's go get our marriage certificate tomorrow." "Stop joking around." Dishan found her words laughable. Turning around, he gripped her neck and hoisted her from the ground. "What are you? A creature driven solely by greed for money. You would betray anyone for wealth. These dead insects will never betray me. Enjoy this final moment of peace." With that, he forcefully shoved Wang Xinwen away, causing her to crash heavily into Wang Zimo. Both of them letting out a pained scream. Dishan had all the insects packed, provided the boss with an address for delivery, and then walked away, cradling the golden-winged mantis with delight, eager to merge with this creature of the 10 calamities, his eyes filled with visions of the apocalypse. "Dishan, you shall pay for this. How dare you humiliate me in front of so many people?" As she watched his retreating figure, Wang Xinwen could no longer suppress her inner fury. Her once beautiful face twisted into a ghastly mask of rage. The onlookers, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, scattered in fear, unwilling to linger any longer. Upon returning home, Dishan immediately locked the door to ward off any interruptions. He took a moment to admire the golden-winged mantis, which appeared to sense his gaze. Its pair of nimble, ebony eyes locking onto his, its sickle-shaped forelegs were raised high, continuously provoking him. Truly worthy of being one of the 10 calamities, such a fierce temperament. "My little friend, I eagerly await your full potential." The more he observed, the more he liked it, exclaiming in admiration as he pressed the small cage against his chest. The 5 divine insect towers within him sensed the presence of the mantis and reacted immediately, all yearning to absorb this formidable creature. The mantis, known for its ferocity, was perfectly suited for the bloodshed of its master. After contemplating for a moment, Dishan summoned the golden tower and absorbed the golden-winged mantis, leaving only an empty cage in his hand. "If I gather all the 10 calamities, what kind of scene will unfold?" Dishan gazed into the distant horizon, envisioning himself standing supreme at the other end of the river of time. As the golden-winged mantis entered, Dishan's consciousness followed it into the golden insect tower. The newly arrived mantis seemed bewildered, not yet comprehending its surroundings. It shook its triangular head, exploring its new environment. The sharp contact of its forelimbs against the tower's structure produced a metallic clanging sound. Inside the tower, it seemed endless, a vast expanse of golden space, lacking reference points for comparison, whether the mantis flew or ran. It appeared to be moving in place. After observing for a while and noticing no further changes, Dishan had to temporarily withdraw his consciousness. "I must plan my next steps. The apocalypse is only 2 months away, and I must prepare more thoroughly." As he pondered, his gaze shifted toward Li Aoyang's home. "Let your life linger a few more days. Let us see if your so-called safe house can protect you this time." His thoughts were heavy, and he quietly returned to his bed, recalling all the crucial information from his previous life. After the apocalypse began, many mutated insects brought deadly viruses, and humans who were even slightly injured by them would become infected, transforming into humanoid insects, proving to be exceptionally troublesome. The mutated humans were officially referred to as Infected Subject Zero. They were akin to zombies. If a normal person was attacked, they would instantly become infected and undergo mutation. Dishan contemplated from multiple angles, seeking a path to survival. In the early days of the apocalypse, the Hua Kingdom swiftly suppressed a portion of the insect tide, establishing 5 battle zones to coordinate refuge and construct shelters. After some time, several powerful ability users emerged within these zones, gradually showcasing their prowess and achieving remarkable feats, earning the title of Stars of the Nation. Ultimately, they barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the 10 calamities. Thinking of this, Dishan slapped his forehead, springing to his feet with a glint of determination in his eyes, already formulating a plan. "If I can find the Stars of the Nation, who are still in their ordinary human phase, and assist them in becoming my right and left arms, then I will have a formidable ally in the apocalypse. Indeed, with the golden-winged mantis at my side and the support of the human stars, I can establish my own power." Placing his hand over his chest, feeling the presence of the mantis within, he began to outline a preliminary strategy that in his past life, such thoughts would have been deemed impossible. Now, they were on the verge of becoming reality. and his excitement was palpable. This was a unique era that belonged solely to him. Calming his mind, he relied on vague memories to recall the locations of the stars of the nation before the apocalypse. Huang Hao and Han Yao from the northern Xuanwu battle zone, Zhang Xiaoi and Yang Yuanqing from the eastern Qinglong battle zone, and Gang Rendoji from the western Baihu battle zone were all names sung by the masses. As he pondered, a wave of frustration washed over him. Although he remembered these illustrious figures, his previous lowly status had prevented him from acquiring more information about them, let alone finding them in advance. Each battle zone comprised the populations of 7 provinces, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack to locate these individuals in the vast sea of humanity. Heaven, are you toying with me? Just as you gave me hope, you strike me back down to reality. I asked this punishment for my lack of devotion. A sudden epiphany struck him. Wait, burning incense. A spark of realization ignited in his mind as he grasped onto a key thought. Exclaiming, Zhang Xiaoi from the Qinglong battle zone was a Daoist at Longhu Mountain before the apocalypse, renowned for his talisman techniques that could invoke the laws of nature and summon natural forces for battle. There's south no road without a way out. It seems I must pay a visit to Longhu Mountain. The clouds of despair lifted from his face as he donned a new expression. Ding ding! Just then, the doorbell rang again. Dishan hastily approached and opened the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man, a broad smile plastered across his face. It was the proprietor who had sold him the golden-winged mantis. He had brought all the insects from his shop, neatly packed for Dishan. Hello, I brought all the living insects from my store for you. Please take a look, the shopkeeper said, unveiling the package to reveal a plethora of insects categorized by species, crawling densely within plastic containers, emitting a cacophony of rustling sounds. Any ordinary person would be horrified by such a sight, but Dishan's eyes sparkled with excitement. These were the keys to survival in the apocalypse. Allow me to introduce these insect species to you, he began, but before he could finish, Dishan snatched the large package from his hands and waved dismissively. Thank you, but I'll take it from here. You may leave now. With that, he turned and closed the door, leaving the bewildered shopkeeper behind. Curious about this strange behavior, the proprietor pressed his ear against the door, trying to discern what Dishan was up to. My treasures the soon. I shall fill my being with all of you. Hearing the bizarre utterances from within, the shopkeeper was so frightened that he turned and ran, not even waiting for the elevator, fleeing down the nearest fire escape. My heavens! I have heard that a neighboring country spares not even the lizards, but little did I expect to encounter something even more ruthless here, involving insects. The boss, with a quivering voice, dashed downstairs with all his might, terrified that the pervert behind him would catch up and dispose of him as well. Within the room, Dishan could only gaze longingly at the insects in the plastic box, oblivious to the fact that he had already been labeled a pervert. Reaching for a plastic box filled with thumb-sized crickets, occasional chirps emanated from within. After a brief inspection, Dishan positioned the box in front of his chest, communicating with the Golden Goo Tower. Preparing to let it absorb the contents, upon opening the lid, a flash of white light erupted from his chest, as countless crickets were transmitted into the Golden Goo Tower. Dishan's consciousness followed closely. Entering the Golden Goo Tower, intently observing the changes inside. The moment the crickets entered, the previously motionless golden mantid sprang to life, as if under the influence of an aphrodisiac, lunging at the nearest cricket. A flash of black, and the unfortunate cricket was cleaved into 3 segments, the mantid seizing its head and beginning to feast, showing no interest in the rest of its body. 1, 2, 3 at a mere moments. The mantid had slaughtered dozens of crickets, yet it showed no inclination to consume them further, merely indulging in the act of killing. The ground was awash with green liquid, appearing particularly vile in the golden space. While the mantid remained resplendent, unaffected, exuding an air of unblemished elegance amidst the carnage, as the last cricket fell, the mantid gracefully flicked its scythe-like forelimbs, shaking off numerous viscous droplets as it navigated through the sea of insect carcasses, beginning to relish its grand feast. Remarkably, this was merely the onset of the calamities, and even before mutation, such combat prowess was displayed. I find myself increasingly eager for the arrival of the apocalypse. Observing the fierce battle, Dishan was left in awe, captivated by the mantid's ferocious might. Exiting the Golden Goo Tower, he promptly transmitted the remaining hundreds of insects into the other 4 divine goo towers. Preparing to concoct a grand goo, Among the myriad of insects, several were particularly ferocious, including the water dominator, the giant bullfrog, capable of injuring human fingers, and the golden scorpion, armed with deadly venomous barbs. However, his favorite was the immensely strong unicorn beetle, which seemed capable of a contest of strength against the golden mantid. Yet, he chose not to place it in the golden goo tower, opting instead for the wooden goo tower, allowing the cultivation of multiple powerful exotic insects. His consciousness roamed among the 5 divine goo towers, as if a monarch surveying his realm. Just as Deshaun basked in his sense of accomplishment, a voice echoed in his mind. The divine goo body has accumulated a sufficient number of insects. After the apocalypse descends, ensure your safety for 1 month, granting the goo insects ample time to devour and grow. Chapter 6. Inquiring about the safe house. As the ethereal voice faded, Deshaun felt a jolt. Why not wait until I'm dead to tell me there's a 1-month window after the apocalypse? I haven't prepared anything. Deshaun lamented in frustration, yet the voice had already vanished. Ignoring his outcry, his consciousness swiftly returned to his body, and he began to frantically make arrangements. He had initially believed that he could defy fate with the acquired divine abilities, yet he found himself nearly outmaneuvered. On the day the apocalypse struck, the entire blue star erupted with countless plumes of red smoke from beneath the earth, lakes, and ocean depths. At first, people thought it was merely an ordinary fog, for it dissipated completely after a day and night. As if it had never graced the world, Deshaun's thoughts drifted back to that fateful day, one he would never forget. From that day onward, the entire landscape of Blue Star would be irrevocably altered. The day after the red mist cleared, the world underwent a dramatic transformation, as countless insects mutated, the once innocuous creatures evolving not only in appearance, but gaining extraordinary abilities. And their size would only increase with time. Countless flora and fauna would be devoured by the insect tide in the days leading up to the apocalypse, and the fortunate few who survived would perish due to a lack of resources. I had no intention of constructing my own safe house, but it seems necessary to hastily erect one now. Contemplating the many tribulations of the apocalypse, Deshaun sensed he was racing against time. A moment's carelessness could lead to his utter demise. He immediately pulled out his phone, searching for keywords such as apocalypse safe house through short videos, only to be met with dismay. The content was either advertisements or false promotions, devoid of any valuable information. Frustrated by the fruitless search, anxiety crept into Deshaun's heart. Without a timely refuge, it would be challenging to endure beyond a month during the apocalypse. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit him. He recalled Liaoyang's safe house, reputed to be an ultra-luxurious refuge designed and built by specialists. I need to devise a plan to probe for information. Deshaun's eyes gleamed with determination. Reborn, he was finally to confront an old enemy, and maintaining his composure was becoming increasingly difficult. After making his decision, he promptly made his way downstairs, intentionally scanning a shared bicycle at the community entrance. Pedaling toward the villa area known as Juhu Manor, in the fog of memory, Deshaun sought the path to Juhu Manor, gazing at the bustling shops lining the road, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It had been a long time since he experienced such tranquil and harmonious days. Alas, in just 2 months, all this would vanish. After cycling for a quarter of an hour, Deshaun finally arrived at the manor's entrance, where rows of villas came into view, resplendent in their grandeur, the air thick with the scent of wealth, a life of opulence that inspired envy in countless hearts. After securing the shared bicycle, a dilemma presented itself, obstructing his path. The entrance was heavily guarded, with electrified fences surrounding the area, preventing even a fly from entering, let alone a living person like him. Deshaun made his way to a nearby sef across from the manor. Selecting a table by the window, his mind racing with strategies on how to infiltrate the heavily guarded villa area and successfully make contact with Liaoyang, observing the luxurious vehicles entering and exiting the manor's gates. A smile crept onto his lips as he formulated a plan. He opened his phone, locating a luxury car rental service, and hailed a taxi to head in that direction. Before long, Deshaun had rented a Maybach S680 and returned to the entrance of Juhu Manor. He also rented an expensive designer suit and a luxury watch, thoroughly transforming his appearance. Deshaun, already possessing above-average looks, now radiated an air of wealth and sophistication, resembling a genuine scion of affluence. Driving the rented S680 to the entrance, he elegantly opened the car door under the watchful gazes of many, striding towards the security personnel gathered at the gate. "Hello, I am a friend of Master Liaoyang, here to attend his private party," Dishan proclaimed loudly to the surrounding guards, dramatically raising his left hand to showcase the exquisite watch. Upon witnessing the opulence in his demeanor, the guards immediately offered him a respectful salute, sparing him any further inquiries, and permitted him entry into the villa area. Navigating the vehicle, he quickly found Liaoyang's residence, striding directly towards his front door. The three-story standalone villa was exceedingly conspicuous. A veritable behemoth, constantly asserting its owner's might. Even among the affluent, distinctions of wealth persisted. Ding, ding. Dishan pressed the doorbell, waiting patiently as a melodious female voice emanated from the intercom. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" "Hello, I am a creative individual specializing in short video production, here at Master Li's request to conduct a shoot." These words were entirely fabricated by Dishan on his way there. He intended to pass himself off as a video creator to gain entry into Liaoyang's home. Before long, a tall and beautiful woman emerged from the villa, approaching Dishan. "Hello, I am the maid for Master Li. He is currently occupied upstairs. Please, come in and rest for a while." The striking maid first appraised Dishan from head to toe. Upon noting his polished appearance, she nodded discreetly before leading him inside the villa. As soon as they entered, moans of ecstasy echoed from the second floor, prompting the maid to cast an awkward glance at Dishan before swiftly guiding him to another lounge. Several bodyguards clad in black emerged from a nearby room, surrounding him with watchful eyes, their demeanor cautious and scrutinizing. Observing the villa's opulent decor, Dishan waited for some time before he heard commotion from the staircase. Liaoyang descended, flanked by two stunningly beautiful women. Dishan promptly rose to greet him, the animosity palpable. At that moment, he longed to rend Liaoyang to pieces. Ultimately, rationality prevailed. After the apocalypse, all debts would be settled. "Greetings, Master Li. I am a photographer specializing in documenting unique architectural works. It is said that your villa is of exorbitant cost and exquisite craftsmanship, a true treasure of the world. I am here for a special shoot centered around you." Dishan succinctly articulated his intentions, not neglecting to lavish praise upon the other party. The latter's face immediately blossomed into a radiant smile, and he began to boast extravagantly about his villa to the camera. "Let me tell you, this villa of mine was constructed utilizing the latest alloy technology from Huan Nation. Even in the event of an apocalypse, while you pesky commoners perish, I shall remain unscathed." Upon concluding his statement, Liaoyang flashed an international friendly gesture at the camera, his eyes exuding an air of arrogance. Witnessing his repugnant demeanor, Dishan could not help but smirk coldly in his heart. "Your demise is imminent. I shall see how your villa can protect you then." Young Master Li speaks the truth. Throughout Longcheng, and even the entirety of Jiang province, who is unaware of your illustrious name? I, your humble disciple, bow in admiration. Although Dishan felt a surge of indignation within, he maintained a facade of deference, showering Liaoyang with compliments. After exchanging flattery for a while, their insincere dialogue finally came to an end. Dishan recognized the opportune moment had arrived. He tucked away his phone and began to inquire about the construction of a safe house, having been elevated to the heavens by Dishan's praise. The latter answered all his questions without hesitation. Before long, he had divulged all pertinent information to Dishan and enthusiastically provided the contact details of the construction company, the progress seeming almost surreal. Once he had gathered all the intelligence he needed, Dishan took his leave, promptly returning home to call the number Liaoyang had given him. Chapter 7. The Mob. After dialing the number, a sweet and charming voice soon resonated from the other end. "Hello, I am customer service representative Alan from Xiaoshuan Group. How may I assist you today?" Dishan replied. "I wish to construct a safe house for the apocalypse. Could you please provide me with some details?" Upon hearing Dishan's request, Ilan responded with a melodic laugh. "Sir, may I ask how you wish to be addressed? The construction of a safe house is a specialized project, and we need to know how you came into contact with us." Taken aback by the response, Dishan had not anticipated that there would be so many regulations merely for the construction of a safe house. He quickly fabricated a reason, saying, "You may call me Mr. D. I was referred by Liaoyang from Longcheng, Jiang province. He provided me with your contact information." After Dishan's reply, there was a moment of silence on the line. broken only by the rapid tapping of keys from the other side. "Very well, Mr. D. Please provide us with your address, and in 3 days, our professionals will visit you for a consultation." After a considerable wait, the other party finally responded. Deshawn promptly relayed his address, but before he could finish speaking, the call was abruptly terminated. "Is this how business is conducted?" Deshawn muttered in exasperation, realizing that he was now left with no choice but to await the arrival of the Xiaoshuan Group's professionals in 3 days. Once more, he entered the 5 divine insect towers, a ritual that had become part of his daily routine, constantly monitoring the movements of the insects within his body. First, he arrived at the Golden Insect Tower, where his first-class general, the Golden Mantis, was being nurtured. That moment, the mantis lay motionless atop a pile of insect corpses, seemingly at rest. Even the most notorious venomous insects fell victim to it without a fight. Deshawn chose not to disturb it and silently withdrew, proceeding to observe the next wooden insect tower. This tower was teeming with countless insects, yet there was no sign of conflict. Everything remained tranquil. He did not focus excessively on it, continuing his observations of the subsequent divine insect towers. "Goodness, they are all dead." As soon as Deshawn's consciousness entered the water insect tower, he exclaimed in shock. The dozens of insects that had been introduced had all drowned, their bodies strewn about as if he were amidst an ancient battlefield, with some already sunk to the bottom, while others floated helplessly on the surface. Seeing this grim scene, Deshawn felt an overwhelming sense of regret. In his excitement, he had forgotten that some insects were terrestrial, resulting in this tragic outcome when placed in the water tower. After quickly inspecting the final 2 divine insect towers and finding no abnormalities, Deshawn's consciousness promptly retreated back to his body. "Sigh, it seems I must find some aquatic insects to replenish my stock," he murmured, a hint of regret etched across his face. It was the era when online shopping was all the rage nationwide. Why had he not simply made the purchase online? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and he swiftly pulled out his phone, purchasing all the live insects available on the website, some of which he had never seen before, spending several tens of thousands in the process. During the 3 days of waiting, Deshawn was not idle. He scoured the various corners of the neighborhood, capturing every insect he encountered, regardless of size, and sending them into the divine insect towers. The 5 divine insect towers seemed like bottomless pits. Despite the multitude of insects he had introduced, they remained unfilled. Among them, the Golden Insect Tower was the most brutal, as every captured insect met its demise at the hands of the Golden Mantis, leaving a gruesome scene of dismembered bodies and pools of viscous blood that coated the entire floor. "Goodness, how ruthless! I painstakingly caught all these insects, only for them to be slaughtered," Deshawn lamented. Feeling overwhelmed by the gruesome sight, "If only I could confine it temporarily, releasing it only after the apocalypse." Suddenly, as if in response to his words, a golden cage materialized beneath the mantis, imprisoning the killing machine and rendering it immobile. It possesses this function as well. Deshawn was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, and, upon regaining his composure, could not help but emit a chilling cackle. If the other 4 towers can also cultivate such ferocious insect kings, I would become the sovereign of the apocalypse. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today marked the appointed meeting with the Xiaoshuan Group. Deshawn lay in bed, conserving his energy, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Ding ding. By afternoon, the doorbell finally rang, and Deshawn sprang from his bed and hastily made his way to the door. "You finally arrived. I've been waiting nearly a whole day." He had yet to fully open the door when he began to grumble, but as soon as he glimpsed the people outside, his smile instantly faded. Standing at the door were his aunt, uncle, and Wang Xinwen's family. Upon seeing both families gathered, Deshawn had a sinking suspicion regarding their purpose for visiting. "Aunt, uncle, what brings you here? What? Are we not welcome? Without our support after your parents' passing, you would have perished out there long ago." "You little rascal," Deshawn had barely spoken when his aunt unleashed a barrage of words, leaving him speechless and stunned. His uncle, meanwhile, forcefully pushed him aside, leading the group inside as if they were returning to their own home. Casually finding seats, "Xiaoshan, my father and Xinwen's father are old friends that we introduced Xinwen to you because we believed you had potential, yet you failed to cherish such a fine girl, even resorting to violence against her. Do you even regard me as your uncle?" His uncle reclined on the sofa, casually crossing his legs, and spoke with a hint of disdain. "Why bother with so much talk? If you wish to marry Xinwen, Raise the betrothal gift to 800,000 and buy her a house in a prime location. Otherwise, your mistreatment of Xinwen will not be forgotten. Just as Di Shan was about to respond, Wang Xinwen's mother interjected, boldly demanding an exorbitant sum. Mom, enough with the betrothal gift. Just a few days ago, Di Shan spent $1 million on a mantis, claiming that my life is worth less than that of the mantis. Wang Xinwen clung to her mother, casting a sidelong glance at Di Shan, her tone sweet yet mocking. Upon hearing this, everyone present glared at Di Shan, as if ready to pounce on him. You spent $1 million on a mantis? Do you even care about us, your elders? You truly are a wretched child with no one to guide you in life. As the quarrel within the room escalated, Di Shan remained silent, observing the others with amusement. As if watching a performance by clowns, he had long discerned their motives. First, they would introduce the beautiful Wang Xinwen to him, then deceitfully claim the inheritance left by his parents under the guise of marriage, ultimately splitting the spoils between the two families. Once the performance concluded, Di Shan strode toward the kitchen, and soon the sound of a knife sharpening echoed from within. Moments later, he emerged wielding a gleaming kitchen knife, his eyes glinting with menace as he addressed the gathered crowd. Aunt, uncle, since you've come all this way, allow me to honor you with a chicken today. Suddenly, he shifted his tone. You say, I am all alone now. What meaning does life hold for me? With that, he tapped the blade, producing a sharp, ringing sound. The others were taken aback, and Di Shan's uncle stammered, Xiao Shan, we are here to persuade you. Nothing more, that we just want you to appreciate Wang Xinwen's heartfelt intentions. Indeed, Wang Xinwen is a good girl worthy of trust. You young people should communicate better. We shall forego dinner as the kitchen is already bustling, with my aunt assisting, yet her eyes remained fixed on Di Shan's hands. Fearful that he might be provoked into a violent outburst, the group found a convenient excuse and departed one by one. Di Shan, throughout the encounter, remained silent. Only after they had exited did he rise from his chair, activating the camera at the door to observe them. We nearly pushed that wild dog to his limits. It seems we must devise alternative strategies to deceive Wang Xinwen's father regarding the inheritance. Suddenly, he turned his gaze back to Wang Xinwen, a look of fondness on his face, and remarked, Our Wang family's ancestral tomb is indeed blessed, as we have encountered the esteemed Li Gongzi, a substantial figure. Once we acquire this rascal's funds, you should spend more time with him. His family's background and assets could sustain us for generations. Unbeknownst to them, their entire conversation had been captured by Di Shan, who had not anticipated that the camera above them would relay their words so clearly. Humph, Di Shan scoffed coldly, shutting off the camera feed and reclining back onto the sofa, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling within him. After approximately half an hour, the doorbell rang once more, prompting Di Shan to approach and open the door. Standing before him were 4 burly men, resembling the 4 heavenly kings of Buddhism, effectively blocking the entrance. Chapter 8. Representatives from Xiaoshuan Group. Upon seeing Di Shan emerge, all 4 men turned their attention toward him, who scrutinized them in return. The men at the door were all imposing figures, even clad in suits. Their muscular physiques were unmistakable. One among them bore a gruesome scar across his scalp, resembling a coiled centipede. You must be Mr. D. The most robust among them spoke, introducing himself as Dewade. We are staff from Xiaoshuan Group, here to discuss the arrangements for constructing a safe house. Upon noting Di Shan's rented attire, he perceived him to be a wealthy heir, and a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing they were there to build a safe house, Di Shan greeted them with a warm smile, stepping aside to invite them into his home. However, something felt amiss. As they passed by him, Di Shan detected a faint aura of menace and the scent of blood emanating from them, something only someone seasoned by 2 years of apocalyptic struggle could discern. Just as Di Shan pondered this, one of the burly men erupted in a foul-mouthed tirade. Damn it, we were just minding our business outside when the headquarters sent us over to deal with this nonsense about a safe house. Ruining my grand plans. Watch your language, Lao San, Dewey interjected sternly, turning to offer Di Shan a rather unpleasant smile. Observing this, Di Shan's mind raced. These men undoubtedly had blood on their hands. Their palpable aura of menace indicated an extraordinary background that I must keep them calm and avoid any conflict. He was also perplexed as to why such fierce individuals were dispatched for constructing a mere safe house. Nevertheless, he quickly donned a cheerful demeanor and said, Brothers, I appreciate your hard work. Have you had dinner? Allow me to treat you to a meal at the hotel downstairs. Deshaun had no intention of having them discuss matters in his home. Should they harbor ill intentions, he would find himself at a disadvantage. The men's eyes brightened at his invitation, with Lao Sin exclaiming, "Now you're talking. I've been starving after traveling by high-speed rail and plane. Since you offered, let us go." Deshaun, though slightly annoyed by his crude manner, concealed his discontent. Leading them to his rented Maybach, they arrived at the top-rated five-star hotel in Longcheng, reserving a private room to indulge in a lavish feast. At the table, the men boisterously conversed, drinking the finest liquor and savoring exquisite dishes, while Deshaun catered to their every need. After several rounds of drinks, Dewey produced a stack of documents detailing various safe house plans and began to explain them to Deshaun. There are many types of safe houses, those designed to withstand zombie attacks, natural disasters, and nuclear threats. Which type do you wish to construct? Deshaun was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a plethora of classifications for safe houses. Having assumed it to be merely a fortified box, it was evident that such specialized tasks should be entrusted to professionals. That I wish to build a pest-resistant safe house underground, modest in size, just a one-bedroom, one living room layout. That I have already selected the location and intend to surround it with a considerable amount of lime and realgar. These plans had long been in Deshaun's mind during the onset of the apocalypse. Insects had retained their original behaviors, and lime and realgar proved effective in restraining them. However, upon hearing this, Dewey furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "What sort of safe house is that? Are you planning to entomb yourself underground?" Deshaun merely smiled in silence, instructing Dewey to proceed with his design as they discussed further details until they reached a consensus. "Based on your specifications, the final cost will be $7 million." Deshaun's expression soured at the revelation. This price had far exceeded his budget, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing his hesitation, Dewey offered a knowing smile, stating, "If funds are an issue, we can arrange a property mortgage or extend a loan to you." Deshaun's expression brightened at this suggestion, and without a moment's hesitation, he agreed and signed the contract. Both parties were forthright, resolving the business matter without delay, and thereafter raised their glasses in celebration. In the ensuing conversation, Deshaun subtly steered the topic toward Li Aoyang's safe house, hoping to uncover a weakness that could be exploited to settle a personal vendetta. "I wonder if Brother Dewey is aware of the most renowned safe house in Longcheng, the one owned by Li Aoyang, which purportedly can withstand any calamity." "That I am familiar with that place," Dewey interjected. "On the surface, it appears flawless, yet it has a critical flaw." Before Dewey could elaborate, Lao San, emboldened by the liquor, blurted out, "That kid's so-called safe house is a trifecta of defenses against zombies, disasters, and truth. However, due to its excessive precautions, there exists a massive underground warehouse and reservoir." Lao San, just as Lao San was about to divulge crucial information, Dewey's sharp reprimand silenced him, while the expressions of the remaining two darkened with anger as they admonished, "Do you think that family is an ordinary one? Such details cannot be carelessly disclosed. Are you truly intoxicated?" Chastised by Dewey, Lao San slumped back into his seat, sulking like a child caught misbehaving, and resumed drinking in silence. Alas, so close yet so far. Deshaun, recognizing the opportunity to gather intelligence had slipped away, sighed inwardly, and shifted the conversation to other topics. He lowered his head, forming the number 8 with his fingers, and inquired of Dewey, "Can you procure this?" Realizing Deshaun's implication, Dewey's demeanor shifted to one of caution as he asked, "What are you planning?" Deshaun replied, "Without any firepower, even with a safe house, I wouldn't feel secure." After a month of vulnerability in the post-apocalyptic world, he needed to acquire some firearms for self-defense, lest he perish before his newfound powers could manifest. Dewey responded nonchalantly, "That would require an increase in price." Deshaun was taken aback. He had only posed a casual question, not expecting such a straightforward reply. Instantly, he adopted a different expression and retorted, "Aren't you worried I might commit a crime and expose you?" The four men erupted in laughter, with Lao San rising once more to mock Deshaun's naivety. "Do you think Xiaoshuan Group is just any organization? Even if we executed you here in this private room, the higher-ups couldn't touch us." Deshaun was profoundly shocked. He had not realized the formidable background of Xiaoshuan Group, which explained the palpable aura of menace surrounding them as the men grew increasingly intoxicated. Deshawn arranged accommodations at another luxury hotel, scheduling a meeting for the following day to discuss further details. Be mindful in the future. Some inquiries are best left unasked. Curiosity can be a dangerous thing. Dewey advised as Deshawn prepared to leave. Chapter 9. The ant nest. Stepping out of the hotel, Deshawn rubbed the back of his head in confusion, pondering why Dewey had suddenly imparted such a piece of advice. Could it be because of my inquiries about Liaoyang's safe house? Deshawn was taken aback, realizing that the relationship between Liaoyang and Xiaoshuan Group was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. However, he did not dwell on it for long. With the wind at his feet, he hastily ran towards the delivery station. The insects he had ordered online a few days prior had all arrived today. Who, one might wonder, is the peculiar person who buys such a multitude of bugs? Is this some form of psychological aberration? Before he could even step inside, the complaints of the delivery personnel reached his ears. A slight hint of embarrassment crept across Deshawn's face as he cleared his throat and entered the store. How on earth am I supposed to transport all these packages home? He pondered, gazing at the mountain of parcels before him. Feeling a sense of difficulty, he then opened his wallet, counted the cash within, and a relieved smile graced his lips as he approached the two delivery workers. Gentlemen, would you like to earn a little extra cash? Help me deliver these packages to my home, and I'll reward each of you with 1,000 yuan. With that, Deshawn waved the bundles of cash. Knowing that in this post-apocalyptic world, money had become almost as worthless as scrap paper, it was better to utilize it while he could. Upon hearing Deshawn's words, the eyes of the surrounding delivery workers lit up. Recognizing that a wealthy patron had arrived, the two men promptly abandoned their tasks and surrounded Deshawn, eagerly vying to assist him with transporting the parcels. It took the two delivery personnel a total of 6 trips to move all the packages into Deshawn's home. Though they were panting heavily by the end, when they received their payment, their faces beamed with joy akin to that of children. That Deshawn, too, was affected by their infectious smiles, and he could not help but sigh with a sense of helplessness at the plight of these ordinary people in the aftermath of the world's end. After bidding farewell to the delivery workers, he immediately began to open the packages in sequence, taking a cursory glance before a dazzling array of colors emanated before him, drawing all the insects into the divine goo tower. As the last insect was absorbed, Deshawn's consciousness followed suit, beginning to observe their movements. Within the golden goo tower, the Fengqi Lujin mantis, having been confined by Deshawn, could only gaze enviously at the multitude of weaker insects before it. One green cicada even flew onto the cage that imprisoned it, tail facing the Lujin mantis, and emitted a provocative buzzing sound. Upon witnessing this, Deshawn could only shake his head. If he were to release the Fengqi Lujin mantis now, it would surely lead to a bloody massacre within the golden goo tower, decimating the hard-won stock he had gathered. Withdrawing his consciousness from the golden goo tower, he continued to observe the situations within the other 4 towers, which remained, as before, devoid of large-scale conflict, with only minor skirmishes occurring sporadically. This time, he had learned his lesson and refrained from placing terrestrial insects into the water goo tower to prevent another total annihilation. Upon entering the final earth goo tower, he noted that the massive snail shell at its center was still devoid of any signs of life. Even Deshawn could not discern its origins. After a brief inspection, Deshawn returned his consciousness to his physical form and lay back down on his bed. Glancing at the clock, it was already 1 a.m. Today, those individuals mentioned that the weak point of Liaoyang's security was underground. How then should I sabotage it from below? Lying in bed, Deshawn repeatedly contemplated the words spoken by the third man earlier. How to undermine the safe house from underground was indeed a formidable challenge. When Deshawn opened his eyes once more, it was already the following morning. He had become so engrossed in his thoughts the previous night that he had unknowingly drifted off to sleep. With more than a month remaining until the apocalypse, I must hasten my progress. Today, I need to consult with Dewey again and urge them to expedite their work. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Deshawn calculated the time, and a sense of urgency began to well up within him. Just then, as he was lost in thought, the doorbell rang outside, interrupting his musings and prompting him to rise and answer the door. Standing outside were Dewey and his 3 companions, having come to formally discuss the construction of the safe house with Deshawn. Deshawn had prepared the necessary materials in advance, and both parties swiftly signed agreements, solidifying their collaboration. Dewey, allow me to show you the site and help you familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Deshawn warmly invited the four men to board the rented Maybach, flooring the accelerator as they sped towards their destination. Not far from their location stood a dilapidated half-finished building, behind which lay an abandoned chemical plant. Years ago, a gas leak had claimed the lives of dozens of night shift workers who had not managed to escape in time. Subsequently, it was rumored that the area was haunted and no one dared to approach it again, prompting the relevant authorities to abandon the site. As Deshawn observed the road ahead, he recounted the history of the land to Dawei and the others. Before long, they arrived at the site, which indeed resembled Deshawn's description, a scene of decay and overgrowth, making it hard to imagine that such a paradise existed alongside bustling streets. Damn, you really know how to pick a spot. You want to build a safe house in this godforsaken place. The third man spoke candidly. Without any pretense, Deshawn grinned in response. Only in sparsely populated areas is it suitable to construct a safe house. After hearing this, Dawei and the others fell silent. Proceeding to inspect the premises as Deshawn led them into the factory's interior, they arrived at a patch overrun with weeds, and the 5 divine goo towers within him suddenly reacted. Sensing the presence of insects nearby, Deshawn was taken aback. This was a first. He had not yet laid eyes on any insects, yet the divine goo towers were already responding. He silently noted this location and promptly led the other 4 away to prevent Dawei and the others from detecting anything amiss. Tomorrow, we can arrange for workers to begin construction, and let us select the basement of this warehouse as our site, Dawei announced, having already identified a suitable location. The 2 parties found their views aligned and made a decision on the spot. Deshawn skillfully diverted the group back to the hotel, then quickly turned the car around to return to the spot where he had sensed the insects, back at the abandoned factory. He hurriedly made his way to the previous location, meticulously searching the area without overlooking any corner. What kind of extraordinary insect could possibly trigger such a reaction in the divine goo towers? Deshawn marveled, and finally, amidst a tangle of weeds by the wall, he discovered the source of the commotion. That a colossal ant nest was concealed within, with ants crawling densely across the ground, the weeds, and the rusted walls. Beneath the nest lay the skeletal remains of several stray animals, their flesh long consumed by the ants. Wow, I've never seen such a massive ant nest in my life, Deshawn exclaimed, nearly astonished to the point of disbelief. He then recalled that prior to the apocalypse, there had been no notable insect species in the Sioux province area. Hiss! Deshawn gasped as a sudden sharp pain shot through his calf. Looking down, he found several ants climbing up his leg, voraciously feasting on his flesh. Damn it, how aggressive. I was only standing nearby for a moment. He glanced to the side and noticed that the previously chaotic ant colony had suddenly transformed into an orderly formation, marching towards him en masse. Witnessing this scene, Deshawn was greatly alarmed and took a small step back, distancing himself from the nest and activating the divine goo tower, preparing to absorb the giant ant nest. Since the nest was situated within the weeds, he decided to place it into the wood goo tower, making a judgment in his mind. The green light before him flickered as he gathered the oncoming ants into the wood goo tower. After absorbing the ants on the ground, he quickly approached the ant nest, and with a flash of green light, the massive nest was drawn into the tower, leaving only a scattering of animal remains behind. He wondered what sort of mutated insects these ants would become. Even before mutation, they were already so bloodthirsty and violent, and he could only imagine how ferocious they would be after transformation. Standing in place, Deshawn spoke to himself, unaware that these ants had already undergone mutation due to the toxic gas leak in the factory. Chapter 10. The eve of the apocalypse. After absorbing the ant nest into the wood goo tower, Deshawn promptly sat cross-legged and began to introspect the tower. Upon close observation, he discovered that these ants were exceptionally savage and domineering. As soon as they entered the tower, they did not seek to familiarize themselves with their surroundings, but instead surrounded the other insects within. Some slower insects, such as centipedes and caterpillars, were swiftly engulfed and obliterated, their remains being systematically dispatched into the ant nest. Witnessing this, Deshawn felt a headache coming on. The Golden Goo Tower already housed a killing machine, the Fengchi Lugene mantis. Could it be that the Wood Goo Tower was destined to give rise to another tyrant? With a thought, a cage made of thorns materialized, capturing the foraging ant colony and returning them to the nest, which he then sealed within the thorny enclosure, leaving no gaps. Thankfully, he had this trick up his sleeve. Otherwise, before the apocalypse even began, the insects within the Divine Gu Towers would have been completely devoured. After completing this, Dishan let out a sigh of relief, ensuring that no unforeseen events would occur. His consciousness returned to his physical form, and he rose from the ground, exiting the factory, back at home. Dishan approached the window and fixed his gaze on the villa belonging to Liao Yang. This place had always been a source of deep resentment for him. Finding a way to eliminate Liao Yang without bloodshed had now become a mental demon for Dishan. Countless schemes formed in his mind, yet none seemed feasible. There were many methods to breach the safe house, but most required manpower that was simply unattainable. If only there were an external force to break through. Haha, I've got it. A spark of brilliance lit up Dishan's eyes as he suddenly recalled the earlier ant colony, which had moved with such audacity and dominance in the aftermath of the insect apocalypse. These could all serve as useful tools. After devising a strategy, he promptly descended the stairs and began to procure supplies, determined to expend all of the remaining funds amounting to over 100,000 yuan. Dishan navigated through various large supermarkets and food processing plants, signing contracts for batches of materials to be delivered upon the completion of the safe house. During this time, he also acquired countless jars of honey, milk, and sugar, all intended for Liao Yang. I smiled with pride, reveling in my satisfaction. Dishan hummed a cheerful tune, driving the rented Maybach beneath the starry sky, feeling an immense sense of ease as he returned to the community. For him, everything was in place. He merely awaited the opportune moment. Upon returning home, he conducted his usual inspection of the 5 Divine Gu Towers, his anticipation growing for the day they would be activated. Early the next morning, Dishan sprang from his bed, swiftly preparing himself before heading to the construction site, where he found the work already bustling with activity. Oh, Boss D, you're here bright and early for an inspection. Old 3 called out from a distance, not moving his feet, waiting for Dishan to approach him. You all are quite early as well. You managed to gather so many workers overnight, Dishan remarked. Old 3 replied, do you think the Xiaoshuan Group is merely a small company? Those who boast of being billionaires are but ants in our presence. If it weren't for your connection to that Liao Yang, you wouldn't even be worthy of our company. Come on, Brother Dawei is looking for you. Old 3, having said much, took Dishan and led him towards Dawei's group. Isn't this little Brother D? I've brought what you requested. Upon seeing Dishan, Dawei shoved Old 3 aside, pulling him to a secluded spot and opening a briefcase that revealed 2 handguns and several dozen bullets. What is this? Dishan exclaimed, his face displaying astonishment at the sight of the firearms. Shocked that Dawei had procured weapons in peacetime, Dawei, mistaking Dishan's surprise for a first encounter with guns, wore a satisfied smile. With 2 years of experience in firearms, Dishan was a veritable marksman from the apocalypse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to join the squad against the 7 Transformation Insect King. From that day forth, Dishan repeated 3 tasks daily: inspecting the construction site in the morning, capturing insects throughout the day, and observing the Divine Gu Towers at night. 2 months swiftly passed. During this period, Wang Xinwen sought him out several times, but he rebuffed her, leaving her seething with rage. Unable to comprehend how someone so obedient could suddenly turn against their master, Dishan, you will regret this. One day you will come begging to me. This was the last remark Wang Xinwen left him with before disappearing entirely. With the absence of this venomous woman, Dishan finally found peace, focusing on his grand ambitions. Just 2 days before the safe house's completion, Dishan once again drove his Maybach, clad in an elegant suit, to the Giant Lake Manor. Having gained a semblance of familiarity during his last visit, the security merely inquired symbolically before allowing him entry. He parked in a secluded area beneath the trees. Changed into a uniform from the Xiaoshuan Group, donned a mask and baseball cap to conceal his identity, and disguised himself as a staff member, wheeling a cart towards Liao Yang's residence. Hurry up. Darling, I'm wilting away waiting. Xiaoli and the others are already at the hotel waiting for us. Today, watch me dazzle in my ensemble. Before reaching Li's home, the alluring voice of Liao Yang reached Dishan's ears. Just as he prepared to ring the doorbell, the door swung open, revealing a leering Liao Yang. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence ensued. Who the hell are you, and what do you want at my home? Liao Yang was the first to speak, instinctively covering his mouth and nose upon seeing Dishan in work attire. Taking a few steps back, several burly bodyguards in black suits quickly surrounded Dishan. Seeing their disdainful attitude towards him, Dishan felt an overwhelming urge to draw his firearm and eliminate them. However, such an act would only invite greater trouble, given his intimidating background, even in the impending apocalypse. They would have the means to swiftly resolve the situation. Adopting a humble demeanor, he said, "Hello, I am a staff member from the Xiaoshuan Group. This is our latest developed exterior wall protection liquid, as requested by Mr. Li Dingtian for immediate application." Dishan pointed to the barrels on his card, adorned with the Xiaoshuan Group's logo. The excuse was premeditated by Dishan. The barrels contained a mixture of milk and honey syrup. Once applied to the exterior walls, it would attract swarms of insects as the apocalypse began. This old fool is always concocting useless things. Fine, come in and get to work. I don't have time to waste here, Li Aoyang said dismissively, allowing Dishan entry without a second thought, oblivious to the fact that in mere days, he would meet his demise at the hands of this seemingly insignificant person. With Li Aoyang's permission, the bodyguards parted to allow Dishan to enter the manor that he moved swiftly, tools in hand, arriving at the wall under the watchful gaze of Li Aoyang and his companions. He opened the specially designed paint barrels, revealing a pristine liquid inside, enhanced with metallic substances that made the paint shimmer brilliantly. "Aoyang, darling, I'm ready. We can begin," just as Dishan prepared to start painting the wall. A familiar voice pierced the air, causing his expression to darken beneath the brim of his hat. Chapter 11. The safe house completed, the apocalypse returns. Following the sound, he turned to find Wang Xinwen. The cunning woman, clad in a sleek black fitted dress with a generous cutout at the back, showcasing her exquisite back. She wore glossy black stockings that accentuated her long, slender legs. Li Aoyang, upon seeing the stunning Wang Xinwen, was captivated, pulling her into his embrace and exploring her curves. "Stop it, Aoyang. There are others present. It's rather embarrassing," Wang Xinwen cooed from within his arms. Noticing her beguiling demeanor, Li Aoyang lost control, roughly squeezing her shapely rear, causing her to emit soft gasps of surprise. Dishan, no longer paying attention to their flirtations, turned back to apply his special paint to the wall, coldly thinking, "Humph, just 2 days left. Soon, I will send you 2 lovebirds on your way." "Ugh, it stinks. Why is there a laborer here?" Wang Xinwen remarked disdainfully upon noticing Dishan's worker guise, clearly considering herself the lady of the house, her tone dripping with contempt. "Forget about that bum. Let's head to the lakeside hotel and relish our time together. Tonight, you must flaunt those Valentino heels," Li Aoyang said, wrapping his arms around Wang Xinwen as they made their way outside. As they passed Dishan, they instinctively covered their mouths and noses, fearing infection from his presence. "Wait, young Master Li, shouldn't we test these paints again to prevent any sabotage?" one of the bodyguards called out, just as Li Aoyang stepped outside. Hearing this, Dishan's heart raced with alarm, realizing the potential threat to his plan. Unexpectedly, Li Aoyang whipped around, glaring at the bodyguard who disrupted his mood, releasing his hold on Wang Xinwen's waist and swiftly approaching him. A loud slap echoed as Li Aoyang struck the bodyguard across the face, sending his sunglasses flying to Dishan's feet. "You dare speak such nonsense again, and you're out of here. I refuse to believe that a country bumpkin could ruin my house with a bit of paint. Otherwise, this safe house worth billions would be for naught if I have to waste time testing it. You better ensure nothing goes missing from my home. I'll take your body parts as compensation." Li Aoyang's face flushed with anger at the bodyguard's words, followed by another resounding slap. After calming himself slightly, he cast a cold glance at the crowd before turning away with Wang Xinwen. Witnessing this scene, Dishan finally sighed in relief. His plan had nearly been thwarted by a bodyguard. He then smirked, knowing Li Aoyang would soon pay for his arrogance. Once they departed, the other bodyguards' expressions shifted from submissive to menacing. Glaring fiercely at Dishan, their pride wounded by the public reprimand. Seeing their hostile demeanor, Dishan bent down to retrieve the fallen sunglasses and offered them to the bodyguard who had been struck. Little did he expect that the bodyguard would not bestow him with any courtesy. Instead, he snatched the sunglasses away and scolded, "It is all your fault, you troublesome commoner. If it weren't for your visit, how could I have been struck by young Master Li?" Upon hearing these words, Dishan's gaze, hidden beneath the brim of his hat, instantly darkened that he silently mused, "Truly, one can discern the nature of a dog by its master. Let them yelp for a few more days." Subsequently, he chose to disregard the hostility exhibited by the group of bodyguards and turned his focus back to his significant undertaking. During this time, A strikingly beautiful female bodyguard made a brief appearance, merely covering her mouth and nose, casting a cold glance at Dishan before retreating indoors, her face etched with disdain, unwilling to engage with someone of his lowly status. Dishan labored diligently at Li Aoyang's residence for an entire day, finally completing the application of the specially formulated paint he had brought. The paint on the exterior walls seeped through the crevices of the windows, even splattering onto the nearby trees and lawn, all while the bodyguards remained oblivious. He then opened another paint can, only to find it filled not with paint, but with various venomous insects he had procured through unconventional means: black widows, wolf spiders, golden scorpions, and red-headed centipedes, all notorious for their lethal venom. He poured them into the surrounding shrubbery, preparing to deliver a grand surprise to Li Aoyang. After finishing the painting, the structure exuded a fragrant aroma, prompting the neighbors to peek outside. The following morning, Dishan awoke early, having completed his morning routine, humming a cheerful tune. Last night, Dewey had informed him that the safe house was already completed, a day ahead of schedule, which filled him with immense excitement, for it ensured his safety in the early stages of the apocalypse. Driving a rented luxury car towards the safe house, he soon spotted 3 box trucks loaded with supplies parked at the warehouse entrance. Everything was in place, save for the final touch. As Dishan stepped out of the car, he instinctively clenched his fists and murmured to himself as he approached the group of people. Among them were staff from the Xia Dun Group, Dewey and his companions, along with the client manager from the food company. Upon seeing Dishan, they all approached him eagerly. The crowd buzzed with conversation, and Dishan responded to each person in turn, first signing for the supplies and instructing them to move everything into the safe house. He then followed Dewey and his companions into the warehouse for a final inspection. As soon as he entered, Dishan could not suppress a sneeze. The sight before him was blindingly white. The warehouse floor was covered with a thick layer of lime powder, and the air was thick with dust. In the midst of the lime-covered floor, there was only a clean path leading straight to the center of the warehouse. In that central location stood a small square structure, the first line of defense for entering the safe house. Crafted from the same new alloy materials, the door featured iris recognition technology, a fingerprint lock, and a password lock, all of which had to match to unlock the entrance. Once Dishan inputted the 3 passwords, he alone held the key to this safe haven. Inside the structure lay a passage leading underground. The group descended the stairs and found themselves in a spacious, brightly lit room that encompassed a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom, all intentionally designed for simplicity, as Dishan did not intend for it to serve as a permanent residence. That Dewey approached the wall, knocking on it, and stated, "As per your request, we have buried the entire safe house underground, surrounded by lime, leaving no gaps whatsoever. The systems for electricity, water, ventilation, and internet were all installed within the walls, creating a self-sustaining cycle, a true testament to the adage that a house can endure beyond its inhabitants." The large screen within the room was connected to various surveillance cameras, allowing Dishan to monitor the external situation at any moment. Dewey detailed every aspect of the setup to Dishan, who could not help but express his admiration, despite Dewey's quizzical expression at seeing a safe house buried underground for the first time. "Haha, splendid. Truly, the Xia Dun Group excels in efficiency. I shall recommend you for future business endeavors," Dishan exclaimed, ignoring Dewey's bewildered look and showering him with praise. After signing the contract, Dewey no longer lingered, beckoning the others to leave, but unexpectedly collided with the delivery workers, causing supplies to scatter across the ground. "I apologize. It was unintentional. There were so many goods. I didn't see you gentlemen." The delivery worker repeatedly apologized. Dewey, however, ignored him, pulling Dishan aside and gazing at him earnestly. "Oh, you know something we don't. Why would you construct such an unusual safe house?" Dishan's heart raced, but he maintained a lewd smile, replying, "I've isolated myself from the outside world to film certain colorful videos. Dewey, you must keep this a secret." Dewey squinted at him, half believing, and released him without further comment, leading the group away. "Humph, as if I would divulge secrets that concern my very life," Dishan thought to himself, once the group departed. Dishan reclined on the bed, his expression darkening as he coldly muttered. He promptly contacted several electricians in the area and installed multiple nozzles at the top of the warehouse, connecting the other ends to large tanks of syrup stationed within the safe house. As night fell, Dishan exited the safe house, sitting amidst the weeds of an abandoned factory. seemingly waiting for something, occasionally checking his phone for the time. When the clock struck midnight, he silently rose, scanning his surroundings as wisps of crimson mist surged forth from the depths of the earth, reminiscent of demons from hell descending upon the mortal realm that as time passed. The blood-red mist thickened and surged upward, obscuring the sky. Returning to this familiar scene, Deshaun howled into the empty wilderness, unleashing 2 years' worth of pent-up rage. That a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him as he laughed maniacally and uttered, "Welcome to the apocalypse of the insect tide." Chapter 12. 5 Elements Divine Insect Tower. Activate. As the scarlet mist spread infinitely, the surrounding scenery was gradually submerged, revealing an expanse of crimson. Deshaun took a moment to steady his racing heart, surveying his surroundings until he located the area where the mist erupted most intensely. Grasping a hollow tube he had prepared in advance, he approached it. Upon reaching the spot, he thrust the tube into the ground, causing the mist to cease dispersing and instead rise through the tube, emerging from the other end. Once the mist was concentrated at a single point, Deshaun opened his mouth wide and bit down on the mist's exit, beginning to breathe deeply, ensuring that not a single wisp escaped. Why do I feel as if I'm about to transcend to a higher plane? As the immense mist flowed into his body, Deshaun felt weightless, losing all sensation of his physical form, save for the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest. As he involuntarily breathed, his consciousness merged with the blood-red mist, entering the 5 divine insect towers. Experiencing the transformations the mist brought to his body, as the mist entered him, before it could dissipate, the tops of the 5 towers erupted with powerful suction, drawing in all the mist that had yet to transform. Witnessing this peculiar scene, Deshaun's consciousness ventured into the towers to investigate. Inside the 5 towers, the ground and air were teeming with various insects. Blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, a vast quantity of mist descended from the ceiling, and upon contact with the red mist, the insects collapsed, losing consciousness. In no way are they all going to be poisoned. Seeing the insects fall unconscious, Deshaun's heart raced, and he quickly extended his senses to gauge their vitality. Phew! Thankfully, they are merely in a deep slumber, not dead. Deshaun exhaled a sigh of relief, steadying his nerves as he spoke to himself. His consciousness wandered among the 5 towers, witnessing the same scene unfold in each one. Even the originally fierce and menacing golden mantis lay unconscious on the ground. Deshaun released it from its confinement, preparing to await their awakening to concoct a grand insect brood. As his consciousness returned to his physical form, he still felt lightheaded, prompting him to remove the tube and collapse beside the fissure from which the mist emerged, sinking into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within Li Aoyang's safe house, he sat by the window, holding Wang Xinwen, gazing at the sky filled with crimson mist, leisurely sipping red wine. Haha, could the apocalypse be upon us? My foresight is truly ahead of the times. I can hardly wait to witness the struggles of those lowly commoners as they fight for survival. Brother Aoyang, may I bring my parents and brother to live in your safe house as well? Xinwen promises to be obedient to her master, Wang Xinwen said, a hint of worry etched on her delicate features as she addressed Li Aoyang. My little beauty, today let us change the course of our endeavors. If you possess such abilities, I shall grant you my consent. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xinwen leaped up in excitement, seizing the former's hand and leading him into the bedroom. Just before entering, Li Aoyang cast a glance at the bodyguard beside him, who nodded in understanding and pressed a button, sealing all doors and windows of the safe house, ensuring not a wisp of mist could penetrate within. Beside the abandoned factory, Deshaun gradually regained consciousness, rubbing his groggy head and wiping the dirt from his face as he rose from the ground. Goodness, it is already noon of the second day. How long have I been asleep? Deshaun retrieved his phone from his pocket, glanced at the time in astonishment, and was immediately inundated with news about the ominous mist, flooding his screen as he surveyed his surroundings. The crimson fog showed no signs of abating, continuously billowing forth from the depths below, with even the blazing midday sun unable to pierce its thick veil. You are my most beautiful cloud in the horizon. Just as Deshaun became engrossed in his thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. Looking down, he saw it was a call from Dewey, which he promptly answered, before he could even bring the phone to his ear. Dewey's fierce voice erupted from the receiver. You little rascal, what on earth is this red mist? Do you know anything? The safe house has just been established, and now this nonsense is bursting forth from the ground. Dewey intended to continue his interrogation, but Deshawn furrowed his brow and decisively ended the call. There was no time for idle chatter. Recalling the memories of his past life, he knew the mist would persist for a full 24 hours. Concluding at midnight tonight, Deshawn murmured to himself as he returned to the safe house, washed himself clean, and lay down on the bed, the first thing on his mind being to observe the divine goo tower within him. Curious about the changes that had transpired overnight, that as soon as his consciousness entered the golden goo tower, Deshawn was momentarily left speechless. The once resplendent world within the tower had entirely dissolved into a golden metallic liquid. With only a solid metallic platform remaining at the center, countless unconscious insects floated within the liquid, their exteriors coated in a golden shell. Witnessing such a peculiar scene within the golden goo tower, Deshawn could hardly contain his eagerness and swiftly entered the wooden goo tower. What was once a fertile land teeming with tender sprouts had now transformed into towering trees, their branches and leaves filled with slumbering insects. At the center, a small wooden platform stood. Exiting the wooden goo tower, he entered the water goo tower, which had previously been a tranquil marshland. Now, however, it was a tempestuous sea, waves crashing violently, and the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Some insects that had been in slumber were mercilessly smashed into fragments by the towering waves, their lifeless bodies floating atop the water's surface. Sighing, Deshawn acknowledged the harsh reality of survival of the fittest, pondering which of these creatures would ultimately endure in this brutal world. After witnessing this disheartening scene, Deshawn sighed in resignation. He could not halt the tumultuous waters. He then proceeded to the fire goo tower. Upon entering, his previously astonished expression transformed into one of bewilderment. Where have all my insects gone? The fire goo tower, having absorbed the crimson mist, was no longer lifeless. It had become a sea of flames, with molten lava erupting intermittently, only to fall back as lava rain. The intense heat was nearly unbearable for Deshawn, and within this realm, there was no trace of insects left, all having been reduced to ashes. Unyielding, Deshawn extended his senses, searching the entirety of the fire goo tower for any surviving insects. But soon he was met with disappointment. Within this molten world, not a single life sign remained. It is often said that water and fire are merciless. Even before the insects had begun to devour one another, they had already suffered tremendous losses. With a heavy heart, Deshawn exited the fire goo tower, but lingered apprehensively before the earth goo tower. Hesitant to enter, fearing a similar devastating outcome as the previous two towers, after a moment of internal struggle, Deshawn finally stepped into the earth goo tower. Fortunately, his nightmare had not materialized. The interior remained a desolate wasteland, unchanged from its pre-activation state. Wait. Just as Deshawn prepared to return to his physical form, he sensed something amiss. The crimson mist that had seeped into the soil had transformed into the purest energy. Converging within the enormous shell at the tower's center, the faint life signal emanated from the shell, which he keenly detected. 5 divine towers, 5 distinct states. Once the insects within the towers awaken and begin to consume one another, what astonishing creatures will emerge? Deshawn's consciousness floated above the earth goo tower, musing aloud. Chapter 13. The insect tide awakens. The revenge plan commences upon witnessing all 5 elemental divine goo towers activated. Deshawn withdrew his consciousness from the towers and returned to his physical form. Gazing up at the ceiling, he spoke solemnly. Once the insects in the outside world awaken from their slumber, Liaoyang's residence shall undoubtedly become the most bustling locale. With the insects having increased in size, their demand for sustenance would escalate. With my unique secret formula at play, let us see where you can escape to this time. Having uttered these words, Deshawn exited the safe house, intending to stroll through the streets and savor the last moments of tranquility in this life. The once bustling crowds had vanished, and the shops lining the streets had shuttered their doors, seemingly closing up due to the sudden eruption of mist. Deshawn relished the solitude, walking alone along the deserted streets, occasionally brushing past others. Mom, I'm so happy today. This thick fog has come just in time to help me dodge the school exams. What a foolish company, insisting I work overtime in this weather while the boss snoozes at home. Each passerby, in their haste, exhibited a range of emotions, joy, complaints, and anger, believing this was merely an ordinary fog. Little did they know, an unprecedented calamity was on the brink of unfolding. After a leisurely wander, the bored Deshawn returned to the safe house, opened his phone, and scrolled through short videos to pass the time, while also gaining further insight into the situation across the globe. Reports concerning the crimson mist poured in like a tidal wave, yet none were worth noting. It was all the same old rhetoric. Authorities urged the public to take precautions and refrain from hoarding supplies, promising that the mist would soon dissipate. Meanwhile, private accounts sang a different tune, fervently propagating doomsday theories, eager for chaos. Let them stir up trouble. For me, a time of prosperity is about to dawn. Deshawn remained undeterred, seated comfortably as a thought flickered in his mind. Could there be other travelers in this world besides me? With this thought, a weight descended upon his heart, making it difficult to breathe. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, contemplating the myriad possibilities of the future. At 3 in the morning, the crimson mist had long since dissipated. In a dimly lit alley behind a bar, a handsome pair, arm in arm, stumbled out from within. Noticing the deserted surroundings, the dashing young man hurriedly led the beautiful woman into the shadow of the adjacent building to engage in some exercise, unbeknownst to them. As the pivotal moment approached, they failed to hear the sounds emanating from the manhole beneath them. Countless adult-sized mutated cockroaches surged forth from the sewer. The cockroaches scuttled up their smooth thighs, ravenously feasting upon their bodies. In an instant, the couple, caught off guard, separated in panic, unable to don their pants, and began swatting at the mutated cockroaches clinging to them. However, the more they swatted, the more the cockroaches multiplied. From the depths of the sewer, an endless tide of cockroaches emerged, their frenzy ignited by the scent of blood. In the blink of an eye, the couple was overwhelmed by the onslaught of cockroaches. Their agonizing screams echoed as countless cockroaches poured into their open mouths, devouring their innards and gnawing through their ribs. The screams lasted but a few seconds before abruptly ceasing, leaving their bodies dismembered, each part whisked away by the swarm of cockroaches, leaving only a pool of shredded flesh and blood on the ground. Ding, ding, ding. After an unknown period, Deshawn's alarm clock blared, pulling him from his slumber. He bolted upright, realizing Toda standing at a window, munching on sunflower seeds, with a telescope in hand gazing into the distance. The once lively street has now descended into a chaotic mess. From the sewers, thickets, and landscaped rivers, various mutated insects sporadically emerge, ruthlessly claiming the lives of unsuspecting pedestrians. The swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes blots out the sun, each the size of an adult's thumb, encircling a hapless individual who is too slow to flee, draining his entire lifeblood in an instant, leaving behind nothing but a mere human skin. Not far away, another group of people is desperately fleeing across the lawn. The one at the front suddenly stumbles, his feet ensnared by a bizarre mutated insect, and he is instantly dragged beneath the ground. The crowd trailing behind him is oblivious to the earth splitting open beneath their feet, and without a single scream, they too are pulled underground. This must be the work of the ground-dwelling cicadas, those cunning creatures, drawing upon memories from a past life. Deshawn recognizes the strange beings lurking beneath the surface and quickly assesses the situation. Meanwhile, those humans hiding in their homes are not entirely safe either, as the insects within have also mutated, devouring their inhabitants and swarming into the streets, among a group not far from the dilapidated building where Deshawn is located. One individual has been injured by the insects, but, by some stroke of luck, has not perished. A few people manage to conceal him in a hidden spot, just as they prepare to tend to his wounds when the injured man suddenly undergoes a mutation, transforming into the zero-infection entity. His skull explodes, morphing his entire head into that of an insect, with teeth growing wildly into sharp mandibles, and his limbs swiftly becoming deadly claws, grotesque and terrifying. Before the others can react, the infected individual lunges at them, opening his gaping maw to bite down on their heads. This is merely a glimpse into the apocalypse, where various mutated insects emerge in droves, mercilessly harvesting human lives, and the entire world faces a monumental crisis. Deshawn casts a cursory glance over the city's plight, no longer concerned, for this is not his first encounter with such chaos. His only desire now is to ascertain the well-being of Li Aoyang. He shifts his gaze toward Li's residence, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At this moment, the walls of the safe house are crawling with countless power ants, each the size of an adult's palm, their enormous mandibles menacingly fierce, voraciously gnawing on the sugar-coated exterior of the building. In the distance, swathes of power ants rush toward the scene, eager not to miss out on this sumptuous feast. As Dishan remains intently focused on the unfolding situation below, the sound of flapping wings above startles him, prompting him to duck into the shadows. Fortunately, the mutated insects soaring overhead do not detect him. Continuing on their path towards the swarm of power ants, these are the hornet swarm. They thrive on consuming other insects, serving as a disturbance in the early days of the apocalypse, and he hopes they do not disrupt his plans. Recognizing the origins of these creatures while hidden in the shadows, Dishan feels an overwhelming headache. Should they drive away the power ants, Li Aoyang might just slip through his fingers once more. Chapter 14. The fall of the safe house. In a bid to prevent the hornet swarm from thwarting his plans, Dishan decisively exposes his position, drawing a pistol from his waist and firing at them. Bang, bang, Dishan fires several shots, each impeccably hitting its target, causing the struck hornets to explode like blooming flowers. The remaining hornets, realizing the threat, swiftly change direction, launching their stingers at Dishan. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of piercing projectiles fills the air as glimmering. Sharp stingers fly towards Dishan's head. A moment's delay could spell disaster. Humph, do they dare to challenge me with such trivial tactics? Let alone these lesser insects. Even a fifth-tier hornet would find me formidable. Dishan scoffs inwardly, a cold snort escaping his lips as he strolls leisurely amidst the onslaught. After expending a full magazine, Dishan ceases to reload, holstering his pistol and seizing a metal rod from the corner. Gesturing provocatively at the airborne hornets, his earlier gunfire served two purposes: to attract attention, preventing them from interfering with the power ants' assault on the safe house, and to test his marksmanship, ensuring that his rebirth had not dulled his skills. Upon confirming that he remains as accurate as ever, he feels reassured and prepares for close combat. Come forth, you wretches, and meet your demise. Dishan raises the iron rod, pointing it at the swarm of hornets. Shouting defiantly, the provoked hornets no longer maintain their composure, their wings beating faster as they split into two formations. One group firing stingers for cover, while the other charges directly at Dishan. Unfazed by the relentless assault of these aberrant insects, Dishan grips his invincible iron rod, exuding an astonishing aura as if he alone stands against the myriad of creatures, drawing upon memories of the hornets' attack patterns from his previous life. He anticipates their movements. With each swing of his rod, he bursts one hornet after another. What is happening? Just as he prepares to strike a hornet that has flown close to his chest, a sudden surge of devouring power emanates from the five-god Gu towers within him. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Dishan opens his mind, activating the fire Gu tower situated at his heart. A flash of red light illuminates his chest, and the unfortunate hornet is engulfed by the tower. Before it can even struggle, it is incinerated by the searing heat, dissipating into black smoke within the fire Gu tower. Goodness, the god Gu tower possesses such a remarkable ability. Does this mean I can instantly absorb these aberrant insects by merely approaching them? Dishan's eyes gleam with excitement as he rushes toward the nearest hornet. Unlocking the potential of his newfound power, once more, the red light flickers, and the bewildered hornet is drawn into the fire Gu tower, transforming into a wisp of smoke. Meanwhile, within Li Aoyang's safe house, he is seething with rage. Awoken abruptly by his bodyguards from the embrace of a beautiful woman, he is greeted by a large screen displaying external images, eliciting both shock and fury. What is the meaning of this? Why are there so many revolting ants on my walls? He bellows at his bodyguards, his eyes burning with indignation. Beside him, his stunningly beautiful maid timidly speaks up. Li, young master, those ants outside can eat people. This morning, Xiao Chun and Xiao Lei attempted to drive them away, but as soon as they stepped outside, they were overwhelmed and devoured, leaving nothing but bones to eat. Her words, Li Aoyang's furious demeanor cools, replaced by a sudden spark of excitement. You mean to say these ants can eat people? The guards, sensing Li Aoyang's changing mood, gain confidence and chime in. Yes, young master. The situation outside has spiraled out of control. Overnight, the insects have all mutated, attacking anyone in sight. The residents of several nearby villas have already been consumed. Ha! Splendid. Could it be that the apocalypse has truly arrived? My safe house may serve a grand purpose. Li Aoyang laughs heartily. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, he is now eager to experience a more thrilling existence. Hearing the conversation, Wang Xinwen immediately leans closer to Li Aoyang, wrapping her arms around him. Aoyang, dear brother, last time I played so many games with you, you promised to let my parents into the safe house. In response, Li Aoyang turns, yanking Wang Xinwen's hair and slapping her across the face. Mocking, you still think of your troublesome parents? They're likely already devoured by the insects. Haha. Stunned by his callous words, Wang Xinwen cannot comprehend how the charming man who had sweet-talked her the previous night could turn so cruel. Li Aoyang, dismissing the crumpled Wang Xinwen, turns to his bodyguards and commands, activate stellar mode. Incinerate all these vile creatures clinging to the walls. With the command issued, the exterior of the safe house, crafted from a new type of alloy, is instantly heated to 1,000 degrees. The power ants clinging to the surface are swiftly reduced to charred remains, falling to the ground in a cascade. Exhilarating. Bring on as many as you can. These insignificant ants dare to trespass upon the Leaf family. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Aoyang sheds his outer garment, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow as he laughs boisterously. Boom! Just as Li Aoyang revels in the effortless annihilation of the invading ants. The ground surrounding the safe house trembles violently, causing everyone inside to sway and topple. What the hell is happening now? Monitoring Department. Report. Not good, young master. The burnt corpses of the ants have emitted a charred scent, attracting swarms of insects from the surrounding area. Once confident, Li Aoyang's expression shifts to panic upon hearing this report, and he rushes to the monitoring room. Upon seeing the images on the large screen, his legs weaken, and he collapses once more. Outside the safe house, the area is now surrounded by insects, which are greedily feasting on the remains of the power ants, their repugnant slimy secretions splattering the exterior walls. The recent activation of stellar mode has left the walls still radiating heat, temporarily warding off the swarm. However, once the heat dissipates, an onslaught of mutated insects will once again engulf the safe house. Hurry, I must swiftly transmit this scene to my father, urging him to send someone to rescue me. Li Aoyang had long lost his previous arrogance. He snatched the tablet from the bodyguard beside him and sent the surveillance footage to his father. Li Dingtian, a high-ranking official in Jiang province. Amid the chaos, a jarring sound of cracking wood echoed, causing everyone to halt their movements and search for the source of the ominous noise that is beneath the floor. Someone in the crowd shouted, drawing all eyes to the center of the safe house, where the solid wooden floor, crafted from century-old golden silk nanmu, was undulating as if something was about to burst forth. The eerie sound originated from this very spot. The crowd held their breath, paralyzed by fear, save for Li Aoyang, who slowly retreated behind the others, shielding them with his presence. Boom! At last, the wooden floor reached a critical point. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, and shattered, a mutated red-headed centipede, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, emerged with a roar from the dark passage, its gaping maw devouring the nearest beautiful nanny in one swift bite. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering those nearby. Run! The safe house has been breached. The crowd finally reacted, shouting in panic as they fled for their lives. A few bodyguards drew their sidearms, commencing fire. But it was futile. Dozens of grotesque alien insects were surging into the safe house through the passage, and in the blink of an eye, those who had attempted to shoot were torn to shreds. Meeting their demise in the jaws of the creatures, these were all mutated insects deployed by Di Shan, awakened in the dead of night, following the scent of food emanating from the underground warehouse. Infiltrating the safe house through the subterranean pipes on the rooftop of the dilapidated building, Di Shan had finally dealt with the onslaught of hornets and picked up the binoculars to gaze towards Li Aoyang's residence. Ha! The safe house has fallen. My plan has succeeded. Di Shan laughed heartily, tears of joy streaming down his cheeks, reveling in the satisfaction of vengeance from a past life. This moment, Li Aoyang's home was overrun by the swarm. The ultra-alloy gate, several centimeters thick, lay toppled on the ground, and countless alien insects scurried in and out of his villa, the so-called first safe house, capable of withstanding the truths of the world. Fell to the onslaught of the insect horde on the very first day of the apocalypse, leading to its ruin. Chapter 15. The private armed forces of Xiashield Group witnessing the downfall of Li Aoyang's safe house. Di Shan stood frozen for quite some time. The exhilaration of vengeance lasted but a fleeting moment. Listening to the distant cries and explosions from the street below, a wave of indescribable emotions surged within him. Raising the binoculars again to survey the horizon, he was met with an endless tide of insects. Though they were merely low-tier alien creatures, In a world devoid of advanced weaponry, countless humans found themselves devoid of hope. What does it matter that I have lived again? Reflecting on the devastation in the streets, memories of his past life flooded back. While he had avenged himself in this life, it was merely the beginning. He still faced the tumultuous era ahead. The rapid evolution of alien insects forced humanity to cower within protective districts, struggling to survive. Can someone like me truly achieve greatness? Am I merely a beast of burden in society? Capable of carving out my own place in the apocalypse? Deshawn lamented inwardly, feeling a profound sense of helplessness as he contemplated the impending calamities of the Huaxia decade, just as despair threatened to engulf him. A slight tremor emanated from the divine insect tower within him, pulling his thoughts back to the present. Indeed, in this life, I possess divine abilities. While I cannot claim to be invincible in this chaotic world, I have the means to survive. I must not squander this opportunity. Deshawn brushed away the shadows from his face, clenched his fists, and resolutely spoke to himself, his heart no longer clouded, his eyes radiating a determined spirit. Grabbing the remaining sunflower seeds on the ground, he descended the stairs and returned to the safety of the house, thanks to the quick application of quicklime and realgar powder around the perimeter. Most of the alien insects had been repelled, rendering the safe house a rare sanctuary. He retrieved a chilled bottle of beer from the refrigerator and downed it in one go, shaking off the fog in his mind. Preparing to strategize for what lay ahead, once the various alien insects within him awakened, he would set off for Longhushan, seeking to locate Zhang Xiaoyi and win him over for the next few days. Deshawn languidly lounged in the safe house, venturing nowhere. When hunger struck, he would eat. When fatigue set in, he would sleep. And when boredom loomed, he summoned the five-fingered maiden for exercise. Sigh, I really should have raised a pet for companionship. He lamented, feeling the weight of loneliness. After finishing his workout with the five-fingered maiden, Deshawn lay on his bed, lamenting his regrets on the sixth day of the apocalypse, while deeply immersed in sleep. He was suddenly jolted awake by a violent tremor. What? Is the insect tied upon us? Deshawn shouted as he leapt from his bed and activated the surveillance screen, only to see armored vehicles and tanks brimming with soldiers passing by the abandoned factory. Could it be the military has mobilized to rescue the survivors? He pondered, yet was puzzled by the black exterior of the tanks. Typically, military vehicles were adorned in camouflage green, yet the figures on screen donned black combat attire. Suddenly, Deshawn's gaze sharpened. He zoomed in on the screen, revealing the insignia on the armored vehicles. The IT was the emblem of the ZioShield Group. So these individuals are from ZioShield Group. How did they come to be here? Could it be? The sight of ZioShield Group's insignia flooded Deshawn's mind with countless possibilities, all leading to one individual, Liao Yang. Only his connections could summon an armed battalion to this location. Once the troop passed, Deshawn equipped himself with binoculars and 2 handguns, stealthily leaving the safe house. He ascended once more to the rooftop of the dilapidated building, using it as a vantage point to observe the movements of the soldiers. Boom, boom. Indeed, the battalion swiftly advanced toward the Grand Lake Manor, effortlessly suppressing the advancing alien insects with overwhelming firepower, obliterating them before they could draw near. However, the cacophony and the stench of countless insect carcasses attracted swarms from afar, which began to converge toward the military unit. Through the binoculars, Deshawn saw the leader of the unit raise a walkie-talkie, seemingly issuing commands, prompting the entire battalion to spring into action. 5 tanks and 8 armored vehicles formed a protective circle, unleashing a barrage of firepower in a 360-degree sweep. Bang! Boom! The tanks launched incendiary projectiles into the throngs of insects, the intense heat incinerating all alien creatures in the vicinity to ashes. Some of the flaming insects, panicked, scurried about, spreading the fire to their companions and causing the blaze to escalate even further. Goodness, how ferocious! I never anticipated ZioShield Group would possess its own military. The depths of this situation are profound. Deshawn mused, perplexed as to why he had never heard of such a force in his past life. Just as he was lost in thought, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the battlefield below. Boom! A tank was suddenly overturned by a mysterious force, creating a gap in the barrage of fire. Many of the insects that had evaded the onslaught seized the opportunity to charge in. Amidst the confusion, 2 crickets, each the size of a water buffalo, crawled out from beneath the tank. Their powerful hind legs, glinting with a dark sheen, constituted half of their size. These were the Blackfoot crickets. possessing immense strength, indicating they had reached the first evolution stage of alien insects. Deshawn nearly blurted out their name. He was well acquainted with the most common alien creatures of the apocalypse. Having cataloged the attack patterns and behaviors of each species during his 2 years of experience in the past life. However, the soldiers below were caught off guard with the sudden breach in firepower. Panic set in, and their rate of fire and accuracy plummeted. This fatal consequence allowed an increasing number of alien insects to penetrate the defensive line, charging towards them. Thud! The 2 Blackfoot crickets leapt into the air, using their robust hind legs to propel themselves, delivering a devastating blow that overturned 2 nearby armored vehicles, sending several soldiers flying. The newly landed Blackfoot crickets wasted no time in diving into the crowd, swiftly tearing a soldier in combat attire in half, blood spilling everywhere. Witnessing their comrades' gruesome fate, the remaining soldiers opened fire. Although the Blackfoot crickets had evolved, they could not withstand such close-range firepower. They were riddled with bullet wounds, greenish-white blood seeping from their bodies as they retreated underground, dragging their injured forms away. If you do not withdraw now, prepare for total annihilation when the insect tide arrives. Deshawn murmured to himself, already aware of the inevitable outcome. For these individuals at the dawn of the apocalypse, once the defenses were breached by the insect swarm, their defeat was sealed. Fortunately, the leader of this group was not foolish. He raised the telescope in his hand and gazed toward the direction of the Great Lake Manor, observing that the villa of Li Aoyang had already succumbed to the onslaught of the insect horde. Realizing there was no further need to advance, he drew a command pistol from his waist and fired a shot into the sky, the blue light illuminating the entire expanse of land. In an instant, the entire unit sprang into action, with the rear ranks transforming into the front, retreating toward the direction from whence they came. It seems you possess a modicum of discernment. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could rescue Li Aoyang? What are those people trying to achieve? Just as Deshawn dismissed their attempts to save Li Aoyang, he was startled to see countless survivors burst forth from several nearby buildings, dragging their families as they raced toward the troops. Hope was etched on the faces of all the survivors, but just as they believed they were saved, they were met with the cold embrace of bullets. Chapter 16. Moral Coercion. The foremost survivor, caught unawares, was ruthlessly pierced by bullets, his body exploding into a gruesome spectacle. Those who lingered behind, witnessing this scene, did not flee in terror. Instead, they stood frozen in place, bewildered. They could not comprehend why this contingent, which they assumed had come to rescue them, would open fire. Did these soldiers presume they were all infected? Not a Lao San, stroking the fierce scar on his head, remarked, "This wretched brat is truly a piece of work. Our company goes to great lengths to help people build safe havens, yet we find ourselves ensnared in this apocalyptic nightmare. I'm on the verge of starvation. Soon, I shall have to feast upon that little imp. Fear not, Lao San, for I have already rallied a group from the community. At the opportune moment, we shall send them forth as fodder, allowing us to sabotage that brat's sanctuary. Thankfully, I had the foresight to discreetly tamper with the safe house beforehand. This morning, the headquarters instructed a few of us to investigate the breach of Li Xiao's safe haven, expressing profound outrage over the matter, especially since he is the beloved grandson of that esteemed individual." Dewey had regained his composure, taking a drag from his cigarette as he spoke with a detached tone. After finishing his words, he opened his phone and re-added some willing participants into a group chat, commencing the deployment of tasks. Once Dewey had completed these arrangements, he fell silent, turning to slice a substantial piece of flesh from a male corpse on the ground, tossing it into the pot before him. This male was none other than Deshawn's neighbor, who had inadvertently introduced Dewey into the homeowners group, initially seeking to borrow some food, only to find himself becoming sustenance instead. Meanwhile, Wang Gang had already assembled a group of his subordinates within the dwelling. Some wielded clubs, while others brandished machetes, all poised for departure at a moment's notice. In a haze of unconsciousness, Deshawn gradually awakened, his vision blurred, and he sensed a shadowy figure observing him. Alarmed by this sight, Deshawn murmured to himself, "Could it be that someone from the community has broken in?" Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What on earth?" However, as his focus sharpened, revealing the creature before him, he could not suppress his startled cry. The peculiar entity confronting him was a mutated snail, its size comparable to an elderly person's motorbike, its vast shell emanating a faint yellow glow, while the eyes atop its antennae sparkled with intelligence. Fixated intently on Dishan. "What manner of creature are you? And how did you infiltrate my sanctuary?" Dishan quickly drew his handgun, aiming the ominous barrel at the mutated snail. "How audacious! You startled me. And I have yet to settle the score with you. Yet you dare question me. You seem rather presentable. I might as well consider you my little subordinate." The snail, undeterred by the gun pointed at it, slowly approached Dishan, intent on recruiting him as a minion. This left Dishan utterly bewildered. Never had he encountered a creature capable of human speech in his previous life. Bang! Bang! Without hesitation, Dishan squeezed the trigger, firing 2 shots in rapid succession. The approaching mutated snail sensed danger, retracting its body into its shell. The bullets struck the shell, merely producing a couple of sharp sounds before ricocheting off, leaving it unharmed. In that moment, Dishan noticed the grotesque pattern on the shell, a fearsome visage with disheveled hair and protruding fangs, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the underworld. Goodness, is this not the bizarre shell from the Earth-Goo Tower? Could it truly be? Doubt clouded Dishan's mind as he hastily tapped into his abilities, feeling a faint connection with the snail before him. His consciousness swiftly entered the Earth-Goo Tower, only to find all the insects within lifeless, their essence vanished without a trace. The shell, which once resided at the center of the tower, was also conspicuously absent. Dishan, wary of lingering too long within the tower, quickly surveyed the surroundings before returning to his own body, once again locking eyes with the snail. "Hey, you dare to attack me? Do you know who I am? Speak my name, and you shall be astonished." The snail emerged from its shell, once more articulating its thoughts while casting wary glances at the handgun strapped to Dishan's waist. However, Dishan paid no heed to its words, swiftly advancing toward it. A flash of yellow light enveloped him as he drew the snail back into the Earth-Goo Tower. Dishan's consciousness re-entered the tower, his gaze fixated on the creature, still uncertain of its intentions, yet maintaining a vigilant stance. After observing the mutated snail for 3 seconds, a surge of knowledge flooded into its mind. Name: Ho-Tu-Goe will level. First transformation active skill. Ghost Marsh domain passive skill. Snail realm. Through this influx of information, Dishan gleaned the basic details of the mutated snail before him. Could it be that the insects within the tower are beginning to awaken? A surge of excitement coursed through Dishan as he ventured into the other 4 towers, only to find the insects within still in slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Disheartened, Dishan returned to his own body, only to find Ho-Tu-Goe were reappearing before him. "What the deuce? I had not finished speaking, yet you have drawn me in." Dishan stood frozen in disbelief as the snail brazenly addressed him. Noticing Dishan's silence, Ho-Tu-Goe continued, "Why do you not respond? Are you in awe of my magnificent stature?" Confounded, Dishan struggled to comprehend why this snail seemed unaffected by his control, freely entering and exiting as it pleased. Seeing Dishan's lack of response, Ho-Tu-Goe began to explore the room, occasionally waving its antennae in satisfaction, behaving as if it belonged there. What is that delightful aroma? Suddenly, it seemed drawn to something, making its way to the side of Dishan's bed, where it seized a packet of open cucumber-flavored chips and devoured them. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Who on earth invented this delightful snack? Truly delectable. As the morsels flew everywhere, Dishan found himself astonished once more. The first insect to awaken within him was such a peculiar creature. Though it appeared somewhat fearsome, it seemed devoid of malice. Dishan made a judgment call, mustering his courage to approach it. He reached out and tapped its shell, observing the terrifying visage up close. Noticing Dishan's proximity, Ho-Tu-Goe extended an antenna, its solitary eye fixated on him. "Little brother, do you have any more of this delicious treat? I, the esteemed snail, am rather peckish. Fetch me some more." It was clear that the snail regarded Dishan as its subordinate, commanding him with an air of authority. Dishan, not wishing to quarrel, opened several more packets of chips from his supplies and offered them. The large snail wasted no time, devouring them all in a single gulp. "Such a delightful snack. I shall hoard all of it and savor it at my leisure," declared Ho-Tu-Goe, its shell shimmering as it absorbed a plethora of supplies into its being. Witnessing this spectacle, Dishan's eyes brightened with excitement. "Ho-Tu-Goe, how much can your shell hold?" he inquired eagerly. "What do you mean, large snail?" "I am Ho-Yi. Fear not, for my shell possesses vast space. I could absorb not just this meager collection, but the entire room as well." the snail cast a sidelong glance at Dishan. Exuding a sense of pride as if to demonstrate its capabilities, it activated its power once more, and with a flash, another heap of supplies vanished into its shell. Ha! This ability is splendid. I was initially concerned about these supplies taking up space. But now with this mobile storage, I can venture forth and loot all the major stores. Dishan could hardly contain his exhilaration. Once all the insects within him had awakened, his first order of business would be to scour the vast shopping malls for every last item. In this apocalypse, one must always ensure they have provisions at hand. Wait a moment. What if this insufferable snail refuses to cooperate, only taking in supplies without returning them? The thought sent a chill down Dishan's spine as he addressed the large snail. Ho ye, now that you have absorbed these items, how shall we retrieve them? Upon hearing Dishan's question, the large snail hastily consumed the remaining supplies, nervously turning its antennae away, responding with a cheeky grin. What a ridiculous notion. Once something is taken in by me, it belongs to me. There would be no reason to return it. Dishan's expression darkened at these words. The supplies he had painstakingly gathered now seemed to belong to the snail. Furiously, he retorted, I've seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Wait a moment, snails don't even have faces. Yet the large snail remained unfazed, wearing a look of defiance as if to say, what are you going to do about it? Very well, you wish to play this game. Let us see how I shall deal with you. With that, a flash of yellow light illuminated his chest, and he drew it back into the Earth Goo Tower. His consciousness following suit, just as Ho-Tu Gue was about to burst forth from the tower once again. Dishan clenched his right hand into a fist, summoning countless earthy chains of order that bound it mid-air. He then manipulated the chains, positioning it upright on the ground. Releasing his fist, the chains swiftly vanished, leaving only one suspended in the air. Dishan wielded that remaining chain, striking it forcefully against Ho-Tu Gue with shell. The snail spun like a top, and as the strikes intensified, it began to whirl faster, eventually creating an afterimage, igniting sparks from the ground beneath. I allowed you to be arrogant, and now you dare to leap again? You still dare to refer to yourself as Lord Snail in my presence? Hurry up and retrieve my supplies. Dishan maintained his speed, his mouth incessantly chattering, determined to temper its arrogance lest it fail to distinguish between the mighty and the meek. Stop, stop, enough. If you keep spinning, I might just vomit into my own shell. This Lord Snail has made a mistake. Gagging, Dishan finally released it, and the creature immediately crawled out of its shell, beginning to retch uncontrollably. Its once wise gaze now appeared somewhat dazed, as it lay limply on the ground, taking a considerable time to recover. You truly are ruthless. My fragile constitution nearly succumbed to your antics. From now on, your mother will surely face inflated vegetable prices. The giant snail cursed Dishan inwardly, reluctantly relinquishing a portion of its supplies from within its shell. The Dishan picked up an apple, tossing it lightly in his palm, and said, for now, let the remaining supplies be stored with you. I shall retrieve them when needed. As he prepared to return to his original form, a thought struck him, and he added, I must bestow upon you a name. Given your cunning demeanor and your title as the earthly spirit snail, I shall call you Little Ghost. Oh no, my dear elder brother. Calling me Little Snail would be far more pleasing to the ear than Little Ghost. Upon hearing this appellation, the little ghost grew anxious, trailing Dishan into the safety shelter. Once outside, seizing the opportunity while Dishan was distracted, it pinned him down, vehemently demanding a change of name, coating him in a colorful slime. Infuriated, Dishan banged on the shell several times, refusing to agree to the name changed. In the Xuan New Garden, De Wei and Wang Gang had met. Both were towering figures, exuding an imposing presence. Behind them, a dozen subordinates wielding makeshift weapons formed an orderly line, following closely. Brother, with our numbers, why not charge directly? Why must we drag along those useless property owners? Even if we seize the supplies, we would still have to share with them, Wang Gang inquired, perplexed by Dao Wei's strategy. Perhaps sensing the man before him was formidable, his tone remained measured. Humph, that kid possesses 2 guns and dozens of bullets. If we force our way in, he could easily open fire, De Wei replied with a cold snort, then revealed a chilling smile as he added, W as he gazed intently at the screen. Several images suddenly vanished, and once again, the camera was compromised, this time positioned above the warehouse. It was evident that these acts of destruction were deliberate and methodical. Little brother, what is wrong? What is happening? The little spirit beside the table, noticing Deshawn's furrowed brow, couldn't he help but crawl over to him. There are bad people at the door. They're coming to capture you and turn you into French escargot. Deshawn quipped half-dashed jokingly to Tio his surprise. The little spirit leaped 3 feet into the air, emitting an odd roar. How dare they? Who is so foolish as to covet my shell? I shall ensure they never return. Forever trapped in the tower, seeing its comical demeanor, Deshawn couldn't suppress a chuckle, though his expression remained as cold as ice. These individuals were indeed risking their lives to rob him. He resolved not to hold back any longer. Drawing his pistol from his waist, loading a bullet, and taking position at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of his adversaries, outside the warehouse, DeWay had already led the group to their destination. Only a dozen or so individuals remained, each with fierce expressions, their eyes brimming with a ravenous desire for Deshawn's resources. It was this very longing that had compelled them to come here. It was DeWay who had informed Wang Gang of the camera locations in the safe house, prompting him to instruct his underlings to destroy them all. In a moment, you'll knock on the door and make that brat come out. We'll seize the opportunity to rush in. DeWay commanded Di Ping and Wang Zmo, having escorted these two burdens to this point. Had he not relied on them to lure Deshawn out, he would have long since discarded them to feed the worms. Di Ping and her companion trembled as they nodded, utterly terrified, compliant to DeWay's every command. Their previous bravado vanished. The group followed closely behind the two women, stealthily approaching the safe house's entrance. They concealed themselves, poised to charge in the moment Deshawn opened the door, ready to stab him to death. Shaoshan, open the door. It's your aunt. Wang Zmo is here too. That we braved death to reach this place. We haven't eaten in days, and your uncle is nearly starving. Yes, brother-in-law, just give us something to eat, and I promise I'll never ask for your bride price again. Let my sister marry you at once. The two women stood at the door, feigning distress, tears in their eyes, hoping to trick Deshawn into opening the door so they could seize his supplies. Behind the door, Deshawn peered through the peephole, unable to stifle a laugh at the sight. Yet he maintained an air of composure, inquiring through the speaker, "Are you really alone? Will I be set upon the moment I open the door?" "Sister, what nonsense are you spouting, brother-in-law? How could we ever do such a thing? We heard a group of people plotting against you, so we came in advance to warn you," Wang Zmo immediately retorted. While a few others lurking nearby felt a wave of anxiety, fearing Deshawn might notice their ruse, the banter continued, each side exchanging verbal jabs, but the standoff persisted, no matter how sweetly they spoke. Deshawn remained resolute in not opening the door, much to the chagrin of the others that he stood behind the door, laughing so hard he could barely stand, having found a welcome distraction from his recent monotony. He certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity, knowing the desperate ones outside were the ones truly anxious. He rummaged through his pocket, pulling out an energy bar, casually tearing off the wrapper and popping it into his mouth. His mind swirling with amusing ideas. Chapter 20. Time to face the rain. Outside the warehouse, the eerie cries of strange insects echoed, causing the occupants within to tremble in fear, all yearning for Deshawn to unlock the safe house and grant them refuge. After yet another 10 minutes of stalemate, Deshawn's patience wore thin. He decided it was time to toy with the crowd outside. However, just as he prepared to speak, one among them, unable to contain himself, burst forth, brandishing an iron rod and shouting angrily, "Will you open the damn door or not? If you don't, we'll break in. A selfish person like you doesn't deserve to live." This man was none other than the bespectacled assailant who had previously ambushed their teammate. Seeing Deshawn's continued mockery of the group, he could no longer tolerate the spectacle and resolved to take matters into his own hands. Bang! The glasses-wearing man swung his iron rod at the door, but the newly forged alloy door was far from easily breached. Instead, he was thrown back, landing hard on the ground, not even leaving a scratch on the door. "Hey, Four Eyes, I recognize you. Weren't you the one berating me at the bank entrance?" Deshawn remarked, recognizing the man before him. "If you have the guts to come here to rob me, why not raid the supermarket for supplies instead?" The downed man grimaced at Deshawn's words, responding with a bitter laugh. "You think we wouldn't if we could? All the fresh produce and vegetables at the supermarket have long been devoured by the insects. And without power, who knows what horrors lurk in that pitch-black warehouse? There's no safety in comparison to here." That Deshawn, hearing the man's words, felt a mix of amusement and irritation. "You lack the courage to snatch food from the insects. Yet you have the gall to come rob me? So, I'm just easy prey, am I? Fine, I want to open the door today. Let us see what you can do. The bespectacled man was rendered speechless by Deshawn's retort, standing there in a daze, unsure of how to proceed. This idiot has ruined our plans, DeWay cursed. Realizing their scheme had been exposed, he stepped out from hiding, leading a group of armed comrades. Approaching the door, he stomped on the glasses-wearing man's face, shattering his spectacles, shards of glass embedding into his eye, eliciting a chorus of anguished screams. "Aunt, didn't you say you were coming alone?" Upon witnessing the group's emergence, Deshawn showed no signs of shock, instead sporting a cold smile as he casually inquired. Ping and her companion were left speechless, their mouths opening to speak, but words failing them as they swallowed their retorts. "Enough, you little brat, let us cut to the chase. Open the door and share half your supplies with us, and we'll leave immediately." DeWay continued to threaten Deshawn, fully aware of the fortifications of the safe house. Knowing that breaching it would be nearly impossible. "Sorry, Brother DeWay," Deshawn replied nonchalantly, munching on his energy bar, "but all my supplies were devoured by the insects on the very first day of the apocalypse. I've been starving for days." "Then what the hell are you chewing on?" Old San, unable to contain his anger at Deshawn's nonsense, erupted in a tirade, hoping to provoke him. "That is this even any of your business?" Behind Deshawn, the large snail crawled over, misinterpreting Old San's shouts as an invitation, excitedly attempting to push the door open for a closer look. What awaited it was a hefty slap from Deshawn, who promptly pulled it back inside the tower, realizing it couldn't afford to create chaos outside at this moment. The lack of commotion from within caused the crowd outside to grow increasingly agitated, echoing Old San's insults, cursing Deshawn's ancestry in a frenzy, each hoping to provoke him into coming out to confront them. Once he stepped outside, the rest would be easy. "You little brat. Be careful. You might find yourself unable to have children after such heinous deeds. You possess so many resources. What harm would it be to share a little with us? We're all neighbors here. Once this apocalypse is over, aren't you planning to interact with us?" A young homeowner, several years younger than Deshawn, stepped forward. "Dego, it's me. I used to hold you when you were a child. We should leave a line for future encounters." The insults from the crowd intensified, each harsher than the last. Deshawn could no longer bear it. He drew his handgun, ready to enact a swift punishment on a few of them, intending to make an example of them. Quietly, he opened a shooting hole in the door, the dark barrel emerging, aiming straight at Old San's forehead, just as he prepared to pull the trigger. Another idea struck him that he retracted the gun, retrieving a piece of chocolate from his pocket, and tossed it through the hole into the throng outside. "I'm in a good mood today. Consider this a gift." The previously raucous crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on the chocolate lying on the ground. "It's food. That's mine. No one else can take it." A shout rang out, prompting one individual to dive for the chocolate, followed closely by others who joined the fray. The first person to grasp the morsel was swiftly met with a blow to the back of the head from someone behind, their brains splattering as they collapsed, the chocolate slipping from their grasp. Having gone days without food, the sight of sustenance was akin to discovering an oasis in a desert. They cast aside all semblance of dignity, driven solely by the desire to claim this life-saving chocolate for themselves. Truly, they were a rabble. A single piece of chocolate ignited such chaos. "Old Air, Old San, take care of them all shortly." Witnessing the scene of the mob scrambling for food, DeWay couldn't help but curse, as they refrained from joining in the fray. After all, they had just enjoyed a hearty meal before setting out. The chaotic struggle resulted in vast clouds of lime dust billowing into the air, obscuring visibility. Ultimately, that piece of chocolate fell into Wang Gang's hands. He commanded his subordinates, who, upon seeing anyone approach, would strike mercilessly, leaving all who dared to come near severely injured, with their ranks already diminished to a mere dozen. This latest episode of looting further thinned their numbers, leaving only a scant few standing in the arena. How could it end so swiftly? I had not yet had my fill of the dog-eat-dog spectacle. Inside the safety house, Deshawn mocked, realizing that any hope of inciting infighting among them using such tactics was now futile. All the supplies thrown out would ultimately be claimed by either Wang Gang or DeWay. But what if I could stir discord between DeWay and Wang Gang? Deshawn prepared to employ his old tricks once more, intending to toss out even more valuable supplies to incite a fierce conflict between the two factions. However, before he could execute his plan, Dewey spoke up first. You little rascal, stop with those petty tricks. When I initially decided to construct such a peculiar safety house, I had a contingency plan in place. And little did I expect it would come in handy today. With that, he directed the third and fourth subordinates to a corner, where they brushed aside the lime and pried open the ground, revealing what lay beneath. Inside is the valve that controls the air circulation in your dwelling. That I had the foresight to install this valve outside. If I close it, no more oxygen will flow into your house. And if you do not open the door, you may last but a day at most. We could very well perish together. Dewey's lips curled into a cold smirk as his frigid gaze fixed upon the door. Already envisioning Deshawn's gritted teeth expression behind it as he expected, Deshawn's eyes were equally icy. Defenses against disasters and against people were futile when it came to the architect of the safety house. It seemed the only option left was to let this group perish. With that thought, Deshawn reached for a button at the entrance, and the roar of the pump echoed throughout the warehouse. Hearing the commotion, Dewey turned back in confusion, glancing at the third subordinate, believing he was responsible, but the third merely shook his head innocently as everyone puzzled over the source of the sound. Deshawn's voice rang out from inside. It's about to rain. Enjoy the sweet nectar. Subsequently, a deluge of syrup gushed through the pipes from the overhead sprinklers, drenching those below with a refreshing chill. Chapter 21. A series of schemes to repel the enemy. A torrent of specially concocted syrup, accompanied by the thunderous roar of engines, cascaded down from above, soaking the individuals below. Initially bewildered, they struggled to comprehend Deshawn's intentions. The liquid was sweet, reminiscent of syrup, with a hint of honey. One of Wang Gang's subordinates, parched after days without water, could not resist and opened his mouth to catch a taste. Upon experiencing the sweetness on his lips, he erupted into joyous exclamations. The others, hearing his outburst, paused momentarily before tilting their heads back, mouths agape, ready to indulge. Wait, be cautious. The water might be poisoned. It's likely that little rascal has concocted some nefarious scheme. Knowing we've gone days without food, trying to ensnare us all at once, Dewey's sharp command halted the crowd, and the subordinate who had already tasted the syrup hurriedly attempted to purge it from his throat. Although Dewey yearned to eliminate this group of owners, should they die now, Deshawn would have no qualms about shooting him. He still needed them to morally bind Deshawn. He was confident that a person accustomed to peaceful times would hesitate to indiscriminately shoot civilians. It was this very notion that emboldened him to confront Deshawn without fear. You little rascal, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. We shall not fall for your tricks. I'll grant you 10 seconds to reconsider. If you refuse, we shall perish together. Dewey believed he had unraveled Deshawn's ruse, wearing an expression of arrogance and satisfaction. If you see through my scheme, why do you remain inside the warehouse? Deshawn, caught off guard by Dewey's words, noted the calm demeanor of those outside, who showed no inclination to flee, further deepening his confusion. My hands, my face. How scalding, how scalding. A sudden scream shattered the tense atmosphere, prompting everyone to turn towards the source of the sound. They beheld the bespectacled man, previously trampled by Dewey, now wailing in agony, his hands blistered from the heat. It's burning. Run, we're going to be cooked. Soon, a chorus of screams echoed as realization dawned upon the group. Deshawn's true objective was revealed. The water raining down from the warehouse's apex was reacting with the slaked lime on the floor, producing a significant amount of heat, with scalding steam pervading the air, ready to suffocate anyone caught within. Given it was summer, many found their thighs blistered, as if they would be boiled alive if they lingered any longer. They all bolted towards the exit, unwilling to remain inside for another moment. Someone help me. I'm about to be cooked alive. I have 2 children at home waiting for me. The blinded, bespectacled man collapsed, crying out in despair, yet none of the fleeing crowd paused to assist him. With their own lives at stake, no one had the luxury to aid a helpless individual. Cough, cough. I cannot die. I still have. His voice dwindled, as searing steam filled his lungs, and finally, his head slumped. Lifeless brother-in-law, let me in. Your aunt is outside too. Do you truly intend to stand by and watch me perish? Wang Zimo did not flee. Instead, he pounded on the safety house door, wailing in a bid to elicit even a shred of compassion from Deshawn. Alas, his efforts were in vain. Deshawn, arms crossed, regarded him with indifference, showing no intention of opening the door. After pleading fruitlessly, Wang Zimo's anger flared. He cast aside his pretense, declaring, "You wait. I never imagined you could be so heartless. You will never marry my sister. Then I am truly grateful to you. Your sister has likely turned to worm dung by now. Huh? Get lost," Dishan retorted sharply, no longer interested in further dialogue, desiring only for these bothersome flies to vanish. You. Wang Zimo attempted to retort, but the pain coursing through him compelled him to flee quickly. Lingering any longer would cost him his life. "Humph, you wretched creature. Let us see how long you can endure. Once your resources are depleted, we shall return to settle the score." Wei was the last to escape, issuing threats towards Dishan as he departed. However, Dishan merely chuckled coldly, ominously replying, "I await your return to settle accounts. Should you still be alive." The throng that burst from the building gasped for breath, cursing Dishan's lineage with every expletive, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. "Boys, today we must break through this safety house at all costs. This little rascal has gone too far, nearly causing our demise. Damn it, had this been a few days ago, he wouldn't have dared treat me this way. I would have dealt with him severely." The first to emerge, Wang Gang, gathered his subordinates, venting his pent-up fury. Yet, as he surveyed his men, he noticed their expressions shift from determination to anxiety, ultimately transforming into fear. Wang Gang sensed the change and slowly turned to look behind him. What the hell? Before he could finish his thought, a mutated spider emerged from behind a low wall and bit off his head. Blood gushed forth, warm and splattering onto the others, who then screamed in terror and scattered. One hapless subordinate, passing a dry well, was snatched into the depths by a colossal worm before he could even scream at a younger owner, relying on his agility, managed to scale the top of the warehouse. Believing he had escaped calamity, he suddenly shrieked as several mutated beetles swooped down from above, clamping onto his limbs with their powerful mandibles, and with a mere tug, they rendered him into 5 pieces. Blood raining down, the crowd fled in a panic, yet no matter where they ran, horrifying aberrations would suddenly emerge, mercilessly reaping their lives as if they were mere fodder. It's the syrup. This little rascal is truly ruthless. First, he uses the water to provoke a reaction with the lime, driving us out, and then he summons the bugs with the lingering scent on our clothes, that a clever ploy to kill without shedding blood, efficiently eliminating our group. Realizing this, Dewey hastily stripped off his clothes, fleeing awkwardly while simultaneously urinating on himself, hoping to mask the syrup scent. Observing the chaotic throng outside, Dishan absent-mindedly tucked a loose strand of hair behind his ear. Finally, allowing a long-awaited smile to grace his face at last, he could enjoy a peaceful slumber. He turned and returned to the warmth and comfort of his bed, now untroubled by the return of the fleeing crowd seeking vengeance. For the warehouse was now suffused with high-temperature gases, and the bloodthirsty aberrations would not venture to disturb him, achieving a true state of isolation from the world. Time swiftly passes, and it has been half a month since Dawei and his entourage came to seek vengeance. Throughout this fortnight, Dishan has lived a life of unparalleled indulgence, cultivating a profound bond with his solitary snail in the safety of their abode. He regaled it with countless, intriguing tales of the human realm, prompting the little spirit to express its wonder. The only constant in this scenario is that the great snail is perpetually contemplating the prospect of taking Dishan as its subordinate. At long last, on this fateful day, an overwhelming battle intent erupted from within the 5 Elements Divine Insect Tower, akin to the thunderous charge of 1,000 troops. Dishan understood that the moment he had awaited had finally arrived. The insects within him had awakened, transforming into extraordinary creatures, and the curtain had risen on their fierce conflict. With a heart brimming with excitement, Dishan was the first to arrive at the Golden Insect Tower, already envisioning the invincible form of the phoenix-winged golden mantis. Indeed, upon entering the tower, he was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin at that moment. The phoenix-winged golden mantis had undergone a profound transformation, evolving into an entirely new entity. Chapter 22. The Awakening of the Insect Swarm and the Commencement of Devourment within Dishan. The 5 divine insect towers shimmered brilliantly, radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors. The divine exterior could not conceal the boundless murderous energy contained within. The ground within the Golden Insect Tower, once a pool of liquid metal, had now solidified, and the awakened insect swarm had undergone a transformation. Unlike the extraordinary insects outside, their attacking appendages were coated with a layer of golden film, akin to weapon enchantment, rendering their temperaments exceedingly ferocious and bloodthirsty. Each corner of the tower rife with chaotic combat. Truly, the Golden Insect Tower, the master of slaughter, had transformed even the originally docile insects into relentless killers. Witnessing the scene within the tower, Deshaun could not help but exclaim in awe. And his gaze turned to the one he had longed for, the phoenix-winged golden mantis that IT had awakened. Having completed its initial metamorphosis, its once pitch-black body now appeared even more profound, as if it had absorbed the surrounding light into its very being. The golden patterns that adorned its form, having been tempered by the metallic liquid, shone even more brilliantly, contrasting with its dark body like radiant stars scattered across the vast cosmos. However, the most striking transformation was evident in its scythe-like forelimbs, where the golden patterns extended, making them lighter and sharper, intermittently emanating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The small barbs that had once secured prey had vanished, replaced by a pair of true sides of death. Beneath its feet lay a mountain of insect corpses, their essence absorbed by the Golden Insect Tower, which in turn fed it back to the golden mantis as a constant supply of energy. A reward for its kills. Whoosh! The golden mantis moved once more, its black wings vibrating, creating a whirlwind in place, its entire form shooting forth like a black arrow released from a bow, not far away. Several extraordinary insects were engaged in fierce combat when the phoenix-winged golden mantis swept past them. In an instant, multiple heads soared into the air, accompanied by a cascade of blood that a mutated grasshopper, comparable in size to the golden mantis, had set its sights on the latter. Its tail, resembling a drawn sword, was similarly coated in a golden film, surrounded by swirling purple mist, with its enormous compound eyes gleaming with murderous intent, ready to launch a fierce strike. What the hell? That stinger poison grasshopper. To find one in the Golden Insect Tower is astonishing. This extraordinary insect possesses formidable combat power, exhibiting incredible single-target burst damage, rivaling that of the 10 disasters from its prime. Especially notable is its tail, which is enveloped in lethal toxins. Even a mere scratch could result in immediate poisoning and death. Surrounding it were countless decaying insect corpses, each bearing a front-to-back puncture wound, the purple venom having dissolved their bodies. Undoubtedly, these were the works of the stinger poison grasshopper. Upon Witten's much like the Golden Goo Tower, a fierce battle rages within, with corpses strewn across the ground. Among the ant swarm, which Deshaun had high hopes for, a surprising turn of events unfolds. Before the apocalypse descends, this colony of ants was a ferocious group, devouring all living creatures that ventured into their territory. Yet, now they exhibit an unusual tranquility, showing no inclination to strike, only retaliating against the few aggressive insects that dare to attack their nest. Have these ants undergone a transformation? Or is it that the queen ant remains dormant, leaving the colony without a leader? Deshaun, perplexed by the scene before him, murmured to himself. Subsequently, he extended his consciousness, delving into the ant nest, eager to uncover the truth. Inside the vast ant nest, the passages intertwined like a colossal palace, with countless soldier ants and worker ants scurrying through the narrow corridors. Appearing exceedingly busy, Deshaun's consciousness floated above the swarm as he explored the nest sequentially. He passed through their sleeping chambers, nurseries, and even a rearing room filled with aphids, where some worker ants were transporting the honeydew produced by the aphids to serve as sustenance. However, it was the storage room that left Deshaun utterly astounded. One storage chamber occupied half of the entire ant nest, lined with the bodies of various insects, meticulously arranged, guarded by designated soldier ants at the entrance. The ant colony was indeed fearsome, with their vast numbers, formidable combat prowess, and self-sufficiency. Once they reached maturity, humanity would stand no chance against them. Deshaun could not help but exclaim, recalling that in his previous life, one of the 10 calamities was a transformation of ants, known as the Melt Sun ant. Just before he set out to vanquish the 7-turn Bug King, news arrived from the northern provinces that the entire ant colony had decimated 2 of those provinces, breaching humanity's safe havens and devouring tens of millions of lives. Reluctant to revisit the painful memories of the past, Deshaun once more projected his consciousness for a deeper connection. Indeed, he sensed 2 powerful fluctuations emanating from the depths of the ant nest. Without hesitation, he moved towards them. The 2 waves were sequential, not originating from the same location. Upon arriving at the first cavern, he found numerous soldier ants surrounding it, protecting the central chamber. Could this be the lair of the Ant King or Queen? Deshawn pondered aloud, disregarding the soldier ants at the entrance as he stepped inside. The sight that greeted him was astonishing. In the center stood a structure resembling a human bed, and above it lay an oddly shaped ant in slumber. This ant had lost its original form. Its once massive mandibles had shrunk to nearly imperceptible size, while its 6 legs had transformed into arms and thighs, resembling a bipedal entity with 4 arms and 2 legs. It was enveloped in a dark green exoskeleton, exuding a dominating aura even in its sleep. What kind of transformation had the Ant King undergone, looking almost human-like, in the 2 years of his previous life? He had never heard of such a peculiar insect. Deshawn's mind was filled with doubts and questions, yet no one could provide answers. He soon found solace in the thought of the Hutu ghost snail, which possessed insects that could articulate human speech. What else was beyond the realm of possibility? Perhaps this was the characteristic of divine-level abilities, he reassured himself, his gaze sharpened, focusing on the slumbering Ant King, hoping to discern its attributes, only to find that the Ant King's level had not yet reached the first turn, rendering it impossible to view. With a sigh of resignation, he exited and entered the Queen's chamber. He had expected the Queen to evolve into a humanoid form, but to his disappointment, she appeared unchanged, her massive white abdomen trailing behind her, the very place where she laid her eggs, if there was any distinction. It was the series of spiral patterns adorning her white abdomen, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Indeed, both the Ant King and Queen had yet to awaken, seeing the situation as it was. Deshawn's furrowed brow relaxed. He had been quite concerned about other potential developments. With the ant nest secure, he returned to the battlefield outside, where the fierce combat had escalated to a boiling point. Several first-turn insects had divided the battlegrounds. The copper-headed iron-shelled centipede, the shadow bee, the colorful spicy bug, the giant spirit unicorn beetle, the eerie-faced spider, as expected. The final contenders were renowned insects from the apocalypse. Leaving one to ponder who would ultimately emerge victorious, Deshawn's gaze was icy as he kept a close watch on the situation. The ordinary insects on the battlefield cowered in corners, trembling in fear, unwilling to reveal themselves for fear of being targeted and swiftly eliminated by the dominant forces. As the battle raged on, twists and turns ensued. The shadow bee, relying on its incredible speed, breached the defenses of the colorful spicy bug, grinding it down to death, then set its sights on the nearby copper-headed iron-shelled centipede, aiming to deliver a swift blow to finish it off. With a sharp clang, the shadow bee's fierce strike was thwarted by the centipede's hard shell, causing no harm whatsoever. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the shadow bee was ambushed by the eerie-faced spider. A web shot forth from its abdomen, ensnaring the shadow bee, while the venom-laced web melted it down into a putrid puddle. Ultimately, the giant spirit unicorn beetle, with its sturdy shell and aerial advantage, deftly maneuvered around the 2 insects below, seizing the opportunity to slay them one by one, emerging as the final victor within the wooden goo tower. As the defeated insects fell, their essence dissipated into the ether, absorbed by the divine goo tower. With a whoosh, the central altar of the tower glowed with a verdant light, summoning the giant spirit unicorn beetle to the stage, preparing to transport it to the second level. Just as it was about to depart, it cast a deep, wary glance towards the ant nest. Chapter 24. Ascendance to Second Turn Transcendence. With the departure of the giant spirit unicorn beetle, the pressure of first-turn insects lifted, reigniting the battles among the insect swarm. Round and round it goes. A temporary ascendance to the second level does not guarantee eternal invincibility, as challengers will always emerge. Deshawn mused, now comprehending the mechanics of the divine goo tower. The first level serves as the battleground for ordinary insects, where the strongest ascends to the second level, becoming a second-turn insect. The first level then engages in combat once more, and the newly crowned second-turn insect follows suit, battling against its predecessors, with the victor evolving into a third-turn insect, and so on. If this continues, the one who ultimately reaches the 9th level will become a 9th-turn insect, standing alongside the 10 calamities of Huaxia. Upon this realization, Deshawn's eyes sparkled with excitement. Possessing 5 goo towers, if all were to ascend to the 9th turn, he could wield 5 calamity-level insects single-handedly. Ha! The future is indeed promising. The future is indeed promising. Deshawn laughed heartily, unhurriedly following in the wake of the giant spirit unicorn beetle as they both entered the second level of the wooden goo tower. What greeted his eyes was a vast tropical rainforest, towering trees piercing the heavens, yet within the vast expanse, only a single second-turn insect meandered, lacking in vitality. Goodness, how enormous, with the trees serving as a reference. Deshawn realized the unicorn beetle was nearly as tall as these towering giants, almost at eye level. With a thunderous crash, a massive sound startled Deshawn, causing him to immediately turn his gaze towards the source. He witnessed the giant spirit unicorn beetle crashing into a towering tree, leveraging its strength to sharpen the tree's tip into a deadly spear, crafting it as its weapon within the tower. Seeing such a display of power, Deshawn fixed his eyes on it, eager to glean its information. Name: Giant Spirit Unicorn Beetle Level, Second Turn Active Skill, Mountain Lifting Strength Passive Skill, World Covering Aura. Impressive. It appears to focus on strength and defense that if the phoenix-winged gold mantis embodies the agile warrior, then the giant spirit unicorn beetle represents the heavy-armored warrior to Deshawn, drawing comparisons to various character classes in games based on their traits. Departed the second level and returned to the first level, where the slaughter resumed anew. However, he did not linger long, opting to exit the wooden goo tower and venture into the water goo tower. Located within his kidneys, inside, tidal waves surged. Deshawn vaguely recalled that when the divine goo tower was first activated, countless slumbering insects perished beneath the immense waves. He wondered which insect would ascend to the second level within this tower now. Just as Deshawn prepared to descend and observe, he suddenly noticed that the second level of the water goo tower had already been activated. The fierce battles within had concluded, and he had arrived too late. With excitement bubbling within him, he approached the second level, where the waves still roared. Showing no signs of abating, he extended his consciousness, searching for the second-turn insects that had entered, but regardless of how he searched, he could find no trace of them. Ultimately, with no other option, Deshawn submerged his consciousness into the water, using both his eyes and mind to scour the depths. Finally, amidst the thriving water plants, he discovered the insect's location, a mutated giant rice turtle, its massive form concealed among the aquatic foliage, drifting along. Its deep blue exoskeleton paired with a pair of enormous mandibles at the front of its head resembled a guillotine, striking terror in the heart. Simultaneously, the shallow yellow liquid trailing from its tail emitted a fragrant aroma, seemingly possessing the ability to paralyze the nerves of its foes. Yet, as he shifted his gaze away from it, he could no longer sense its presence. Though it was right before him, he could not perceive it at all. This peculiar aberration truly defies the natural order. Even my consciousness cannot fathom its presence. Once again, a unique entity has emerged, one I have never encountered before. The hint of astonishment flickered in Deshawn's heart as his gaze intensified, preparing to decipher its information. 3 seconds later, a stream of divine thought infiltrated his awareness. Name: Shadow Osmanthus Cicada Level, Second Transformation Active Skills, Shadow Execution, Osmanthus Brew Passive Skill, Deceptive Veil. Upon absorbing this information, Deshawn finally comprehended why his consciousness had failed to detect it. It appeared that its passive skill concealed its whereabouts, aptly named Deceptive Veil, transforming it into a predator lurking beneath the water's surface. Should a hapless creature pass overhead, its formidable mandibles could effortlessly sever them in two in an instant. A shiver cascaded down Deshawn's spine as he dared not imagine the consequences of encountering it in the wild waters. There would be no chance of escape, only the swift demise orchestrated by its stealthy ambush. In awe, Deshawn did not linger in this place for long. He grappled with the decision of whether to venture into the remaining two towers. The Fire Goo Tower had become a graveyard, while all aberrations within the Earth Goo Tower had been exterminated by the little ghost. Ultimately, he resolved to proceed with a spirit of experimentation and entered the two remaining towers as anticipated. The Fire Goo Tower lay in eerie silence, devoid of any signs of life, with not even the second level activated. Upon entering the Earth Goo Tower, he found only the lifeless husks of the fallen. With no trace of the little ghost to be found, this sluggish little snail had likely scampered outside, proving itself utterly untrustworthy. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Just as Deshawn lamented the little ghost's absence, a thought suddenly struck him that he promptly voiced his concern. Since you have eliminated all the aberrations within the tower, why hasn't the second level been activated? With this realization, he hesitated no longer. withdrawing his consciousness to return to his physical form. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately spotted the great snail perched by the bedside, its wise eyes fixed upon him. "Little brother, you have finally awakened. You have been asleep for an entire day and night. I thought you had perished." Upon seeing Dishan stir, the little ghost instantly donned a mischievous expression and advanced towards him. "Do not come any closer. I have inquiries to make," Dishan declared, forcefully pushing away the little ghost that lunged at him. Sitting up, he questioned, "You eradicated all the aberrations in the tower, so why hasn't the second level been activated?" Hearing Dishan's question, the little ghost turned its head dismissively, retorting, "It was far too dull inside the tower. Once I dealt with all the bugs, I simply ventured outside. I couldn't stand to remain there for a moment longer." After hearing this explanation, Dishan delivered a punch to the little ghost, then compelled it to activate the second level. Under the pressure of Dishan's command, the great snail ascended to the second level. "See, there's nothing in the tower. It's terribly unamusing," the great snail remarked to Dishan. "But you cannot." "Wait, you can see me," Dishan exclaimed, startled, causing the little ghost to retract into its shell, revealing two shifty eyes peeking out at him. "Why can't I see you? Aren't you right beside me?" The little ghost's voice resonated from within its shell, responding in a deep tone. Now it was Dishan's turn to be bewildered. In the other towers, aberrations could not see him. Yet the little ghost possessed this ability to it seemed this sluggish snail harbored secrets he had yet to uncover. Instinctively, Dishan brushed his bangs back, murmuring to himself. Subsequently, the duo exited the tower and stepped into the outside world as Dishan emerged. A thought grew increasingly insistent in his mind: to summon the second transformation aberrations from the 5 towers into reality. Seizing the moment, he activated his powers, and 3 radiant forms of aberrations materialized before him: the phoenix-winged golden mantis, the giant spirit unicorn beetle, and the shadow osmanthus cicada, along with the earth ghost snail. 4 second transformation aberrations filled the safety shelter to capacity. Although they appeared colossal within the towers, in reality, they measured roughly 2 meters in length. Upon seeing Dishan, all 3 aberrations bowed their proud heads in submission. Suddenly, 4 wisps of exceedingly thin black essence surged from their heads, merging with Dishan's forehead. Boom! The black essence collided and exploded, unleashing a torrent of strange energy that coursed through Dishan's limbs and meridians. Eliciting an involuntary moan of pleasure, by the heavens, I have ascended directly to the second transformation. Dishan's eyes sparkled with wonder as he transcended the first transformation, becoming a second transformation aberrant. Chapter 25. Testing skills. Dishan awoke from his reverie, feeling the waves of ascension within him, as if in a dream. His initial plan had been to wait for the swarm within him to awaken, leading them to wreak havoc and subsequently elevate his own level. Yet, unexpectedly, the emergence of these few aberrations had forcibly elevated his abilities to the second transformation. "Hey, you latecomers, as the newcomers, you should bow to your elder brother. The great snail, come, pay your respects," the little ghost boasted, unabashedly addressing the 3 aberrations before him. However, the 3 aberrations only showed deference to Dishan, entirely ignoring the great snail, seeing the aberrations disregard him. The great snail remained undeterred, approaching them and attempting to engage in conversation. The 3 aberrations exhibited considerable impatience. Had it not been for Dishan's presence, they would have already descended upon the insolent snail with a flurry of blows. At this moment, Dishan had no time to focus on their bickering. He was wholly absorbed in contemplating the connection between the Divine Goo Tower and the elevation of his powers. An aberrant, to transcend to the next level, must absorb 9 essences of the same rank, plus 1 essence of a higher rank. Aberrations, however, lacked this restriction, as long as they consumed enough beings of the same realm. They could achieve ascension. Dishan reflected. This was akin to a rule within the apocalypse. To become stronger, one must engage in relentless combat. Yet, after reaching the 6th transformation, all beings could no longer transcend to the 7th transformation through this method. As if ensnared by a curse that bound all living things. Only during the second blood mist eruption could 6th transformation aberrations directly break through to the 7th transformation, unleashing a renewed cleansing upon humanity. This also explained the subsequent rise of extermination squads. To elevate their levels, they had no choice but to confront the waves of aberrations and challenge higher-rank foes. the path through the apocalypse is fraught with peril. Countless bones lie beneath the feet of the victorious. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within his mind, and he murmured to himself, "Why does it all revolve around 9? The Divine Gu Tower consists of 9 levels, and aberrants require 9 essences to elevate." Memories from Dishan's past life resurfaced, allowing him to connect the dots. Enough of this. Pondering further serves no purpose. I must gather my belongings and prepare to depart. Heading towards Xinjiang province to seek out Zhang Xiaoyi and recruit him. Little brother, save me. They are going to beat me to death." Just as Dishan lost himself in contemplation, the plaintive wails of the little ghost abruptly snapped him back to reality. Following the sound, he beheld the little ghost sprawled on the ground, its large eyes peering through its shell, pleading for help. Meanwhile, the trio of aberrations, led by the phoenix-winged golden mantis, was mercilessly pummeling it, producing a cacophony of thundering sounds that even shook the safety shelter. Upon realizing the little ghost had not sustained any real harm, Dishan's heart swelled with amusement. This once arrogant snail had finally encountered its match. Receiving a collective reprimand from the aberrations. "Enough! Cease this at once. We are about to enter the apocalypse and hunt real foes." Dishan projected his consciousness, swiftly separating the aberrations and approaching to assess the state of the little ghost. Clang, clang that he knocked on its shell, producing a crisp sound. The surface was intact, showing no signs of damage even after being subjected to the assault of 3 formidable second transformation aberrations. Witnessing this scene, Dishan was left astonished by the heavens. What sort of shell is this? So sturdy, it rivals the stones found in latrines. Given the remarkable resilience of its shell, suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Mantis slash. Dishan conveyed a thought to the phoenix-winged golden mantis, instructing it to launch an attack on the little ghost. A shadow darted past, conjuring a whirlwind. The golden mantis unleashed a fierce strike, the most potent attack it was capable of executing after reaching the second transformation. Creak. The scythe-like limbs of the phoenix-winged golden mantis came crashing down upon the little ghost shell, followed by a sound that sent shivers down the spine. This blow appeared formidable, yet inflicted minimal damage. Its resilient shell withstood the impact, leaving only 2 clear scratches upon its surface. "What are you doing?" "Ouch!" The little ghost's cry of distress echoed once more as it scrambled towards the corner. Startled by the sudden assault, upon realizing that Dishan was the orchestrator behind it, confusion washed over it. It could not fathom the reason for being targeted. "Again, unleash your might," Dishan commanded, observing the notable effectiveness of the previous strike. Disregarding the little ghost's feelings, he promptly issued a directive to the giant spirit unicorn beetle. Responding to the command, the unicorn beetle flapped its wings, soaring into the air. The horn upon its head began to charge, a dark green glow gradually forming above it. Boom! The colossal, formidable horned beetle, having gathered its strength, delivered a thunderous blow that crashed heavily into the center of the ghostly face emblazoned upon the snail's shell. The immense shockwave triggered a violent tremor within the safety shelter, and had it not been constructed from special materials, a mere ordinary dwelling would have been breached by such an impact. Dishan hastened forward, meticulously scrutinizing the area assaulted by the horned beetle, only to find a shallow dent upon its surface, revealing that its defenses remained unbroken. The horned beetle's countenance was likewise filled with dismay. Its powerful strike had failed to penetrate the opponent's defenses, prompting it to retreat in embarrassment. Dishan, unfazed, directed his gaze toward the osmanthus cicada, signaling it to prepare for the next round of attack. Hey, are you really going to continue? Do you wish to crush Lord Snail to death?" The large snail, witnessing Dishan gearing up for a 3rd round of assault, cried out in alarm, immediately attempting to intervene. Yet, Dishan showed no intention of halting, resolutely issuing the command. Shadow execution. As the attack order was given, the osmanthus cicada, poised for action, instantly spread its mouthparts to a full 180 degrees. Glimmering with a ghostly blue hue, reminiscent of a guillotine poised for execution, a resounding crack echoed as its massive mandibles clamped down with great force against the little ghost's shell. However, the result yielded little change. The cicada's powerful strike merely left a faint mark upon the shell, failing to inflict any substantive damage. After 3 attempts, Dishan finally became familiar with the attack patterns of the 3. Deeply realizing the astonishing defensive capabilities of the snail before him, I see now. You regard me as a target dummy for skill testing, the little ghost, having observed the 3 rounds of assault, finally emerged from its hiding place, its mouth still spewing curses, filled with grievances about Dishan's attacks. Heh, we are all brothers here. Let us not dwell too much on it, Dishan chuckled, attempting to divert the little ghost's attention from the matter. Since they have all had their turn, let me test your mettle as well. Its decided then. Little ghost, unleash the ghost marsh domain. No sooner had the words left his lips than a soul-colored field began to expand outward from the large snail, enveloping everyone present within its confines. Chapter 26. Taking away the safety shelter. Entering the chaotic world, the yellow-hued aura resembled a gigantic bubble, encasing everyone within. Dishan focused intently on experiencing this unique skill of the little ghost. Within this colossal bubble, an unseen pressure surged from all directions, compressing against them and rendering movement excruciatingly slow, nearly at a standstill. In stark contrast, the little ghost thrived within, maneuvering its vast shell amidst the other with ease, incessantly hurling insults in a brazen manner. Was it you lot who struck at me earlier? Did it feel good? Now it's my turn to retaliate. With that, it wielded its shell like a weapon, charging at the phoenix-winged golden mantis and its companions. Yet the outcome was rather anticlimactic. The little ghost exhausted itself without inflicting any damage upon the other 3. Frustrated, it stood still, cursing loudly, resorting to verbal assaults to reclaim some dignity. Is this all your skill does? Just slows down the enemy? Dishan, standing nearby, discerned the underlying truth. Though the large snail possessed formidable defenses, it lacked offensive capabilities, revealing a significant flaw. After a moment of contemplation, Dishan continued, let the phoenix-winged golden mantis take over the offensive, using the ghostly snail as a support. That could be a wise strategy. However, the ghost marsh domain was a double-edged sword. It not only hindered the enemy's speed, but also restricted the allies, presenting a considerable dilemma in Dishan's mind. A new understanding of these formed, and he resolved to leverage their unique strengths in future battles. All right, little ghost, retract your skill. Just as Dishan opened his mouth to instruct the large snail to withdraw its ability, the latter could no longer sustain it and dissipated the domain prematurely, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Maintaining such a skill seemed to be highly taxing on its stamina. Approaching, Dishan gently patted its shell before recalling all 4 into the tower. He needed to begin plotting his next move. This would mark Dishan's first foray into the apocalypse since his rebirth, necessitating utmost caution. Even with the dual protection of godlike and memories from his past life, he could not afford to be the slightest bit careless if he were to venture towards Longhushan in Xizang province. The journey would be exceedingly long, fraught with the likelihood of encountering even higher level along the way. The insect tribe, unlike humans, could hunt with impunity and devour their own kind without hesitation, thus possessing dual pathways for leveling up. If all went as expected, 4-turn and even 5-turn would have already emerged. Seated on the edge of his bed, the more Dishan pondered, the heavier his heart felt, as memories of his past life flooded back. The ship will reach the bridge when it gets there, he mused. Such indecisiveness would make survival in the ensuing chaos implausible. Dishan resolved to cast aside his anxiety. In his previous life, he had survived for 2 years solely on human level, even slaying a 7-turn. How much more could he achieve in this life, given that he had begun with godlike? Glancing at the time, he noted that it was already deep into the night. He finally made up his mind to depart the following day and embark on a new journey. A night passed in silence, and come morning, Dishan awoke naturally, calculating the time in his mind. Over a month had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. He could no longer afford to delay. With a swift motion, he rose from his bed, and a flash of yellow light illuminated his chest as he released the little ghost. He intended to utilize its passive skill, Snail Domain, to store the remaining essentials. Dishan had previously conducted experiments, discovering that aside from insects, nothing else could be collected within the 5 elements divine worm tower. Fortunately, the little ghost served as a mobile warehouse. Alas, it seemed that a life of hardship awaited him, and he lamented the loss of what could only be described as a perfect safety shelter. While packing his belongings, he sighed deeply. If you're truly reluctant, why not take the whole house with you? The little ghost, observing Dishan's hesitation, could not help but interject. You can actually store the safety shelter too? Dishan exclaimed, turning abruptly to gaze at it, his eyes gleaming with fervor, unable to tear his gaze away. The little ghost felt a shiver run down its spine, retracting into its shell, leaving only its two wise eyes peering out at him. Deshaun shook his head, regaining some semblance of rationality, and strode purposefully toward the large snail, urging it to act swiftly and retrieve the safety shelter. Open the door. I need to step outside to activate my skill, and I require a guardian to assist me. I will need a moment. The little ghost, sensing Deshaun's urgency, wasted no time and crawled toward the door. Following closely behind, Deshaun opened the door for it, letting it out before summoning the phoenix-winged golden mantis from within his body to clear away the swarm of loitering around the safety shelter. Serving as his protector, he then retreated back into the shelter, eager to observe how the little ghost would operate its skills. Though it was an insect he had nurtured, Deshaun understood that the intricacies of its abilities could only be uncovered through his exploration. Suddenly, a tumultuous shaking erupted within the safety shelter, reminiscent of an 8th-degree earthquake. Had it not been for Deshaun's elevation to a second turn, significantly enhancing his physique, merely enduring this violent tremor would have been sufficient to inflict severe internal injuries upon him. This damn snail, is it seeking revenge by trapping me inside and giving me a beating? Deshaun mused, suspicion gnawing at him as he couldn't help but curse the little ghost's entire lineage. After what felt like an eternity, the shaking finally subsided, and Deshaun plopped down onto the bed, his stomach churning. He had resolved that upon the little ghost's return, he would give it a thorough thrashing to vent his frustration. Little brother, how do you feel? The entire safety shelter has been successfully stored away. Just as Deshaun's irritation peaked, the large snail's voice rang out, startling him into action as he began to search for its whereabouts. At last, at his feet, a diminutive snail, now shrunk to an inconceivably small size, appeared before his eyes. What the heck? How did you get so small? Deshaun exclaimed in surprise. You are now within my snail domain. What appears before you is the manifestation of my consciousness. You may call me Snail Lord Number 2. The little ghost Number 2 elaborated, detailing the current situation to Deshaun, who was left astounded. Then how do I get out? Deshaun, amidst his delight, pondered this crucial question that as his words fell, a yellow light portal materialized before him, through which the external scenery was clearly visible. Little ghost Number 2 guided Deshaun to step through the portal. And in an instant, he found himself standing within the warehouse. Wow, your space-based abilities are incredibly convenient, Deshaun exclaimed in awe as he beheld the gaping dark hole at the center of the warehouse. A remnant of the safety shelter's removal that moment. He had completely abandoned his earlier intention to punish the little ghost. Summoning the phoenix-winged golden mantis back into his body, he climbed atop the little ghost's shell. And together, they exited the warehouse. Roar. Outside the warehouse, the absence of the monstrous creatures was momentarily reassuring, yet the chilling roars echoed ominously from all directions, manifesting the palpable crisis of a world in ruin. It was the fearsome growl of the star-rending golden demon. On the nearby wall, remnants of white phosphorus moths were evident, their white phosphorus powder waiting to ignite in a catastrophic explosion should the temperature exceed 40 degrees. A swarm of tiger-striped saw wasps swept across the sky, their serrated stingers laden with an array of trophies, including the bodies of the aberrant insects and the severed heads of humans. Returning triumphantly from their grim harvest, Deshaun's heart was already well aware of the reason behind the overwhelming presence of aberrant creatures in the outside world, brazenly slaughtering humanity, that in this dire period. The official military had ceased its efforts to rescue survivors, instead concentrating all forces on fortifying defenses and constructing safe bases, giving rise to several battle zones. He observed everything unfolding around him. Realizing that the scenes before him were but minor ripples in the cataclysm, a far darker chaos awaited him beyond. Deshaun inhaled the air tinged with a metallic scent of blood. And with his companion, the snail, he set forth towards the horizon, embracing the dawn. You finally emerged. Where do you think you can run now? Come and face me. Just as Deshaun passed a dilapidated building, a furious shout erupted from above, the speaker descending with lethal intent, aiming a strike at the back of his head. Chapter 27. The small insect tied the assailant, a figure of fury, was upon Deshaun in an instant. A gleaming silver dagger aimed directly at his head. Clang. The sharp sound of metal meeting metal resonated as Deshaun did not even turn, a white halo manifesting behind him, from which a gilded blade arm emerged, deflecting the attack and sending the assailant staggering back, the dagger clattering to the ground. The man behind Deshawn wore an expression of stunned disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend what had transpired. A seemingly lethal strike had been thwarted by an unseen force. The man gaped in astonishment. The phoenix-winged, gilded mantis glided forth from the halo, its inky black, triangular head adorned with eyes brimming with murderous intent. Fixated on the foe before it, Xiao Jin, hold on a moment. I have questions for him. Just as the phoenix-winged, gilded mantis prepared to launch a second assault, Deshawn intervened, turning to face the intruder. A burly man emerged into Deshawn's view, his unkempt hair and stubbled face telling the tale of his arduous survival in these tumultuous times. That Dewey. Deshawn squinted, recognition dawning upon him. It was indeed Dewey, the very individual who had helped him construct this safe house that a month prior, Dewey had led a group of community members to raid his supplies, only to be ruthlessly repelled. Deshawn had assumed he had perished at the hands of the creatures, yet here he stood, tenaciously alive, which filled Deshawn with astonishment. Ha! The heavens have spared me. I never imagined I would have the chance to deal with you before I meet my end. My brothers were devoured by those wretched insects because of you. Dewey's voice erupted, oscillating between laughter and tears, his demeanor clearly teetering on the brink of madness. Deshawn regarded him coldly, inquiring, to which faction does your Summer Shield group belong, and why do you possess your own private militia? This was a question that had plagued him for some time, a nagging sense that there existed an ethereal connection between the two parties, entwined in shadow. Yet Dewey dismissed his inquiry entirely, suddenly spiraling into a frenzied tirade. My brothers sacrificed themselves to cover my escape, charging headlong into the fray against the insects, all to leave a glimmer of hope for revenge against you. Ha! I almost forgot. My dear brother-in-law was quite delectable. I devoured his entrails raw when hunger struck, and quenched my thirst with his blood. Ha! I finished him just today, and his bones still lie in the corner upstairs. How fortuitous that more food has come my way. Deshawn listened impassively to Dewey's mad ramblings, his expression betraying no emotion. What power truly lay behind the Summer Shield group? What was their foundation? Deshawn was uninterested in the details of Dewey's survival. He sought only intelligence regarding the faction that loomed behind him. Dewey bellowed, "To hell with you and your mother." He showed no inclination to answer, instead seizing the dagger from the ground and charging at Deshawn with fury. The latter gestured dismissively to Xiao Jin, having lost all patience. If he refused to speak, then he would face his end. Swish, thud. The phoenix-winged, gilded mantis struck with the swiftness of the wind, cleaving Dewey into 3 segments in an instant, a torrent of blood splattering across the area. In the moment his head was severed. It was swallowed whole by the mantis. Deshawn raised his hand, as if crushing a mere cockroach, and then patted the small demon beneath him, signaling that they could continue their journey. Why do you call the phoenix-winged, gilded mantis Xiao Jin, yet refer to me as Little Ghost? How very unflattering. After advancing a short distance, the giant snail turned one of its tentacles toward Deshawn, a hint of jealousy evident in its questioning tone. Amused by its demeanor, Deshawn chuckled softly, offering no response. Seeing Deshawn's silence, the giant snail's spirits plummeted, its demeanor disheartened. Yet soon, a spark of determination ignited in its gaze, and it cried out, "Shall die." Play the Open Mountain Wine DJ version 0.8. The little ghost issued a command to the voice system within the snail's shell, and soon, a rousing song filled the air, instilling a sense of vigor. Through the trials and tribulations, the north wind meets the lonely boat. Behold the chaos of a world rife with strife. The smoke of battle lingers beyond the borders. Sorrow blankets the land. The chance of salvaging the red plum has long since passed. The melody surged and crashed like tumultuous waves, the lyrics resonating hauntingly with the desolation of the apocalypse. A roar. All around, from the buildings and rivers, figures were drawn forth, propelled by the resonant music. Charging forth with fervor, this was a small tide of aberrant creatures, composed of first-turn insects, some even reaching second turn, standing out conspicuously within the swarm. Mantis slash, strength that moves mountains. Osmanthus brew. Deshawn remained unperturbed. Releasing his 3 trusted allies as they touched down, they immediately unleashed their unique abilities, engaging the enemy head-on. The phoenix-winged, gilded mantis, like a specter, spiraled above Deshawn, each strike claiming swathes of aberrant insects. Its passive skill heavenly killing intent radiating an invisible wave, causing any nearby creatures to spasm and collapse, stripped of their combat capabilities. the phantom osmanthus cicada plunged into the nearby river upon its emergence. Its passive ability deceiving heaven activating, rendering it invisible as it lay in wait. From its rear, it shot forth streams of pale yellow liquid, a neurotoxin infused with the scent of osmanthus. Several aquatic aberrant insects, caught unawares, succumbed to the poison, their limbs stiffening, unable to move, bobbing helplessly in the waters. Subsequently, the osmanthus cicada wielded its massive mandibles, mercilessly harvesting the poisoned insects, who posed no resistance whatsoever. The giant spirit unicorn beetle, though simpler in its approach, channeled all its strength into its horn, barreling forward like a bulldozer, obliterating anything in its path into fragments strewn across the ground. Deshawn remained firmly ensconced within the snail's shell. Witnessing the carnage unfold, swathes of aberrant creatures fell before him, the stench of blood saturating the air. Indeed, his subordinates proved their mettle, their combat prowess formidable. It seemed this battle required no intervention from him. The little ghost, unabashed, crawled along the path littered with remains, advancing steadily in the direction Deshawn indicated. Meanwhile, the giant spirit unicorn beetle and its companions, having dispatched most of the first-turn insects, now faced off against the remaining second-turn threats. Among them, the phoenix-winged gilded mantis proved most lethal, engaging two second-turn aberrant creatures in fierce combat. This was a clash between domesticated and wild warriors, yet both shared a commonality. They were survivors of countless brutal encounters. Caw! Just as the battle against the second-turn aberrant creatures commenced, a resounding cry pierced the air from afar. In the azure sky, a slender shadow loomed, seemingly accompanied by a figure seated above, moving with incredible speed. Swiftly descending upon Deshawn, who sat atop the snail's shell. Chapter 28. The young man Lin Yufan. The rapid shadow darted through the dense throng of insects and landed gracefully before Deshawn. Only when it drew near did Deshawn discern that the shadow was a first-turn aberrant creature, the crane dragonfly, a mutation of the dragonfly, its body pure white, with a crimson crown atop its head, earning its name for its resemblance to a crane. From its back leapt a strikingly handsome young man, who hurried over. Are you surrounded by the insect tide? Fear not, I am here to rescue you. Come quickly, my dragonfly companion is incredibly swift. They won't catch up to us. The young man grasped Deshawn's hand, believing him to be in peril, eager to lead him to safety. Hearing the commotion behind, the little ghost turned its tentacle, its wise eyes scrutinizing the newcomer from head to toe. Astonishingly, it is a second-tier snail, quite unsightly. I was under the impression that you were perched upon a large rock. The youth sensed the formidable aura emanating from the small creature, causing him to hastily retreat. Observing from afar had not provided sufficient clarity, and only upon approaching did he realize that this was, in fact, a second-tier aberrant insect. Deshawn. Who are you? The small creature. What did this foul brat come from? Dare call me ugly? Do you believe I won't devour you alive right now? Before Deshawn could utter another word, he was interrupted by the small creature's furious roar directed at the youth, its second-tier aura intensifying. The overwhelming presence nearly caused the youth to collapse to the ground, while even the dragonfly beside him trembled violently, eager to kneel before it. With a resounding thud, Deshawn struck the small creature's shell with a heavy palm, compelling it to temper its aura. He was still unaware of the youth's origins and had numerous questions to pose. The small creature begrudgingly subdued its emotions, while Deshawn turned his gaze to the youth and inquired, Who are you, and how did you come to be here? My name is Lin Yufan, hailing from a survivor stronghold in the northern part of the city. Today, I happened to venture out in search of supplies and pass through here. Lin Yufan recounted his background in one breath, yet his grip remained tightly fastened on the dragonfly's wing, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Upon hearing his tale, Deshawn merely nodded, offering no further reaction, before his gaze shifted once more to the dragonfly beside Lin Yufan. How is it that you can control it? Are you an insect tamer? What is an insect tamer? Just a few days after the apocalypse descended, I inexplicably found myself unusually attuned to insects that I discovered this dragonfly in the wild, gravely injured and on the brink of death that a faint beam of light emerged from within me and entered its head. Establishing a connection between us, the dragonfly communicated to me through my consciousness that feeding it my blood could heal its wounds. Lin Yufan responded, a look of bewilderment on his face, and then affectionately patted the dragonfly's head. Deshawn suddenly comprehended, murmuring to himself, An insect tamer is a term used in the mid-apocalypse to refer to all those capable of controlling insects. They can cultivate insect companions suited to each individual for collaborative combat. And indeed, blood can heal the aberrant insects with whom a contract is established. Though the number of insect tamers is plentiful and may seem ordinary, they represent an indispensable force across all factions. It was evident that the youth before him was an insect tamer. Can you also control insects? Is that snail your companion as well? It has surprisingly reached the second tier. Boom! Just as Lin Yufan was incessantly questioning Dishan, a bloody insect head crashed beside him, startling him greatly. Subsequently, the massive giant horned beetle plummeted from the sky, its severed head being that of its adversary, now disposed of, leaving behind the head to seek credit from Dishan. Fresh from battle, the giant horned beetle exuded not only the oppressive aura of a second-tier aberrant insect, but also an unparalleled fighting spirit. At that moment, Lin Yufan could no longer maintain his composure. Collapsing to the ground, tears nearly spilling from his eyes, while the dragonfly beside him succumbed to a state of utter submission. Fear not, this one is also my companion, that Dishan, witnessing Lin Yufan's disheveled state, offered words of comfort. The sense of fondness blossomed within him for this youth, who dared to save others amidst the onslaught of insects, and his demeanor softened, shedding its previous coldness, upon hearing Dishan's words. Lin Yufan swallowed hard, attempting to rise from the ground. Suddenly, a deluge of water cascaded from above, drenching him completely as the shadow Osmanthus cicada emerged from the river, having resolved the battle within. It landed beside Dishan. Just as Lin Yufan regained his footing, he was once more startled and is sitting back down, while the dragonfly lowered its head even further, folding its wings in fear. Be brother, that one above, that could it also be your companion? Lin Yufan gazed in terror at the sight of yet another second-tier aberrant insect, incredulously addressing Dishan. Seeing Lin Yufan's reaction, Dishan smiled and nodded, seemingly recalling something, and cautioned, Xiao Fan, for the time being, remain seated. There is something imminent. Before he could finish, the golden-winged mantis descended, exuding its passive heavenly gang-killing intent. Its two blade-like arms, adorned with shimmering golden patterns, glimmered ominously, poised menacingly at the necks of both Lin Yufan and the dragonfly. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Lin Yufan's eyes rolled back, and he fainted, while the dragonfly convulsed, foaming at the mouth. Trembling uncontrollably, Dishan, however, could only shake his head in exasperation, saying, Xiao Jin, why do you frighten a mere child? What if he shatters his resolve in the future? The golden-winged mantis retracted its blades, feigning innocence, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, as it approached Dishan, a stark contrast to its earlier ferocity in battle. Enough, I am weary as well. Let us walk for a bit. Small creature, carry him. Little fairy, take the dragonfly with you. That Dishan, having developed a degree of fondness for the youth, was not devoid of compassion. He lifted the unconscious Lin Yufan onto the shell of the small creature, while the giant horned beetle hoisted the dragonfly onto its shoulder. Thus, the group set forth, with Dishan stowing away the cicada, which moved slower than the small creature on land. All first-tier aberrant insects encountered on the road fled in terror upon sighting them, as if they had encountered death itself. Meanwhile, wild second-tier aberrant insects, upon noticing three of their kind at the same level, also turned tail and fled, not daring to approach. Approximately an hour later, Lin Yufan finally regained consciousness. Upon realizing he was atop the back of the giant snail, he feared he had been abducted, and tears streamed down his face once more. However, he dared not utter a sound, for the terrifying black mantis loomed above him, instilling dread of attracting its attention. That you've awakened. Noticing Lin Yufan's return to consciousness, Dishan approached and ruffled his hair, signaling him not to be afraid. Be brother, that one in the sky, also your companion? Who exactly are you? How do you possess so many second-tier aberrant insects? Brother, please join our organization. With your protection, we will no longer fear those man-eating insects. Lin Yufan, witnessing the humanity beside him, felt a modicum of fear dissipate, summoning the courage to invite Dishan to join their ranks. However, Dishan displayed no sign of agreement. Instead, he inquired about Lin Yufan's destination, seeing that Dishan had no intention of joining. Lin Yufan's expression fell slightly, yet he still replied, I wish to return to the stronghold. There are people there who treat me well, and I must bring back food for them. upon hearing Lin Yufan's response. Dishan inwardly scoffed. Well treated? Is it truly such that a child would venture so far for them to seek supplies? He chose not to elaborate further, as the path lay beneath his own feet. He had no desire to interfere with the youth's choices. From the small creature's space, Dishan produced a bottle of milk and 2 bags of biscuits, handing them to Lin Yufan while saying, Xiaofan, consider this your reward for saving me. In the apocalypse. Always prioritize your own safety. Do not be a saint, or you may meet a grim fate. Though the small creature's space contained countless supplies, Dishan understood the adage. A kindness repaid can lead to enmity, no matter the amount of resources offered. He could not safeguard them, and in the end, they would simply be seized by others. Lin Yufan's eyes glistened with tears. He swallowed hard, initially wishing to decline, but ultimately accepted the provisions with both hands, solemnly nodding to Dishan before mounting the dragonfly and departing. Woo woo woo. What a good child. I already miss him. The small creature, gazing at the distant figure, unexpectedly wept, while Dishan casted a disapproving glare, recalling that it had just been frightening the boy. Nevertheless, a cloud of doubt lingered in his mind. Lin Yufan. Why does this name sound so familiar? Chapter 29. Third tier aberrant insect. Skynet venom spider. Dishan settled back onto the shell of the small creature, continuing onward with 1 person and 3 insects. The surroundings were devoid of any approaching aberrant insects. However, the infected entities transformed by humans, known as zero-number infected, exhibited no fear of the presence of second-tier aberrant insects. Their eyes gleamed with an insatiable thirst for flesh, relentlessly charging toward them. The golden-winged mantis and the giant horned beetle offered no mercy, allowing the infected to rush forth, and any that drew near met a gruesome fate, their bodies torn asunder. Foul, viscous fluids splattering everywhere. Seated within the snail's shell, Dishan paid little heed to the surrounding chaos, his mind preoccupied with contemplation. Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan. Why does this name sound so resonant? He repeatedly murmured the youth's name, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. Could he be the illegitimate son you abandoned, you treacherous cad? The small creature, unable to endure Dishan's incessant repetition, teased him, provoking Dishan to deliver a sharp slap to its soft antennaed eye. In the next moment, subsequently, it immediately turned one of its antennae towards him, its wise gaze tinged with a hint of perplexity. It too was eager to discern the identity of the young lad who had elicited such a profound reaction from Dishan, even prompting the surrounding Fengqi Lujin mantis and the giant spirit unicorn beetle to cast sidelong glances in his direction. From the hazy recesses of my past life, I recalled that the 4th-ranking figure in the Azure Dragon War Zone of Huagua was none other than Lin Yufan. According to popular lore, the commander of the insect taming division at that time was a remarkably gifted young prodigy whose mastery of the art of insect taming was unrivaled. The exotic insects cultivated under his auspices were immensely powerful and had never been reported to turn against their masters. I vaguely remembered that among the 3 insect companions of the highest echelons of Huagua's ruling body, the 9 elders, each had been nurtured by Lin Yufan. At this juncture, Dishan, in a fit of frustration, struck his foot and pounded his chest, causing the little ghost shell to resonate with a bang bang. Had he recalled these past events sooner, he would have resorted to kidnapping this legendary figure. Regardless of the risks, I had initially presumed that lad to be a reincarnated ancient deity. It turns out he is merely an insect tamer. Upon hearing Dishan's account, the 3 exotic insects displayed unmistakable expressions of disappointment. They simply could not fathom why such a seemingly insignificant insect tamer would render Dishan so astonished. Particularly, the Fengqi Lujin mantis disdainfully turned its head away, as Dishan had just recounted how formidable an insect tamer he was. Yet moments ago, it had frightened him into unconsciousness. Witnessing their reaction, Dishan's countenance grew awkward, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet he continued to vociferously defend himself, exclaiming, "You have no idea how significant an insect tamer is during the mid-apocalyptic period. The creatures they cultivate," Dishan rambled on, but the little ghost had already lost interest in his incessant prattle and bore him forward. Unbeknownst to them, the sun was setting and night was fast approaching. Under Dishan's direction, the group arrived at the entrance of the largest shopping center in Longcheng. Preparing to scour for supplies one last time before departing, Dishan lingered at the entrance for a considerable while. Peering inside, the entire city had been plunged into darkness due to the lack of electricity, rendering the vast shopping center akin to a black hole, poised to engulf any beings that dared to enter. With a whoosh, Deshawn leaped off the little ghost's back, advancing to push open the already dilapidated glass doors. Shattered glass scattered across the ground, reverberating with a thunderous echo that lingered within the mall for an eternity. Simultaneously, a foul stench wafted from within the mall, inducing a wave of nausea. Xiao Jin, Xiao Xian, remain vigilant of your surroundings to prevent ambushes from the shadows. The moment he stepped into the mall, Deshawn felt an unsettling discomfort, as though unseen eyes were scrutinizing him from the shadows. He also noted the three exotic insects beside him, their expressions now devoid of their earlier nonchalance. Clearly sensing an unsettling presence. Little brother, are you certain there are supplies within? Logically, they should have been exhausted by other insects that I believe it is unnecessary to take such risks here. The little ghost, unusually serious, abandoned its usual nonchalant demeanor. Deshawn surveyed the pitch-black expanse of the shopping center before ultimately nodding in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we must not place ourselves in danger for the sake of supplies." He then issued a command, summoning the Fengqi Lujin mantis and the giant spirit unicorn beetle to retreat, preparing to leave this eerie place. Just as Deshawn turned back, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the deepest recesses of the mall, where three circles of purple light suddenly flickered to life, one of which quickly dimmed, followed by a sound of something slicing through the air, approaching rapidly. "Be cautious," Deshawn bellowed, alerting the giant spirit unicorn beetle at the back of the group. The beetle, sensing the impending danger, manifested an iridescent glow from its colossal horn, activating power that can uproot mountains to confront the unknown creature closing in from behind. Hiss, roar. However, the anticipated clash did not ensue. Instead, the giant spirit unicorn beetle toppled forward, emitting a pained cry, accompanied by the faint sound of its body corroding. The Fengqi Lujin mantis, spiraling through the air, instantly transformed into a streak of darkness and dashed into the depths of the mall. Seeking the hidden creature lurking in the shadows, Deshawn swiftly maneuvered to the side of the giant spirit unicorn beetle, examining its injuries. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter such a troublesome foe. "Xiao Jin, return at once." Deshawn's tone was grave. Through the memories of his past life, he had already identified the assailant and immediately summoned back the Fengqi Lujin mantis that had rushed forward. At this moment, the giant spirit unicorn beetle was in such agony that it could no longer produce sound. A massive spider web ensnared it tightly, the venom it carried easily penetrating its defenses and embedding itself deep within its flesh. "Little brother, I sense the unicorn beetle is in dire straits. It feels as though its body cannot withstand much longer." The little ghost crawled over from behind, sensing the life force of the giant spirit unicorn beetle rapidly waning. "Retrieve." Deshawn ceased speaking, directly recalling it into the Wood Gu Tower, as a gigantic, foul-smelling web fell to the ground, utterly corroding the mall's floor. This was the final resort, should the divine Gu Tower fail to heal the giant spirit unicorn beetle. Deshawn would lose a second-tier exotic insect, resulting in a significant gap in their combat capabilities. This was a third-tier exotic insect, the heavenly web poison spider, its glowing ring on its rear signifying its rank. Moreover, the web it shot was indestructible and laced with potent venom, accompanied by a heat-sensing tracking feature. Any prey it targeted would either perish or suffer grievous wounds. Upon identifying the attacker, Deshawn immediately relayed its weaknesses to the Huta ghost snail and the Fengqi Lujin mantis beside him, urging them to be wary of ambushes from the dark. He continued his lengthy explanation. Two circles of purple light flickered once more from the depths of the pitch-black passage, akin to malevolent spirits from hell. Their sinister gazes fixated upon the group. This time, both circles of purple light dimmed simultaneously, and Deshawn's heart sank, realizing a more ferocious assault was imminent. Chapter 30. The poison spider. As the eerie purple glow within the shopping mall faded, a palpable aura of death enveloped Deshawn's consciousness. The sensation was akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. No matter where one sought refuge, the inevitable attack would culminate in demise. 1, 2, 3. Now, Deshawn silently counted in his mind, timing his actions perfectly. Just as the two massive poisonous webs were about to converge, he summoned two first-tier exotic insects from the Divine Gu Tower, placing them in front of himself and the Fengqi Lujin mantis. Puffed. The two unfortunate exotic insects barely had time to let out a cry before they were ensnared by the venomous web of the heavenly web poison spider. Dissolving instantaneously from the remnants of their shattered forms, two white insect essences floated up. Hovering in place, Deshawn approached the two white insect essences, wasting not a moment in absorbing them anew. Meanwhile, the two exotic insects beside him wore expressions of utter astonishment. Such a fierce attack had been effortlessly thwarted, especially for the Fengqi Lujin mantis. Its inner turmoil deepened. Having been similarly targeted by the heavenly web poison spider, it had felt a twinge of dread. Grappling with the helplessness of possessing great abilities yet being unable to evade the web, a sensation that lingered in its mind. Deep within the maw, witnessing its attack fall short, the heavenly web poison spider's ghastly visage displayed incredulity. This was the first time it had experienced a failed attack since the cataclysmic transformation of the apocalypse, and unease began to swell within its heart as it retreated to a more concealed location, preparing to wait until its internal web had recharged before emerging to strike again. Let us go and slay that giant spider. It is a third-tier exotic insect, and defeating it will accelerate our own ascension. With the identity of the hidden assailant unveiled, Deshawn's apprehensions dissipated entirely. He first recalled the little ghost, which lacked any offensive capabilities, into the Earth Goo Tower, and then, alongside the Fengqi Lujin mantis, charged toward the heavenly web poison spider. There is an old saying in Huagua: the net of heaven is vast, yet nothing escapes its grasp, and thus the heavenly web poison spider earned its name. Due to the peculiar characteristics of its web, avoidance through conventional means was futile. One could only block its web with objects or living beings that emitted heat. As Deshawn pressed further inside, he relayed various intelligence about their adversary to the Fengqi Lujin mantis, ensuring it remained vigilant against any potential treachery during their confrontation. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "I almost overlooked the most critical detail." After each use, the heavenly web poison spider's heavenly web requires a recharge period before it can be deployed again, that we must act swiftly during this interval to eliminate it. Moreover, with each level the heavenly web poison spider ascended, an additional ring would appear on its rear, signifying an increase in its firing capacity. This also indicated that the higher the level of the spider, the more perilous it became. Deshawn maintained a vigilant demeanor, his senses keenly attuned to the surroundings, while his firearm purchased from Dewey remained firmly in hand. As he and the insect delved deeper, the terrifying scenes around them gradually came into view. With a soft patter, Deshawn raised his gaze towards the source of the sound, discovering the ceiling cloaked in swathes of spider webs, which dripped a foul and repulsive liquid, rendering the ground filthy and treacherously slippery. This vile fluid was the result of countless decaying human remains trickling down from the webs. These must have been survivors seeking refuge or scavenging for supplies, only to fall prey to the heavenly web poison spider, which had devoured them as sustenance. Deshawn muttered to himself, yet his heart remained undisturbed. Compared to the myriad scenes he had encountered in his past life, this was merely child's play. Traversing through the corridor of corpses, he arrived at the deepest part of the shopping mall, which once housed an upscale cosmetics counter, though its former splendor had long since faded. Bottles and jars lay overturned on the counter, their rich and peculiar fragrances mingling with the foul stench emanating from the cadavers, assaulting Deshawn's senses and causing a momentary dizziness. This was not good, Deshawn thought to himself, swiftly covering his mouth and nose with his clothing to prevent inhaling too much of the noxious fumes. When contending with a hidden assassin lurking in the shadows, even the slightest oversight could lead to dire consequences, and he dared not afford any carelessness. Just as he intended to lead the golden-winged mantis away from this area, the creature, previously in a restrained state, suddenly erupted with a fierce killing intent, enveloping the surroundings, its scythe-like arms drawn forth, fixating intently on a nearby pillar. Seeing the mantis adopt a combat stance, Deshawn felt a chill run down his spine. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a ghostly purple light flickering to life, and he promptly disengaged the safety on his handgun. Bang! Without any unnecessary movements, Deshawn did not even turn his head, firing a shot blindly towards the glowing purple light. Leveraging the sound of the gunshot, he quickly distanced himself, jogging back in the direction he had come from before finally coming to a halt, turning to observe the place he had just vacated. However, he could only briefly glimpse a strange silhouette that flickered in the pitch-black hall, vanishing from his sight in an instant. "Little Jean, pursue it," Prevent it from slipping back into the shadows. Before the words had even left his mouth, the golden-winged mantis, having already assumed an aggressive posture, launched itself forward like a bolt of black lightning. The sound of its wings resonating throughout the hall, the clatter of footsteps intertwined with the sound of flapping wings as Deshawn listened intently, following closely, not daring to pause for a moment. Yet, not long into the chase, Deshawn found himself lagging behind. The multitude of counters within the mall had become obstacles in the dark, hindering his progress. This won't do. I must devise a way to create a light source, or I will be left at a severe disadvantage in this darkness. Little ghost, toss out a lighter. Deshawn communicated telepathically with the hooded Gui, and soon, he sensed something amiss. The exhilarating sensation of absorbing primordial essence from his previous life was conspicuously absent. Instead, the just congealed insect essence transformed into delicate strands of energy, flowing through his meridians and into the 5 divine Goo towers. Deshawn felt a profound surprise and an overwhelming bitterness in his heart. If every instance of energy absorption was to be devoured by the divine Goo towers, how would he elevate his own level? With a flicker of thought, he directly entered the 2nd level of the wooden Goo tower. Upon entering, he beheld a misty, purplish toxic gas wafting through the air, emanating from the colossal spirit unicorn beetle, which at that moment lacked even the strength to turn, seemingly on the brink of death. Nearby, numerous trees had also withered and perished, unable to withstand the encroaching poisonous miasma. What should I do? Am I truly left with no choice but to abandon the little spirit? Deshawn's consciousness roared within him. Recalling previous battles where the valiant spirit unicorn beetle had left a lasting impression on him with its bravery and tenacity, that it was unbearable to witness its demise. Just then, as Deshawn felt utterly helpless, the 3-turn essence that had been absorbed by the divine Goo tower cascaded down from the 4th level like a crimson waterfall tumbling from a mountain peak into the 3rd level. The toxic gas that had been floating in the air met the descending essence, melting away like snow in boiling water, accompanied by sizzling sounds. Subsequently, the essence poured onto the spirit unicorn beetle, purging the lingering toxins afflicting its body and aiding in its recovery. Soon, the spirit unicorn beetle regained some vitality, its eyes gradually brightening, and even the once withered trees began sprouting tender buds anew. It appeared that the divine Goo tower's ability to absorb essence could facilitate the healing of the insects within, alleviating any concerns Deshawn had regarding their post-battle recovery. Deshawn let out a soft exclamation, noticing that the crimson essence, after mending the spirit unicorn's injuries, did not dissipate but continued to surge towards the next level, filling him with astonishment that a fleeting thought crossed his mind as he entered the 1st level. This time, instead of cascading like a waterfall, the essence erupted like fireworks, transforming into countless points of red light that infiltrated the bodies of all the insects in the 1st level, particularly the massive anthill, which absorbed a significant portion of the essence. In an instant, all ordinary insects within the 1st level ascended to the 1st turn, just as Deshawn was astonished by this extraordinary sight. A resounding yawn echoed from within the anthill, followed by a powerful, domineering aura sweeping through the surroundings. Chapter 32. The Awakening of the Ant King. With the awakening of the Ant King within the anthill, Deshawn's attention was swiftly drawn away from the multitude of insects. Filled with excitement, he directed his consciousness into the anthill and immediately sensed 2 powerful auras far beyond that of ordinary insects. One aura was immensely fierce and robust, exuding an air of overwhelming dominance, while the other was entirely opposite, subtly gentle yet formidable, its presence restrained and powerful without ostentation. Deshawn trembled with excitement. This was a delightful surprise that he had not anticipated, that absorbing the 3-turn insect essence would awaken both the Ant King and Ant Queen. Previously, he had been troubled by the Ant King's prolonged slumber, which had become a source of anxiety for him. It was a double blessing. Not only had he acquired the 3-turn insect essence, but the mysterious ant colony within the wooden Goo tower was finally about to reveal its potential. Deshawn mused to himself, his consciousness delving deeper into the anthill until he reached the entrance of the Queen's chamber. Before the chamber, a dark mass of soldier ants and worker ants stood guard, with soldier ants responsible for the safety of the 2 rulers and worker ants ceaselessly bringing food for their sustenance. Deshawn had already sensed that as soon as the Ant King emerged, it hurried into the Queen's chamber to check on her safety, which is why he bypassed the Ant King's hall and proceeded directly here. Upon entering the chamber, he beheld two peculiar figures leaning against one another atop a magnificent platform. A striking contrast to one another. One was a humanoid creature with antennae, large eyes, and 4 arms standing upright, while the other resembled a plump, ordinary ant, ravenously devouring the food brought by the worker ants. These two were none other than the Ant King and Ant Queen. Deshawn was puzzled as to why their appearances differed so drastically after their transformations, and he focused his gaze on the Ant King to read its information. Name: Dominant Ant King level. First turn active skill: Overlord Fist passive skill: Penetrating Force. The information regarding the Ant King swiftly entered Deshawn's consciousness. He then shifted his gaze to the corpulent Ant Queen. Name: Reincarnation Ant Queen level. First turn active skill: None passive skill. None. As this information registered, Deshawn was taken aback. This seemingly powerful Ant Queen possessed no skills whatsoever, which he found utterly unbelievable. Could it be that only upon reaching a certain level would the Ant Queen awaken skills? Deshawn earnestly analyzed this situation, recalling similar instances from his past life, where numerous insects appeared unremarkable in the early stages, but suddenly awakened formidable skills upon reaching certain levels. Suddenly, a realization struck him, sending waves of alarm through his mind. Could it be that all those soldier and worker ants were first-turn insects? With such a massive number, they could easily sweep through the apocalypse. After this thought, he turned his attention away from the Ant King and Queen and focused on a worker ant transporting food to name: Reincarnation Dominant Ant level. None. Moments later, only 2 pieces of information entered Deshawn's mind, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment as he muttered to himself. Indeed, the plot of an urban fantasy story had not unfolded in my life. Had those ordinary soldier and worker ants been first-turn insects, I could have established myself as a ruler in the apocalypse. Just as Deshawn pondered this, the dominant Ant King let out another resounding yawn, rubbed its full belly, and, with sleepy eyes, prepared to make a move. All the ants below seemed to receive some command, retreating to either side of the pathway, clearing a direct route for the dominant Ant King to exit. Crack, crack, crack. Subsequently, all the ants within the anthill raised their heads, their mandibles clashing together, producing sounds akin to war drums, as if rallying support for their king. My goodness. Witnessing this grand spectacle left Deshawn utterly astounded, unable to suppress an expletive in an instant. The dominant Ant King leaped down from the platform, charging out of the anthill with great force. Just a short distance from the entrance of the anthill, a first-turn armored fly, boasting a robust shell due to its mutations, was boasting triumphantly as it continued to slay weaker insects. Boom! Just as it reveled in its perceived superiority, the swift figure of the dominant Ant King struck with the force of a gale, landing a heavy blow upon its prideful shell, producing a dull thud. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, the armored fly ceased to move. Its enormous compound eyes exploded one after another, unleashing a terrifying force from within. This was the dominant Ant King's passive ability, Penetrating Force. Deshawn observed everything, seemingly uncovering something significant, and remarked, its passive ability can bypass external physical defenses, directly penetrating the exterior to strike at the vulnerable insides. Upon realizing this, a broad smile spread across his face. In future encounters with formidable defensive insects or beings, he would no longer need to fear. Before the dominant Ant King, all physical defenses would become meaningless. The dominant Ant King then wasted no time, swiftly maneuvering through the battlefield, targeting only the most powerful insects, swiftly dispatching 7 or 8 first-turn insects. The soldier ants followed closely behind, collecting the corpses of all slain insects along the way and returning them to the anthill as food reserves. Boom! Just as the dominant Ant King killed its 9th first-turn insect, the central teleportation platform of the wooden goo tower emitted a dazzling light, summoning the dominant Ant King to ascend. What would happen to the anthill now that the dominant Ant King had ascended to the 2nd level? As Deshawn pondered this dilemma, the enormous anthill began to move towards the teleportation platform. To his astonishment, the entire reincarnation dominant ant colony ascended to the upper realm. This astonishing spectacle lasted only a brief moment before vanishing. Deshawn no longer focused on the battle at the 1st level and swiftly moved to the 2nd level. This area was already ablaze with conflict, while Deshawn was monitoring the movements within the anthill. Numerous first-turn insects outside had met the conditions for ascension and had entered the 2nd level. The once listless spirit unicorn beetle was now brimming with vitality, engaging the later ascenders in battle. However, with the ascension of the anthill, the spirit unicorn beetle seemed to sense something. Its once mighty horn appeared somewhat dim, lacking its former vigor, a sign of insecurity that it repelled several insects attacking it, then slowly turned its head to gaze in the direction of the anthill. At that moment, the dominant ant king stood at the entrance of the anthill, its sleepy eyes locking onto the spirit unicorn beetle. In comparison, the ant king appeared diminutive, not even reaching the height of the spirit unicorn beetle's shank. Yet it bore no trace of fear, only calmness and confidence. The spirit unicorn and the ant king faced one another, both being power-type contenders, yet the disparity in size was striking that Deshawn anticipated the confrontation between the two strongest beings within the wooden goo tower. He felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. However, the subsequent scene left Deshawn utterly astounded. The colossal giant horned beetle slowly approached the ant king, kneeling on one knee and bowing its head in a gesture of submission. The ant king did not express much, merely nodding slightly. From the center of its brow, it drew forth a drop of its essence blood and offered it to the giant horned beetle. After consuming this drop of blood, Deshawn instantly sensed that the aura emanating from the giant horned beetle was no longer its own. Rather, it belonged to the ant king. Chapter 33. The might of the Overlord Fist. Witnessing the ant king feed its essence blood, Deshawn exclaimed in shock. This is indeed the Insect King's Covenant, a technique only wielded by a select few leaders of regal stature among various tribes. They utilize their essence blood to alter the very nature of other insect species. Strictly speaking, the giant horned beetle had now transformed into a colossal reincarnation overlord ant. Of course, this covenant necessitated mutual consent. The recipient must harbor no aversion, fully accepting the essence blood of the Insect King for the transformation to take place. Deshawn, witnessing this spectacle, was left speechless. He vividly recalled that among the 10 calamities, there were a few insect kings whose left and right arms were said to have been achieved through such means. Regrettably, although Shao Jin possessed the demeanor of a ruler, it lacked the ability to command a tribe and thus could not employ this formidable technique. Deshawn's thoughts drifted to the phoenix-winged golden mantis, and he could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia as the giant horned beetle submitted. The ant king's gaze shifted away, surveying the other exotic insects in the arena, yet it remained inactive. Could it be that it sought to recruit more exotic insects as its subordinates? Observing this situation, Deshawn mused aloud. Moments later, none of the exotic insects approached. Instead, they began to reveal their murderous intent. Preparing to strike, Roar, a second-tier exotic insect, nearly equal in size to the giant horned beetle, charged forth with a roar, its face twisted in a bloodthirsty and frenzied expression. The horned beetle, poised to fight for the ant king, was halted by a raised hand. Just as the exotic insect was about to close in, the ant king's forearms simultaneously gathered strength, activating the transcendent force while it yawned as if on the verge of sleep. A stark contrast to the intensity of the moment. Yet, in the next instant, the ant king sprang into action, like an arrow released from a bow, surging forward with astonishing speed, reaching beneath the exotic insect in an instant. Delivering 4 simultaneous punches. Boom! As the Overlord Fist struck, the unfortunate second-tier insect had no opportunity to showcase its prowess, its thigh joint shattered by the ant king's blow, its massive form collapsing to the ground. The ant king did not linger. Using the raised armor of the exotic insect as a foothold, it leaped toward its head, simultaneously gathering power in its 4 fists, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, the kneeling exotic insect attempted to claw the ant king down and crush it, yet the latter's agile form was astonishingly resilient, sustaining no injuries while the former only succeeded in injuring itself. Blood and flesh mingling in a gruesome display, the ant king stepped on the shoulder of the exotic insect, executing a final leap into the air. Boom! The previously charged fist, imbued with transcendent force, struck down upon the exotic insect's head, producing a tremendous sound. The once intact head caved in under the force of the blow, brain matter erupting from its mouth and nostrils in a grisly spectacle. Soon after, a stream of black insect essence floated upwards, absorbed by the divine goo tower, while the corpse was swiftly decomposed and dragged back to the ant nest by the giant horned beetle. Truly, the ant king was formidable. Despite the significant size disparity, It dispatched an equally ranked exotic insect with merely 2 strikes, a feat that would undoubtedly rank among the 10 calamities in a past life. Deshawn observed the entire combat process and bestowed high praise upon the Ant King. Roar. Just as he contemplated further commentary, 3 exotic insects collectively emitted a roar, gearing up to assault the Ant King. Deshawn glanced in their direction, recognizing them as 3 black-footed crickets, which he had encountered during the early days of the apocalypse when they had repelled the armed forces of the Shield group. To his surprise, 3 had now appeared before him, their size significantly surpassing that of the Ant King, signaling yet another battle marked by a stark size disparity in response to the challenge presented by the 3 crickets. The Ant King merely cast a glance their way, its expression still drowsy and unconcerned, remaining stationary as it awaited their advance. The giant horned beetle, seeing their intent to employ a swarm tactic, prepared to assist the Ant King but was once again halted. It was instructed to remain in place, safeguarding the ant nest from potential assaults by other exotic insects. Ultimately, the 3 crickets could no longer contain themselves, their stout hind legs propelling them forward, their hardened heads charging like a speeding locomotive toward the Ant King. In contrast, the Ant King refrained from gathering strength this time, simply standing still until the crickets were upon it, at which point it leaped into the air, evading their powerful strike. As it descended, it landed atop one of the crickets, rendering the other 2 unable to attack without risking harm to their companion. The Ant King seized this fleeting advantage, charging its fist, but this time only the 2 upper fists gleamed with power, seemingly half as potent as before. Thud, the sound of its fist striking the cricket's exoskeleton reverberated, followed by a poof as the cricket used as a mount spewed forth a copious amount of blood, with internal organs mingled within, its life force rapidly waning. Deshawn observed keenly. Although this blow was merely half of the Ant King's full power, the ferocious and unyielding transcendent force was inescapable, catching the cricket entirely off guard. Upon witnessing their companion's collapse, the remaining 2 crickets wore expressions of disbelief, yet their assaults grew only fiercer. The Ant King did not linger, engaging the remaining 2 in combat once more. Learning from their previous experience, the crickets adopted a cautious approach, avoiding direct confrontation and instead opting for a strategy of evasion to exhaust the Ant King's stamina. Attempting to wear it down to death, the Ant King discerned this tactic and resolutely targeted one cricket, unleashing blows imbued with transcendent force in a torrential downpour upon its body, ignoring the frantic assaults from the cricket behind. Even as a horrific wound was torn into its back, it remained focused on its chosen target, ultimately pulverizing it. Finally, the last surviving black-footed cricket, witnessing the demise of its companions, immediately ceased its attacks. Terror evident in its eyes, despite a 3-on-1 confrontation, it had failed to slay the Ant King, and it dared not continue the fight. With a roar, it turned tail and fled into the distance. The Ant King, poised to pursue, suddenly stumbled and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily that it had exhausted its strength and could not chase further, allowing the giant horned beetle to guard its side while it summoned its inner essence to accelerate the healing of its wounds. It dared not afford even a moment's respite, for several second-tier exotic insects lurked nearby, watching hungrily. Had it not been for the Ant King's overwhelming display of power, they would have swarmed to claim its life by now. Moreover, the platform at the center of the Divine Goo Tower shimmered with light, transporting the exotic insects that had emerged from the first layer to the second, compounding the Ant King's troubles. The newly arrived exotic insects surveyed their surroundings with confusion, unaware of the recent events, yet upon spotting the injured Ant King, their eyes glimmered with bloodlust as they advanced menacingly. Enough is enough, Deshawn thought to himself, recognizing that such a promising contender could not be squandered. The Ant King's valor had captivated him completely. Today, it had faced 4 foes and vanquished 3, a remarkable achievement that had won his admiration. With a mere thought, cages emerged within the Divine Goo Tower, a manifestation of its rules, confining all the exotic insects in a designated area to prevent conflict, allowing them to recover to their peak condition before the ultimate showdown. Chapter 34. Kings confront kings. Although Deshawn intervened in the battle on the field, he was acutely aware that the Ant King bore severe injuries, rendering the situation profoundly unfair for it. No matter how formidable an insect may be, there comes a time when exhaustion sets in. Without appropriate intervention, the Ant King would face certain death. Having completed his actions, Deshawn began to contemplate anew. directing his thoughts to the Divine Goo Tower, instructing it to release more divine water to aid the Ant King's recovery. However, after a prolonged wait, nothing transpired. Had the divine water been entirely expended during the earlier treatment of the giant horned beetle? Observing the absence of the precious rain, Deshawn felt puzzled. Ultimately, he could do nothing but wait for the Ant King to recuperate on its own. With this in mind, Deshawn turned his gaze once more to the scene below. Witnessing the giant horned beetle cradling the now slumbering Ant King as it made its way toward the ant nest, delivering it to the worker ants who had been waiting outside. A swarm of worker ants procured peculiar leaves from the tower, crafting a makeshift stretcher to carry the Ant King back into the nest, placing it within the royal chamber as the battle began to subside. Deshawn seized the opportunity to conduct another inspection of the tower. The ground covered locusts, spike stinger venomous grasshoppers. Among the exotic insects that had ascended, some were immensely powerful, while others, like the ant colony, had also migrated en masse. The tower had already been stripped bare of vast expanses of trees by the ground cover locusts. Suddenly, Deshawn's gaze caught sight of a corner within the tower, prompting an exclamation of surprise. What the heck? How could there be a fire beetle? The Wooden Goo Tower is filled with trees, and its innate attribute counteracts it, granting it a significant advantage in battle within the tower. On this level, many formidable renowned in the post-apocalyptic world resided, and even an entity as powerful as the dominant Ant King might not necessarily stand out. As Deshawn surveyed his surroundings, he inadvertently found himself at the center of the tower. A casual glance at the ascension platform resulted in a sudden influx of information into his mind, revealing the conditions to unlock the third level. To access the third level, one required a third-tier insect essence and the elimination of 9 second-tier within the tower. Deshawn mentally reiterated the information, noting that he had already absorbed 1 third-tier insect essence. While thus far, the dominant Ant King had only dispatched 3. Lost in thought, the number 9 caught his attention, causing his heart to skip a beat. In the first level, one needed to eliminate 9 to ascend. The second level similarly required the same. Thus, it stood to reason that the third level would also demand the extermination of 9.9, being the pure yang number, aligned with the 9 levels of the, indicating that the requisite number of kills for progression remained consistent at 9. Deshawn mused, seemingly uncovering a pattern regarding the necessary eliminations for subsequent levels. With this realization, he moved on, inspecting the remaining, each yielding the same conclusion. Subsequently, his consciousness returned to his physical form. Re-entering the dot, he shifted little ghost number 2, who was resting atop him, aside and stepped out of this exit into the marketplace, where little ghost lay curled within its shell, fast asleep. The phoenix-winged golden mantis and the shadowy osmanthus cicada remained vigilant at the shop entrance, guarding against dangers lurking in the shadows. Upon Deshawn's arrival, both approached him, displaying remarkable obedience. He extended his hand, gently stroking their heads, and spoke. There are battles awaiting you, crucial for our future breakthroughs and levels. Are you prepared? Although the two could not speak, they comprehended his words that instant. Their previously docile gazes transformed into fierce determination, a glimmer of murderous intent swirling within. Observing their demeanor, Deshawn nodded, returning them to their respective towers. The shop fell silent, save for little ghost snores echoing through the space. Deshawn delivered a kick to its shell, rousing it. Who dares disturb the beauty sleep of Lord Snail? Do they wish for their lives? The newly awakened little ghost, still groggy, shouted in protest. However, upon seeing Deshawn, it quickly softened its tone. My dear little brother, why are you out? How is the unicorn beetle's injury? I have been faithfully keeping watch, not a moment of laziness. That Deshawn, taken aback by its thick skin, grasped its antennae and brought them to eye level, locking gazes. Hey, little brother, do not get any funny ideas. That I'm not into that. If you were female, I might consider. Just as little ghost was about to ramble on, Deshawn pressed his foot against its mouth, interrupting its chatter, and stated emphatically, I have important matters to attend to. You must stay vigilant and awaken me at the slightest hint of trouble. With that, Deshawn settled into a chair within the shop, allowing his consciousness to once more enter the dot. He first arrived at the Golden Goo Tower, where the situation mirrored that of the Wooden Goo Tower, with various from the first level continuously breaking through to the second. The phoenix-winged golden mantis had already engaged in battle with several, vying for the chance to ascend. Deshawn remained attentive to the center of the arena, ready to intervene and protect any on the verge of exhaustion to prevent unnecessary demise. The same held true in the Water Goo Tower, with his consciousness drifting between the golden and water towers, which proved increasingly exhausting. Deshawn lingered in the marketplace for nearly a week. As the supply of food within the remained ample, preparing to set out once the within the towers achieved their third-tier breakthroughs. During this time, the dominant Ant King's injuries fully healed, making a robust return. And upon re-emergence, it swiftly eliminated the fleeing black-footed cricket. After a few more days, one evening, from all three towers reached the third tier, unlocking the third level of the Deshawn first entered the Golden Goo Tower, where, as anticipated, the phoenix-winged golden mantis claimed the lead, being the first to ascend to the third level. After careful observation, he noted that the third level was no longer adorned with opulent palaces. Rather, it resembled a gladiatorial arena, surrounded by a series of smaller worlds. The phoenix-winged golden mantis was assigned to one of these smaller realms, which, despite its grandeur, bore a striking resemblance to the previous two levels. Exiting the Golden Goo Tower, he sequentially inspected the remaining two. Within the Wooden Goo Tower, the giant unicorn beetle no longer reigned supreme, as it was now the dominant Ant King in control. While the Water Goo Tower continued to witness the shadowy Osmanthus cicada in the lead. Likewise, the third level of all towers had transformed into arenas, departing from the chaotic battles of before. During his rounds, Deshawn focused intently on the hierarchy of the ant colony and the unicorn beetles, discovering that the Ant Queen remained at the first tier. Ordinary ants had no ranking, while the unicorn beetles remained at the second tier. However, with the dominant Ant King's achievement of its third-tier goal, they all ascended into the third level together. Upon returning to his physical form, Deshawn eagerly summoned them, and the four once again gathered before him. To his astonishment, he observed that upon reaching the third tier, each had grown in size, yet the dominant Ant King appeared diminutive, roughly 1 meter in length. Upon seeing Deshawn, the dominant Ant King bowed respectfully, yet retained its regal demeanor. Subsequently, its gaze shifted towards the Osmanthus cicada, but after a brief glance, it dismissed it, focusing instead on the slumbering ghost snail for a moment, its drowsy eyes revealing a hint of confusion, though it did not elaborate further. However, when its attention turned to the phoenix-winged golden mantis, an explosive surge of battle intent erupted from its body, enveloping the latter. Yet, the phoenix-winged golden mantis, undeterred by its smaller stature, activated its heavenly gang-killing intent defensively, akin to a sea of corpses and rivers of blood surging forth. Boom! The clash of battle intent against killing intent resonated. The collision of their regal presences resulting in an instantaneous explosion that shattered all the glass displays within the shop, shards flying amidst a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the marketplace, reverberating endlessly. Chapter 35. Spider Eggs. As the two regal faced off from a distance, the resulting aura was astonishing. Even Deshawn himself did not anticipate that the initial encounter between the dominant Ant King and the phoenix-winged golden mantis would escalate into a contest of might. Fortunately, they merely exchanged pressure without intent to engage in combat, which alleviated Deshawn's concerns. Hey, you new shorty. By lineage, you ought to refer to me as Lord Snail. Little Ghost, observing the gradually waning tension between the two, once again adopted a cheeky demeanor, swaying its large shell as it approached the dominant Ant King, gazing down with the eyes on its antennae. However, the dominant Ant King merely regarded it with disdain before targeting Little Ghost's intelligent eyes and delivering a punch. The outcome was unexpected for the Ant King, as its surprise attack missed entirely. Despite its typically languid movements, Little Ghost's speed in retreating into its shell was faster than light when danger arose. Realizing the dominant Ant King's attack was for naught, Little Ghost extended its antennae once more, taunting, "Can't hit me. Can you? Come on, you fool, try to hit me." Not only did it shout provocations, but it also played with its antennae, alternating between popping out to insult and retreating into its shell with audacity. Off-faced with Little Ghost's taunts, the dominant Ant King simply yawned lazily, yet its fist glimmered with radiance as it activated its transcendent force. Observing this, Deshawn could not help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "Let you prance around for a bit. Soon, it will be you, my dear slow snail, who suffers." He aimed to test the dominant Ant King's transcendent force to ascertain its true might, determining whether Little Ghost's defense or the Ant King's offense was superior. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the dominant Ant King's punch, enhanced by the transcendent force, struck Little Ghost's shell. After 2 seconds, a heart-wrenching wail emerged from within the shell. Ow. That hurts like hell. What kind of punch is this? How can it penetrate my shell directly? Little Ghost cried out in anguish, peeking its head out from its shell, tears glistening in its eyes, completely shedding its previous bravado. It had never anticipated that there could be incapable of bypassing external defenses and directly assaulting its innards. It seems the little ant's attack is indeed stronger. It can ignore defenses and inflict actual damage, Deshawn mused, running a hand through his hair. Hearing Deshawn's soft utterance, the tearful Little Ghost instantly grasped the situation, fuming. Are you using me as a test subject for other skills? Lord Snail would never imply such a thing. Seeing you so wise and valiant, I merely wish to interact with you, Deshawn replied with a hearty laugh, deflecting the accusation. Indeed, Little Ghost relished such flattery, quickly forgetting its earlier grievances and returning to its carefree self. All right, we'll rest for the night and set off tomorrow. Prepare to leave this place, Deshawn instructed the 4 by his side, leading them in scavenging usable resources throughout the marketplace. They began their expedition from the 4th floor, descending meticulously, stuffing everything usable into the little demon snail realm. The group arrived at the 1st basement level, which had once housed the Mushin supermarket, but was now in a state of utter disrepair. The fresh fruits had long been consumed by the alien insects, leaving only beverages and vacuum-sealed foods neatly arranged on the shelves. Seemingly of little interest to the creatures, Deshawn packed everything away, for in the apocalypse, supplies served as a form of currency, even capable of purchasing arms and slaves. Little brother, come here. I sense numerous faint life fluctuations within. It appears to be a swarm, called the little demon from the entrance of a warehouse as Deshawn immersed himself in shopping. The other 3 alien insects instinctively moved closer, positioning themselves to shield Deshawn in the safest area. With a thunderous roar, the golden-winged mantis sliced through the wall beside the main door, charging in first. Deshawn followed closely behind, stepping into the warehouse, only to be struck by an overwhelming sight. The 50 square meters of storage were densely packed with spider eggs, some pulsating rhythmically like living hearts, emitting a thump-thump sound. Wow. I've struck gold, Deshawn stammered in excitement, recalling past experiences where alien eggs fetched exorbitant prices at auctions. For the newly hatched insects were easily controlled by insect tamers, trained to become human companions. These companions, raised from infancy, rarely turned against their masters, making them highly sought after. In contrast, an ordinary alien would merely gaze longingly at the eggs, with no means to carry away such a bounty. Fortunately, in this life, Deshawn possessed the divine ability of the God Goo Tower. Perfectly crafted for such situations, he immediately turned to the Ant King, instructing, quickly organize the worker ants to transport these spider eggs. They are now your responsibility. Handle them with care. With that, he summoned swarms of worker ants from the wooden Goo Tower, assigning command to the dominant Ant King to ensure each egg was delivered to the ant nest. After a rough count, Deshawn discovered a total of 50 eggs, though 20 had already perished, resulting in a dismal survival rate. Nonetheless, he did not waste the dead eggs, distributing them as snacks for the little demon and its companions, who could still absorb their essence. The night swiftly passed, and like a locust swarm, Deshawn thoroughly scoured the entire mall, packing away all supplies, including medicines. Before leaving, he also remembered the dismembered heavenly net poison spider, placing its remnants into the ant nest storage room. For every part of the alien insect held potential value and might prove useful in the future. The group finally set off again. Greeted by the rising sun, Deshawn sat atop the little demon's shell, directing their course, flanked by the golden-winged mantis on his left and the dominant Ant King on his right, both serving as his vigilant guardians. Yes, indeed, you shall henceforth be the right and left hands of the king, Deshawn mused, relishing the sensation, resting his chin on his hand and speaking softly to himself. As the surrounding alien insects gradually increased in number, he issued a command for the golden-winged mantis and the dominant Ant King to capture those creatures, delivering them all to the Earth Goo Tower. This time, 3 alien insects advanced to the 3rd transformation, but the essence they yielded only elevated Deshawn to the pinnacle of the 2nd transformation, leaving him bewildered. After a night of contemplation, he surmised that the Earth Goo Tower had initially eliminated all the insects within, indirectly resulting in insufficient numbers for a breakthrough to the third transformation. This journey was fraught with peril. He resolved to elevate himself to the third transformation before embarking to Dishan's side internally, simultaneously pondering how the little demon, devoid of offensive capability, managed to eliminate all the insects in such a short span. He was determined to uncover the truth. Chapter 36. The mysterious origins of the little demon. A solitary human accompanied by 3 insects advanced slowly in the morning light, their shadows stretching longer under the sun's embrace. A large snail bore the weight of a strikingly handsome youth, Dishan. Sitting atop the snail's shell, he remained silent, solely focused on absorbing the captured alien insects. Before him, a yellow glow flickered as one after another was ingested. Akin to an unceasing assembly line, as noon approached. Upon completing the absorption of the 10th second transformation insect, Dishan leaped from the little demon's back, simultaneously issuing a command for the golden-winged mantis and the dominant ant king to cease their captures. Dishan was ready to initiate the next phase of his plan. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he turned to the little demon. The latter, caught in the penetrating gaze, retracted its 2 large antennae into the shell. Avoiding eye contact with Dishan, feeling a sense of trepidation, not feign death. I await your evolution, Dishan bellowed, promptly drawing the little demon into the Earth Goo Tower, denying it any opportunity for protest. Initially, Dishan's strategy was to capture 9 insects to facilitate the little demon's evolution in one go, but the efficiency of the golden-winged mantis and the dominant ant king was unexpectedly high. Within merely half a day, they had cleared all the insects within a several-kilometer radius, forcing him to advance his plan. Finding a concealed bridge tunnel, he took refuge, leaving 2 insects to guard outside while his consciousness entered the Earth Goo Tower. He was determined to uncover everything occurring within the tower. Upon entering, Dishan was astounded by the scene unfolding before him. The little demon was engaged in a one-sided massacre. It wasn't he directly participating in combat, but rather manipulating the earth elements within the tower to assault the alien insects. A burrowing scorpion, claws bared, surged from the soil towards the little demon, its tail armed with a venomous stinger, seemingly intent on piercing the latter. However, the little demon merely glanced at it, lightly tapping one of its tiny antennae above its mouth. Instantly, the thick earth blocks within the tower erupted, transforming into a colossal stone hand that seized the burrowing scorpion from the ground, crushing it effortlessly. The sound of flesh being compressed echoed as the scorpion was obliterated, its foul bodily fluids mingling with shattered remnants, scattering across the floor. This was merely an ordinary occurrence during the little demon's battle that it strolled leisurely through the battlefield, continuously manipulating the surrounding rocks into various forms to vanquish its foes. At one moment, it morphed into a gigantic foot, crushing 2 alien insects, and at another, transformed into a sword, descending from above to pierce through 3 others. Witnessing such a frightening spectacle, Dishan could not help but swallow hard. Silently mourning for the unfortunate insects captured, with only a single alien insect remaining, the little demon suddenly let out a roar, causing the entire tower's realm to tremble, and the earth began to swell. As if a demonic deity was awakening. When it finally took shape, Dishan was rendered speechless. A massive snail, composed of earth and stone, appeared before him, a grandiose version of the little demon itself. Law of the world, the little demon bellowed, and in an instant, this gigantic snail, towering like a mountain, opened its great maw and swallowed the last remaining second transformation insect whole, with a thunderous crash. As the battle concluded, the massive mountain-like snail disintegrated, earth blocks cascading down, stirring up a dust storm that obscured Dishan's vision. When the tempest subsided and clarity returned, he was astonished to find the tower restored to its original state, indistinguishable from before. The only difference was that the original 7 alien insects had vanished without a trace, all annihilated by the little demon. Well, what do you think? Were you awed by my celestial prowess? After dispatching the remaining foes, the little demon cast a boastful glance at Dishan, its eyes radiating an air of arrogance. Dishan, upon hearing this, directed his consciousness towards it, reprimanding, "If you possess such abilities, why not utilize them outside? Hiding your talents, are you?" However, the little demon appeared quite helpless in response, explaining, "I cannot employ this skill in the outside world. It can only be unleashed without restrictions within the tower." Upon hearing the little demon's explanation, Dishan felt a mixture of skepticism and eventual acceptance. Upon further contemplation, he concluded it was likely true. Otherwise, given its ostentatious nature and possession of such a flashy, formidable ability, it would have long since revealed it to everyone. Since you are so formidable within the tower, I shall simply capture strong foes and leave them to you for resolution in the future. A sudden thought struck Deshaun, and he voiced it aloud. The little demon, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at him, as if regarding him as a fool, and retorted, "Your dreams are quite grandiose. Do you not realize that the Godgu Tower can only absorb insects of a certain level? You have only unlocked to the 3rd level. At most, you can capture 3rd transformation insects. Do you still harbor fantasies of capturing a 9th transformation one? Even bringing in a single 4th transformation insect would likely overwhelm you." Deshaun stood by, listening to the little demon's incessant chatter. Utterly astonished by its knowledge, he had never expected this boastful snail to possess such an understanding. Not only was it unrestricted in its movements, but it could also freely manipulate the earth elements within the tower. A feat even Deshaun, as the master, could not achieve as these matters intertwined. Deshaun suddenly felt a chill running down his spine, and his gaze towards it became filled with trepidation. With a swift gesture, he summoned countless order chains from the tower, instantly binding the little ghost like a zongzi and suspending it in mid-air. "Little brother, what do you intend to do? Are you jealous of me? Seeking to conspire against me?" The little ghost was taken aback by this sudden restraint. Feeling utterly perplexed, Deshaun paid no heed to its cries. Striding directly before it, he sternly admonished, "Speak. If you refuse, I shall keep you hanging like this." The little ghost replied, "Release me first. I, the noble snail, have a fear of heights. Much of your supplies are still within my shell. If you scare me to death, your supplies will vanish as well." Upon witnessing this shameless snail daring to threaten him with supplies, Deshaun, without a moment's hesitation, pulled the chains higher, preparing to employ severe measures to extract a confession. The little ghost shrieked, "Stop pulling me up! I will speak. I will tell you everything." "No, wait. What do you want me to say? Why don't you just ask?" Deshaun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had become so agitated that he forgot to pose a question. He then gazed at the little ghost dangling in the air and cleared his throat. "What is your origin? How do you possess such extensive knowledge of the Divine Gu Tower?" After a brief silence, the little ghost seemed to be organizing its thoughts, and after much hesitation, it replied, "When I was born within the tower, I appeared to be bound to the entire structure, as a wealth of information flooded into my mind, effectively making me the steward of your tower." Upon hearing this, Deshaun felt a surge of frustration. He had never anticipated that his godly ability would come with an inbuilt steward. Both his so-called godly power and this peculiar snail were extraordinary oddities. How had he encountered them both? Irritated, he promptly unshackled the little ghost and set it down. Thus, both man and snail ventured into the realm of reality. Greeted by the evening glow, continuing their journey. Chapter 37. A reunion with Li Aoyang. Deshaun harbored doubts about the little ghost's words, but he recalled that during the initial awakening phase, when he first acquired this ability, the little ghost had already existed, not appearing midway. Moreover, if it held ulterior motives, he would have met misfortune long ago and would not have survived to this moment. "Trust the worm, doubt not the worm. Besides, I am the rightful owner of this body. Could it be that a mere snail wishes to usurp my form?" Deshaun cast a sidelong glance at the little ghost. His mind already made up, he then withdrew all 3 of his anomalous insects back into his body and summoned forth a first-tier Bada Dai, allowing it to carry him into the sky. The 3 third-tier anomalous insects, trailing alongside, released an aura that sent the surrounding insects fleeing, leaving Deshaun with no choice but to temporarily withdraw them. Additionally, he intended to use this first-tier Bada Dai as bait to attract higher-tier anomalous insects. Indeed, it wasn't long before the Bada Dai, bearing Deshaun aloft, encountered a swarm of Hutu wasps, led by a first-tier fully mature soldier hornet. Upon sighting Deshaun and his companion, they immediately formed a battle formation, launching several sharp stingers towards the pair, clearly perceiving Deshaun as their next meal. Clang, clang, clang. Just as those stingers were about to reach Deshaun, the Fengqi Lujin mantis surged forward, deflecting the projectiles. With a powerful flap of its wings, the heavenly gang killing intent surged forth, charging towards the swarm of Hutu wasps. However, before the Lujin mantis could close in, the mere release of its killing intent caused the entire swarm to plummet towards the ground. Dishan had long since maneuvered the Batadai beneath their descent, arms wide open, ready to receive them. A verdant glow flickered before him as the fallen hoodoo wasps were absorbed into the wood Gu Tower. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its last rays, Dishan sought a place to rest for the night. He urged the Batadai higher and surveyed the surroundings. All he beheld was devastation. With towering buildings collapsed, the entire city reduced to ruins. Suddenly, amid the debris, he spotted a single structure still standing. It was Li Aoyang's safe house. Truly, the new alloy construction proved its worth, while surrounding buildings crumbled. It remained steadfast. Dishan's gaze sharpened as he regarded it. Although Li Aoyang's character was lacking, the capital behind him certainly held genuine prowess. Very well. This safe house shall now bear the surname Di. Having proclaimed this, he directed the anomalous insect beneath him towards that location. As he approached, he summoned his right-hand men, the Fengqi Lujin mantis and the Bai Wang. They drove out the anomalous insects that had already taken residence within the safe house. Meticulously searching every corner of the rooms to eliminate any potential threats, Dishan had already devised a plan. When he set out tomorrow, he would transport Li Aoyang's safe house into the snail realm and take it along. In all of Huagua, this safe house undoubtedly ranked as top tier, far superior to his OWNAS night descended, enveloping the world in pitch darkness. Danger lurked at every turn, and a moment's lapse could plunge one into an abyss. Even with 3 third-tier anomalous insects by his side, Dishan dared not let his guard down. Standing in the courtyard of the villa, he summoned several nocturnal anomalous insects, renowned for their vigilance, to stand watch over the villa's exterior. Meanwhile, the interior was secured by the 3 third-tier insects. With this arrangement, he could now enjoy a sound sleep. Should any disturbances arise, the exterior insects would sound the alarm at the first sign of trouble. After setting everything in order, Dishan stepped into the snail realm, entering his own safe house, employing 3 layers of protection for his safety. Were an outsider to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly deem him overly cautious. Cowardly, even. Truly the epitome of a turtled head. Yet, only Dishan understood the terrors of the apocalypse he had experienced in his previous life. The insect tide laying waste to cities, mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Millions of humans slaughtered. That sense of despair lingered in his heart. Some insect kings even collaborated, with various insect tides converging to simultaneously assault the sanctuary, rendering defense nearly impossible inside the safe house. Having completed his cleansing routine, Dishan prepared for rest. The series of events over the past few days had left him looking utterly haggard. Before sleeping, he adhered to his usual practice of inspecting all 5 divine Gu towers. As Dishan gazed at the empty divine Gu tower, he could not help but lament. In order to facilitate the smooth advancement of Little Jean and the others to 3rd tier, the 2nd tier anomalous insects within the tower have been completely depleted. It is high time for a replenishment. Now, there was a noticeable gap in the tower, revealing the shortcomings of his godly ability, the 5 elements divine Gu tower. This was merely the advancement to 3rd tier, and the consumption had already been so substantial. One could only imagine the difficulties that lay ahead when attempting to break through in the later stages. The Fire Gu Tower had also become a source of vexation. Thus far, every anomalous insect captured had been reduced to ashes, and the 2nd level remained perpetually locked. Dishan's consciousness delved into the heart of the Fire Gu Tower, surveying the desolate expanse below. A shadow of gloom overcame him once more. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Dishan, immersed in slumber, was jolted awake by a sudden pain. Sitting upright with a start, upon directing his gaze towards the source of the discomfort, he found little ghost number 2 gnawing at his thigh, inciting his ire as he swatted it away. "What are you doing awake at this hour, you fool?" Dishan glared at little ghost number 2, which wore an innocently distressed expression, its tear-filled eyes gazing up at him. It spoke. "Little brother, I sensed a life force emanating from underground, but it does not belong to the insects. It seems to carry the essence of humanity. I called for you for quite a while, but you did not respond, so I had no choice but to take action." Upon hearing its words, Dishan sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Realizing he had misjudged the little ghost, that he stepped off the bed, helped it up, and then, with a swift movement, found himself outside. The Fengqi Lujin mantis, Bai Wang, and Huda Gui snail had long been waiting, remaining still, ready to obey Dishan's commands. "You say there are life signs underground. In which direction?" Dishan inquired, to which the little ghost extended its antennae and pointed forward, saying, "Right beneath that room." Dishan hurried to the door, calming his mind to listen intently before stepping inside. This safe house had already been thoroughly searched, so he held no reservations, fearing no lurking threats, with the little ghost's assertion of human presence. A realization struck him, causing his fists to clench instinctively. He began to scour the room, seemingly in search of something that a glance caught his eye. 2 books on the bookshelf drew his attention. The safe house had been occupied by anomalous insects for quite some time, and other books were long since ruined. Yet these 2 remained pristine, unchanged. Curiosity piqued. Dishan reached out to touch the books, only to hear a click as he inadvertently pressed them into the wall, followed by the sound of gears turning, revealing a hidden passage leading underground. The Fengqi Lujin mantis took the lead, positioning itself protectively in front of Dishan. Wary of unseen dangers, Dishan's heart warmed at the gesture, and he gently patted its head, signaling for it to relax. Finally, with the Fengqi Lujin mantis leading the way and Ba Yiwang bringing up the rear, the group ventured into the secret passage, uncertain of how long they descended. They were confronted by a metal door blocking their path, behind which faint voices of conversation could be heard. Dishan stepped forward and forcefully knocked on the door, lowering his voice as he called out, "I am from the rescue team sent by the higher authorities to is anyone inside." Immediately, a cheer erupted from within, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching rapidly, culminating in the door being flung open. "Why didn't you wait until I was dead to come? A bunch of useless fools. Do you have any idea how I've spent the past month?" As the metallic door cracked open, a voice filled with curses reached Dishan's ears before the person had even appeared. Upon recognizing that familiar voice, Dishan clenched his fists tighter and roared, "Liaoyang, you truly haven't died. Heaven has opened its eyes, allowing me to deal with you personally." Chapter 38. I bet your gun is empty. As the metallic door swung open, a scruffy, disheveled young man appeared before Dishan. It seemed he had not heard Dishan's previous words, his face still bearing an expression of arrogance and hubris. "Look at you. You must be a newly cultivated extraordinary being, sent here by my old man. Why didn't you bring more people? I heard it's chaos outside. Can you protect me all by yourself?" Liaoyang fixed his gaze on Dishan, chattering incessantly, genuinely believing him to be the rescue personnel come to save him. The 3 extraordinary insects surrounding him had long been collected by Dishan, who yearned to personally eliminate this scum and pry some useful information from him. As he caught wind of certain details in Liaoyang's words, the fists he had so tightly clenched began to gradually loosen. "Dishan, how could it be you?" Just as Dishan prepared to employ a clever tactic to extract information, a cry of astonishment rang out from behind Liaoyang. Then, a stunning young woman, entirely unclothed, dashed towards him. It was Wang Xinwen, her eyes wide with disbelief as she fixed her gaze on him. Heaven has eyes. This vile woman hasn't died either. Today truly is a double joy. Upon seeing Wang Xinwen, Dishan's heart soared with joy. He could simultaneously take vengeance on 2 enemies today. However, Liaoyang, standing beside him, instantly became displeased, cursing, "Who the hell are you? How do you 2 know each other?" "Yang Gu, this is the person I mentioned before, who, relying on a bit of money, crazily pursued me. When I refused to date him, he began to harass me and even assaulted my brother. That I never expected he would still be alive," Wang Xinwen exclaimed, throwing herself at Liaoyang in a fit of distress. Hearing her words, Liaoyang's brows furrowed, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he turned to Dishan. "So, you're not a rescue worker after all. How did you find this place? Wait, why do you look so familiar? I remember now. You're that brat who came to shoot short videos last time." "Yang Gu, what short videos? What are you talking about?" Wang Xinwen replied, confusion etched across her face, faced with their slander and inquiries. Dishan remained silent, merely standing still, watching the performance of these 2 wretched individuals. "All right, are you finished? Don't waste my time. Let me inform you in advance, neither of you will escape today. You both will die here." Dishan, his patience wearing thin with their incessant prattle, emanated a murderous intent that sent shivers down the spines of the 2 before him. "Who the hell do you think you are to speak to me like that?" Liaoyang, startled by the sudden surge of murderous intent, quickly regained his composure, attempting to appear imposing as he stealthily reached for his waist. With a swift motion, he drew 2 handguns, one crafted from pure gold and the other from pure silver, each exuding an air of opulence, and aimed them at Dishan's forehead. You were quite arrogant just now. Let us see you maintain that bravado. With a newfound confidence, Li Aoyang brandished his weapons, while Wang Xinwen stood beside him, arms crossed, a smirk on her face. Yang, why waste time talking to him? Just shoot him. Didn't Dad say the rescue team is on the way? Confronted with the guns mere inches from his face, Dishan displayed no signs of panic, a smile creeping onto his lips as he looked at Li Aoyang and declared, I bet your guns are empty. Li Aoyang was momentarily taken aback, his gaze towards Dishan shifting to one of incredulity as he scoffed. Kid, I have a saying for you too. Good people don't die, bad people don't die, only fools die. With 2 loaded guns pointed at your head, should I call you foolish or ignorant? Wang Xinwen burst into laughter at Dishan's words, her mirth causing her ample bosom to jiggle in rhythm with her laughter. Dishan, I never imagined you'd end up like this, in my grasp. You want to have it easy today. Wang Xinwen's eyes glinted with malice as she turned to Li Aoyang. Yang, it's so boring hiding underground all the time. Why not incapacitate him and keep him alive for our amusement? Li Aoyang, upon hearing this, grinned widely, a lewd expression overtaking his face, yet his eyes remained cold and ruthless as they settled on Dishan. Kid, your life has come to an end in this lifetime. In the next, may you be born into a better family. With that, Li Aoyang aimed the gun at Dishan's thigh, preventing any chance of escape. Bang! The gunshot echoed harshly in the confined space, followed by a blood-curdling scream. My arm! My arm is gone. Li Aoyang collapsed in a pool of blood, howling in agony, both arms now severed. Meanwhile, Wang Xinwen, splattered with blood, remained in shock, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Her terrified gaze quickly shifted to the unscathed Dishan. Dishan, what have you done? What happened to Yang? How dare you harm him? Do you have any idea of his background and power? Regaining her composure, Wang Xinwen screamed in terror, unable to fathom why Li Aoyang's arms had vanished despite him being the one to fire the gun, just as she prepared to continue her tirade. A massive, entirely black mantis with a triangular head emerged slowly from the room. It was the Fengqi Lujin mantis, the instant Li Aoyang fired. Dishan had released it, as its razor-sharp arms deflected the bullet. It had simultaneously severed Li Aoyang's arms with blinding speed, leaving neither of the two present with any time to react. Seeing the enormous mutated mantis, Wang Xinwen fainted dead away, her face devoid of color. Meanwhile, Li Aoyang, writhing on the ground in agony, struggled to rise, a singular thought racing through his mind. Escape. I can't die. I'm his grandson. I haven't enjoyed the worldly riches yet. I cannot die here. The powerful will to survive, fueled by an adrenaline rush, somehow kept him staggering to his feet. As Li Aoyang attempted to flee into the room, a tremendous force suddenly struck him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. A powerful foot pressed heavily on his back. Now you know who the wise man is and who the fool is, a voice devoid of emotion echoed from behind him. Chapter 39. Taking vengeance on enemies crushed beneath the weight of the foot. Fear gripped Li Aoyang's heart, and he spoke through tears. Brother, let's discuss this calmly. I have power and influence. I can give you anything you desire. Dishan, reveling in Li Aoyang's terror, was pleased with this outcome, knowing he could extract valuable intelligence from him. With a surge of strength, he lifted Li Aoyang off the ground and tossed him onto the sofa. The Fengqi Lujin mantis approached, its triangular head and large eyes fixated on Li Aoyang, its sharp forelimbs poised at his neck, ready to strike upon Dishan's command. Seeing that the time was ripe, Dishan began his inquiry. What is your relationship with the Xiaoshuan group? Why did they send private forces to rescue you? Upon hearing the mention of the Xiaoshuan group, terror flickered in Li Aoyang's eyes, swiftly followed by a flash of arrogance. Though he concealed it well, Dishan was quick to notice. Li Aoyang subtly nodded towards the Fengqi Lujin mantis, which immediately understood the cue. Its forelimb grazed Li Aoyang's neck, leaving a thin line of blood in its wake. Don't kill me. I'll tell you. As warmth trickled from his neck, Li Aoyang screamed, his legs flailing like a ridiculous worm on the sofa. Speak quickly, Dishan barked, commanding his attention. Instantly, Li Aoyang blurted out, the Xiaoshuan group is just a small company within my family's empire. The full name of the parent company is Jiefeng Group, which my grandfather founded in his youth. Upon receiving this information, Dishan felt as though a thunderclap had exploded in his mind. He was well aware of this group. The founder of the Jiefeng Group was none other than old Jiefeng from the highest authority in Huagua. The Nine Elders. Moreover, the group's expertise in genetic engineering far surpassed that of the entire world, rightfully claiming its position as an industry leader. That I was only aware that Li Aoyang's father held a prominent position in Su province. But I never anticipated the immense stature of his grandfather. It is no wonder that a military unit was dispatched solely for him. Dishan brushed back the hair from his forehead, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Li Aoyang as his mind raced to formulate a strategy. Observing his pensive demeanor, a haughty expression re-emerged on Li Aoyang's face. Yet, he refrained from being overly ostentatious, fearful of having his head severed by the nearby golden-winged mantis. Brother, you must now comprehend the magnitude of my identity. If you let me go today, you will feast on the finest and indulge in pleasures to come. However, before Li Aoyang could finish his statement, Dishan interrupted him, inquiring once more about the newly developed beings from his company. Upon hearing this question, Li Aoyang faltered, yet mustered the courage to respond. I don't have much knowledge on that matter. That I recently spoke with my father, who mentioned that a subsidiary of our family, through research on the Crimson Mist, has caused a significant number of individuals to undergo transformations and acquire superpowers. Moreover, they have organized a team of these beings, currently en route to my location. That Dishan remained silent, standing still as he attentively listened to his words. Artificial beings? I have heard of such things in my past life. Truly, it is no surprise that it is Jiefeng Group. I cannot afford to waste any more time here. I must distance myself swiftly. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot jolted Dishan back to reality, prompting him to turn towards the entrance. There stood Wang Xinwen, now awakened, wielding a golden handgun, smoke still curling from its muzzle. Clearly, she had just fired that shot. The bullet, however, was effortlessly swatted away by the golden-winged mantis, which had become as hard as steel and remarkably agile after its third transformation. You wretched woman, not only are you foolish, but your malice runs deep to the core. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. Dishan was filled with fury. This scene felt eerily familiar, as in his past life, he had fallen victim to the hands of this treacherous duo. That in this life, he would not allow such a tragedy to unfold again. From a short distance, Wang Xinwen, witnessing her attack so easily deflected, was utterly shocked. She had witnessed the power of that golden handgun before, during the assault on their safe house. It was precisely with these two pistols that Li Aoyang had fought his way through the swarm, leading her to safety underground. Realizing she had struck a hard surface, Wang Xinwen quickly discarded the handgun and rushed toward Dishan, continuously explaining, I was not aiming at you. I was targeting that brute. Li Aoyang, he forced me to be his girlfriend, and when I refused, he threatened my parents' lives. Dishan, I have always liked you. Even when Li Aoyang compelled me to do such things, my thoughts were solely of you. The expressions of the two men present varied as they heard Wang Xinwen's shameless words. Dishan's face twisted in disgust. He had heard such a script before, though this time, the protagonist was Li Aoyang. Meanwhile, Li Aoyang's eyes blazed with fury, wishing he could devour this traitorous woman alive. Wang Xinwen fell at Dishan's feet, pleading for him to rescue her from her plight, willing to serve him. Dishan, observing her, gently bent down to assist her up, revealing a warm smile akin to the sun in midwinter. Silly girl, I need to borrow something from you. Will you lend it to me? He whispered softly into her ear, grasping the ponytail at the back of her head. Wang Xinwen, whatever you want, my love, I will comply. With that, she shyly lowered her head, her legs instinctively closing together. But soon, Dishan's next words froze her smile in place. I wish to borrow your head. With a swift motion, the blade of the golden-winged mantis sliced through, severing Wang Xinwen's head from her body. Her beautiful visage still adorned with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Dishan had truly acted, and with such decisiveness. Warm blood splattered across Dishan, who held Wang Xinwen's head in his left hand as he approached the limp figure of Li Aoyang, who was now utterly terrified that do not come closer. Xinwen, you actually killed her at that moment. Dishan was drenched in crimson blood, resembling a vengeful specter. Li Aoyang was so or what should I do? The second level of the Fire Gu Tower remained stubbornly sealed, presenting an insurmountable chasm for my future advancement. Dishan gazed down from the heights, surveying the vast expanse of land below, and let out a lament of helplessness. Having reached this juncture, there was no turning back for him. He could only grit his teeth and forge ahead, after soaring through the skies for a while. Dishan retrieved a local map of Huagua and a small compass from his waist. These were preparations he had made before the apocalypse, intending to travel north from Long City, reach the banks of Changjiang, and then journey west along the river into the territory of Shijiang. Along the way, the little ghost finally regained its strength. Bursting with vitality once more, Di Shan immediately set about capturing the surrounding second turn, absorbing them into the Earth Goo Tower, before seeking out a secluded spot for the little ghost to break through by dusk. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, the little ghost successfully reached the third turn. Completing its transformation as it transitioned into the third turn, a crimson essence emanated from it, embedding itself into Di Shan's brow. In that instant, Di Shan felt as though he had pierced through a thin membrane, entering a completely new realm, with all his bodily functions enhanced. However, rather than elation, a trace of worry marred his expression. On the surface, he seemed to have broken through to the third turn, yet the risk of falling back into a lower realm loomed ever present. The drawbacks of only having unlocked 4 of the Divine Goo Towers became apparent. If he could not activate the Fire Goo Towers soon, advancing to the 4th turn would be exceedingly difficult. Di Shan felt a deep sense of unease regarding his own condition. In light of this, he resolved to capture a substantial number of first turn, believing that a quantitative change would lead to a qualitative one. And surely he would encounter some that were unafraid of searing flames. Steeling his resolve, he continued on his journey. As swarmed forth from within him, all that he encountered were swiftly absorbed into the Fire Goo Tower. As night fell quietly, Di Shan found it necessary to temporarily set aside his plans, seeking refuge for the night in an abandoned house. According to his usual practice, he released the phoenix-winged golden mantis, the tyrant ant king, and the Huta ghost snail to guard his side. Di Shan himself entered the snail realm, arriving in the safety room that belonged exclusively to Liao Yang. Strolling through the safety room, little ghost No. 2 followed closely behind, and they explored the building in its entirety. The wine collection cabinet, the upscale banquet hall, the private gym. Alas, most of it had been ravaged by, and he would have to wait until later to invite someone to undertake proper repairs. Eventually, Di Shan arrived at Liao Yang's bedroom, which lay in utter disarray, littered with the excrement of, and several used progeny isolation bags carelessly discarded on the floor. Seeing this scene, Di Shan felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. With a resounding bang, he shut the door and sighed. I must find an opportunity to thoroughly clean this place. Otherwise, I cannot feel at ease living here. After circling the room without finding a suitable place to sleep, he exited the snail realm and stepped outside. Di Shan made the belly of the phoenix-winged golden mantis his makeshift bed, lying atop it, while its wings served as a blanket, draping over him. Little ghost, with its sly, glimmering eyes, fixed its gaze on him and insisted on squeezing closer, its pair of antennae pressing against Di Shan. The weight, a good several dozen pounds, nearly suffocated him, prompting him to roll off the makeshift bed and deliver a thorough beating to it. The tyrant ant king seized the opportunity to strike as well, landing several punches on little ghost, who grimaced and howled in pain. Amidst this playful bickering, they all drifted off to sleep. Chapter 41. Underlying currents. As Di Shan sank into a deep slumber, silence once again enveloped the building, so profound that even a falling pin could be heard. Yet the stationed around the house felt an unsettling anxiety creeping in, as if they sensed an unknown power spreading around them. Their senses dulled significantly. Tonight's darkness was deeper than usual, with ominous clouds completely obscuring the stars and moonlight. Inside, the phoenix-winged golden mantis and the tyrant ant king exchanged glances. Do you sense anything? In the shadows, it felt as if a ghostly presence was lurking. Even little ghost, typically carefree, wore an unusually serious demeanor. All the surrounding grew increasingly tense, their hearts racked with torment. No, wake up the little brother. I sense his life force is waning rapidly. It won't be long before he meets his end. Little ghost suddenly cried out, its life already intertwined with Di Shan's as the latter's vitality dwindled. The lives of several were also fading away rapidly. It dragged its enormous shell and moved first to Di Shan's side, using its 2 appendages to incessantly pat his thigh, trying to rouse him. The phoenix-winged golden mantis and the tyrant ant king did the same, frantically shaking his body. A cryptic and incomprehensible syllable abruptly manifested in Di Shan's mind, jolting him awake from his slumber. What the hell is this? Am I still in my homeland? Di Shan opened his eyes to find himself detached from his physical form, suspended high in the air, confronted by an enormous shadow, as colossal as a mountain, blotting out the vast sky and obscuring the starlight. "What is that?" "Little Jean, little Aunt." Deshaun was taken aback, attempting to summon the within him to fight, but no matter how he struggled, it was futile. The connection to the Divine Gu Tower had been severed by an inexplicable force, and his senses fell into an abyss of silence. A chilling shriek echoed from the depths of Deshaun's consciousness. And in an instant, a super shockwave centered around the shadow erupted across the horizon, illuminating the city below as if it were midday. Before he could react, the immense shadow opened a pair of crimson eyes, lifting him up to observe him for a protracted period. In the shadow's grasp, Deshaun's mind went blank. He was utterly powerless, devoid of any will to resist. However, just as he was lost in thought, the shadow abruptly hurled him downward, pulling his consciousness back into his body. Deshaun screamed as he bolted upright from the ground, his cold sweat soaking his clothes. He dashed outside in a single bound, gazing skyward, but there was no trace of any shadow. The night sky was clear and cloudless, the bright moon shining down, accompanied by the chorus of insects, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. Was it a nightmare, or did it truly happen? Everything felt so real that Deshaun was shaken by the earlier events, repeatedly muttering to himself, even after having fought for 2 years in his previous life. Teetering on the brink of life and death daily, he had never experienced despair quite like that. Moreover, every time he recalled the shadow's visage, waves of dizziness and suffocation washed over him. Right. What about little Jean and little Ghost? Just moments ago, he had felt the connection between them severed. As he gradually calmed his racing heart, Deshaun sensed that the Divine Gu Tower had re-established contact with several, revealing their current state. The phoenix-winged golden mantis, once a fierce predator, now lay weakly on the ground, barely clinging to life, while the tyrant ant king and the hooded ghost snail were similarly in dire straits, their breath shallow, teetering on the edge of demise. Realizing this, Deshaun hurriedly absorbed them into the Divine Gu Tower, hoping that the tower's extraordinary power could restore their vitality. His last glimmer of hope, his consciousness followed closely behind as he entered the tower. At the headquarters of the Qinglong Battle Zone in Jinling City, before the large screen at the Battle Zone headquarters, a strikingly beautiful young woman clad in form-fitting combat attire abruptly stood up from her seat, swiftly retrieving a communicator to alert the highest-ranking leader of the Battle Zone. "Commander Zhou, our instruments have detected intense energy fluctuations within the vicinity of Long City. Please issue your directives. Immediately dispatch combat troops to the location of the energy surge. We must ascertain the cause without delay," commanded Zhou Dinghua, the highest commander of the Qinglong Battle Zone, resolute in preventing any disturbances within his domain. Simultaneously, at the boundary of the Qinglong Battle Zone, above the towering mountains, a small passenger plane sped swiftly towards Long City. Inside the cabin sat 6 individuals dressed in peculiar attire, each face marked by indifference, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Attention, ladies and gentlemen, mealtime has arrived." A tall, graceful flight attendant wheeled in a food cart to serve the passengers. Upon hearing the commotion, one of the men looked up, his gaze instantly turning lecherous at the sight of the attendant's stunning beauty. "What a delectable beauty, Jean Team. Are you smitten?" Behind him, a pallid young man jested sinisterly. However, the man referred to as Jean Team paid him no mind, his eyes fixated on the flight attendant's face, exuding an unsettling aura. "Lunch has been distributed, and I shall not disturb your rest any further." The flight attendant, feeling the weight of their stares, turned to leave, desperate to escape. But as she turned, the man behind suddenly opened his mouth wide, revealing a set of sharp fangs, and a crimson tongue shot out, wrapping around her neck, pulling her into his embrace. "Where do you think you're going, my dear? You're far too lovely to not let me have a taste." His lewd words accompanied by hands that roamed freely over her elegant form. And no matter how the flight attendant struggled or called for help, she could not escape his grasp, firmly ensnared in his hold. Eventually, the man grew bored, opening his mouth full with a single swipe. The meal that had been brought in was overturned, and a crimson tongue licked at bloodied lips, as if savoring the taste. "Only such a captivating creature was worthy of being my lunch. Captain Jean, perhaps you should dial it back a bit. Considering this, you've already consumed 3 portions that if you continue at this rate, we may find ourselves without any service." The others around had long since grown accustomed to the scene, and amidst such a bloody display, some even dared to jest. Captain Jean, however, remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively as he spoke. Our primary objective this time is to safely bring back the grandson of that esteemed individual. While investigating the mysterious fluctuations that have recently been reported, he surveyed the gathered crowd, his tone growing more serious. Do not underestimate this mission. If we accomplish it successfully, we shall rise to the pinnacle of the Five Evil Squad. Anyone who dares to lag behind will find themselves devoured. The others, upon hearing his threatening words, felt no sense of urgency. Instead, they became remarkably animated, shouting in agreement. Fear not, Captain Jean, with us around, any obstacles shall face a fate of no return. Chapter 42. Ling Changjiang inside the Divine Insect Tower. Dishan remained oblivious to the fact that two groups had their sights set on this location and were hastily approaching Dai Ti that moment. Dishan was wholly focused, closely monitoring the condition of the foreign insects within him. Fortunately, he had restored his connection with the Divine Insect Tower, and his vitality was steadily rising. Several bound foreign insects were rapidly regaining their strength. Dishan finally exhaled in relief, his heart still racing. At least it was not injuries sustained from battle, merely a loss of vitality, and I shall recover in no time. After this incident, Dishan had come to realize that the foreign insects were now bound to him. Their demise would not affect him directly. However, should he perish, all the foreign insects within him would perish alongside him. With this knowledge, he no longer feared the possibility of the insects turning against him. Initially, a flicker of anxiety lingered in his heart, as the strength of the phoenix-winged golden mantis grew. If one day it disobeyed orders and turned on him, he would have no opportunity for regret. We must hasten our journey. That shadow from last night. No. Wait. What happened last night? Why can I recall nothing at all? A void filled Dishan's mind, as memories of the previous night began to fade swiftly. Little ghost, come forth. Dishan's consciousness returned to his physical form, and he immediately summoned the earth ghost. What transpired last night? Why are you all so gravely injured? When I awoke this morning, you were on the brink of death. Dishan inquired, seeking clarity. What are you talking about, little brother? We all slept together last night. What do you mean by on the brink of death? Grandpa was just fine. Perhaps you had a nightmare. The little ghost responded, utterly perplexed, wisdom etched in its eyes filled with confusion. Dishan was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly remembered waking to find 3 foreign insects nearing death, even personally placing them within the tower. Why had they forgotten everything in such a short span of time? No, this cannot simply be a nightmare. My memories have been erased. Following the trail of clues, he attempted to deduce the situation, only to be met with a jarring pain in his head that halted his thoughts. This became a source of distress for Dishan, as this sudden occurrence exceeded his understanding. However, as time passed, he began to forget more and more, until the entirety of last night's experiences slipped from his mind. Last night was truly restful. Are you all prepared? We are about to embark on a new journey. Having forgotten the events of the previous night, Dishan felt an unusual surge of energy as he rallied the foreign insects to prepare for departure. The delays had already been prolonged enough. They could not afford to tarry any longer. Before nightfall, they must reach the banks of Changjiang. The Bada butterfly soared into the sky, carrying Dishan northward. I recall Lin Yufan mentioning that their shelter lies to the north of the city. I wonder if I might encounter him along the way. As this thought crossed his mind, the youthful, innocent visage of Lin Yufan surfaced in Dishan's memory. He had already resolved that if he were to meet Lin Yufan again, he would do everything in his power to take him along, for the boy's potential to command insects was enough to warrant Dishan's offering of an olive branch. Suddenly, the Bada butterfly emitted a loud cry, interrupting Dishan's reverie, signaling that they were approaching Changjiang. Sensing the call, Dishan gazed into the distance and beheld a grand river surging forth from afar, stretching endlessly like a great dragon, bisecting the land of Huagua. This Changjiang, he pondered, recognizing it as one of the 2 sacred rivers of Huagua, alongside Huanghe, nurturing generations of Huaxia descendants. Dishan felt a sense of melancholy as the apocalypse descended. Human dominion crumbled, and countless species faced extinction. Yet these 2 sacred rivers continued to flow, unstoppable in their course. He urged the Bada butterfly to fly swiftly onward, while his gaze searched for the refuge that Lin Yufan had mentioned. Suddenly, he spotted an unusually shaped building not far from the riverbank, surrounded by towering structures, set in a depression. This place was peculiar, easily defensible, and if one were to establish a shelter, it would be a prime location. With a tentative spirit, Dishan decided to investigate, as this was the only place within several kilometers that met the criteria for a shelter. Indeed, as he approached, he discerned signs of human activity below. Perhaps I should remain discreet on my first visit, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Contemplating this, he ultimately resolved to withdraw all foreign insects into his being and proceed alone. Dishan directed the Bada butterfly to land in a concealed spot. Donning a warm smile as he approached the building. "Stop! Who goes there?" Before he could draw closer, a sharp voice rang out from above. Halting Dishan's advance, he nodded in satisfaction. The security personnel were quite vigilant, and such alertness was essential for survival in the apocalypse. Two shadows then leapt down from above, landing before Dishan, one tall and slender, with an oddly shaped face, the nose resembling a fist. Lending a comical air, this peculiar individual stepped forward, wielding a steel pipe, and inquired, "Where do you hail from, and what brings you here?" Dishan did not respond, instead scrutinizing the two. This big-nosed fellow is an awakened individual, yet regrettably lacks much combat prowess. "Hey, are you deaf or just dull? I'm asking you a question." The tall, thin man became irate at Dishan's silence, raising the steel pipe alongside his companion, preparing to teach this oblivious fellow a lesson. As the pipe swung down, Dishan maintained his calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the impending attack. Instead, he moved closer to the two, asking, "Is there a child named Lin Yufan here? I'm his brother, come to find him." Upon hearing Lin Yufan's name, the two halted their movements, exchanging glances. The tall, thin man's expression shifted momentarily before reverting to normal. Such subtle movements, however, did not escape Dishan's keen observation. Just as he was about to inquire further, the other spoke first. "Xiao Lu, go report to the boss. Tell him someone is looking for that kid, and have him come out to meet." The tall, thin man directed the one behind him to inform their leader, while he himself moved closer to Dishan, engaging in casual conversation to glean more information. Yet to Dishan, the man's actions seemed suspicious, as if he intended to block his escape route, preventing him from leaving. Chapter 43. The Wolf Emperor. After conversing with the tall, thin man, Dishan learned his name was Hang Tian. His parents had hoped he would become an astronaut, hence the unique name. "Brother Hang, what is the scale of this shelter? Since the apocalypse began, have you encountered any insect tides?" Despite Hang Tian's subtle maneuvers, Dishan remained unfazed. At this moment, aside from the foreign insects with special abilities posing a threat, humans could not harm him. There was a minor insect tide previously, but we managed to repel it. "Big Nose, we're here." Just as the two exchanged pleasantries, Xiao Lu returned, accompanied by three others. "Who are you calling Big Nose? Watch it, or I'll take you down." Hang Tian, infuriated by the nickname, turned to retaliate against Xiao Lu. Dishan, observing from the side, furrowed his brow. He noticed that all the newcomers were bald, their faces menacing, adorned with tattoos barely visible. "Enough of your bickering, you two. The boss wants to see him." From the crowd, a burly man spoke, halting the discord, before turning to Dishan and stating, "Come with us. That kid is waiting for you inside." Without granting Dishan the chance to respond, the group surrounded him, leading him into the shelter. "Am I walking into a den of thieves?" The individuals within this sanctuary exude an air of brazen audacity, presenting themselves as anything but virtuous. As Dishan traversed the dimly lit and narrow passageway, his sense of unease intensified. He felt a profound disdain for the actions and demeanor of the group. They guided him through a shadowy corridor, where a gust of wind swept past, carrying with it a repugnant stench, reminiscent of decaying flesh. With his heightened senses, Dishan discerned a distinct metallic tang in the air, indicating that a violent incident had transpired here. "Stop. Who are you really, and where do you intend to take me?" Dishan's voice thundered through the confined space, startling the group momentarily. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, halting in their tracks to turn and regard him with predatory gazes, their expressions twisted into grotesque masks of hunger, as if he were a delectable lamb awaiting slaughter. "You claim to be the brother of that little brat. You may deceive others, but not me. My keen nose can detect the lies you weave," Hang Tian proclaimed, proudly gesturing to his prominent nose, while casting a boastful glance around at his companions, showcasing his supposed prowess. "Enough, Big Nose, cease your boasting. Our leader is on his way. Cover that nose of yours, lest you suffer the consequences," another voice warned from within the throng, attempting to temper Hang Tian's arrogance. However, Hong Tian, undeterred, elevated his nose even higher, disdainfully retorting, "It is precisely because of my nose that we can capture this fat lamb. You ordinary folk are merely envious of my abilities." The group, engaged in playful banter at Dishan's expense, regarded him as nothing more than a sheep to be sheared. Upon hearing them refer to him as a fat lamb, Dishan couldn't suppress a chuckle, quipping, "You lot keep calling me a fat lamb. Are you planning to devour me or plunder Dishan?" Unperturbed by the surroundings, followed closely behind. Upon grasping the grim truth, he regarded everyone around him as mere corpses. After a period of advance, he finally emerged from the filthy, narrow passage, where a glimmer of light appeared in the distance, revealing the very depression he had glimpsed from above. Passing through this luminous area, the group entered a large warehouse, situated by the banks of the Changjiang River, often piled high with goods, thus ensuring stringent security. The entrance was fashioned from steel plates several centimeters thick, perfectly designed to withstand the onslaught of insect tides. "Welcome to my domain, Wolf King Gang. Feel free to admire the scenery within our ranks. Soon, you too shall select your preference," declared the Wolf King, halting in his tracks and turning to address Dishan. There was no need for him to speak. Dishan had already taken in the entire situation inside the warehouse with keen observation. What was once a storage facility for goods had transformed into a veritable hell's cape. To the left, several bonfires blazed fiercely, beside which lay the skinned corpses of two-legged sheep. Some had been butchered into chunks for soup, while others were skewered and roasted by designated individuals. That in another corner of the warehouse, several scantily clad women, their hair disheveled, endured a grim fate. As Dishan surveyed the horrifying scene, a burly man stepped forth from beside the Wolf King. Addressing him, "Kid, let me explain. The contents of that pot are from the previous batch of refugees, who have now become our sustenance. Do you prefer them steamed or spicy? Choose your flavor, and we shall prepare it for you." This man was clearly a pawn of the Wolf King, intended to shatter Dishan's will through these grotesque sights, compelling him to abandon any thoughts of resistance. The Wolf King had long suspected that Dishan was likely an extraordinary individual. Anyone capable of arriving here alone could not possibly be ordinary, and he sought to recruit him. Dishan paid no heed to the others, instead scrutinizing the layout of the warehouse. Suddenly, he noticed a lavish seat in the center, upon which rested the severed head of an extraordinary insect belonging to the crane dragon. Upon witnessing this, Dishan could no longer maintain his composure and pronounced in a grave tone, "I shall say this one last time. Where is Lin Yufan? If I do not see him within 3 seconds, you shall all perish." No sooner had he finished speaking than another burly man appeared, dragging a barely conscious Lin Yufan towards him, carelessly tossing him at Dishan's feet. The man then looked at Dishan, whose expression was dark and foreboding, and laughed boisterously. "If this kid weren't also an extraordinary individual, we would have devoured him long ago. I recalled just days ago, when he attempted to avenge his sister's death, I slapped him so hard he bled from all 7 orifices." The burly man continued to boast about his achievements, unaware that death had already cast its shadow over him. "In the end, we even dealt with his grandmother." Just as the man was about to continue, his head suddenly flew off, crimson blood erupting from his body like a fountain. "You dare to touch what I have set my sights upon? None of you shall leave here alive today." The chilling declaration echoed throughout the warehouse, an oppressive aura enveloping everyone, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, their knees buckling to the ground. Chapter 45. A bloodbath. The one who struck was the golden-winged mantis, which erupted from the tower with the force of thunder, severing the burly man's head in an instant. The speed was such that none present had time to react. Not even the Wolf King himself could discern the assailant. After successfully executing the strike, the mantis received its orders from Dishan and concealed itself once more, eager to observe whether these individuals possessed any hidden capabilities. "Enemy attack. We are under siege," cried a delicate-looking man beside the Wolf King. His fingers poised dramatically, his voice strained with terror. He was in close proximity to the burly man, experiencing the highest level of fright. Had the mantis's attack been even slightly misaligned, he would have been the one to perish. "A bunch of worthless fools. What are you afraid of? It's just one person. Quickly, overwhelm him." The Wolf King, witnessing his subordinates kneeling in fear, was infuriated, bellowing in desperation that he felt an unsettling sensation. This kid was peculiar, and despite his own strength, he sensed a hint of danger emanating from Dishan. Upon hearing the command, the others struggled to rise, gathering up fallen weapons, and staggered toward Disan. Bang! Bang! Disan drew his twin pistols from his waist and pierced one enemy's brow with precision, instilling fear in those surrounding him that he has a gun. Charging at him is tantamount to suicide. Someone cried from the crowd, "Wolf King, I implore you to intervene and suppress this kid. Damn it, a bunch of useless wretches. Lao Su, go open the armory and bring out all the weapons we brought." The Wolf King muttered a curse under his breath, then instructed a nearby individual. The man named Lao Su immediately took a few subordinates and rushed to a concealed compartment within the warehouse. Retrieving several handguns and a sniper rifle, from a distance, Disan noticed the commotion, his pupils narrowing slightly in surprise. Think such a small faction possesses so many firearms. This truly exceeds my expectations. However, he harbored no significant concerns, maintaining a demeanor of nonchalance. Once again, both sides found themselves at an impasse, with those wielding firearms exhibiting the most arrogance. Kid, keep pretending. Just because you have 2 guns, you think you're impressive? Move again, and I'll turn you into a pincushion. Lao Su approached, pressing the handgun forcefully against Disan's forehead, unable to suppress the smug smile on his face. "That I advise you not to stand so close. Otherwise, you may find yourself without a chance to even weep," Disan replied coldly, his gaze unwavering. Lao Su erupted in laughter, prompting those around him to join in, their earlier trepidation forgotten. This kid must be daft. With a gun to his head, he still dares to speak so boldly. "Wolf King, I find this kid amusing. How about we spare him, chop off his limbs, and keep him here for our amusement?" As Disan listened to the derisive laughter surrounding him, he felt a wave of exasperation. "You villains, even your threats are painfully predictable. I have heard such foolishness before." The last individual who dared to threaten Disan now had his head mounted on a stake. "Enough, everyone, quiet down. Since this foolish lad has come for Lin Yufan, I shall personally slay this little brat before his very eyes." The Wolf King, emboldened by the sight of Disan surrounded by weapons, felt less fear and prepared to strike at his vulnerability. "Lao Su, bring me the little brat on the ground. I will flay him alive, and we shall have a hot pot feast tonight." Yes. Lao Su bent down, just as he was about to seize Lin Yufan. A brilliant yellow light flickered before Disan, that a massive snail appeared seemingly out of thin air, positioning itself between the two. Hey. This kid is under my protection. If you wish to harm him, have you consulted with me, snail?" The little brat, seizing the moment of confusion, used its tentacles to lift Lin Yufan onto its back. Swaggering back to stand behind Disan, it had been observing the situation closely from within the tower and could no longer restrain itself upon witnessing the threat to Lin Yufan. What the hell is this? A talking snail. Those who regained their senses were taken aback, rendered speechless, especially Lao Su, who, upon seeing Lin Yufan rescued, erupted in fury, shouting, "Open fire! Kill that snail!" Swish, however, before he could finish his command, a shadow swept past, and Lao Su's head flew off, his face contorted in disbelief. The golden-winged mantis, which had been lurking in the shadows, decisively struck, descending from above to eliminate him in an instant. Roar. This time, it no longer needed to hide its identity. Letting out a roar as its bloodthirsty intent enveloped the entire area. With a flick of its sharp arm, it shook off the blood that clung to it, its triangular head looming over the Wolf King, looking down upon him from a position of dominance. "What is this? Lao Su has been killed. Wolf King, save me." The delicate man nearby, resembling a duck being held by the neck, screamed as he fled to the side. The moment he cried out, the crowd snapped back to reality, scattering in panic, regretting not having grown a couple more legs. Even those wielding firearms merely fired a few shots in a frenzy. Under the mantis's overwhelming killing intent, these ordinary individuals lacked even a shred of the will to resist. The entire warehouse descended into chaos, yet the Wolf King remained still, seated upon his grotesque mount, glaring fiercely at Disan, their eyes locking. After a few moments of silence, he turned to Disan, his voice dripping with malice. "Kid, no matter who you are or what abilities you possess, you must die today. You shall soon learn why I am called the Wolf King." With that, he leapt from his mount and, mid-air, activated his powers to transform. His form grew larger, surpassing 2 meters in height, a stark contrast to his previously diminutive stature. His mouth and nose elongated, teeth morphing into protruding fangs. A dense coat of fur sprouted from his body, and his hands and feet transformed into deadly claws. Awoo! I shall tear you apart and make you regret ever coming into this world. The Wolf King howled, charging ferociously at Disan. A werewolf, indeed. It is somewhat amusing, yet you, a mere individual with a late-stage transformation ability, dare to speak so brazenly in my presence. Xiaojin, it is your task now. Entertain him for a while, but do not exhaust him, as I have further inquiries for him shortly. With that, Dishan disregarded him and approached the little ghost, intending to assess Lin Yufan's injuries to prevent any lasting afflictions. Meanwhile, the Wolf King, incensed by Dishan's apparent indifference, felt as though he might shatter his molars in frustration, quickening his pace. Just as he was about to charge at Dishan from behind, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back and was forcefully pinned to the ground by an overwhelming force, unable to advance even an inch. Chapter 46. The death row inmate. The three transformation phoenix winged golden mantis effortlessly subdued the Wolf King, who had transformed into a werewolf with a mere flick of its strength. Had it not been for Dishan's orders, at this moment, the Wolf King would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Dishan approached the unconscious Lin Yufan, gently lifting him up and meticulously examining his wounds. Fortunately, most of his injuries were superficial, devoid of any life-threatening lacerations. After assessing his condition, Dishan carried him into the safety house within the little ghost's realm. Preparing to tend to his wounds in a tranquil environment, before entering, he summoned dozens of from within himself, instructing them to hunt down the fleeing crowd. Inside the ghost realm, little ghost number 2 followed closely behind Dishan. His face etched with anxiety as he gazed at Lin Yufan. He held a deep admiration for the young man and found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing his injuries. Little ghost, fetch all the medical supplies we scavenged from the mall, that we must attend to him promptly, Dishan commanded. With his experience from 2 apocalyptic worlds, he had garnered some knowledge in treating simple wounds. Shortly thereafter, little ghost number 2 returned, struggling under the weight of a medicine box. Dishan first applied some topical ointments to Lin Yufan's wounds, then wrapped them with bandages to prevent secondary infections. He also ground some infection-fighting medications into powder, dissolved it in water, and administered it to him. Having completed these tasks, Dishan instructed little ghost number 2 to stay by his side, as he needed to handle some aftermath outside. At that moment, the outside world was filled with relentless screams, the warehouse resembling a hellish nightmare, littered with corpses and stained with blood. The ordinary people stood no chance against the first transformation. It was a one-sided massacre. Dishan trudged through the muddy, viscous ground, making his way directly to the Wolf King, whom he seized and tossed into a nearby pool of blood. You are a demon. No, you are the true demon. You slaughtered all my subordinates without a second thought. The Wolf King, having reverted to his gnome form, no longer bore the arrogant visage he once had. He gazed at Dishan in terror, his words a muddled cry. Countless bones in his body were likely broken, and one eye was entirely blinded. It was evident that during the time Dishan had spent treating Lin Yufan, he had endured immense torment. Dishan placed a foot upon his abdomen, averting his gaze to avoid the sight of the creature's grotesque face, and said, Am I the demon? If memory serves, there should have been rise, sisters, and seek vengeance for our dearly departed. No longer cowering in fear, these once weak women now stand resolute, wielding the weapons scattered upon the ground as they charge furiously towards their solitary foe. Hang Tian. To my astonishment, these audacious women dare to take action, defying my expectations. Hang Tian, realizing the tide has turned, hastily retreats, believing the Wolf King to be dead and envisioning his dominion over the warehouse. Little did he anticipate the ferocity of these women, who were once deemed mere reserves. A startled gasp escapes him as he stumbles, losing his footing and crashing to the ground, his large nose bloodied from the fall. This misstep soon leads to his swift pursuit by the women, who brandish steel pipes, stones, and anything else at their disposal as weapons, unleashing a barrage upon him. Ladies, please spare me. I have an elderly parent and young children awaiting my return. Yet, his pleas grow fainter until they ultimately cease. Meanwhile, far away, Dishan remains blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama behind him. He travels along the Changjiang River, journeying westward towards the heart of Huaguo. Upon locating Zhangxiaoyi, he plans to push further inland, eager to distance himself from the vast, perilous sea that looms ahead. Dishan has meticulously plotted his course, having never dared approach the ocean in his previous life. Even after enduring 2 years of apocalypse, little brother, the spirit has awakened. Would you like to come and see him? As Lin Yufan regains consciousness, the spirit conveys the situation within the snail realm to Dishan. All right, I shall come in immediately. Dishan instructs Bada Dai to land by the riverbank, finding a discreet spot to summon the spirit before stepping into the snail realm. Upon entering, he discovers Lin Yufan has managed to sit up. The moment their eyes meet, Lin Yufan's face radiates disbelief. Brother, is it truly you? How did you end up here? Wait, where am I? Lin Yufan's expression shifts from joy to confusion as he grapples with his surroundings. The second spirit joyfully dances around him, eventually climbing into Lin Yufan's lap. Intrigued by the little spirit, Lin Yufan scoops him into his embrace. Once the excitement subsides, Dishan kneels before Lin Yufan and explains. While passing through Changjiang, I stumbled upon your refuge, only to find it overtaken by a band of prisoners. I eliminated them all and rescued you. As Dishan recounts the events, Lin Yufan's eyes brim with tears. Memories of his family tragically lost to those malevolent individuals flooding back. Dishan gently pats his back, unsure how to console him, knowing he must allow Lin Yufan to navigate his grief in his own time. Rest well for now. I shall return later this evening. Just as Dishan turns to leave, Lin Yufan calls out to him, solemnly kneeling before him. Digo, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention and the vengeance you have exacted on my behalf. From this day forth, you shall be my rebirth parents. I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for you. Dishan, filled with excitement at the prospect of gaining such a promising ally, helps Lin Yufan to his feet. Take care to recuperate. I have important tasks to entrust to you once you regain your strength. Upon hearing of his forthcoming responsibilities, Lin Yufan's eyes light up. He gently sets the second spirit aside and salutes Dishan. Reporting for duty, Commander, I vow to fulfill the mission with excellence. Dishan nods in acknowledgement, urging him to rest as he hastens to continue his journey before nightfall. Exiting the snail realm, he inhales the fresh air outside and mounts Bada Dai, soaring into the distance. Throughout the journey, Dishan is preoccupied with thoughts, guiding Bada Dai in a fixed direction as he formulates his plans. Initially, he intended to find Zhang Xiaoyi and then seek a relatively safe haven for mutual support, ensuring his survival. However, after encountering Lin Yufan, his perspective has shifted dramatically, with Lin Yufan by his side. He envisions the formation of an insect command team, establishing his own faction that he reflects on his past life, recalling several rogue organizations of extraordinary individuals who thrived in various regions through their unique abilities. In this new life, he aims to create his own insect command corps. Chapter 48. Wang Dingsan's life. After a considerable flight, Dishan finally exits Long City, entering a desolate expanse. Night has fallen, and he scans the ground from above. Searching for a suitable place to rest at last, amidst the ruins, he discovers a low building, discreetly positioned and perfect for setting up camp. As always, he dispatches the phoenix-winged golden mantis and the ant king in advance to scout the area. Only proceeding once they confirm it is safe, the two extraordinary insects silently descend from the sky, circling the low building and discovering it already occupied by several first-order fire centipedes, which have made it their nest. Without hesitation, the phoenix-winged golden mantis and the ant king burst in, their murderous intent and battle spirit igniting, enveloping the entire structure. Both insects, exuding the majesty of kings, compete against one another in a silent contest. Inside, the fire centipedes are engaged in a mating ritual, reaching its climax, when the sudden intrusion sends them scattering in panic. The smallest among them, overwhelmed by the pressure of the third-order aura, spews a torrent of dark green slime before collapsing. Succumbing to its fright, roar, the phoenix-winged golden mantis bellows, halting the fleeing fire centipedes in their tracks, compelling them to remain still in anticipation of Dishan's judgment. Dishan, circling above, hears the commotion below and swiftly draws his golden and silver handguns. Leaping from Bada Dai, he approaches the low building, senses the lack of immediate threat, and steps inside. Following the energies of the phoenix-winged golden mantis and the ant king, he enters a room, his eyes widening at the sight before him. Incredible! There are so many fire centipedes. Dishan's heart races with excitement. He had been troubled by the absence of extraordinary insects within the Fire Gu Tower. And now he has stumbled upon a plethora of fire-type extraordinary insects, perfectly suited to fill the void. Little Jean, little E, protect me. I intend to absorb these fire centipedes. Roar, hiss. The two extraordinary insects respond in unison. Positioning themselves around Deshawn, that he approaches the trembling fire centipedes, his chest glowing with red light, absorbing them one by one into the tower. Let me see what transpires, after gathering all the insects from the ground into his body. He feels an exhilarating rush, his consciousness eagerly following into the fire goo tower. However, upon witnessing the events unfolding inside, he is left utterly stunned as soon as the fire centipedes make contact with the tower's molten magma. They are incinerated to ashes, leaving only white insect essence behind, which the tower absorbs. What? Even fire-type extraordinary insects cannot survive within the fire goo tower. What shall I do? Deshawn furrows his brow, questioning whether he has underestimated the fire goo tower or overestimated the fire centipedes. His initial excitement gives way to disappointment. Exiting the fire goo tower, he sits despondently on an abandoned chair in the room. Rendered speechless, the two extraordinary insects beside him, attuned to his emotions, remain silent, sensing his discontent. Little brother, what troubles you? Speak to me. The spirit chirps, emerging from the tower. Go find a cool place to linger. Deshawn, lacking the mood to engage, punches the spirit's massive shell, causing it to fall silent. At that moment, Lin Yufan emerges from the snail realm and approaches Deshawn. Digo, I believe I have fully recovered. Please assign me any tasks you have. Hearing this, Deshawn smiles faintly and instructs the Ant King to lead in a dragonfly he captured along the way, specifically reserved for Lin Yufan. Upon seeing the dragonfly, Lin Yufan's eyes shine brightly, but quickly dim as memories of the recent tragedy resurface, reminding him of the cruel fate that befell his companions and family. The young man wipes away a tear, but soon regains his composure. His gaze resolutely fixed on Deshawn. This dragonfly is entrusted to you. Use your extraordinary abilities to tame it and make it your companion. Deshawn, pleased with Lin Yufan's swift recovery from such a significant blow, assigns him his first task. Lin Yufan nods solemnly and, gathering his courage, approaches the dragonfly upon which the Ant King is seated. Previously, he had fortuitously encountered a dying dragonfly, inadvertently taming it, but this time he faces a fully operational dragonfly. Instilling a twinge of fear within him, the dragonfly appeared exceedingly docile and tranquil in the grasp of the Ant King. However, upon the approach of a frail human, it instantaneously transformed, baring its teeth and emitting a series of growls directed at Lin Yufan. With a resounding thud, the diminutive Ant King, perched upon the dragonfly's back, delivered a punch to its head, causing the creature to wilt, its whimpers barely audible. Lin Yufan and the dragonfly stood face to face. Their gazes locked, one human, one insect. While the former held his breath in concentration, a beam of milky light erupting from the crown of his head and penetrating the dragonfly's brow. Deshawn, sensing this pure energy, felt a surge of brilliance ignite in his eyes, leaning forward in awe, exclaiming, "What a pristine aura! This is no ordinary insect tamer's ability." The dragonfly, which had previously been snarling at Lin Yufan, became momentarily dazed upon absorbing the milky light. Standing immobile as if entranced, without hesitation, Lin Yufan bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of his blood to fall into the dragonfly's mouth. The once dazed gaze of the dragonfly gradually sharpened, its eyes softening as it looked upon the youth. Its large head nuzzling affectionately against him, rubbing against his form in a display of intimacy. Witnessing this scene, Deshawn sprang from his seat, excitement coursing through him, having been an insect tamer in his past life. He recognized the significance of this moment. Grasping Lin Yufan's delicate hand, he pulled him closer, trembling with exhilaration. So effortlessly subdue an adult aberrant insect. It was no mere insect tamer at work. This was a disaster-level ability, the Wang Ding San Sheng, one of the most formidable powers within the realm of insect taming. Deshawn's words trembled with disbelief. He had heard whispers of the legendary figure from the Qinglong battle zone, but to possess such an ability was astounding. It was no wonder the Qinglong battle zone was the wealthiest among the 5 major zones. Lin Yufan, oblivious to the significance of the moment, simply smiled shyly at Deshawn's exuberance. Subsequently, Deshawn compared their abilities in his mind, concluding that the Wuxing Shungu Ti was an absolute dominance. Any aberrant insect captured within the tower would recognize only Deshawn as its master for eternity. rendering even the mightiest of insect tamers incapable of controlling his insects. Conversely, the Wang Ding Sansheng was merely an upgraded version of an ordinary insect tamer's ability. The insects under Lin Yufan's control were akin to slaves bound by a contract, pledged to serve him for 3 lifetimes, during which they could be transferred or sold to anyone, a fitting name for such a power. Chapter 49. The stubborn caterpillar Dishan led Lin Yufan around, his eyes brimming with excitement and admiration. The latter, feeling bashful, lowered his gaze, unable to meet Dishan's fervent stare. "Hey, little brother, what do you think you're doing? It's still a child, and besides, you share the same gender. There's no possibility between you two." A small, mischievous voice called out from behind Lin Yufan, eager to separate the two, fearing Dishan might have ulterior motives. Hearing this, Dishan stumbled, rising to his feet, glaring at the peculiar little snail, rebuking, "Where did you learn such nonsense? I recall you were born not long ago. How is it you spout such drivel daily?" The little one, unfazed, replied with a serious demeanor, "I, Snail Master, am a paragon of virtue. These are my inherent noble qualities. Unlike you, who engages in unsavory deeds." While speaking, it used an antenna to shield Lin Yufan from Dishan's approach. Dishan, fuming, retorted, "Unsavory deeds? Well, it's high time I indulged in some French escargot. Today, you're on the menu. Little gold, little ant, hold this cheeky snail down." The 2 insects, receiving their orders, were overjoyed, rushing towards the cheeky snail, realizing it had gone too far with its jest. The little one swiftly retreated into its shell, fearing the might of the Ant King, and called out to Dishan, "Little brother, please let them go. It was my mistake. I shan't do it again." "And where did you pick up such crazy phrases?" Dishan ignored its pleas, planting a foot on its shell, ready to teach it a lesson if it dared to be defiant. The snail master had recently explored the knowledge left within the snail realm, learning much about the outside world and encountering many intriguing things. Dishan, hearing this, felt speechless. No wonder this cheeky snail had been venturing out less frequently. He had thought it had changed its ways, but it seemed it had merely been absorbing myriad bits of information to use against him. Liang Safe House had its own power and mobile network, eliminating any concerns regarding phone signals or battery life. This inadvertently led to the little one's transformation into an internet-addicted snail. While Lin Yufan leaned against the dragonfly, observing the lively and warm scene, his eyes misted over. Noticing his expression, Dishan waved him over to join their joyful party. After a bout of playful antics, Dishan retrieved an array of food from the snail realm, sharing a portion with Lin Yufan, while instructing the Ant King to fetch various insect carcasses from the ant nest for their dinner. At the table, Dishan inquired about Lin Yufan's background, revealing snippets of future plans, which captivated the latter's attention. "Brother D, I can act as your scout on the way to Xizjiang province, guiding your path. I used to do this frequently at the shelter, and I'm quite adept at it." Lin Yufan offered himself, eager to be of assistance to Dishan. The latter accepted, seizing the opportunity to mentor him. After everyone had their fill, the phoenix-winged mantis and the Ant King stood guard around the low building, while the little one pulled Lin Yufan aside to play, their demeanor devoid of the authority expected from a third-turn aberrant insect. Dishan stood alone by the window, his gaze deep and contemplative as he surveyed the vast starry sky, thoughts swirling within him. "I must swiftly find aberrant insects that can survive in the Firegu Tower, hastening my strength. Within a year and a half, the second wave of insect evolution will come. If I lack means for self-preservation by then, the outcome will undoubtedly be dire." Not far from the low building, a white silhouette gradually emerged, peering with bright eyes at the unfolding scene. Sensing the watchful gaze, Dishan and the others turned their heads in unison. Even the little one, engaged in playful antics with Lin Yufan, diverted its attention towards the source. Though Lin Yufan's ability level was too low for keen perception, the seriousness of the others alerted him. He mounted the dragonfly, prepared for action, just as tensions escalated. The white figure ceased its concealment, emerging from the woods that a plump and rotund caterpillar appeared before them, circling the low building before vanishing into the vastness of the night. A collective sigh of relief swept through the insects. Tension easing. Why do I feel something is amiss? It was clearly a first-turn caterpillar, yet I sensed a hint of scheming in its gaze. Only Dishan, perplexed, remarked as he watched it disappear. The phoenix-winged mantis and the Ant King, unabashedly displaying their third-turn aura, deterred any aberrant insects from approaching, leaving him bewildered as to where such a first-turn insect had found the audacity to spy on them. Little Gold, little ant, go investigate that direction. See what's going on. Deshawn remained uneasy. In this post-apocalyptic world, oddities lurked everywhere, and every detail could harbor deadly threats. Upon receiving their master's command, the two insects exuded a sense of murderous intent and battle readiness, adjusting themselves to optimal states as they set off to search. However, after circling the vicinity 3 times, they uncovered nothing suspicious, nor could they detect the caterpillar's presence, leaving them baffled as to its whereabouts. Could I be overthinking this? Deshawn remained unconvinced, releasing dozens of aberrant insects from the tower to encircle the low building, ensuring their protection. Once this was accomplished, he led Lin Yufan into the snail realm, arranging a room for him to rest. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke, warm sunlight cascaded onto the ground. Deshawn exited the low building, finding the outside world as tranquil as the previous night, with nothing amiss. Only at this moment did the weight on his heart begin to lift. Brother D, I'll scout ahead for you. After breakfast, Lin Yufan appeared exceedingly eager. This was his first journey alongside Deshawn, and he was determined to make a good impression. With a cry, the dragonfly soared into the sky, carrying him aloft, while Deshawn followed closely, and the two ventured inland along the Changjiang River. After flying a distance, Deshawn felt the familiar, watchful gaze from the previous night return. Turning to look, he spotted a white streak hurtling towards him at great speed. Little Gold. Deshawn remained composed, issuing a command as the phoenix-winged mantis transformed into a shadowy flash, intercepting the streak and plunging downward, intent on unearthing the instigator of this audacity. The magnificent butterfly known as Bada Dai slowed its flight. It descended with Deshawn, swiftly entering the depths of the forest. In the distance, they beheld a plump caterpillar pinned beneath the grasp of the gilded mantis, the very one that had spied upon them the previous night. Despite being under control, the caterpillar continued to writhe its corpulent body, refusing to submit, and even attempted to strike at the majestic Feng Qi Lu Jin Tang above. This caterpillar was truly audacious. It had only just attained its first transformation, yet dared to attack a third transformation. Observing this absurd scene, Deshawn could not help but exclaim inwardly, indeed, in such a vast forest, one can encounter all manner of creatures. However, as he observed further, his curiosity deepened, and he murmured, "What species of is this? I have never seen anything like it before." Chapter 50. Elemental Pill. Approaching the Feng Qi Lu Jin Tang, Deshawn crouched down to scrutinize the continuously struggling white caterpillar. Its length was merely 1 meter, comparable in size to the formidable Ant King. Its pristine white body bore no blemish, resembling a masterpiece sculpted from exquisite jade, while its pair of large, dark eyes appeared as if set with black crystals. Was this obstinate creature perhaps the juvenile form of the Ping Tu era descendant of the Huang Tian Dai? No, their appearances did not align with that of this caterpillar at all. Deshawn pondered. He recalled every he knew, yet found himself at a complete loss. This little creature looks quite delectable. I can feel my saliva drooling at the thought. Little brother, save it for me as lunch. Came the snarky voice of the great snail from behind Deshawn, having sneaked out of the tower without his consent to join the fray. Hearing the imp's words, Deshawn turned to him and inquired about his opinion. What species of is this? The imp confessed ignorance but insisted, however, I can sense it emanating a peculiar fragrance, enticing us to devour it. You can observe Little Jin's state. It is the same. Upon hearing this, Deshawn immediately turned his gaze to the Feng Qi Lu Jin Tang, which indeed, as the imp had said, gazed at the caterpillar with insatiable desire, drool seemingly trickling from its mouth. Had Deshawn not been present, it would have long since swallowed this exquisite delicacy. Even Bada Dai, Deshawn's steed, was salivating at the sight of the plump caterpillar. Witnessing their condition, Deshawn felt even more perplexed. All endeavored to transform into grotesque forms for survival, making themselves unappetizing. Yet this caterpillar had done the opposite, actively luring others to consume it, a phenomenon unheard of. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Deshawn. He thought of a pivotal element. Do not move. I shall confine it within the Divine Gu Tower, utilizing its properties to discern the caterpillar species. Upon hearing Deshawn's intention to capture the alluring delicacy within the tower, both the imp and Little Jin displayed expressions of disappointment. However, They dared not contest his decision and merely stepped back to grant Dishan ample space. Standing before the caterpillar, Dishan's chest shimmered with a spectrum of colors as the 5 divine goo towers radiated brilliant light. Each vying to encapsulate it. Choose the Earth Goo Tower, little brother. Quickly select the Earth Goo Tower. The imp was beside himself with excitement. Should the caterpillar be absorbed by the Earth Goo Tower, it would become a meal, unable to escape. Paying no heed to the imp's murmurs, Dishan had already made his decision. With a flash of red light from his chest, the plump white caterpillar was absorbed by the Fire Goo Tower. I hope my hypothesis proves correct, Dishan mused inwardly. As he recalled a long-buried memory that would validate his thoughts, he released the Ant King from the tower, positioning it to guard him. While his consciousness entered the Fire Goo Tower located within his heart, seething magma surged within the tower, transforming into torrents of fire rain that cascaded down, the extreme heat distorting even the air inside. Yet, amidst such an extreme environment, a white silhouette drifted through the sea of magma. Absorbing the essence of the flames, deity was the very caterpillar he had previously absorbed. Seeing it thrive without discomfort filled Dishan with immense joy. Previously, any that entered would be reduced to ashes in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Yet this seemingly frail caterpillar withstood the searing heat. After staring intently for 3 seconds, a piece of information surged into Dishan's consciousness. Name: Elemental Pill Level. First transformation active skill. None passive skill. None indeed. It was precisely as I had surmised. As Dishan absorbed this information, his thoughts wandered back to the imp's words. He noticed that the around them were salivating at the sight of the elemental pill, and a long-buried memory resurfaced, in his previous life, within a tavern in the northern Xuanwu war zone. He had heard tales from his table companions that a great nation to the north of Huaguo, known as Luoxia, had given birth to an on par with the 10 disasters of Huaxia, which nearly obliterated their capital. Smok. Countless survivors perished, leading them to send a distress signal to Huaguo. Subsequently, word of the event spread, creating a stir in the world. The incident stemmed from Luoxia's core excavation project, where they unearthed unknown rare minerals, inadvertently awakening and that absorbed the earth elements, evolving into a nightmare for countless survivors. That was the elemental pill, capable of evolving by absorbing specific elemental energies from the world. However, their evolutionary journey was fraught with peril. Due to their innate alluring fragrance, the already rare elemental pill was consumed by others before it could fully mature, becoming a coveted delicacy that in his past life, that absorbed the elemental energy from the minerals, evolved into an earth-type creature. While this one in the Fire Goo Tower was steadily drawing fire energy from the magma, likely evolving into a fire type. Dishan pondered many thoughts, feeling as if a veil of mist had been lifted. This also explained why this seemingly weak elemental pill had dared to spy on him the previous night and boldly attacked the Fengqi Lu Jintang today. It sensed the elemental energy emanating from the 5 divine goo towers within Dishan, prompting it to take a risk to seize the energy for evolution. With a soft pop, a sound broke Dishan's reverie, and he glanced downward. The once white and plump elemental pill, after absorbing copious amounts of fire energy, had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its snow-white skin cracked, revealing a fiery red underlayer, while its 2 dark eyes remained bright and gleaming, shining like black jewels amidst the magma-laden world. Once its form had undergone metamorphosis, countless white worm essences surged towards the elemental pill, merging into its brow. These were remnants of that had perished within the Fire Goo Tower, now all returned to nourish the elemental pill. Boom! After it absorbed 9 worm essences, the central platform of the tower ignited with resplendent light, summoning it to ascend. Was the second level of the Fire Goo Tower finally opening at this moment? Dishan was more excited than anyone. With the addition of the elemental pill, his pressing concerns were resolved, eliminating his worries about future level advancements. Chapter 51. Golden Kill Team. The elemental pill ascended to the fiery platform of the second level, directly elevating into the second tier. Dishan, equally eager, followed closely behind. Upon entering the second level, he distinctly felt the temperature of the magma had escalated significantly compared to the first level, waves of scorching heat crashing against the elemental pill. Yet, like a lone boat amid raging seas, it appeared on the verge of sinking. Yet through its extraordinary innate talent, it adapted to the terrifying environment of the second level. Dishan gazed intently at it. Absorbing its latest information. Name: Burning Heaven Pill level, second transformation active skill, Fire Breath passive skill, Phoenix Rebirth. After completing its metamorphosis, the elemental pill had undergone a change in name, fully transforming into a fire type. Its passive skill bore resemblance to the legendary Phoenix, allowing it to be reborn after death. Upon reading its latest details, Deshawn marveled in astonishment, yet suddenly recalled something. The natural world is abundant in elements. Besides the 5 primary elements, there are also wind, thunder, light, darkness, and a multitude of special elements. These elements can facilitate unique evolutions of the elemental pill. Since the apocalypse, countless bizarre have emerged. Once the Burning Heaven pill stabilized, Deshawn chose not to linger further. He withdrew his consciousness from the Divine Goo Tower, returning to his physical form. Brother D, you are awake. Lin Yufan, who had been scouting ahead, rejoined the group and approached Deshawn immediately upon seeing him awake. Deshawn nodded slightly and inquired, while scouting ahead, did you discover anything unusual? Lin Yufan pondered for a moment. Organizing his thoughts before responding, I found a cargo dock by the river a few kilometers ahead, where people are battling in the water. Should we go assist them? Deshawn pondered for a moment. He had no desire to complicate matters by assisting inconsequential individuals. His own issues had been resolved, and locating Zhang Xiaoyi had become his paramount concern. It was time to set off. He would assess the situation as he passed by. Deshawn withdrew the little ghost, and the king ant back into the tower, swiftly mounted Ba De Dai, leaving only the Feng Qi Lu Jin mantis to safeguard him. Lin Yufan rode on the crane dragon, leading the way as the two continued their journey towards Xizjiang province. Meanwhile, above the heart of Longqing, a helicopter hovered amidst the ruins of high-rise buildings. Inside the cabin sat 6 indifferent individuals, each an extraordinary being, poring over a map and gesturing animatedly. If our coordinates are accurate, we shall soon arrive at young Master Li's safe house. It is imperative that we rescue him and return him intact to Shuntian City, proclaimed a burly young man with a mouth full of fangs, exuding an aura of suffocating terror, though his eyes glimmered with lewdness. Captain Jean, this isn't our first mission, is it? It's merely a matter of rescuing one person. We've got this covered, chimed a stunning woman beside him, her countenance ethereal and her figure graceful, laced with a hint of disdain. Heh, little vixen, is that it returning? Do you dare challenge your elder brother Jean? The man addressed as Captain Jean leered, his laughter echoing as he slapped the alluring woman's chest, provoking a series of sultry sounds from her. Captain Jean, we are approximately 10 kilometers away from young Master Li's safe house. I have pinpointed the exact direction using 3D satellite imagery, reported a slender man with black-framed glasses, his gaze fixated on the notebook screen, even while delivering the report. All right, team members, begin an immediate check of your weapons and ammunition. Once we arrive at our destination, we will commence the rescue, commanded Captain Jean. Yes, Captain Jean, the other 5 extraordinary beings replied in unison, busily preparing themselves for optimal readiness. After a period of flight, alarms blared on the helicopter, prompting the pilot to shout, "We have reached the destination. You may disembark now." Upon hearing this, Captain Jean rushed to the front, flinging open the cabin door and issuing orders with rapid-fire urgency to the others behind him. Hunt Fox, come with me for the rescue. Ding Kuan and Sha Ying, eliminate all surrounding aberrant creatures. You two stay on the helicopter and await further instructions. With that, Captain Jean leaped from the helicopter, which hovered dozens of meters above the ground, and the individuals he had named followed suit, landing one after another in the expansive lake manner. As the dust settled, the 4 were left aghast. There was no sign of a safe house, only an enormous, gaping pit remaining on the ground. What the hell? Where's the safe house? Can someone tell me what happened here? How could such a large safe house just vanish? Captain Jean bellowed, his voice echoing as he questioned the others, who exchanged bewildered glances, equally confounded by the situation. Ding, are you certain about the coordinates? Did you make a mistake? This can't be the right place. Captain Jean growled into the walkie-talkie, directed at the slender man. Ding, the man in question, furrowed his brow, fingers flying over the keyboard. After numerous confirmations, he picked up the walkie-talkie once more. Captain Jean, this is indeed the location. I have confirmed it 3 times using satellite imagery and our latest navigational technology. Young Master Li's safe house is right here. Captain Jean's perplexity only deepened upon hearing Ding's words, his curses spilling forth as he shouted in frustration. Captain Jean, over here, I've made a significant discovery, called Sha-ing from across the deep pit. The group rushed over, and there stood a smaller safe house quietly beside the pit. In front of this diminutive structure were two wooden sticks thrust into the soil, adorned with remnants of flesh and hair. Faced with this bizarre scenario, the four stood speechless, staring in disbelief. Han Bin, bring Ding down with you. The situation here is quite precarious. Your abilities are needed, Captain Jean instructed. Summoning the remaining two from the helicopter, the six extraordinary beings, representing the upper echelon of the Xia Dun Group's combat power, found themselves at a loss in the face of the eerie scene before them. Chapter 52, Returning to the Source. Unveiling the truth with a pallid visage devoid of color, Han Bin stepped forward, encircling the small safe house and meticulously inspecting every corner, occasionally striking the outer wall to discern its material. The materials used for this safe house are also the new alloys developed by our Xia Dun Group, he observed thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Captain Jean licked his lips, turning to Ding. Search the company records. Has anyone else constructed a safe house in Longqing? The sound of fingers tapping on the keyboard filled the air, but when Ding examined the results displayed on the screen, his furrowed brow deepened. Captain Jean, it appears someone has indeed built a safe house in Longqing. It was taken over by an individual named De Wei, affiliated with our company. The one who constructed the safe house is a young man named Dishan. Ding turned his notebook towards the group, allowing them to see the results. But where is young Master Li? We clearly received a distress signal. Why did the safe house vanish along with him? And why has this smaller safe house appeared here? Ding Kuan inquired, his voice resonating with confusion. The others were equally perplexed, struggling to connect the dots. Come quickly and see what I've found. Han Bin's exclamation drew the attention of everyone present, and they turned to him. At that moment, Han Bin crouched before the two vertical sticks, seemingly examining something. He plucked a piece of flesh and several strands of hair from the sticks, rubbing them in his palms while exhaling warm breath onto them. Before long, a humanoid apparition emerged from Han Bin, gradually solidifying into a stunningly beautiful young girl. The sight of this exquisite maiden made Captain Jean's throat involuntarily constrict. His eyes filled with lascivious intent. If Dishan were present, he would be utterly astonished. This beautiful girl was none other than Wang Xinwen, whose head he had severed not long ago. Han Bin stepped forward. Addressing her, "Who are you? How did you die? Where is Liao Yang?" With vacant eyes, Wang Xinwen mechanically responded, "I dot him. Wang Xinwen. I was killed. By Dishan. When I died. Liao Yang. Was still alive." Seeing that he could extract no useful information, Han Bin waved his hand, causing the ethereal Wang Xinwen to dissipate into the wind, leaving only a piece of flesh and a few strands of hair on the ground. Once Wang Xinwen vanished, the group was engulfed in a palpable tension, all gazing intently at the other stick. They had braced themselves for the worst. Han Bin, proceed. We must uncover the identity of the perpetrator, Captain Jean urged. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Bin retrieved the flesh and hair from the other stick, repeating his earlier actions. Another humanoid apparition appeared before them. Upon seeing this new manifestation, the group felt their hearts plummet. Before them stood Liao Yang, equally vacant-eyed and frozen in place, awaiting Han Bin's inquiry. "Young Master Li, who killed you? What happened to your safe house?" Han Bin questioned the apparition. "I was killed by Dishan. The safe house that I do not know." Liao Yang answered in a similarly mechanical tone. Upon hearing his response, Han Bin's brow furrowed slightly, and then his gaze hardened. He drew a small knife and gently sliced open his brow, letting a few drops of blood fall onto Liao Yang's apparition. The moment the blood made contact, Liao Yang's form erupted, transforming into wisps of vapor that coalesced into a series of vivid images in the air. This was Han Bin's ability, returning to the source, allowing the deceased to briefly relive the moments of their death, or even a period thereafter. In the air, a strikingly handsome young man emerged, holding two severed heads as he exited young Master Li's safe house, subsequently impaling them on the two wooden sticks. Suddenly, a large snail appeared beside the young man, from which a safe house was extricated. In a surreal turn of events, the snail crawled beside young Master Li's safe house and, employing some unknown method, effortlessly absorbed the entire structure into its shell, leaving behind a gargantuan pit in the ground. Upon completing all these tasks, the youth mounted a butterfly and soared into the sky. Before long, two bloodied heads attracted the surrounding aberrant insects, which devoured them whole, and the scene abruptly came to a halt. How dare anyone assassinate young Master Li? Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall capture you and make you suffer until death. Understanding the chain of events, Captain Jean roared, his body radiating a ferocious scent of blood, sending the lurking aberrant insects fleeing in terror. Chirp! A cicada's call sliced through the air as a floating cloud cicada flew overhead at an altitude of several hundred meters. The previously agitated Captain Jean, now further enraged by the sudden cicada's cry, gathered his strength and, with a thunderous sound, surged into the sky. The others quickly covered their ears, the immense sound wave inducing a ringing in their ears, and the frail Xiao Ding was knocked to the ground. His face contorted in pain. The floating cloud cicada, sensing the murderous intent below, was struck with panic, flapping its wings as it ascended to greater heights. You make my head spin. If I do not slay you today, my fury shall remain unquenched. Witnessing the target slipping out of his attack range, Captain Jean bellowed, opening his gaping maw filled with fangs, his crimson tongue shooting forth to pierce the floating cloud cicada 50 meters away. Utilizing the tremendous elasticity of his tongue, Captain Jean leaped onto its back, his sharp claws and formidable fangs tearing the 2-meter-long cicada to shreds in an instant, showering the area with crimson rain. Devoid of a foothold, Captain Jean plummeted from the heights of several hundred meters, crashing down with a resounding thud amidst the crowd. The onlookers, still recovering from the earlier ringing in their ears, were further jolted by the tremendous force of his landing. Once their condition slightly improved, he coldly surveyed the crowd and, devoid of any emotion, stated, "Relay everything that transpired here back to headquarters. I require greater operational authority to pursue that scoundrel D for young Master Li's vengeance." Chapter 53. Encounter. Having learned the entire truth, the Jinsha squad entered the small safe house left behind by Di Shan to discuss their next course of action. Captain Jean, I have relayed everything that occurred here to headquarters, but I have yet to receive a response. The frail Xiao Ding was the first to speak, seemingly merging with the notebook before him. Unable to divert his gaze, Captain Jean gently caressed the enigmatic woman in his arms, nodding silently. The failure of this mission had significantly impacted their morale, leaving them somewhat despondent. Suddenly, Shang interjected, "Do we have any means to locate that scoundrel?" Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, silently contemplating strategies. That I have an idea, though it comes with stringent conditions. Xiao Ding's eyes brightened as he thought of a solution. Speak quickly. Captain Jean eagerly urged him to share his thoughts. I merely need to locate the Guardian system within young Master Li's safe house, and I could effortlessly find that murderer. Xiao Ding articulated his idea, only to be interrupted by Captain Jean. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Hearing Captain Jin's urgency, Xiao Ding lowered his head. I cannot accomplish this solely with my notebook. I require a large supercomputer to decrypt the Guardian system of the safe house. Young Master Li's safe house is among the most advanced. Even our company's construction cannot easily breach it. He laid out all the challenges and potential solutions, awaiting Captain Jin's final decision. Then we shall proceed to the Qinglong War Zone headquarters to utilize their equipment to decrypt the Guardian system. Captain Jean made his decision, preparing to lead the group to Jinling City, the headquarters of the Qinglong War Zone. That he silently rejoiced that young Master Li's father was not present, having been taken back to Shuntian City in the early days of the apocalypse. Otherwise, should this mission fail, they would all be doomed. As the helicopter hovered nearby, it began its descent, and the 6 members boarded, ready to head to Jinling City. Wait, do not rush off. There is one more matter I almost forgot. Captain Jean rapped on the table, then turned his gaze to Xiao Ding, saying, "Retrieve the location of the last detected anomalous energy wave. We should investigate that area in hopes of uncovering useful information to redeem ourselves." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding's fingers flew over the keyboard, sending the coordinates to the pilot, and the group headed towards the site where Di Shan encountered the mysterious shadow. In the northern part of Long City, amidst a desolate ruin, a group of soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms wielded specialized instruments, searching fervently. Report, Captain, we have conducted a thorough search of this area and found no anomalies nor residual energy detected. A soldier reported to a middle-aged man in a military officer's uniform. Good. Everyone has worked hard. Collect the residual stones here and the aberrant insects we just captured, and return them to the lab for analysis. Just as the captain issued his orders, the distant sound of a helicopter engine roared overhead. The soldiers paused their work, gazing into the sky. A helicopter was approaching, slowly descending before them. 6 individuals of varying physiques emerged from the cabin. It was the Jinsha squad. Seeing the humans descend, the captain led his men to encircle them, demanding, "Who are you? This is not a place for you." Especially upon seeing Captain Jean with his fearsome fangs, the officer instinctively unlatched his pistol as safety. Ready to fire, Captain Jean, however, remained silent. Upon realizing the newcomers were merely ordinary men, disdain flickered in his eyes. He extracted a brass token from his pocket and tossed it to the officer. The officer's expression shifted to one of suspicion. But as he examined the token closely, his demeanor changed drastically, and he immediately saluted. "Comrade Chief, I am Lu Ziyuan, the captain of the Qinglong War Zone Border Defense Team. Please give your orders." This token bore the character Zulong, signifying that they hailed from the central Zulong War Zone. And the brass token underscored their extraordinary status. Captain Jean snatched the token back, casting it aside without a glance, and inquired, "What are you doing here? Have you discovered anything peculiar?" After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ziyuan finally revealed selectively what he knew. A few days ago, Jinling City detected a mysterious energy fluctuation in this area, and we were dispatched by headquarters to conduct a search. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Captain Jin's eyes. He had not anticipated that they too were drawn here by the mysterious energy. He lowered his voice and asked, "What have you discovered?" Since encountering these individuals, Captain Jean had made a decision. If they uncovered any trace of useful information, they would be silenced. Although both groups belonged to Huagua, the Jinsha squad hailed from the central Zulong War Zone and did not wish for other zones to possess valuable intelligence. Following the apocalypse, the dominance of Shuntian City had sharply diminished, plunging the 5 major war zones into a state of self-preservation, each vying for an opportunity to rapidly enhance their own power. Lu Ziyuan, being a clever man, recognized that these individuals were not from the Qinglong War Zone and would not divulge any useful information. Realizing he could glean no valuable insights, Captain Jean dismissed the inquiry, signaling for the Jinsha squad to take control of the area for a search. "What are you doing? This territory belongs to the Qinglong War Zone. Without our zone's orders, how dare you intrude?" A young soldier among the Qinglong War Zone contingent, filled with youthful fervor, immediately protested against the Jinsha squad's aggressive behavior. Boom! In response, he was met with a cannon blast. Sha Ying's arm transformed into a hand cannon, firing at the young soldier, obliterating his upper half in a shower of blood. "Xiangzi, you bastards actually killed someone." Lu Ziyuan's eyes reddened upon witnessing his subordinate's merciless execution, and he raised his weapon, prepared to retaliate. However, Captain Jin's scarlet tongue lashed out, ensnaring his neck and pulling him before him, shielding him from the barrage of gunfire. The surrounding soldiers, seeing their captain held hostage, raised their weapons in a futile threat. Too intimidated to act. "Ha ha ha, with scum like you, crushing you is akin to squashing a mere pest." Sha Ying felt no guilt, bursting into laughter, utterly disregarding the lives of ordinary people. Captain Jean leaned in close to Lu Ziyuan's ear and whispered a few words. Transforming the latter's expression into one of sheer horror, he turned to the surrounding soldiers and commanded, "Everyone that lowered at your weapons. They represent a higher authority." Chapter 54. Jinling City. Lu Ziyuan's succinct words struck the others like a bolt from the blue. A soldier, his eyes brimming with tears, cried out, "Did Xiangzi die in vain? How shall we explain to his wife upon our return?" Surrounded by a cadre of warriors, not a single soul heeded the commands. Still brandishing an array of weaponry aimed squarely at the Jinsha squad, do not remain obstinately deluded. These individuals are not within our capacity to confront. They are holders of the bronze medal and represent the authority above. Lu Ziyuan, witnessing the insubordination of the soldiers, felt an overwhelming urgency within, shouting hoarsely to the crowd. After years of military service, following the recent incident, he recognized in his heart that these individuals were merciless demons. Even if they were to annihilate all the soldiers, these fiends would face no repercussions. Ultimately, after Lu Ziyuan's earnest entreaties, the soldiers reluctantly lowered their weapons. "How utterly tedious. I was anticipating your actions, and I am currently brimming with ire that has no outlet." The Sand Eagle boasted once more with an air of arrogance, regarding human life as inconsequential. Observing that none dared to resist him, he raised his right hand, now transformed into a firearm, and discharged several shots into the air. Flaunting his prowess, the surrounding soldiers clenched their teeth in fury, yet dared not voice their anger, bowing their heads in submission. Jean, releasing the tongue that coiled around Lu Ziyuan's neck, addressed the remaining members of the Jinsha squad. First, eliminate these foul vermin surrounding us, then meticulously search this area. Hehehe. Yes, following this display of power, the pent-up fury within them was unleashed upon the innocents. Once the scene was cleared of irrelevant personnel, they began to exercise their respective skills, conducting a thorough search. Bo. Ding Kuan directly plunged his hand into the earth, producing a series of faint sounds as clay figures, composed of gravel and dirt, took shape and roamed about. Xiao Ding, taking a more direct approach, seized the detector from a soldier of the Qinglong battle zone and proceeded to upgrade it, scanning for energy fluctuations in the vicinity. However, even with their utmost efforts, the results mirrored those of Lu Ziyuan and his group. They found no useful information whatsoever. Initially, upon seeing them as exceptional beings, Lu Ziyuan felt immense anxiety, fearing that these demons would uncover something of value. Yet upon realizing they too had yielded no results, a hint of color returned to his ashen face. Fall back. We shall depart for Jinling City. Observing the lack of fruitful findings, Jean decisively called for the Jinsha squad to retreat. They had far more pressing matters to attend to. The group boarded the helicopter, disregarding the soldiers around them, and took off towards the direction of Jinling City. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyuan's gaze was filled with hatred as he watched them depart. Instructing the communicator beside him, immediately relay the events that transpired here to headquarters. A horde of demons has recklessly slaughtered our soldiers in the battle zone. Yes, Captain. A young man beside him retrieved a military communication device from his backpack and transmitted all that had occurred. If it were not for the fact that all exceptional beings in the battle zone were dispatched to eradicate the insect tide surrounding the city, how could such arrogance be tolerated from these individuals? Lu Ziyuan seethed internally. Their current mission was merely reconnaissance, not combat. Hence the battle zone had not equipped their team with exceptional beings, all of whom had been sent to eliminate smaller insect swarms to prevent future calamities. Let us also retreat. We must reach the city before nightfall. Lu Ziyuan issued the retreat command, and the group swiftly mobilized, boarding military trucks. These vehicles, having been reinforced and modified by exceptional beings, not only boasted increased speed, but also minimized the noise generated during travel, significantly reducing attraction to the insects. They raced against time, swiftly heading towards Jinling City. Jean. Ahead lies Jinling City. The Sand Eagle's eyes turned into binoculars as he pointed towards the horizon where a colossal city stood. As the helicopter approached, the group couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the city. Towering walls enveloped the immense city, with a dark cannon port every meter along the walls, numbering in the countless. Atop the city towers were surface-to-air missile launchers specifically designed to combat airborne insects, achieving a true 360-degree defense. Unidentified helicopters, you have entered the airspace of Jinling City. Land immediately, or be regarded as hostile. Just as the Jinsha squad was admiring the magnificent city before them, a broadcast from below ordered them to land and submit to inspection. With no other choice, they maneuvered the helicopter to land at the city gates. And despite being from the central Zulong battle zone, they were still required to disembark for inspection before entering the city. From whence do you come, and what brings you to Jinling City? A young soldier, leading a team, had been waiting below for some time. Upon seeing the Jinsha squad emerge, he immediately approached to inquire. Jean, still retaining his composure, retrieved the bronze token from his pocket and handed it over for inspection. The token bore the inscription Zulong on the front, denoting his battle zone affiliation, and his name, Sun Dekhen. On the reverse, the inspecting soldier, upon recognizing the bronze token, immediately adopted a solemn expression and saluted respectfully in his mind. He recalled the directive from above. In the post-apocalyptic era, individuals with background affiliations possess identity tokens ranked from high to low, gold, silver, bronze, while commoners bear iron tokens, and lower-class refugees possess wooden tokens. Is there any further issue? The captain of the Jinsha squad, Sun Dekhen, scoffed and snatched the token from the soldier's grasp. The soldier, still in a daze, was startled and hurriedly replied, "No, there are no issues. Esteemed guests, please follow us." With that, he led the group towards the city gates. After navigating through a series of tedious inspection procedures, they successfully entered Jinling City. 3 hours after the Jinsha squad entered the city. Lu Ziyuan, too, returned in a military truck just before nightfall. "Damn it, we finally made it back." tricked by a bunch of loathsome earth spiders. It was only thanks to the newly developed weapon by Zhao Gong that we could all return today. Lu Zuan gazed at the towering gates, still shaken, and remarked to the communicator beside him. Nearby, a throng of anxious faces awaited at the gates, the families of the soldiers who had gone on the mission. All anticipating the safe return of their loved ones, as the truck passed through the crowd. Some, upon spotting familiar faces, were moved to tears, while others, not seeing their kin, understood what had transpired and wept in despair. In this apocalyptic world, such scenes unfolded daily, and no one could guarantee they would see the sun rise again the next day. Chen Jie, where is Wang Chong? Why did he not return with you? A woman, cradling a baby, called out to a young soldier in the truck, her voice tinged with sorrow. Upon hearing his name, Chen Jie turned towards the voice, and upon recognizing the woman's face, tears streamed down uncontrollably as he choked out. Sister-in-law, that I'm sorry. Jiangzi, he cannot return. He was taken by a horde of demons. Chapter 55. Yang Yuanqing, the woman, despite having mentally prepared herself for such news, felt her vision blur and her legs weaken, collapsing. Chen Jie, witnessing this, leapt from the truck to support her. The woman opened her dazed eyes and, in a weak tone, said, My Wang Chong has given his life for the country. To die fighting against the insect tide, I am proud of him. Hearing these words, Chen Jie clenched his teeth in fury, his fingers cracking as he gripped them tightly, yet he refrained from conveying the truth, fearing the weight of such revelation would shatter the woman. Nonetheless, he resolved in his heart to seek justice for his fallen comrade. After calming the woman's distress, Chen Jie rejoined the convoy. They had tasks to complete and could not linger here. The Jinsha squad strode confidently down the streets. Many refugees who had fled to the area, residing among the ruins, cast envious glances upon seeing their polished appearance and the armed soldiers escorting them. Whispers of admiration filling the air. Mama, are they exceptional beings? Are they here to protect us? One day, I too shall become like them, safeguarding people from the onslaught of insects. Haha. Just you. First, fill your belly before dreaming big. Don T starved before becoming a great hero. Ha ha. The Jinsha squad relished the envious murmurs echoing from the streets, enjoying the attention, yet deep down, they looked down upon these people, though the flattery still buoyed their spirits. Upon arriving at a subway entrance, the leading soldier guided them underground, boarding a direct train to the inner city. Unexpectedly, your Qinglong battle zone has also adopted this tactic, transforming the subway into an underground fortification. Captain Sun Dekhen of the Jinsha squad expressed his admiration for the layout beneath Jinling City. However, as he caught sight of some beautiful female soldiers passing by, his gaze turned lecherous. His scarlet tongue unconsciously licking his lips. The offensive of the is multifaceted, originating from the ground, the air, and even the depths beneath, which cannot be overlooked. The subway, originally intended as a means of urban transportation, is being repurposed into an underground fortress. Upon hearing praise from individuals hailing from regarding their own zone's construction, the leading soldier's face radiated pride as he showcased it with great satisfaction. Amidst their conversation, a subway train approached slowly, transporting them to the gates of the inner city. The entirety of is divided into the inner and outer cities. The outer city largely consists of refugee camps and military encampments, while the inner city serves as the core of the battle zone, housing all high-tech facilities, the command center, and the supreme leader of the. Upon exiting the subway station, they faced multiple rounds of questioning and inspection before finally arriving at the gates of the inner city. Security measures in the inner city are even more stringent. Without the copper tokens, no one could even approach. The leading soldier explained with a smile. Look over there. It's Captain Yang, the returning from a mission. Just as they were about to enter the inner city, a cheer from outside drew their attention, and they turned to look back. They saw a group of warriors clad in sky blue uniforms, surrounded by a throng of people, making their way toward them. The foremost man was tall and handsome, his features sharp and resolute, yet his bright, gentle eyes shone with kindness in the face of countless survivors welcoming him. His gaze softened, and even when a refugee reached out with hands as dark as ink, he did not hesitate to grasp them. Moreover, a dirty little refugee girl lunged into his embrace, and he, without a hint of disdain, lifted her up and adorned her head with a plastic flower he produced from his pocket. A sense that the tall man was also on, and his strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. Just as he was about to inquire of his companion, the leading soldier spoke up. He is our captain, Yang Yuanqing, a powerful. Their team has saved us from peril countless times, rescuing many during their missions. Earning the affection of both the soldiers and citizens of .it is said that before the apocalypse, Captain Yang was merely a construction worker, which has made him particularly sympathetic toward us ordinary folk. However, scoffed disdainfully, spitting on the ground, and even displayed contempt on their faces. What affection? He asked, just a low-born nobody, clearly a do-gooder saint. These pests are hardly worth saving. Upon hearing their remarks, the leading soldier looked incredulous and immediately led them away. Fearful that their words would incite the wrath of the crowd, in a moment. Someone from the inner city will come to escort you inside, that my rank is insufficient to take you further. He concluded, turning away, his face filled with anger at the public denigration of their hero, and his companions remained silent, waiting in place. However, after an hour of waiting without any escort arriving, their displeasure grew. What kind of nonsense is this Is this how they treat us? Fumed, and the others shared his outrage as they were accustomed to reverence wherever they went, never before experiencing such treatment. Damn it. Let's storm the command center and demand answers from. He declared, pulling a copper token from his coat pocket and retrieving a gold token engraved with from his backpack, holding one in each hand. He led them into the inner city. They charged forward. Soldiers raised their weapons in alarm, but upon seeing the gold token in his hand, they halted, allowing him passage. Quickly, the command center is just ahead. I shall see what transpires. Just as they were about to reach the command center, a sudden eruption from the moat nearby sent a colossal water dragon soaring above, crashing down heavily upon them. Reacted swiftly, as he was knocked to the ground by the water dragon, he managed to evade with a desperate roll, but the remaining 5 were less fortunate. The water dragon instantly transformed into 5 swirling torrents, ensnaring and the others within, tossing them about like clothes in a washing machine, their screams echoing in disarray. It turned out to be end of the second transformation's peak, and he was already halfway into the third transformation. Having narrowly escaped, felt the terror of such an assault. Disbelief etched on his face. With such abilities, you dare to force your way into the command center? A voice, both commanding and melodious, resonated from above, sending chills down the spine of the. Following the sound, beheld a tall, handsome man, Yang Yuanqing, standing atop a pillar of water, hovering at the entrance of the command center. He pointed forward with his right hand, causing the swirling water torrents to halt abruptly, freeing the heads of those trapped within while their bodies remained ensnared. The members of, their stomachs churning, expelled the remnants of their previous meals as the torrents ceased. And, once brimming with arrogance, now bore expressions of extreme distress. That I have received reports from returning soldiers that you have been wantonly slaughtering our warriors within, forcibly expelling them, Yang Yuanqing stated, his previously gentle gaze now filled with fury. Looking down upon them. Ha! We merely dispatched a few pests. What can you do to us? Rose, laughing heartily, brandishing the gold token, its inscription shimmering in the sunlight. Yet, Yang Yuanqing merely sneered dismissively, as, instead of protecting the common folk, you resort to wielding your power to massacre the weak. Today, I could slay you, and those above would have nothing to say. With that, he pointed at, and a scream pierced the air as arms were severed simultaneously. The translucent water torrent that ensnared him became instantly stained crimson, his severed limbs floating in the water, never touching the ground. Ah! Damn you! Cried out in agony, his comrade stunned, never anticipating that Yang Yuanqing would actually make a move. Witnessing this, S' expression darkened, and he cautiously stowed the token, feeling his body begin to transform. But a radiant golden light enveloped him as his bones cracked and expanded, reaching a height of nearly 3 meters. His bronze skin turning to gold, his fangs and tongue gleaming with a golden sheen, resembling a deity forged from gold. The royal level ability was activated since the depth of the man before him, who had already unleashed his powers. While you may radiate a divine aura, your actions are far from noble. Yang Yuanqing scoffed coldly, assuming an offensive stance as 3 water dragons rose from the moat, swirling behind him. Just as tensions escalated, the doors of the command center swung open, the sound drawing their attention. A group of soldiers, each wielding firearms, emerged from the command center, encircling the, subsequently, a middle-aged man in military attire, flanked by guards, stepped forth. It was the highest commander of the. Upon seeing him, S' anger boiled over, shouting, "We come on behalf of." Is this how you welcome your guests? And the smiled slightly. I am already aware of your actions. You have wantonly slaughtered my soldiers and interfered with their missions. How do you propose to settle this account? However, disregarded his words, stepping forward to assert, what if the beloved grandson have perished on your territory? How would you account for that? Surrounding soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief, glancing at their commander, awaiting his command but hesitated, then burst into laughter. That coward abandoned the entire populace at the onset of the apocalypse. Fleeing too. Now you claim his son died here. Do you think I would believe you? Whether you believe it or not is your concern. We now require access to yours to locate the murderer of. Stated plainly, fully aware that, despite being a key figure, had fled when the apocalypse struck, leaving to stabilize the situation and construct the fortress. Thus, he did not beat around the bush but directly articulated his purpose. Upon hearing this request, usually so imposing, was instantly incensed, looking at as though he were mad. He is the lifeblood of the entire, crucial even for the launch of. What gives you the audacity to demand access? Zhou Dinghua turned and walked away, outright rejecting Sun Dechen's request. His initial intention was merely to dismiss the group, yet upon hearing their demand to requisition the Tianji network, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He promptly commanded the surrounding soldiers to detain the group. Unwilling to relent, Sun Dechen bellowed, Zhou Dinghua, this matter concerns the grandson of Elder Jia. How dare you refuse? As Zhou Dinghua was about to enter the command center. His gaze turned colder, fixating on Sun Dechen. Elder Jia? If I recall correctly, he is not the supreme commander of Huagua, is he? There are others before him. Elder Lin, Elder Bing, Elder Dou, and Elder Zhi. He is merely a figure of 5th rank. Are we to jeopardize the safety of the entire Qinglong war zone for the sake of his grandson? Bind these rascals and send them to the otherworld prison, with Zhou Dinghua's command. The soldiers surged forward. Sun Dechen attempted to resist, but upon witnessing the multitude of otherworldly beings surrounding him, he had no choice but to surrender. These individuals were no longer ordinary people he could easily overpower. They were warriors seasoned in life and death battles. Any further defiance would only lead to his demise. Yang Qingyuan released the water prison binding several captives, and a throng of soldiers swiftly secured them. Among the 5, Shaying had already succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Meanwhile, Dishan remained oblivious to the fact that he was being watched by a formidable force, which had been covertly following him. At that moment, he stood above a dock by the river, observing the struggle between several ordinary individuals and the otherworldly insects below. The ordinary people were being steadily pushed back, with several humans being consumed. The river teemed with otherworldly insects, drawn in by the scent of blood, while countless more raced from the land towards the commotion. Brother D, should we descend to assist them? Lin Yufan inquired. His kind heart could not bear to witness the ordinary people in peril. Dishan, however, merely chuckled disdainfully and replied, in the apocalypse, mercy is a grave mistake. Those who have survived until now have blood on their hands. Be wary, lest your attempt to save them results in your own downfall. With that, he prepared to lead Lin Yufan away towards the interior, but in that instant, a black and white figure beneath the water caught his attention. He directly commanded the seated Badadi to fly towards the dock below. With the phoenix-winged golden mantis paving the way, and the shadowy osmanthus cicada poised for action, ready to leap into the river. Chapter 57. Enyang double fish Dishan dove from the sky, like a fighter jet, unleashing a barrage of missiles into the air. These were not actual missiles, but the otherworldly insects from within him. One by one, the aquatic insects were hurled into the river, led by the shadowy osmanthus cicada, all charging towards the swarm, targeting the black and white insect. Lin Yufan, noticing the excitement on Dishan's face, followed his gaze and beheld the creature that it resembled a loach in size, measuring roughly 2 meters in length. But its coloration was undeniably captivating. Half of its body was black, the other half white, sharply distinct with no trace of muddiness. Lin Yufan was puzzled. Why would such a uniquely colored insect stir such excitement in Dishan? Little cicada, ensure that Enyang double fish does not escape, and capture it alive. Dishan shouted exuberantly, issuing commands to the shadowy osmanthus cicada. The crowd at the dock stood in stunned silence, witnessing a figure riding a colossal butterfly descending from the sky, plunging into the river to engage the swarm. Quickly, carry the wounded back. We cannot leave them exposed. A weathered, dark-skinned, middle-aged man shouted, rousing those around him from their stupor to join the rescue efforts. At that moment, Dishan was entirely focused on the black and white insect, the Inyong doublefish. The creature, resembling a loach not only in appearance but also in behavior, sensed itself as the target of numerous otherworldly insects. Its round eyes glinted with cunning as it began to dart erratically, heading towards the riverbed, preparing to burrow into the silt to escape. Stealth was the shadowy Osmanthus cicada's forte. It silently trailed behind. Awaiting the opportune moment to strike, the Inyong doublefish began to dig into the silt. Preparing to vanish beneath the water, the cicada seized its chance, with a beak like a guillotine. It swiftly struck, deftly clamping down on the fish's tail and yanking it from the mud. This was only possible because the shadowy Osmanthus cicada was holding back. Otherwise, a single strike from the third-tier insect could have severed the Inyong doublefish in two. Dishan, having waited at the river's surface, leapt into the water upon seeing the Inyong doublefish captured. Swimming towards it, a flash of blue light illuminated his chest as he ensnared the fish within his water goo tower. I've gained another means of survival, Dishan exclaimed joyfully. Unable to suppress his laughter, he then rowed the shadowy Osmanthus cicada back to shore, collecting any wild otherworldly insects that had failed to escape along the way. Seizing the opportunity to replenish the insect stock within the tower, the onlookers were left speechless, their jaws agape at Dishan's prowess. Once he reached the shore, the crowd knelt before him, bowing in reverence. Lin Yufan, seated atop the cicada, leapt down to join Dishan. Thank you, divine savior. You must be a celestial being sent to rescue us, some among the crowd called out, revering Dishan as a deity. Dishan, however, dismissed their praise, casually inquiring, "Where are you from, and why did you engage the otherworldly insects by the river?" The kneeling individuals exchanged glances, and the previously bold dark-skinned man stepped forward, mustering courage to respond. "We are villagers from the banks of Changjiang. Today, someone claimed to have seen a black and white giant fish in the river, and we decided to risk it and attempt to catch it. We never expected it to be a vile insect, and our commotion attracted more and more of them, leading to our encirclement." Dishan nodded thoughtfully, saying nothing. The critical insect, the Inyong doublefish, had been captured. He was ready to continue his journey with Lin Yufan. However, as they prepared to leave, the middle-aged man grasped their arms, revealing a set of yellowed teeth in a forced smile. He then discreetly signaled to a few others behind him, who promptly encircled Dishan and Lin Yufan, preventing their departure. "Divine being, you saved us. How can you leave just like that? We must treat you properly." Indeed. Moreover, your clothes are soaked. Come to our base and change into something dry." The gathered crowd chimed in, eager to win over Dishan. Observing their fervent hospitality and glancing up to see the sun had set, casting a veil of night, Dishan reluctantly agreed to their invitation. The crowd erupted in cheers, leading Dishan towards their village. Lin Yufan's face was alight with joy. Having saved these ordinary people filled him with immense satisfaction. Within mere minutes, they arrived at what they referred to as their base. Resembling a large warehouse akin to Lin Yufan's previous refuge, a number of humans stood guard nearby, and upon seeing the returning hunters, they swiftly opened the heavy iron gates to admit them. Before entering the refuge, Dishan instructed Lin Yufan to release the cicada to keep it away from the warehouse. Although puzzled by this decision, Lin Yufan complied, patting the cicada's back to signal its departure. However, as soon as they stepped into the shelter, Dishan, a third-tier otherworldly being with acute hearing, detected a low, ominous growl emanating from deep within. Despite the unusual situation, he maintained a calm demeanor, leisurely following the crowd to the doorway of a room. "You two divine beings may rest in here for a while. I will return to summon you once dinner is ready." After giving his instructions, he turned to leave, but suddenly pivoted back. Grinning as he said, "I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Byrintu, but you may call me Old Bai. However, others prefer to call Mirintu." Dishan merely nodded, watching as he departed. Once Byrintu was gone, Dishan began to survey the room's arrangement, discovering it had been converted from a workers' changing room. Furnished only with a few stools in the center, he summoned a small spirit, entering the snail realm to change into a clean outfit. Something he had hoarded previously to ensure he had spare clothing in case of battle damage. "Brother D, why were you so fixated on that black and white insect today?" Lin Yufan, unable to contain his curiosity, finally asked. Once they were alone, Dishan did not conceal the truth, explaining in detail. That is the Inyong double fish, though I am unsure what type of insect it mutated from. It is exceedingly rare. Most importantly, its black and white skin is remarkable. As he spoke, Dishan summoned the captured Inyong double fish from the water goo tower for Lin Yufan to examine closely. Having absorbed the essence of the divine goo tower, it had lost any will to resist, allowing Dishan to manipulate it at will. Dishan gestured towards his striking black and white attire and remarked, if cultivated to at least the 5th transition and then crafted by an extraordinary artisan, it could transform into a combat suit with unique capabilities, enabling the wearer to withstand a full-force strike from an extraordinary being or insect several levels above their own, albeit only against physical damage. The white sections are designed to absorb, while the black sections can rebound the absorbed damage. Lin Yufan listened with wide, starry eyes, radiating a fervent glow. Suddenly, he straightened up, exclaiming, if it can continuously absorb and rebound, wouldn't that make Brother D invincible? Upon hearing this, Dishan chuckled and affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, you're thinking too much. It can only withstand one strike, and once it absorbs, it must be released immediately. Otherwise, the entire suit will explode. Just as he was about to elaborate further, his expression abruptly turned serious as he withdrew the Inyong dual fish into the water goo tower and opened the door forcefully. Standing at the threshold was Rintu, who was caught off guard and, due to inertia, stumbled directly into Dishan's embrace. Chapter 58. The banquet. Rintu, who had fallen into Dishan's arms, felt quite embarrassed as he cautiously stood up, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. He seemed to recall something and immediately began to explain. I came to call the 2 deities for dinner and was just about to knock when you opened the door. All right, you go ahead. We'll join you shortly, Dishan replied nonchalantly, his face as impassive as a still pond. Rintu, feeling awkward, quickly turned and left as he departed. His seemingly Navi eyes slyly scanned the room, as if searching for something. After a cursory glance and finding nothing of value, he left in disappointment. Dishan observed everything keenly, preparing to delve into the intrigue at play. Brother D, Uncle Bai is truly warm-hearted, coming all the way here to invite us for dinner, just like my family, the innocent Lin Yufan said, trotting up to Dishan with a beaming smile, gazing at Rintu's receding figure. Dishan's lips curled into a subtle, almost imperceptible smile as he looked at the young boy and said, Xiao Fan, today I shall impart a lesson to you. Having left the room, Rintu found himself a distance away. Feeling perplexed that he muttered to himself, I just reached the door. How could they know I was here, with my footsteps? Even a wild cat wouldn't he notice. Could he truly be a deity? He resolved to ensure that Xiao Bo put in extra effort tonight to avoid any blunders. As he contemplated certain plans, he unknowingly arrived at the cafeteria, where 4 individuals were already waiting. As soon as Rintu sat down, he turned to one of the young men among them and whispered a few words in his ear. The latter nodded repeatedly, patting his chest as if brimming with confidence. Seeing this, Rintu chose not to say more and awaited Dishan's arrival. After about 10 minutes, Dishan sauntered into the cafeteria, and before anyone could speak, he exclaimed, Ah, Uncle Bai, your refuge is truly vast. I wandered around and nearly got lost. I ended up at the other end of the shelter. Among the 4, a burly middle-aged man, who had been smiling at Dishan, suddenly shot up from his seat, his face etched with concern. How did you end up over there? Did you encounter anything? Rintu inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety that it was too dark over there. I saw nothing. Fortunately, one of your people brought me back. Why are you all so anxious? Dishan casually responded, noting their alarm. Realizing their excessive reaction, the group slowly calmed down, particularly the burly man, who awkwardly returned to his chair. Is it just the deity who came alone? Or is there also a little deity? Rintu noticed Dishan was alone and immediately felt a sense of unease. Though he had a long journey today and was too tired to join us for dinner. He's already asleep, Dishan replied, concealing his inner mockery as he noted the peculiar behavior of the group, which appeared simple and rustic on the surface yet was rife with hidden schemes. Please, take a seat. We have prepared a lavish feast to express our gratitude for the deity's life-saving grace, Rintu said, inviting Dishan to sit without further ado, and thus the banquet commenced. Dishan was astonished by the spread before him. The table was laden with an array of dishes, including braised pork, steamed meat, bone soup, and stir-fried kidney, an abundance of meat. Uncle Bai, The meal you have here surpasses that of many families before the apocalypse. Some are left with nothing but tree bark to eat, consumed by the extraordinary insects, yet you have so much meat. Deshawn marveled at the scene, finding it hard to believe. The young man beside Byronta chimed in. When the apocalypse first struck, we fled here for refuge. Some families in the village raised pigs, which we brought along as food. He continued, and a banquet to honor a deity cannot be simple. It must be splendid. Deshawn regarded the young man and instinctively glanced at Byronta, who, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly introduced him. This is Bo, a well-known university student from our village, possessing vast knowledge. Thanks to him, we old folks have managed to survive in this apocalypse. He then pointed to the burly man across from them, continuing, that's Sudong. He possesses great strength and has been appointed as the captain of our refuge's security team. He went on to introduce the remaining individuals present, and Deshawn's gaze lingered on Bo's face. He sensed that this young man was also an extraordinary being, albeit of a lower tier. Only at the first transition, thus unable to conceal his extraordinary aura, which Deshawn easily detected. How intriguing that within such a small organization, there exists an extraordinary individual. Deshawn felt a flicker of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Since the apocalypse, the emergence of extraordinary beings had surged dramatically. Encountering one in the wild was hardly remarkable. Let us raise a toast to the deity. Byronta, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat chilly, was the first to lift his glass, toasting Deshawn. Deshawn, far from being modest, raised his cup and downed the contents in one go. The moment the fine wine touched his throat, Deshawn's demeanor shifted. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. With his physique as a third transition extraordinary being, he sensed the drug within the wine the instant his tongue made contact, confirming his suspicions about their ulterior motives. Yet, he felt no fear. Unless these drugs were concocted by high-tier extraordinary beings, they would have no effect on his third transition body. The others watched him intently, eagerly awaiting his reaction after he drained his cup. Ah, delightful. This must be an 85 vintage of Giao Mao. I could tell with just one sip, Deshawn declared, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he praised the wine. Now it was Bo and Byronta's turn to be dumbfounded. The wine had been laced with potent substances, touted as one cup down, yet Deshawn consumed it without a hint of distress, evoking their apprehension. It seemed the deity was also a connoisseur of fine wines. Discerning its intricacies with a single sip, allow me to toast the deity again, Bo said, noticing Deshawn remained lively and alert, his brow furrowing as he seized the opportunity to pour more wine into Deshawn's cup. The five took turns toasting, emptying all 3 bottles of Giao Mao on the table, yet Deshawn remained clear-headed, engaging in light banter with them. After a considerable time, sensing the moment was ripe, Deshawn prepared to take his leave. However, the instant he stood, a wave of dizziness surged through him, his vision darkening as he collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 59. The first lesson of the apocalypse. In the moment Deshawn fell, Bo and Sudong could no longer contain their laughter. Ha! Calling you a deity has truly gone to your head. With my concocted technology and potent substances, there's no one I cannot bring down. Bo, shedding his previous humble demeanor, now wore an expression of triumph. Silence. Byronta snapped, reminding the two, for he had witnessed Deshawn's extraordinary presence descending from the heavens, leaving him in awe and fearful that the fallen deity might regain consciousness. After nearly 15 minutes passed with Deshawn lying still, he finally relaxed. Bo, take care of the eastern part of the city. Go to their room. There's still a little brat. Do not let him escape. Look at his rosy lips and fair skin. I want him as a snack, he continued. Search thoroughly. They must possess some peculiar treasures, and we cannot let them slip away. With their scheme successful, Byronta orchestrated a series of follow-up plans, commanding Bo to deal with Lin Yufan. Then, turning to Sudong, he instructed, carry him. We'll take him to the pig pen to be raised alongside the other piglets to in the cafeteria. A small group of individuals was divided into 2 factions, each commencing their respective tasks. One faction set off to locate Lin Yufan, while Sudong hoisted Deshawn onto his back and followed Byronta deeper into the refuge. Deshawn, resting upon Sudong's back, discreetly opened his eyes, observing everything that transpired along the way. With the capabilities displayed by these individuals, their delusion of being able to manipulate him was akin to a foolish dream. The so-called specially concocted narcotic held no sway over his body. which had transcended the ordinary. "Hurry, we're almost there. Make sure to bind him tightly. This lad has an extraordinary constitution," Byrinto urged from the front as the two hastened towards a chamber as they neared the entrance. Dishan was met with a cacophony of anguished cries, interspersed with curses. Bang! The door to the room was forcefully kicked open by the imposing figure of Bai Sudong, revealing a gruesome scene within. The room was filled with both men and women, each bearing gruesome wounds. The stench of blood assaulting Dishan's nostrils. Two guards were seated at a table, a bloodied male head displayed prominently in the center. As they casually consumed tofu pudding with chopsticks. "Stop eating, you fools. Come here and assist. We've captured a hefty pig today," Bai Sudong exclaimed, his anger flaring as he berated his subordinates for their gluttony. One guard, upon hearing his words, promptly set down his chopsticks and rummaged through the room, producing a coarse hemp rope as thick as 2 adult fingers. Together, the 3 of them bound Dishan to a makeshift cross, violently tearing away his outer garments to expose his robust physique. "Get him fit. I intend to slice off a few pounds of flesh from him daily for my drinks," Byrinto declared to the guards, preparing to rendezvous with Bai Sudong and another group. Just as they turned to leave, Dishan languidly yawned, startling the group. "I had such a comfortable sleep. Why have you tied me up?" This was, of course, an act. Upon seeing the instigators preparing to depart, he decided to drop his fade, resolutely choosing to confront them. Byrinto, witnessing his awakening, was taken aback, but upon noticing Dishan still bound, the disdain returned to his dark countenance. "Do, my divine lord, you're awake. How is the 1985 vintage sculpture?" he cackled. Laughter erupted from those in the room, relishing the feeling of superiority. "Surely, your whole pig banquet does not refer to these swine?" Dishan inquired, his expression unperturbed as he surveyed the incapacitated individuals on the ground. The laughter from Byrinto and his companions grew even more boisterous. "Indeed, today's feast is prepared from the body of that pig on the table," he replied, gesturing toward the severed head with a nostalgic glint in his eyes. I suspected, upon arriving at the refuge's entrance, I could see that you all appeared vigorous and well-fed, hardly in need of sustenance. Dishan mused to himself, "Allow me to be frank. My original name was Bai Wangjiang, but since the onset of the apocalypse, I have slaughtered dozens of refugees fleeing from the city. Thus, I renamed myself Byrinto, also known as Butcher of 100. Why do you city dwellers always look down upon us country folk? I once took my elderly spouse for medical attention and faced numerous obstacles, causing us to miss the optimal treatment window, leading to her demise. Now that the apocalypse has arrived and order has collapsed, none of you shall escape." Byrinto spat the last words through gritted teeth, his fury evident as he kicked the edge of the table. The severed head rolled to Dishan's feet, its lifeless eyes meeting his. The remnants of brain matter splattered across the floor. There is a certain pity in the wretched, and a certain contempt in the loathsome. Dishan sighed softly, shaking his head. "Well, I've heard enough of your story. Today, I am satiated. Tomorrow, I shall begin with a slice from your pale thigh, piece by piece, to accompany my drinks." Byrinto's eyes gleamed with greed at the thought of consuming human flesh. Dishan had heard that in the early days of the apocalypse, many resorted to cannibalism to survive, ultimately becoming addicted, feeling as though ants were crawling all over them if they went without. Byrinto's current state seemed to validate this notion. "Uncle Bai, we checked the room but found no trace of that child," a young man's voice called from outside, filled with urgency. It was Bai Bo and his companion returning. Armed with weapons, Bai Bo burst into the room, encountering Byrinto. Upon hearing the news, Byrinto's expression shifted to one of concern as he immediately inquired, "Did he go to the restroom? Has anyone searched the area?" He understood the exceptional nature of the two and dared not be careless. The escape of even one would yield dire consequences. "Sai, Xiao Fan, do you now understand why one should not meddle in others' affairs during the apocalypse? Otherwise, you might not even realize how you met your end." Just as the group was in a state of disarray, Dishan's nonchalant voice reached their ears. They turned to him, their faces paling in an instant. Behind Dishan loomed a large snail, occupying nearly half the room. To their astonishment, the snail spoke, causing jaws to drop. "That I recently discovered an incredibly captivating novel on my phone. Don't disturb me unless you have something important to say." Had Dishan's hands not been bound, he would have delivered a heavy elbow strike to the little demon. Lin Yufan, with a delicate visage, emerged from the snail's realm, He had witnessed the entire ordeal, and the innocence on his face had been replaced with determination and resolve. Prior to attending the banquet, he had been absorbed into Dishan's snail domain. Initially perplexed, he had watched the actions of the others as Dishan fell, and his admiration for them dissipated in an instant. Swiftly approaching Dishan, he bowed deeply, earnestly expressing, "Thank you, Brother D, for imparting this first lesson of the apocalypse." Chapter 60. The corpse controller, upon hearing Lin Yufan's words of gratitude, Dishan smiled with satisfaction. His efforts had not been in vain, as he had successfully guided a lost lamb back to the right path. Truly, he was deserving of his reputation as the fourth-ranked figure in the Qinglong battle zone. His temperament was extraordinary. Dishan silently praised the youth before him, growing increasingly fond of him. "What are you all waiting for? Get moving. That person is bound. First, take care of him, and leave the young one for us to torment slowly." As Dishan and Lin Yufan shared a moment of mutual understanding, Bai Rintu, unable to bear the sight any longer, felt a surge of fear. He immediately ordered Bai Sudong and his subordinates to attack the two. Bai Rintu seized Bai Bo and fled the pigpen, heading straight for a room on the right. "Bai Bo, use your abilities immediately. That person is no ordinary individual. Today, I witnessed him controlling a water-dwelling mutant insect in battle. And now there's this large snail appearing from thin air. His capabilities are certainly formidable." As Bai Rintu ran, he recounted the day's events to Bai Bo. Bai Bo, a decisive individual, darkened at his words, his brow shimmering with determination. With a thunderous crash, Bai Bo took a giant stride, reaching the door and forcefully pulling open the heavy iron gate, revealing a darkened threshold. Roar! The moment the door swung open, a multitude of low growls erupted from within. Bai Bo, undeterred, charged into the inky darkness. Bai Rintu hurriedly moved aside, striking the alarm bell on the wall. Ding ding ding. The somber toll echoed, rousing those resting in other rooms of the warehouse. Quickly, towards the chapel, everyone grabbed their weapons, responding to the desperate call for help from the chapel. Could it be that monsters have emerged? With Bai Bo here, it shouldn't be a problem. Among the crowd, some rallied others, while others remained skeptical, uncertain of the situation. Dozens of people flooded outside, forming a battle line, weapons in hand, charging toward the ringing bell. Inside the pigpen, Bai Sudong and the remaining three surrounded Dishan in a triangular formation. "Kid, I initially intended to keep you alive and savor you slowly, but to avoid prolonged complications, I must eliminate you both now." Bai Sudong cackled maliciously, raising his blade to strike Dishan's head. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as Bai Sudong's butcher knife shattered, fragments flying and leaving several gashes on his neck. The diminutive figure appeared before Dishan, blocking the attack. In the cramped room, Dishan opted not for the phoenix-winged mantis, but for the smaller figure of the tyrant Ant King. "Little ant, I leave these fools to you. Not a single one shall escape." Dishan imitated the tyrant Ant King's demeanor, first yawning, then decisively giving the command. The tyrant Ant King's fists glimmered with a green hue, its innate strength coursing through. Boom! The swift punch generated a sonic boom, colliding heavily with Bai Sudong's robust frame. The latter shattered with a resounding crash, various fragments swirling through the room. "Monster, quickly summon Xiaobo to deal with this. How could we possibly contend?" Bai Qingdong, who had previously accompanied Bai Bo to abduct Lin Yufan, was so terrified by the scene before him that he pushed open the door and dashed out, shouting in panic. The remaining two wished to flee as well, but were paralyzed by the overwhelming battle intent of the Ant King. Their legs trembling, unable to take a step. "Heroes, great knights, deities, spare us. We were merely misled. The true culprit is that old man." Bai Rintu. Realizing escape was futile, the two of them suddenly fell to their knees with a loud thud, pleading for mercy. However, Dishan paid them no heed. Instead, he turned to Lin Yufan, who was unbinding him, and asked, "Xiaofan, do you think I should let these two go?" Upon hearing Dishan's question, Lin Yufan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to glance at the two on the ground. Seeing that the decision lay in the hands of this young boy, their fervent gazes were fixed upon him, their mouths filled with tales of their miserable encounters in this apocalyptic world. Attempting to invoke Lin Yufan's sympathy with their tragic pasts, the irony was palpable. "I no longer wish to witness such sanctimonious individuals, for they had nearly brought harm to Brother D." Lin Yufan hesitated for a brief moment before disregarding their cries for mercy and continued to free Dishan, had long anticipated the thoughts that occupied the minds of the crowd. He declared loudly, "Today, I solely seek the demise of those two. As for you bystanders, I can't afford to spare you." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding crowd immediately stirred, retreating behind Bai Rentu and Bai Bo. Forming a protective barrier around the two, they were already terrified by Di Shan's earlier display of power, having witnessed a multitude of infected beings being dispatched in mere moments. The disparity in strength was evident, and they yearned to flee the scene, with no inclination left for resistance. Usually, I fend off the tide of insects for you, yet when genuine danger arises, you all cower like turtles. What use is a bunch of useless cowards like you? Bai Bo, infuriated by their actions, couldn't help but lash out. His words ignited the wrath of the crowd, who turned against him in a chorus of accusations. It's true that the ungrateful often come from the educated. How shameful for you, a university student, to not consider your fellow townsfolk. Indeed, as an extraordinary person, you refuse to shield us from peril and instead expect us common folk to sacrifice ourselves for you. Truly a thankless wretch. Your parents should never have saved you when the insects devoured them. The crowd's criticisms grew increasingly harsh, darkening Bai Bo's expression. May you all perish. Someone, send this wretch, who has no one to care for him. To his end, this remark served as the last straw, igniting the powder keg of rage within Bai Bo. Die. All of you die. Become infected beings and fight for me. Having vented his fury, he commanded the nearby Zero Infection to charge at the crowd. Chapter 62. The Emperor Snail, the nearest person to Bai Bo, had yet to react when the infected beings overwhelmed him, tearing open his throat and spilling blood everywhere. However, it was not long before he rose from the ground, howling in agony, and continued to attack the other survivors. The scene was horrifically bloody. Many found themselves cornered, with no escape, forced to watch helplessly as their loved ones were torn apart. Do not do anything foolish. Xiao Bo, Bai Rentu, realizing the chaos unfolding, was horrified, never expecting Bai Bo to turn on those close to him. Yet, consumed by bloodlust, Bai Bo disregarded any words of caution, relentlessly pursuing slaughter. I have yet to intervene, and they have already descended into chaos. Observing the turmoil from a distance, the great snail wore a malicious grin. This exemplifies human nature. None should dare to challenge it, for the consequences it brings are often far more severe than the apocalypse itself. Di Shan had seen such horrors before. Recalling the tribulations of his past life, he recognized that what was unfolding was merely the tip of the iceberg. Suddenly, he turned to the little ghost beside him, a puzzled expression on his face, and asked, "I hear you have recently taken to reading novels. Which one has captured your interest?" Upon hearing Di Shan's inquiry, the little ghost's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he exclaimed, "I am the Emperor Snail, destined to vanquish all enemies in the world." Di Shan, upon hearing this, allowed a hint of nostalgia to cross his features, remarking, "Ah, so it is this novel, one of the classics from decades past. I too read it in my youth." Nevertheless, he ultimately decided to confiscate the phone to prevent this web-addicted snail from faltering at a critical moment. One man and one creature, they conversed leisurely, indifferent to the hellish scene before them. Bai Bo, you beast. The last remaining person succumbed to the jaws of the Zero Infection, letting out a helpless, defiant roar before his head slumped, lifeless. Ha ha ha. At last. This world is tranquil. Bai Bo laughed heartily, then turned his bloodthirsty gaze toward the distant Di Shan, his smile chilling. Now, let us compare our strengths. You possess merely 4 extraordinary insects, while I command a legion. With a shrill whistle, Bai Bo summoned the newly transformed infected survivors, who, at bizarre angles, staggered to their feet. Joining the advancing army to assault Di Shan lightly brushed his forehead with his right hand. Exhaling a slight sigh, some individuals are perpetually blind to their own arrogance, unable to perceive the chasm that lies between us. Today, I shall show you what it means for one man to hold the line against a multitude. Breath of fire responding to Di Shan's command, the burning Heaven Dan opened its plump little mouth and unleashed a stream of crimson flames, enveloping the charging infected beings. The moment the strands made contact, they ensnared their targets, subjecting them to relentless searing heat. In the blink of an eye, numerous charred human corpses littered the ground. Upon witnessing the first wave of offense thwarted, Bai Bo altered the pitch of his whistle. Recalling the untouched infected beings to gather around him, he then retrieved a packet of powder from his bag, casting it into the air. The crimson powder soared, resembling a rain of sand, descending upon the infected beings. As the powder touched them, Dishan's eyes narrowed. The bloodthirsty gazes of the infected grew even more frenzied, as if on the verge of breaking free from Bai Bo's control. Finally, at the precipice of eruption, Bai Bo blew his whistle once more, directing the infected toward Dishan. Those who received the command surged forward like vengeful spirits, eager to devour him whole. Breath of fire after waiting patiently. The Burning Heaven Dan, under Dishan's guidance, repeated its previous tactic and unleashed a column of intense flames. However, this time, the scene of burning corpses did not unfold, just as the infected were about to make contact with the flames. They erupted with astonishing speed, skirting the edge of the fiery column and evading the devastating strike, rapidly closing in on Dishan at this moment. It was too late for the Burning Heaven Dan to launch another flame attack. Though powerful, it was sluggish and could do nothing but watch as the infected breached the fiery barrier. Seeing this unfold, Dishan felt a twinge of surprise, but it was not the speed of the infected that astonished him. It was the powder Bai Bo had created that left him in disbelief. To think that at the onset of the apocalypse, one could concoct a substance to enhance the physicality of these monsters was indeed commendable. Alas, it was a matter of life and death now, and he could not afford to keep a ticking time bomb by his side that a hint of regret welled within Dishan. The terrifying events of his past life loomed before him. He wished to rally every extraordinary individual to his cause, yet this person had become his foe, and thus he had no choice but to end his life. Far in the distance, Bai Bo, witnessing the infected successfully breach Dishan's initial onslaught, wore a mocking expression as he disdainfully remarked, "What do you think of my specially crafted legion? Your precious flame attack has been rendered ineffective. Let's see what else you have up your sleeve." A slight smile curved Dishan's lips. He offered no further explanation, but instead gave a resounding slap to the shell of the little ghost. Their minds intertwined. The little ghost grasped Dishan's strategy and charged forth against the infected. As he rushed into battle, he shouted, "I am the Emperor Snail, destined to vanquish all enemies." Dozens of fiercely glaring infected beings paused at the sight of this peculiar snail, but they quickly recovered and began their frenzied assault on the little ghost. The sharp claws struck against the shell, producing a series of metallic clinks, yet they could not breach the little ghost's formidable defense. Ghost Swamp Domain. Recognizing the opportune moment, Dishan activated the little ghost's active skill, ensnaring all present infected beings within the domain, rendering them immobile, while the little ghost retreated into its thick shell. Seizing this brief moment of control, Dishan scooped up the Burning Heaven Dan from the ground. The flowing magma unable to harm him in the slightest. He then stepped forward toward the immobilized horde of corpses, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Breath of fire. The Burning Heaven Dan in Dishan's arms unleashed a torrent of searing flames upon the throng of corpses. Dishan circled the perimeter of the ghost's swamp domain, ensuring that every infected being was engulfed in the blaze. Chapter 63. Unknown Notes. After completing his circuit, Dishan found himself face to face with Bai Bo. Offering a subtle nod, the latter, infuriated by the act, perceived it as a mockery of his ineptitude. "Do not discard the damaged corpses. Coat them in breadcrumbs, roast them until golden brown, and my white brothers will weep for the feast." Dishan's action struck at Bai Bo's heart, shattering his offensive and humiliating his pride. "Damn you!" Bai Bo nearly spat blood in fury, swiftly commanding the remaining dozen infected beings to charge at Dishan. "Look, how eager!" Dishan remained unhurried, softly uttering a few words, while he continued to incinerate the corpses, thoroughly enjoying himself. Only when the dozen infected were on the verge of making contact with his garments did Dishan finally issue commands to the two kings present. In a flash of movement, two figures, one clad in black and the other in green, arrived simultaneously at Dishan's side. With a swift strike and a powerful punch, the two nearest infected beings were obliterated before they could even react. Their forms reduced to a mere puddle of mangled flesh. Whoosh, whoosh. Each employed their most adept methods of attack, skillfully harvesting the corpses strewn across the battleground in mere moments. The throng of infected was utterly vanquished. Meanwhile, the flame within the burning sky Dan was extinguished, and as the smoke dissipated, only a thick layer of black ash remained on the ground that a small creature cautiously emerged from the ashes. Its eyes fixed intently on Dishan. Cough. "Little bro, that was rather unkind of you. You promised that merely lighting it would suffice, yet you clutched the burning sky Dan and circled me 3 whole times." nearly turning me into a French escargot. The little creature shook off the ash clinging to its body, incessantly complaining to Deshawn.my apologies. I was too preoccupied with roasting the corpses to remember you. Deshawn offered an awkward apology, though he felt a surge of joy within, seizing this opportunity for a quiet revenge against the insufferable snail. You are all monsters, all monsters. I cannot perish. My research is far from complete. Bo, realizing the dire situation, finally felt fear surge within him. He turned and fled, devoid of any confidence befitting an extraordinary being. Watching Bo's retreating figure grow distant, Deshawn snapped his fingers with a casual flick of his right hand. Snap. Ah. The sound of friction was followed by a cry of agony. Not far away, Bo, who had been frantically fleeing moments earlier, now lay on the ground, clutching his leg and rolling in torment. Ah, my leg. Why is my leg gone? A massive osmanthus cicada emerged from the shadows, precisely what Deshawn had strategically deployed. The shadow osmanthus cicada, due to its sluggish movement on land, Deshawn had released it in advance, utilizing its passive skill, deceiving the heavens, to conceal itself along his escape route. Remarkably, not a single one of the dozens who had previously sought to hunt Deshawn had detected the cicada's presence, attesting to the extraordinary nature of its ability. Deshawn, accompanied by the 4 insects trailing behind him, approached the incapacitated Bo, who, having lost his legs, could no longer pose any threat. Hand over that formula for the medicinal powder that enhances physical attributes, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. What say you? Deshawn hoisted Bo from the ground, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Bo initially contemplated refusal, but upon glimpsing the 4 menacing insects behind Deshawn, he wilted instantly and nodded in agreement. Let me staunch your bleeding first, lest you perish from blood loss on the way. With that, he commanded the burning sky Dan at his feet to release a small flame, which enveloped Bo's wounds, searing the damaged tissue to halt the bleeding. The latter let out a pained scream, having anticipated a gentler approach to treating his injury, only to be met with such brutality. Now may we speak? Deshawn inquired after completing the task. Bo, gasping for breath, spread his hands in resignation, sighing, all my formulas are recorded in my notebook, which is in my room. Only I know the password. Hearing this, Deshawn, with a hint of exasperation, summoned a worker ant from the ant nest within the wooden puppet tower to serve as his support. Thus, they proceeded towards Bo's room, upon arriving at a locked door. Bo struggled to unlock it, and an unpleasant odor immediately wafted out. Deshawn held his breath as he stepped inside, discovering an assortment of bizarre components scattered throughout the room: a rotting human skull, the shells and entrails of extraordinary insects, and several unidentified objects. Bo made his way directly to a safe, pressing his ear against it and turning the combination lock. With a click, the safe swung open, revealing an even stranger array of items, leaving Deshawn momentarily speechless. This notebook contains all my formulas. Take it. Now can you let me go? Deshawn nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I shall honor my word. You may leave. Bo's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that this demon would indeed set him free. He promptly scrambled down from the worker ant, desperately crawling outward, fearful of any change of heart from Deshawn. Naturally, Deshawn had no intention of truly releasing him, but he was disinclined to resort to direct violence. Even before departing the battlefield, his keen instincts had detected the presence of survivors lurking nearby. The beast has emerged. Everyone, unite and avenge our families. Just as Bo crawled out of the room, a chorus of curses erupted from outside, followed by his screams of anguish, just as Deshawn suspected. These individuals would not permit Bo to escape. Their loved ones had barely survived the apocalypse, only to perish at the hands of their own. Deshawn paid no heed to the commotion outside. His thoughts were solely fixated on discovering the formula that could enhance the physical attributes of the infected, as it would greatly aid his future research on augmenting the power of extraordinary insects. As Deshawn prepared to flip to the first page of the notebook, several items within the safe caught his attention first: an exceedingly worn notebook, an antique pocket watch adorned with the flag of America, and a yellowing photograph. All 3 items were contained within a transparent storage bag. The notebook, in particular, captivated him, as if it possessed a peculiar allure compelling him to open it. Acting on an inexplicable impulse, Deshawn unsealed the storage bag and took the notebook into his hands, scrutinizing it intently. Its exterior bore no distinction from those sold in the market decades prior. nor did it emit any energy fluctuations. Swish! Deshawn opened the first page, revealing a flurry of English letters that momentarily overwhelmed him. Is this merely an ordinary notebook? Why does it exert such a powerful pull on me? Deshawn furrowed his brow, perplexed, and continued to flip through several pages until he reached the final line, which he began to comprehend that I can hear its heartbeat. Drawing closer to U.S.A.S., he silently translated the phrase in his mind. An agonizing pang surged from the depths of his being. Thump thump. Thump thump. A heartbeat not belonging to Deshawn reverberated violently within him. Chapter 64. A pitiful soul. Thump thump. An unknown heartbeat grew louder, gradually synchronizing with Deshawn's own, plunging his consciousness into a chaotic realm where only the alien rhythm echoed in his ears. Thump. Thump. Little bro. Little bro. D-goo. The little creature was the first to sense that something was amiss with Deshawn. It called out loudly, rousing him from his daze. Even Lin Yufan, previously ensnared in the snail realm, rushed out, tightly grasping Deshawn's right hand and shaking him vigorously. Huff! Regaining his composure, Deshawn exhaled deeply. Feeling a cold sweat saturate his back, a trace of fear flickered in his eyes as he gazed at the insects behind him, murmuring to himself, "From that inexplicable heartbeat, I sensed an ancient essence. One that does not belong to this era. Is it possible that behind this tide of insects lies some unfathomable power?" As this thought crossed his mind, a jolt of intense pain shot through his head, causing him to involuntarily groan. Fragments of disjointed images flashed through his mind, an enormous, bizarre shadow obscuring the sky, exuding an aura of brutality and slaughter. These were the terrifying visions he had encountered the night he killed Liao Yang. Yet a mysterious force had erased those memories from his mind. Now, upon encountering this notebook, those repressed memories were being drawn forth, resurfacing in his consciousness. However, these recollections lingered only briefly before dissipating into nothingness. And Deshawn's previously excruciating headache gradually subsided, returning to clarity. Yes, I distinctly sensed certain images in my mind just now. Why have they vanished again? Deshawn clutched his head, attempting to recall the events that had transpired. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not piece them together. Only the strange heartbeat remained, echoing in his thoughts. He picked up the notebook that had fallen to the ground and flipped back to that page, summoning his courage to read it once more. This time, nothing peculiar occurred, as if it were merely a commonplace notebook for recording notes. Little bro, what happened to you just now? I sensed your immense suffering. The little creature approached, concern etched on its face, while Lin Yufan beside him looked equally anxious, eager to discern what had unfolded. Deshawn shook his head slightly, choosing not to speak, his gaze drifting toward the other two items in the storage bag. He first opened the pocket watch adorned with the American flag, discovering that its hands were rusted and had long ceased to move, a mere ordinary timepiece. Next, he picked up the yellowed photograph, which featured a group of American sailors standing before a colossal destroyer, captured in a moment of camaraderie. Why would Bai Bo's safe contain items from a distant land, clearly artifacts of a bygone era? In the future, I shall seek someone trustworthy to translate the contents of this notebook. Upon seeing these items, Deshawn couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment. However, no one was able to elucidate his queries, leaving him with no choice but to seek the expertise of professionals in the future to unravel their mysteries. He carefully stored the three items away, tossing them back into his storage bag, and then personally ventured into the snail realm, placing them in the safest of locations. Deep down, Deshawn sensed that these objects were anything but ordinary and might prove to be of great significance in the future. Little brother, have you discovered anything remarkable? Do share it with me, the little ghost exclaimed, a glint of avarice in its eyes as it extended its tentacles, adorned with spectacles, towards Deshawn. In response, Deshawn wore an air of mystery, leaning close to its ear to whisper softly, "This is a notebook from a foreign land, filled with various culinary techniques for preparing snails. Next time I have the chance, I shall put you to the test." Upon hearing this, the little ghost stumbled back in alarm, hastily retreating from Deshawn, terrified of being turned into a dish. "Ha!" Both Deshawn and Lin Yufan erupted into laughter at the little ghost's comical reaction, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. Subsequently, Deshawn retrieved the phone he had confiscated from the little ghost, glancing at the time to discover it was still early in the morning, the night still shrouded in darkness. "Then I shall wait until dawn to depart from here, just in time to study the formula Bai Bo provided me." Deshawn settled onto the bed in the room, beginning to peruse Bai Bo's notebook. As he opened the first page, elegant handwriting greeted his eyes, revealing entries from Bai Bo's diary. In the autumn of 2040, I have been accepted into a prestigious university in Huagua, and no longer will anyone in the village dare to look down upon my family. My parents will no longer suffer indignities. In the summer of 2041, I returned home for summer vacation, and my mother prepared my favorite dish, braised pork. However, my father was delayed in returning home, and I later learned that an old debtor from the west side of the village had failed to repay us. My father had gone to collect the debt and was beaten into the hospital by that gang of beasts. Not a single villager stepped in to help. That I thought that being the only university student in the village would earn their respect. But alas, it was not to be. Seeing my father, who was born with a disability, they continued to scorn us and make our lives difficult. The preceding pages detailed Bai Bo's experiences before the apocalypse, each word revealing his deep affection for his parents and his disdain for the villagers' indifference. Dishan felt a stirring in his heart. Bai Bo's diary evoked memories of his own parents and sparked a flicker of sympathy within him. He continued to turn the pages, arriving at the section detailing the onset of the apocalypse, which piqued his interest. He wished to see how their small village had weathered the early days of catastrophe. In 2044, I graduated this year and was hired by a well-known company. Before starting my job, I brought my newly acquired girlfriend back home to visit my parents. But this visit would become my lifelong nightmare. Overnight, the insects in the forest transformed into gigantic monstrosities, consuming any living creature in sight. Uncle Bai next door was bitten on the arm by a mutated mosquito, transforming him into a monster that slaughtered his entire family. My parents, too, were infected while helping Uncle Bai's grandson, becoming terrifying creatures themselves that I was left with no choice but to kill them, leaving their bodies behind in our home. Half a month has passed since the apocalypse began. And today I inexplicably awakened a special ability that allows me to control the infected monsters and corpses. Now, it is the villagers who tremble in fear. Yet, I harbor no desire to harm them. In this new world, we must unite to overcome the challenges ahead. Dad, Mom, I am now an extraordinary being. I will find a way to restore you to your former selves, although I have survived in this new world. The increasingly scarce resources have plunged us into dire straits, until today, when a group of outsiders seeking refuge appeared at our doorstep. Dishan felt a twinge of discomfort. Bai Bo had once been a passionate youth. Yet in the end, the scarcity of food had altered his original intentions, leading him to turn against those survivors seeking refuge. His gaze continued downward, landing on a particular entry that made him shudder. On October 13, 2044, I went fishing by the river with Uncle Bai Wanjiang, searching for food, when we retrieved a time capsule from the water, remarkably belonging to the United States Navy. Upon reading this line, Dishan's mind became invigorated. That is why items from the United States appeared in Bai Bo's room. Realizing the implications, a look of relief washed over his face. However, a new question soon presented itself. How could Bai Bo and his companions retrieve objects from the waters of Huagua that originated from the United States? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Dishan continued to read Bai Bo's notes. From the time capsule, I discovered a sailor's journal, a pocket watch, a photograph, and a piece of blue mineral. At this point, Dishan felt a jolt of surprise. He had only seen the first 3 items and had yet to uncover any mention of the so-called blue mineral. He chose to set this aside for now and continued reading. The girlfriend who returned with me, Xiao Hui, happens to be a graduate student in foreign languages, fluent in 3 languages that I entrusted the diary to her for translation. The earlier entries detailed the sailor's daily life, but when she reached the final line, she suddenly convulsed, and the frequency of her spasms increased. In front of him, she literally exploded. I quickly secured the items we had salvaged in a locked safe. Why must those I love leave me one after another? Bai Bo's daily records concluded there. Dishan gleaned a clue from the text. The ordinary person, named Xiao Hui, upon reading the last passage of the sailor's journal, had clearly been ensnared by an inexplicable force, resulting in her untimely death, while Dishan had survived. Did this imply that reciting the final passage would bring about some ominous fate? Dishan brushed his hair back from his forehead and spoke solemnly. He chose not to dwell on this matter for the time being, intending first to secure the formula for the powder. Flipping Bai Bo's notebook to the next page, there, he found a meticulous account of his numerous attempts at concoction. I casually placed the blue mineral into my backpack, only to discover that the monsters I controlled were inexplicably drawn to it. Even with their eyes rotting away, I could sense their yearning. However, When I crushed the blue mineral into a fine powder and administered it to them, it instantly drained their vitality. After repeated trials, adding various human and insect components, I still failed to uncover any peculiarities until the exterior of the blue mineral was exhausted, revealing the red crystal within. It dawned on me. It was the red crystal at the core of the blue mineral that attracted these monsters. The outer mineral was merely refuse, while the crystal inside was the essence. Administering this crystal to the monsters remarkably boosted their combat prowess, albeit only for a brief period. After numerous refinements, I managed to create a powder from all the red crystals, combining it with human bone marrow and spinal fluid, as well as the brain matter of strange insects, finally achieving a formula that could significantly enhance the monster's battle capabilities for an extended duration. Upon reaching this point, Deshawn felt a wave of frustration wash over him. No wonder Bo had handed over the formula without hesitation. He had already depleted the primary ingredient, lacking the enhancement of the red crystals. Even if Deshawn obtained the formula, it would be futile. Sighing deeply, Deshawn prepared to close the notebook, only to discover a few lines of text on the final page, dated just a few days prior. Today, I led a multitude of monsters back to the village, retrieving my parents' remains and bringing them back to our refuge, placing them in the chapel, and preparing to intensify my research, hoping that one day I may revive them. Both humans and insects can undergo mutations. I firmly believe that monsters too can revert to their original forms. Love you, Mom. Love you, Dad. After reading these final words, Deshawn's heart was flooded with emotion that a cold-blooded killer of his own kin revealed such a tender side. It truly confirmed the saying, the pitiable must have their faults, and the detestable must have their sorrows. Deshawn closed Bo's notebook and stepped out of his room. Outside, silent with a resounding thud akin to the rumble of distant thunder, the stag beetle crashed to the ground, creating a substantial crater before Deshawn. It then proceeded to the opposite side, repeating the act and forming yet another smaller pit. Upon witnessing the formation of these two depressions, one large and one small, Deshawn promptly summoned a swarm of ants to transport the lifeless infected bodies, depositing them into the larger pit. The smaller pit was reserved for Bo and his family, as Deshawn decided to inter him and his parents together. Within mere minutes, two mounds, one grand and one diminutive, emerged in the center of the warehouse. After completing this task, Deshawn glanced at the time, realizing there were still 3 hours until dawn, and he returned to the safety of the snail realm to indulge in a brief. It was not until the following day when Lin Yufan entered to call for him that he stretched, tidied himself, and stepped outside. The two ventured into the open, greeting the rising sun with a deep breath of fresh air. Ching ching, chirp. Lin Yufan called out the name of the dragonfly that had previously departed, and to his delight, the creature returned. Once again under the control of the young boy's abilities, Deshawn simultaneously summoned the Bada Dai, and together, the duo soared towards the horizon. In just a few days, they would follow the Yangtze River into the territory of Huizhou Province. The southern region of Huizhou is replete with mountains, and within these ranges lies a critical location, which is an integral part of Deshawn's plan. Perched upon the back of the Bada Dai, Deshawn's mind was consumed with thoughts of the memories he held from his past life regarding the vast 10,000 mountains of Huizhou. At the juncture where Huizhou Province meets Xizang Province, an unbroken chain of mountains serves as a barrier. After the apocalypse descended, this area was overrun by countless mutated insects, with even the interior of the mountains hollowed out to form nests, earning the moniker 10,000ly Insect Kingdom. Chapter 66. The abnormal prison. The morning air is invariably refreshing, and even in the face of the apocalypse, the quality of the atmosphere remains unchanged. Deshawn flew high above, leisurely enjoying his breakfast while surveying the expanse of the earth below. A swarm of shadow ants dashed across the vast ruins, illuminated by the morning sun, reminiscent of the great wildebeest migration before the end of days. In the shadows of a decrepit building, an ant-devouring snail lay in wait. Eyeing this battalion, the shadow ant sped past. The creature swiftly shed its shell and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. A few of the shadow ants trailing behind were instantaneously knocked unconscious by the snail's shell and then stuffed into its own casing. The leading ant soon sensed the commotion behind and immediately redirected its course towards the ant-devouring snail, transforming prey into predator. What transpired below was merely a fragment of the apocalypse. Such scenes unfolded daily across the globe. Wow, Brother D, look quickly. The city ahead is enormous, and there are so many people moving about. Lin Yufan exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe, as this was his first glimpse of such a vast city since the onset of the apocalypse. Dishan had already spotted the grand city ahead and turned to the youth, explaining, "That is Jinling City, the headquarters of the Qinglong Battle Zone. Wow, how magnificent! Those who live there are truly fortunate, free from the fear that plagues the outside world." Lin Yufan gazed at the colossal city on the horizon, envy evident in his expression. However, he quickly realized he had misspoken, covering his mouth and glancing at Dishan. Dishan merely smiled faintly and replied, "It's all right, don't mind it. Who wouldn't desire a safe and stable life? If you wish, I can leave you in Jinling City." Upon hearing this, Lin Yufan's eyes brimmed with tears as he extended his right hand and slapped himself hard. "Xiao Fan, what are you doing?" Dishan was taken aback, never anticipating such a reaction from the boy. Lin Yufan looked at Dishan with tear-filled eyes, his cherubic face awash with guilt. "Brother D, had it not been for your rescue, I would have perished in the shelter long ago. My life henceforth belongs to you. I will forever follow in your footsteps." Lin Yufan's large eyes glistened with tears as he spoke heartfelt words reminiscent of characters from martial arts novels. Dishan chuckled helplessly, taken aback by the boy's candidness. Unsure of how to respond, he then shared with Lin Yufan some insights on humanity and principles he had gleaned from his past life. Reassuring him not to feel guilty, as they conversed, they drew nearer to Jinling City, its grandeur becoming increasingly apparent. "Let us not get too close. Let us go around," Dishan suddenly called out to Lin Yufan, who was perplexed. He had assumed Dishan would land in the massive city to rest for a while, but that was not the case. Dishan, noticing the boy's confusion, slowed his flight to match Lin Yufan's pace and explained, "This grand Jinling City is not as it appears. Internally, it is fraught with complexity and rife with factions. I have grown weary of such places." Dishan spoke these words with evident disdain, leaving no room for ambiguity. In this life, he intended to establish his own force and distance himself from any official organizations. Moreover, he recalled that at this juncture, there was nothing in Jinling City worth his time, so he had no intention of entering. Lin Yufan, upon hearing this, refrained from pressing further, nodding silently as he followed. Thus, they circumvented this bastion of the apocalypse, heading towards Huizhou without looking back. Meanwhile, before the gates of the abnormal prison in Jinling City, a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak approached the heavily armed prison guards. He produced a silver token from his waist and presented it to the guards. Upon seeing the token, the guards' expressions grew solemn as they saluted the mysterious figure. He spoke not a word, but gestured simply towards the prison's interior. The guards instantly understood, forming a 5-member team to escort him inside. They proceeded directly to a prison door. Halting at its threshold, the mysterious figure signaled for the door to be opened. He wished to enter. "Vice Commander Li, you must not. They are all high-profile criminals personally named by Commander Zhou. Without his orders, we cannot allow you entry." The guard's face darkened as he attempted to dissuade the figure from entering the prison. "Zhou Dingwo was only my equal before. Now he has become the highest commander. You no longer recognize me, Li Jianglong, do you?" The mysterious figure, named Li Jianglong, the second in command of the Qinglong Battle Zone, was furious to find the guards daring to disregard his authority. "Open the door. Should anything happen, I shall bear the consequences." Seeing the guards still hesitating, Li Jianglong's furious shout startled them. After this intimidation, the guards dared not delay, promptly retrieving their keys to unlock the prison door before them. Inside sat a young man, his formidable frame adorned with sharp fangs, identified as Sun Dekhen, the captain of the Jinsha team. However, he was now bound by numerous chains, with 2 explosive collars around his neck that would detonate the moment he stepped outside the room. "Has my time come?" Sun Dekhen asked in a flat tone upon seeing Li Jianglong. Devoid of any expression, Li Jianglong did not answer him, but instead entered with the 5 guards, closing the door behind them. "You lot, aim your guns at his head. If he makes any sudden movements, shoot to kill," Li Jianglong instructed the guards. He then approached one of the guards and snatched the keys from his waist. Intending to free Sun Dekhen, the sight left everyone dumbfounded, uncertain of Li Jianglong's intentions, and they instinctively raised their weapons towards Sun Dekhen in the center of the prison. "Do not worry. I come bearing Commander Zhou's secret orders. This man is of great use to the battle zone and must be released in secrecy," Li Jianglong stated coldly, his back to the guards. He then walked towards Sun Dekhen, who was still bewildered. Uncertain of the man's motives, Li Jianglong crouched before him, scanning the surroundings, and softly uttered a few words. Kill them all. In Sun Dechen's eyes, a fierce murderous intent ignited in an instant, though he quickly concealed it. With a series of clicks, the chains binding him were successively unfastened, causing beads of sweat to form on the foreheads of the surrounding guards, their fingers trembling involuntarily as the last chain was released. Sun Dekhen surged forward, lunging at the nearest guard. The guard barely had time to react before his throat was crushed in an instant, severing his head from his body. Chapter 67. The release of the abnormal criminal. A scream abruptly ceased, leaving the remaining 4 guards startled by the sudden turn of events. Yet they quickly regained their composure. They aimed their guns at Sun Dekhen, preparing to fire. Do not let them shoot. Li Jianglong's heart raced with urgency. The sound of gunfire would surely attract a swarm of guards from outside. Sun Dekhen, however, would not grant them that opportunity. His crimson tongue shot forth, piercing the brow of one guard. Utilizing the elasticity of his tongue, he swiftly disarmed the remaining 3, ensuring they had no chance to fire their weapons. The guards, having lost their weapons, awaited nothing but a merciless slaughter, and they all met a gruesome fate, torn asunder. I'm starving. After Sun Dekhen dispatched all the guards, he directly twisted off their heads and began to suck on the tissues within. Ugh, standing nearby, Li Jianglong, witnessing the bloody scene, couldn't help but retch, hastily pulling out a white handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose. After what felt like an eternity of 10 minutes, Sun Dekhen finally finished his meal, licking his bloodied lips as he turned his gaze towards Li Jianglong. Who exactly are you, and why did you save me? Li Jianglong turned away, refusing to meet his terrifying gaze, and coldly replied, I am a distant cousin of Li Dingtian, and the second in command of this Qinglong battle zone. Just that single statement froze Sun Dechen's expression in place. Your cousin couldn't reach you, so he came to me. I have explained the situation to him, and he is extremely dissatisfied with Zhou Dinghua's actions. Li Jianglong paid no heed to the change in Sun Dechen's expression, continuing to speak for himself. Jia Lao has already learned of his grandson's murder, yet Shuntian City is rife with open and secret struggles, leaving no room for maneuver. Otherwise, Zhou Dinghua would have long been summoned to answer for his crimes. If you cannot redeem yourselves, then your families in Shuntian City. At this point, Li Jianglong fell silent, merely observing Sun Dekhen before him, awaiting his response. Bang! Sun Dechen's fist struck the prison wall with tremendous force, leaving a shallow dent. If it weren't for Zhou Dinghua's interference, we would have already captured the murderer of young Master Li. Since you are the second in command of the Qinglong battle zone, then free us and lend us the Tianji network for our use. If you still hold on to this line of thought, then there is no need for me to release you. Li Jianglong abruptly interrupted Sun Dechen's words, his tone laden with displeasure. If it weren't for Zhou Dinghua inspecting the disaster victims today and Yang Yuanqing carrying out a mission, do you think I would have had the opportunity to infiltrate here? You still wish to utilize the Tianji network? All those technicians are under Zhou Dinghua's command, guarded by dozens of extraordinary beings. You truly believe you can meddle with it, like a relentless barrage? Li Jianglong diminished Sun Dechen's worth to nothing. Then tell me, what should I do? The typically arrogant Sun Dekhen, faced with Li Jianglong's formidable background, could only lower his voice, refraining from any confrontation. The latter tossed the keys he held into Sun Dechen's hands and divulged a method. Instigate a prison riot, then escape amidst the chaos. Once outside, seek your own path. Otherwise, you'll rot in this prison. Upon hearing this, a glint of determination flashed in Sun Dechen's eyes, his fangs clicking ominously. I understand. Seeing his objective achieved, Li Jianglong nodded with satisfaction and instructed him, knock me out to create the illusion of your escape. Without hesitation, Sun Dekhen delivered a punch to the back of Li Jianglong's head, causing him to collapse. He promptly removed the self-destruct collar from his neck and strode out of the prison. Yet, after taking a few steps, he returned, forcibly tearing off Li Jianglong's left hand before departing with satisfaction. Sun Dekhen began by entering the prison cell next to him, where an emaciated old man resided. Instead of judging him by his appearance, Sun Dekhen asked, do you dare to join me in a grand endeavor? To rebel against the Qinglong battle zone and charge forth to regain our freedom? Young man, your thoughts are quite dangerous, but I like it. The old man, Gonchailai, replied eagerly, what do you call yourself? Sun Dekhen. The two engaged in a brief dialogue, aligning their goals. Sun Dekhen stepped forward to help him untie his bindings, removing the self-destruct collar and leading him out of the room. Subsequently, the duo continued liberating prisoners from the extraordinary being's prison, steadily expanding their rebellious ranks. During this time, guards entered to patrol, but they were ruthlessly slain. Inside the prison, the chaos of releasing prisoners raged on, yet no sound reached the outside world until the last prisoner was freed. The narrow corridor became filled with a throng of people. The members of the former Jinsha team stood behind Sun Dekhen. Meanwhile, the previously armless Sha Ying, having utilized his extraordinary ability, transformed the stumps of his arms into the dark mouths of guns. His hatred for Yang Yuanqing surpassing that for Di Shan. Ding Kuan lay on the ground, with Sun Dekhen standing on his back, elevated above the crowd, ready to deliver a speech. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me for a moment. The extraordinary beings in the corridor turned their heads to face him upon hearing his voice. Sun Dekhen, flicking his blood-stained tongue across his fangs, proclaimed loudly, "You are all individuals who have committed crimes and are imprisoned here. And I am sure your hearts are filled with fury towards Zhou Dinghua. What crime led to your imprisonment?" Sun Dekhen pointed at Gan Chailai below. He. I merely blew up a refugee camp, incinerating dozens of innocent people, and that dog Zhou Dinghua locked me up here. Gan Chailai cackled, showing no remorse for his actions, instead feeling a sense of pride. Sun Dekhen nodded, then pointed at another individual, asking, "And you? What brought you here?" The tall man, having been called out, burped and disdainfully replied, "I merely got drunk and killed a patrol team at night. That dog locked me up for it. Can I be blamed for drinking?" "Blame the alcohol. It was the drink that made me kill." The tall man, filled with righteous indignation, spewed forth a plethora of nonsensical reasoning. Sun Dekhen nodded once more, raising his voice. "We are all extraordinary beings, merely having made small mistakes, yet we are imprisoned here, indicating that Zhou Dinghua possesses no appreciation for talent. I hail from the northern Zhulong battle zone, under the command of Jie Lao. I trust you have all heard of him." Upon hearing Jie Lao's name, the crowd began to whisper among themselves, exchanging hushed conversations. Gan Chailai's aged voice broke through. "Youngster, just say what you mean without beating around the bush." Sun Dekhen's eyes sparkled with fervor as he shouted, "Jie Lao eagerly seeks talent, and we happen to be carrying out a task for him. If you assist us in completing this crucial mission, you shall become Jie Lao's direct subordinates. The Qinglong Battle Zone does not welcome you. We, the Zhulong Battle Zone, welcome you with open arms. You shall be honored guests of Jie Lao." This impassioned rhetoric ignited a tsunami of cheers from the crowd. "Speak, tell us what you want us to do." The waves of voices surged, finally attracting the attention of the outside world. Boom! The prison doors swung open, and armed forces stationed outside rushed in with submachine guns. "Let us create chaos first, and eliminate all of Zhou Dinghua's lackeys." Sun Dekhen's tone turned ominous as he issued his first command, gazing at the guards who had rushed in. Upon hearing this, the extraordinary beings below erupted with fervor, unleashing their unique abilities. The emaciated old man, Gan Chailai, ignited into a towering inferno, charging at the guards like a speeding locomotive. The tall young man swayed as if intoxicated, his speed multiplying several times, rendering him nearly invisible to the naked eye. Others transformed into creatures like hedgehogs, launching countless sharp quills forward. Thus, the rebellion of the extraordinary beings in the Qinglong Battle Zone commenced. Chapter 68. The Uprising. Gunfire. The prison guard captain, witnessing the release of all extraordinary prisoners, decisively issued an attack order. Bang bang, the dark muzzles spat forth crimson tongues of fire, a torrent of bullets raining down like a storm. The nearest batch of extraordinary beings to the entrance fell like harvested wheat, a significant number toppling in an instant. Though they were extraordinary beings, most were low-level first-tier extraordinary individuals, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of firearms. "Step aside. Let this old man confront these youngsters." Gan Chailai, engulfed in flames, roared as he charged towards the guards, resembling a high-speed locomotive. The dense bullets struck his diminutive frame, only to be dissolved by the searing flames. Unable to inflict harm upon his body, boom, he smashed through the dense ranks of guards, creating a gaping hole. Those struck head-on disintegrating into a mist of blood, vaporized before they could even splatter. "Immediately call the headquarters extraordinary team for support. The extraordinary prisoners have escaped. Second squad, bring over the modified weapons." The guard captain urgently called for assistance via the communicator, instructing the second squad to retrieve more powerful weapons to suppress the rebellion. Jean, how did you manage this? Not only did you escape, but you also liberated all these prisoners. The enchanting and curvaceous Hunter Fox clung to Sun Dechen's robust arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. Smack! A crisp slap echoed as Sun Dechen's hand struck her alluring figure, a wicked smile gracing his lips. This is the unique charm of Brother Jean. Others willingly submit to me. The extraordinary beings on the scene showcase their abilities, driving the guards into retreat, resulting in countless casualties. Ha ha ha. Zhou Dinghua, I shall soon take the life of your dog. It is high time to replace the supreme commander of the Qinglong battle zone. As the scales of victory tipped in his favor, Sun Dekhen, overwhelmed with pride, planned to exploit these newly recruited individuals to assault the command center. Brothers from Shuntian, you absolutely must not do this. Just as Sun Dekhen was strategizing the next attack on the command center, a deep and resonant voice reached his ears. Turning towards the source of the voice, he beheld a peculiar man. His head disproportionately large, hunched over and leaning on a cane, approaching him. The sight of such an odd figure caused Sun Dekhen to furrow his brow slightly. How dare this man contradict his plans? Which greatly displeased him. Casting a disdainful glance, he inquired, "From where do you emerge, daring to meddle in the plans I have arranged? Forgive my boldness. I am Qin Jin, formerly a strategist under Vice Commander Li. I was imprisoned for taking the blame for him." The oddly large-headed Qin Jin explained his background, dispelling Sun Dechen's initial prejudice with a single sentence, sensing that this peculiar man possessed some level of competence. Sun Dekhen, with a tentative attitude, asked him, "What, in your opinion, should I do?" "Ha ha ha. Esteemed gentlemen, please follow me. We shall converse as we walk." Qin Jin did not immediately divulge his plan, but instead turned and walked away, indifferent to whether Sun Dekhen followed. Making his way deeper into the prison, Sun Dekhen, filled with curiosity, followed suit, simultaneously summoning the original members of the Jinsha squad to accompany him. The surrounding prisoners, already consumed by bloodlust, failed to notice the group departing. "Speak, what are your thoughts?" Sun Dekhen queried, tailing Qin Jin and revealing his sharpened fangs. Should the man before him dare to toy with him, he would not hesitate to strike and tear this strange individual apart. Qin Jin, though hunched, advanced with an unusually steady gait, cleared his throat, and asked, "I overheard your desire to seize leadership. Might I inquire how well-versed you are in the combat capabilities of the Qinglong battle zone?" The moment those words left his mouth, Sun Dekhen was rendered speechless. He only knew the leader of the Shangshan squad, Yang Yuanqing, and had yet to familiarize himself with others before being imprisoned. Noticing Sun Dechen's silence, Qin Jin chuckled twice and began to elaborate on the Jinsha squad. Setting aside the various heavy artillery and the battle zone cannons, howitzers, mortars transformed by the engineering specialists, their lethality had been significantly enhanced and made more portable. Furthermore, there were 6 elite teams, Shangshan, Xiayi, Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter, all composed of highly selected superhumans, while those who were not chosen opted to join the military, continuing to shine. Moreover, throughout the battle zone, in cities yet to fall, with a mere command from Zhou Dinghua, they could swiftly arrive at Jinling City to assist in suppressing the chaos. Now, do you still wish to lead these rabble to overthrow Zhou Dinghua's reign? The members of the Jinsha squad fell silent. Though they felt considerable discontent, they could not deny that they had indeed underestimated the strength of Jinling City. Boom, seemingly to validate Qin Jin's assertion, a tremendous explosion erupted at the prison entrance, nearly overwhelming the eardrums of those present with a resonating buzz. Support has arrived so swiftly? Qin Jin, sensing the commotion behind him, did not linger but quickened his pace. Moving deeper inside, he guided the group through layers of stairs until they reached the entrance of a control room. The guards outside, drawn by the deafening noise, raised their submachine guns in readiness. Upon seeing Qin Jin and his entourage, they aimed to fire, eliminate them. Qin Jin began, but before he could finish, Sun Dekhen, accompanied by Ding Kuan and Xia Ying, charged out that in mere seconds. The guards at the control room entrance were dispatched, leaving Sun Dekhen and his 2 companions leisurely standing by the door, awaiting Qin Jin's arrival. "Where exactly do you intend to take us?" Sun Dekhen asked, impatience creeping into his tone, despite Qin Jin's elaborate speech. He had yet to present a solution. "Haha, once you enter this room, you shall know." Qin Jin, undeterred, grinned and led the group into the control room, where the staff had met a gruesome fate. none surviving. Struggling to straighten his hunched back, Shinjin pointed towards the large screen on the wall, and the expressions of the Jinsha squad members varied, each contemplating their thoughts. Hey, big-headed ghost, did you bring us all this way just to admire these aberrant insects? Shaying was the first to voice his dissatisfaction, his character having grown exceedingly irritable due to his lack of arms. Quiet. I have a general idea, Sun Dekhen said, resting his chin in thought as he gazed at the screen, which displayed surveillance footage from a certain location. The footage revealed a plethora of grotesque and formidable aberrant insects, all confined within individual cages, their freedom curtailed by the cramped quarters. These were powerful aberrant insects captured by the teams from various regions of the battle zone, imprisoned in the laboratory below for research and to execute us aberrant offenders. My purpose in bringing you here is to unleash these terrifying aberrant insects, allowing them to wreak havoc while you take the opportunity to escape Jinling City. Without waiting for the Jinsha squad's consent, Shinjin moved to the control panel and pressed the button labeled Frenzy. The moment the button was pressed, a red mist erupted from the chamber housing the aberrant insects, enveloping the entire room. The previously listless, hollow gazes of the insects transformed into frenzied, bloodthirsty expressions as they began to violently assault their cages, desperate to break free, even the wounds on their bodies visibly healing at an alarming rate. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Chunjin nodded his enormous head and reached for the open door button, pressing it down. Chapter 69. The prison insect tied ding. Ding. The alarm signaling the opening of the door blared in the ears of the gathered crowd. The now frenzied aberrant insects, like tigers leaping from their cages, roared forth into the corridor. Boom. The tremendous uproar from the prison entrance drew the attention of the aberrant insects located on the lower levels. Sun Dekhen observed the surveillance screen as the insects surged upward, heading for the main entrance. Thud. Thud. Moments later, thunderous footsteps echoed outside the control room, the sound of the insect tides surging through the passageway. Inside the room, everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound, fearing they might alert the insects outside. If they were discovered, it would mean certain death. After approximately 2 minutes, the commotion outside finally subsided, prompting Sun Dekhen to signal Ding Kuan with a glance. The latter immediately understood, rushing to the door to crouch down, placing his right hand on the ground, forming a field centered around himself. Summoning 2 clay puppets from the earth, Ding Kuan maneuvered the clay puppets outside, circling around, and found no trace of the aberrant insects. Even the bodies of the fallen guards had been devoured by the passing insects. The insect tide has passed. We can now exit. Ding Kuan turned to report the situation to Sun Dekhen. The latter's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Shinjin, his crimson tongue flicking over his fangs, and posed a question. What do you hope to gain by aiding us so generously? Upon hearing this, Shinjin merely smiled faintly, then sighed, gesturing to his entire peculiar physique, as if to showcase his unusual form. If I remain imprisoned, only death awaits me. It is better to take a risk. However, as you can see, who would want to bear a burden? I must prove my worth to you. Shinjin expressed his thoughts in one breath, then inhaled deeply, locking eyes with Sun Dekhen, awaiting his response. The latter said nothing, walking past him to the control room's entrance, grasping the doorknob, and pushing the door open to step outside. Shinjin clenched his fists in frustration, his face etched with disappointment. Without the assistance of these individuals, he would never escape with his frail body. Ding Kuan, carry him. Do not fall behind. Sun Dekhen announced his decision without looking back, his back turned to the others. Upon hearing this, Chunjin's expression shifted from despair to elation in an instant. Ding Kuan stepped forward, hoisting him onto his back, and the members of the Jinsha squad hurried upward to the prison entrance. The battle raged on fiercely, yet the aberrant offenders were clearly being suppressed, as reinforcements from the outside had arrived, an army, among whom were several aberrant beings guarding. You traitors among the aberrants, daring to dream of escape. We captured you once, we can do so again. Unfortunately, I was eliminated in the selection for the aberrant squad, but fortuitously encountered you escapees, allowing me to bolster my achievements. A chorus of righteous roars erupted from the approaching legion of extraordinary beings. Their eyes devoid of any compassion for the prisoners who had committed heinous crimes, filled only with disgust and hatred. The frail old man, Gonchailai, who could transform into flames, was now drenched in blood, with crimson droplets trickling from the corners of his mouth. Could it be that today we are destined to meet with failure? Such a bitter pill to swallow. He felt a deep sense of discontent. Having believed that freedom was within reach, only to be confronted by the ferocity of the reinforcements. And what of that individual from Shuntian City? Why were they not seen in the battle? Indeed, where were those scoundrels? A voice from the crowd called out, drawing the attention of all present as they began to search for the members of the Jinsha team. Roar, just as the two factions faced off. A roar that was distinctly inhuman reverberated from the depths of the prison, followed by a tumultuous sound like the galloping of 1,000 steeds, rushing towards them with alarming speed. What the? An extraordinary being with exceptional vision had discerned the unfolding chaos and immediately cried out in alarm. Without regard for the others, he flung open a prison door and locked himself back inside. Old Chu, what madness has taken hold of you? We are on the brink of escape, and yet you choose to imprison yourself once more. Those nearby, witnessing his bizarre actions, cast curious glances, some even inquiring about his behavior. Meanwhile, the former had curled up in a corner, silent and trembling, burying his head between his legs. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew ever closer, and it was only then that the prisoners comprehended the gravity of the situation. Beginning a desperate flight, but it was already too late. The frenzied tide of insects moved with a speed that far exceeded their expectations. The four-winged skywalking centipede circled above, snatching a nearby extraordinary being from the rear of the group and swallowing him whole without a sound. A wild giant spirit unicorn beetle, brandishing its massive horn, charged through the prisoners, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Anyone caught in its path was left in a shattered state. The passage, already a river of blood, became a scene of even greater brutality with the addition of the rampaging swarm. The blood of these humans splattered onto the insects, further igniting the frenzy within them, driving them into a state of wild rage. Bang, bang. The guards stationed at the entrance were not idle. Upon seeing the emergence of the insect tide, they raised their weapons and opened fire with fervor. Yet, the ordinary bullets failed to penetrate the defenses of the extraordinary insects, unable to halt their relentless advance. Get the hell out of the way. Let us take over. Among the guards, several burly extraordinary beings, shouldering modified cannons, positioned themselves at the forefront of the line, aiming directly at the insects in the passage. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as a cannonball roared forth, hurtling toward the giant spirit unicorn beetle, claiming several extraordinary prisoners and weaker insects along its path. The giant spirit unicorn beetle, sensing the impending danger, promptly lowered its head, bracing its enormous horn against the cannonball. Upon contact, a violent explosion ensued, shattering the beetle's massive horn, and its head was instantly reduced to a grotesque mess, collapsing backward. Excellent. Continue attacking with the modified weapons. They cannot withstand the might of these arms. The squad leader, witnessing the effectiveness of their assault, wore a radiant smile. If they could suppress the rebellion with just their forces, he would be promoted to a bronze badge holder, significantly elevating his status. However, his smile quickly froze in place. The giant spirit unicorn beetle, which had already fallen, surprisingly rose once more, propping itself up on its head, its bloodied visage appearing even more terrifying. The insects held an overwhelming numerical advantage and had been further enhanced by Chen Jin's frenzied mist, significantly elevating their physical capabilities. Within mere seconds, the tide of insects annihilated the extraordinary prisoners, advancing upon the prison guards. Despair washed over the squad leader's face as he trembled, grasping the communicator, sending an urgent message to the seasonal extraordinary forces stationed around Jinling City. A prison riot has erupted. We request assistance. A prison riot has erupted. We request. The communication abruptly ceased, and the 4 team leaders of the seasonal squad exchanged alarmed glances, discarding their communicators as they sprang into action. Chapter 70. Suppressing the insect tide. The Jinsha team traversed the lengthy staircase once more, arriving at the prison floor where the extraordinary criminals were held. They gradually slowed their pace, straining to listen for any sounds in the darkness, wary of the potential for a solitary insect to launch a surprise attack. Boom! Bang! The cacophony of explosions and gunfire resonated from a distance. By the sound of it, the insect swarm must have breached the prison's defenses and surged into the outside world. Chen Jin, standing behind Ding Kuan, assessed the situation through the distant sounds. He then addressed the group, saying, "We must break through quickly. Once the insect tide is suppressed, escaping will become nearly impossible." Sun Dekhan nodded in agreement. having gleaned the situation in Shuntian City from Li Jianglong, and felt a deep urgency. Unlike the outsiders, he was acutely aware of the peril posed by Jilao. Should this mission fail, even 10 lives would not suffice as retribution. The group hastily navigated the blood-soaked corridor, racing toward the exit. A roar echoed from the shadows. A wave of rancid air surged toward them. Following closely behind the team, Xiao Ding conjured a black barrier. Enveloping the entire group within its protective embrace, a newly promoted second-turn extraordinary being, his ability, Barrier, activated, deflecting the dark assault and affording the combatants precious time to react. It was a coxcomb mantis. Its blood-red crest atop its triangular head marking it as a formidable foe. This should not be. I have employed the frenzied spray to transform the insects into mindless killing machines. There should be no living beings here. Why does it linger? Qin Jin was filled with confusion. He was intimately familiar with the protocol in the laboratory and knew he would not make such a gross error, yet the current situation plunged him into profound self-doubt. The coxcomb mantis, however, would not afford them the luxury of contemplation. Its relentless assault came in waves, shattering Xiao Ding's barrier in an instant. With the barrier broken, he suffered a backlash from his abilities. Coughing up a mouthful of blood that we don't have time to waste here. Perish, transformed into the Vajra Guardian. Sun Dekhen seized the coxcomb mantis's sharp forelimb with his razor-sharp claws, simultaneously unleashing his crimson tongue to ensnare its neck. Exerting force to pin it in place as they engaged in a fierce struggle. Gold team, keep it restrained. I'll deliver a fatal blow. The nearby Sha Ying did not remain idle, swiftly positioning himself beneath the mantis. His upper half morphed into a massive cannon, aimed directly at the connection point of the coxcomb mantis's body, the most vulnerable spot. Boom! Sha Ying unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the mantis's abdomen, dark green blood splattering as its body was cleaved in two. Sun Dekhen yanked the upper half of the mantis's body, tearing it apart with force. Spit! Sha Ying disdainfully spat on the enormous insect carcass, while Sun Dekhen discarded the mangled remains as if they were refuse. A black insect essence slowly drifted from the head of the coxcomb mantis, landing in Sha Ying's outstretched hand, but it was snatched away by Sun Dekhen, who absorbed it without hesitation. Sha Ying, momentarily stunned, opened his mouth to say something but was silenced by Sun Dekhen's fierce glare, swallowing his words. Let us depart. This place is no longer safe, and our time to escape is running short. With the crisis averted, Qin Jin urged the group to press onward. Without further delay, the Jinsha team bolted toward freedom as they neared the exit. A surge of shadowy figures emerged behind them, closely trailing their escape. Wait for us, young ones. We agreed to leave together. The leader of the shadows was none other than Gan Chailai, the emaciated old man who, upon witnessing the insect tide, had likewise locked himself away in the prison to evade disaster. The group that followed him had done the same, utilizing this method to salvage their lives. Now, seeing that the immediate danger had passed, they all emerged to join the Jinsha team. Sun Dekhen did not refuse their company. After all, additional hands would be necessary to hunt down the one responsible for Li Aoyang's death, but I wondered why there were still insects lurking in the shadows. It turns out there were still living beings hidden within the prison. The coxcomb mantis must have sensed their presence, which is why it refused to leave. The look of understanding crossed Qin Jin's face as he grasped the reason behind it. Upon catching sight of the light emanating from the exit, the crowd erupted in excitement, signaling that they were on the verge of breaking free and escaping this place. The guards at the entrance had long been overwhelmed by the insect tide, leaving behind a scene of severed limbs and bloodshed. Even those who managed to survive had succumbed to the virus carried by the insects, transforming into zero-level infected beings, stepping over the corpses of the guards. The group finally emerged into the outside world. You shall heed my command. I possess knowledge of the paths that lead away from the city of Jinling. That a dozen or so individuals bearing grave transgressions have thus formed an escape squad. Vanishing into the shadows that a mere 2 li from the prison lies a refugee camp, where combat has reached a fever pitch. The tide of monstrous insects that has erupted from the prison has sensed the scent of flesh and blood emanating from the camp, and has surged towards this place, leaving desolation in its wake. The refugees, already weakened by hunger, now find themselves devoid of the strength to flee, and in an instant, they are engulfed by the oncoming swarm. Sisters, let these vile creatures witness the might of our spring squad, a breathtaking beauty, brimming with grace and valor, cried out, leading the charge against the horde. She is Lin Chunlan, the captain of the Spring Squad. Behind her, her team, composed entirely of women clad in form-fitting battle attire, exhibited agile prowess and wore expressions filled with a fearless resolve to face death. This squad, known as the Spring Squad among the seasonal abnormals, is solely comprised of female warriors. Every insect struck by Lin Chunlan blooms with vibrant, multicolored buds, blossom. With a commanding shout, the buds adorning the bodies of the insects burst forth into resplendent flowers, draining the very vitality from the creatures beneath them. Roar. In another arena of the refugee camp, several water dragons leapt into the air, roaring as they charged towards the insect swarm below. The immense force they unleashed fell upon the horde like a celestial cascade, transforming the battlefield into a quagmire. Just then, Yang Yuanqing, who had been on an external mission, returned to find the laboratory's insects fleeing, and he promptly joined the fray as an abnormal on the cusp of his third transformation. His attacking power was formidable. Single-handedly, he resolved the crisis in this region. However, the sheer number of fleeing insects was overwhelming. After clearing this battleground, he hastened towards the next. In such a bloody scenario, the high-ranking officials of Jinling City could never have fathomed that this chaos was orchestrated by their own. Meanwhile, a separate escape squad was poised to flee. Chapter 71. The Malevolent Squad. Jiang Zhihao, the Jinsha Squad, under Chen Jin's command, advanced along the periphery of the refugee camp, skirting the base of the city walls as they broke through. Roar. The deafening roar of the insects erupted suddenly in their ears, and they immediately assumed a combat stance. Scanning their surroundings, they found no trace of the insects. Over there, a keen-eyed individual spotted the situation not far off. A massive golden armored longhorn beetle, resplendent in its golden shell, stood alone, blocking the path of the swarm with an aura of invincibility, reminiscent of a lone warrior holding the line against 1,000 foes. Beneath its feet lay a pile of insect corpses, all vanquished by its might. What has caused this internal strife among the insects? Is it a side effect of the frenzied spray? Sun Dekhen instinctively inquired of Chen Jin. Chen Jin remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield ahead, as if observing something crucial. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hissed to those around him, "Hide quickly, and do not make a sound." The Jinsha squad members, along with a few escapees, exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by his sudden anxiety. "There's no time to explain. Hurry!" Chen Jin nearly shouted, jumping down from Ding Kuan's back and seeking refuge in a nearby shelter. Witnessing his urgency, the others followed suit, seeking safety in the refugee dwellings. Sun Dekhen stealthily approached Chen Jin from behind, voicing his concern. "What have you discovered that has caused you such alarm?" Chen Jin remained silent, focusing intently on the combat through a crack in the window. After a considerable pause, he finally murmured, "Look at the shadow beneath that giant beetle. Is there something peculiar about it?" Sun Dekhen shifted his gaze to the golden armored longhorn beetle, concentrating all his attention on its shadow. "Why is its state so strange? Is the shadow guiding the main body in its attacks?" Sun Dekhen gasped in realization. He observed that even when the beetle's attacks missed, if its shadow struck an opponent's shadow, it still inflicted substantial damage. Faced with this bizarre scenario, even the typically overconfident Sun Dekhen felt a chill run down his spine. That if my conjecture is correct, we have encountered Jiang Zhihao, the leader of the Malevolent Squad. Just as we are about to escape, we are confronted by a formidable adversary. Chen Jin's expression turned grave, his fists unconsciously clenching. Although they were known as the Malevolent Squad, they served as the guardians of the inner city and seldom ventured out on missions. Furthermore, to this day, no one in Jinling City has ever glimpsed Jiang Zhihao's true visage. His body is perpetually concealed within the shadows of his comrades, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Chen Jin shared all the intelligence he had gathered with Sun Dekhen. Upon hearing his account, Sun Dekhen felt a wave of trepidation. Had he not heeded the warnings and confronted Zhou Dinghua, he would have met with certain doom. Moreover, from Chen Jin's account, Jiang Zhihao's enigmatic abilities were a bane to power-enhancing abnormals. "What shall we do now?" Sun Dekhen asked, anxiety gnawing at him as he watched the lopsided battle unfold. He had expected the enraged insects to at least stall a significant portion of Jinling City's forces, yet he had underestimated the hidden talents within the city, as various abnormals with peculiar abilities joined the fray, poised to quell the uprising. "Wait," Chen Jin succinctly stated, uttering a single word before falling silent. The others understood that at this juncture, there was little choice but to bide their time. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, under Jiang Zihao's mysterious control, the overwhelmingly powerful golden-armored longhorn beetle dispatched all the chaotic insects, leaving only itself in the center of the battlefield. "Look, the shadow of that insect," someone instinctively exclaimed. Drawing the attention of the group, who fixated on the shadow of the golden-armored longhorn beetle, in the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the beetle's shadow lifted a claw high, forming a fist, then struck its own head. Boom! The beetle's head exploded, and its massive body fell lifeless to the ground. Upon witnessing the end of the battle, Sun Dekhen stood to leave, only to be seized by Chen Jin. "Wait, look!" Following Chen Jin's pointing finger, Sun Dekhen turned to see a burly man clad in black combat attire and a black veil rising from the shadow of the golden-armored longhorn beetle. Striding towards the inner city, this man was none other than Jiang Zihao. "Now's our chance. Let us go," Chen Jin decisively called to the others, seizing the fleeting opportunity to flee. Ahead lay an abandoned subway entrance, which concealed a passage to the outside world. Upon hearing this, the group hastened towards their last glimmer of hope for freedom. Di Shan and Lin Yufan, after a day of flight, had arrived within the borders of Huizhou province. Completely unaware of the monumental upheaval that had just transpired in Jinling City, as they pressed further, they were on the cusp of reaching the realm of the 10,000-li insect kingdom. Perfectly positioned to capture some abnormals on the outskirts to replenish the insect supplies consumed within the Divine Gu Tower, seated upon the back of Ba Deity, Di Shan pondered silently, contemplating the next phase of their plan. "Xiao Fan, we shall land here. I need to make some preparations." He noticed numerous traces of insect activity below, intending to transition to land travel, all the while capturing insects to enhance the potency of the Burning Heaven Pill. Should the Burning Heaven Pill ascend to the third transformation, Di Shan's own level would solidify, freeing him from the current state of instability. Lin Yufan nodded silently, descending with Di Shan onto a patch of ruins. Di Shan first surveyed the surrounding conditions, retracting Ba Deity into his being before summoning Xiao Gui. "Little brother, return my phone. Life without it is akin to an eternity," Xiao Gui interjected before Di Shan could speak. Voicing his grievances, Di Shan, however, paid him no mind, placing Lin Yufan and He Ting into his snail realm as the path ahead was fraught with unknown dangers. Lin Yufan's abilities were ill-suited for combat. He must wait until the situation stabilized before he could play his part in the Divine Gu Tower. He sought to find an insect that was swift and not overly powerful to carry him forward. He intended to act as bait, drawing higher-level insects towards him for extermination. Otherwise, should several third transformation insects encircle him, none would dare approach. Ultimately, he discovered a suitable insect, a first transformation black-backed cockroach, within the tower. Its large size allowed for swift movement. Even when carrying a person, before the apocalypse, they had affectionately been dubbed the Cantonese double-tailed by the people of Yu province. It is decided. "You shall be my Cantonese double-tailed," Di Shan swiftly mounted, utilizing the beetle's two antennae as reins to steer its direction. He retrieved a recorder from his backpack, placing it at the beetle's rear, cranking the volume to maximum in an attempt to attract the hidden insects lurking in the shadows. That ding-dong chicken. Ding-dong chicken. Big dog, bark, bark, bark." Upon hearing that mesmerizing music, Di Shan nearly tumbled from the back of the cockroach. He could hardly believe that such a tune was emanating from the recorder. With no other choice, he steeled himself and set off towards the direction of the vast insect kingdom, racing ahead. Chapter 72. Capturing the alien bugs. The hypnotic and brainwashing music resonated across the expansive ruins, drawing the attention of several hidden alien creatures. These beings had evolved to possess intelligence and no longer charged mindlessly at any living creature as they had in the early days of the apocalypse. A second-tier ground wolf spider was captivated by the cacophony, yet it did not rush forward immediately. Instead, it scrutinized the human on the back of the cockroach with keen interest. That moment, Di Shan concealed all traces of his third-tier aura within himself, disguising as an ordinary individual seemingly powerless. Ultimately, the spider's insect instincts overpowered its limited intellect. After all, both the cockroach and the human were among its favored prey, and the presence of both at once made it difficult for it to restrain its cravings. With a swift motion, the ground wolf spider began to burrow into the ground from its position, Utilizing its formidable forelegs to excavate rapidly beneath the black-backed cockroach, Dishan's acute senses had already detected all that transpired around him. Yet he continued to move forward nonchalantly. In other directions, alien bugs were also converging towards him, eager to seize the unexpected delicacy. Indeed, the insect kingdom stretched for 100,000 miles, and even hundreds of miles from its edge. An abundance of alien creatures had already appeared. Dishan reflected on this, realizing he was now encircled by these beings, with thousands of eyes fixated upon him, causing his blood to surge and his body to tremble uncontrollably. His trembling was not out of fear, but rather excitement. With so many alien creatures around, he could seize this opportunity to significantly replenish the numbers of alien bugs within the Divine Goo Tower. Suddenly, Dishan commanded the seated black-backed cockroach to halt, remaining in place as he awaited the impending attack. The soil beneath the cockroach's feet began to visibly collapse at a rapid pace. The ground wolf spider had hollowed out the earth beneath, and once Dishan fell into that pit, it would seize the opportunity to drag him into the depths below. The black-backed cockroach sensed danger and began to emit anxious chirps. But it could not defy Dishan's orders and was forced to struggle helplessly in place. Collect! Just a second before the soil gave way, Dishan leaped from the cockroach's back, pulling the terrified black-backed cockroach into his body, and instantly summoned the Ba-Da-Dai, allowing it to hover in the air. The surrounding alien bugs were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, still bewildered as they heard the human in the air burst into laughter. All guests today, none shall leave. Stay right here. As soon as the words left his lips, a dual-colored brilliance flickered from Dishan's chest, and the phoenix-winged golden mantis led the alien bugs from the Golden Goo Tower in a fierce assault. The Tyrant Ant King, accompanied by his legion of tyrant ants, descended from above, launching themselves at the encircling alien creatures with a swift ferocity. The aura of the third-tier alien bugs was no longer restrained, cascading in all directions as the murderous intent and battle spirit of the two great monarchs intertwined, pressing down upon the multitude of alien bugs. Some weaker first-tier alien bugs were unable to flee and perished from sheer fright at the moment the phoenix-winged golden mantis made its appearance. Those that had reached the second tier could withstand the oppressive aura emanating from the two monarchs, yet their combat capabilities plummeted, leaving them no choice but to escape. Shao Jin, Shao Yi, do not let them escape. Capture them alive. Suspended in the air, Dishan leisurely issued his command. Several flying alien bugs swooping down from above, upon catching sight of the phoenix-winged golden mantis, turned tail and fled without a moment's hesitation. Dishan paid no heed to these fleeing creatures, focusing his attention entirely on the insect horde below. The outcome of the battle was inevitable. The wild alien bugs in the area were thoroughly captured and escorted before Dishan by the alien bugs from the Divine Goo Tower. At this moment, Dishan had descended from the air, comfortably seated on the shell of the little ghost, stirring a cup of freshly brewed bird's nest coffee. Little brother, what are you drinking? Let me have a taste. The little ghost, catching the enticing aroma of the coffee wafting from Dishan's hand, drooled with desire to sample this peculiar delicacy. Dishan remained silent, instead blowing gently on the little ghost's cheek, the alluring scent of the coffee beans enchanting it to the point of near delirium. Its eyes nearly popping out, Dishan took a delicate sip of his coffee, leaped down, and set the cup on a large rock before approaching the captured insect horde. The man-eating mosquito, soul-sucking maiden, green horse fly, ground wolf spider, all were the most ordinary of alien bugs, regrettably lacking any with special abilities. That Dishan circled the captured bugs, naming them with familiarity. He then began sorting them, evenly distributing all first-tier alien bugs into the golden, wooden, and earthly goo towers. Due to the special circumstances of the fire goo tower, first-tier alien bugs would be incinerated upon entry. Thus, he could only place second-tier alien bugs inside to allow them to directly enter the second level of the tower, assisting the Burning Heaven pill in upgrading. Having completed all of this, Dishan exhaled a sigh of relief, preparing to savor his coffee while patiently awaiting the advancement of the alien bugs through devouring. However, when he turned around, he found that the little ghost had drained the cup entirely, sporting a satisfied burp while looking at him with an innocent expression. "You wretched snail, just wait and see how I will discipline you today." Dishan was exasperated, wishing he could roast it over a fire. As night fell, the boundless starry sky once again enveloped the earth, and the familiar chorus of insect chirps filled the air. Dishan had no intention of making a move during the night. Instead, he found a relatively intact low building, settled the little ghost on the second floor, stationed the tyrant ants outside as sentinels, and entered the safety room within the snail realm. Cross-legged, he prepared to observe the situation within the Divine Goo Tower. With a significant influx of alien bugs today, he should be able to cultivate a few third-tier bugs. I must expedite my ascension to the fourth tier. Otherwise, the path ahead into the insect kingdom will be fraught with challenges. Entering the Golden Goo Tower first, he found a chaotic battle already underway in the first layer. Any bug that killed 9 others would ascend to the second layer, with the Dao platform continuously flashing with light, teleporting one qualified alien bug after another. Observing the spectacle before him, Deshawn immediately transitioned to the second layer, discovering that the intense battles had reached a fever pitch. However, after a period of observation, he noted a grave issue. Some of the more formidable alien bugs, after multiple skirmishes, became exhausted and were found vulnerable by later ascendants who seized the opportunity to slay them. Some were even on the verge of ascending to the third layer, only to be mercilessly struck down by newly emerged forces. Faced with this situation, Deshawn had no choice but to intervene. Any bug that had already killed 5 would be protected by him until it regained its peak condition, only to be released once more to continue the fight. Who? Hiss. There is someone. 1 kilometer away from the low building. A cavalry unit galloped past, having sensed the presence of humans in the area, their voices breaking intermittently. Roar. The leader emitted a beast-like roar, leading his men directly towards Deshawn. Chapter 73. The corpse swarm. Deshawn traversed between the 4 Divine Goo Towers. Due to a lack of aquatic alien bugs in this area, the Water Goo Tower could not be replenished as time ticked by. Following a prolonged bout of combat and Deshawn's intervention, the Wooden Goo Tower finally birthed its second third-tier alien bug. This was a rhinoceros beetle, with an incredibly hard exoskeleton, making it an absolute defensive war machine, akin to a bulldozer, crushing its adversaries with ease. Shortly thereafter, the Golden Goo Tower also produced a third-tier bug, a shadow assassin known as the Shadow Mantis, adept at ambush and stealth. Upon witnessing a competitor of the same kind, Deshawn couldn't help but smile. He wondered which was superior, the phoenix-winged Golden Mantis or this Shadow Mantis. Eagerly anticipating their future confrontations, the emergence of these 2 third-tier alien bugs greatly uplifted his spirits, for he finally glimpsed the dawn of ascension to the 4th tier. I must now hunt 4th-tier alien bugs to meet the conditions for advancement. The insect kingdom ahead should certainly harbor 4th-tier beings, Deshawn mused, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of regret for the phoenix-winged Golden Mantis and the Tyrant Ant King. If it weren't for the constraints of his Divine Goo Tower, with their capabilities, they would likely have already attained the 4th tier or even higher by now. This apocalypse was truly a golden age tailored for insects. Their level advancements faced no restrictions as long as they continued to consume creatures of equal rank. They could ascend. Alas, unlike us humans, who, to elevate our levels, must not only slay creatures of the same rank, but also require the essence of a higher level being. Both conditions must be met to enhance our own levels. Deshawn had long been aware of this method of leveling up, and each time he contemplated it, a wave of indignation surged within him. How many prodigies in his past life had perished while hunting high-level alien bugs? Yet for Deshawn in the present, this concern was becoming increasingly negligible. All he needed was to acquire the essence of higher-level beings. While the Divine Goo Tower could handle the necessary slayings among creatures of the same realm, having regained his composure, his consciousness arrived within the Fireworm Tower. The interior matched his expectations precisely. Save for the Burning Heaven Pill, all the exotic insects that entered had been incinerated into ashes by the tower's searing heat, leaving no trace behind. The essence formed from the deceased insects was entirely absorbed by the Fireworm Tower, subsequently transforming into a pure energy that was funneled back into the Burning Heaven Pill. The plump, crimson caterpillar, having undergone no trials of combat, was directly infused with experience, elevating it to the 3rd transformation. At the center of the Fireworm Tower, the Dao platform radiated with a brilliant red light, transporting it to the 3rd level of the tower. Is this even possible? A real-life elementary student being guaranteed admission to Peking University. Upon witnessing the effortless advancement of the Burning Heaven Pill to the 3rd transformation, Deshawn couldn't help but smile. However, reflecting on it, he felt a sense of relief. The unique flames within the Fireworm Tower posed a distinct challenge for the exotic insects. Survival of the fittest dictated that only those who could endure would emerge as the tower's rulers. With the Burning Heaven Pill's successful breakthrough to the third transformation, the anxiety that had been weighing on Dishan's heart finally dissipated. His consciousness ascended alongside the Burning Heaven Pill, entering the third level of the Fireworm Tower. Like several other Divine Worm Towers, it comprised 9 small worlds of fire, with a massive coliseum at the center. Where future battles would unfold, Dishan then ventured into the Earthworm Tower. Without the presence of the bug-like entity, the exotic insects within could finally engage in open combat. However, the previous extermination of all insects by the bug had resulted in a severe depletion of resources, making it exceedingly difficult to find third transformation insects in the near future. Unless Dishan directly captured third transformation insects from the outside world and introduced them into the third level, then let the bug engage in combat with them. The Waterworm Tower lacked any exotic insect replenishment, so Dishan did not enter. After a cursory observation, he returned his consciousness to his body and awakened. Little brother, you finally woke up. There are unidentified creatures approaching, and several Ba ants have already been slain. The second bug in the snail realm hurriedly crawled over to report the situation outside. A hint of urgency in its voice. Oh, such a development exists. Dishan frowned upon hearing this. The nights after the apocalypse brimmed with various dangers, and even as a third transformation being, he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. I will definitely protect Big Brother D, just as he protected me before. As he stepped out of the snail realm, he heard Lin Yufan's youthful voice, gripping a dragonfly in his right hand and clenching his left into a fist. He expressed his determination. Just as he was about to say more, a warm, powerful hand gently stroked his head, startling him that D. Big brother, you're awake. Upon seeing Dishan behind him, Lin Yufan sighed in relief, patting his own chest with his small hand. A warm current coursed through Dishan's heart. During the 2 years of his previous life, he had lived amidst deception and treachery, devoid of any humanity. Even among the teams that had survived life and death battles, they would turn against each other in the final division of spoils. Hearing the boy's heartfelt words today, Dishan unexpectedly felt a sense of kinship, though he expertly concealed it behind a facade. What has transpired outside, that creatures would dare to launch a sneak attack? Dishan pondered, puzzled in his efforts to elevate the level of exotic insects. He had temporarily recalled the phoenix-winged golden mantis and the Ba Ant King back into the Divine Worm Tower. However, the bug, being a genuine third transformation insect, while lacking offensive power in the outside world, could still deter most exotic insects with its third transformation aura. That I heard the sound of hooves outside, along with voices of humans. Lin Yufan eagerly interjected, eager to alleviate Dishan's concerns by sharing all he knew. This time, it was Dishan's turn to be astonished. In such remote wilderness, there were still animals that had not been consumed by the exotic insects, and they were marching even in the dark of night. That he rushed to the window, his enhanced vision and hearing allowing him to see clearly in the pitch-black night. What he saw outside the low building were not humans, but rather hundreds of decaying corpses mounted on various rotting animals. Some had eyes that drooped, connected only by a single nerve, while others had gaping wounds from which their darkened, greenish intestines spilled forth. Even more grotesque were those whose sunken skulls were infested with maggots, crawling in and out of their mouths and noses. Their mounts were equally bizarre. Some rode on rotten wild boars, others on water buffaloes that exposed half their skeletal frames. Leading them, despite being a corpse, was a towering figure exuding a sense of strength, with 2 eyeballs glowing with eerie blue light under the moon's illumination. Its mount was a formidable corpse horse. Although its body was decayed, it could not hide its powerful limbs, through which one could see the enormous horse lungs within, heaving rhythmically. Beneath them lay dozens of already deceased reincarnation Ba ants, remnants of the previous scouting ant group. The leading corpse horse let out a strange, high-pitched cry, a sound akin to fingernails scraping across metal, sending chills down Dishan's spine. What shocked him even more was that both the corpse horse and its rider had reached the third transformation. Chapter 74. The undying zombie tide. Gazing at the hundreds of bizarre, decaying corpses outside the low building, Dishan felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. What in the world is this? An infection type 0. Even with the memories of 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a terrifying scene reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse. Xiao Jin, Xiao Yi, come forth. That he immediately summoned the phoenix-winged golden mantis and the Ba Ant King. As the 2 powerful beings emerged, An aura of murderous intent and battle fervor swept forth, surging towards the front. Faced with this strange situation, they too did not dare to be complacent, raising their momentum to its peak. Prepared to engage in combat with full force, Dishan observed the aggressive corpse army before him, hesitating for a moment before summoning several newly promoted third transformation insects, the rhinoceros beetle, the shadow mantis, and the burning heaven pill, along with the defenseless bug, brought the total to 6 third transformation insects within the low building. As the burning heaven pill materialized, a red light slowly emanated from its head, merging into Dishan's brow. This was the essence feedback provided to him each time an insect within the tower advanced, designed to assist him in leveling up. After absorbing the third transformation essence from the burning heaven pill, Dishan's level surged from the initial stage of the third transformation to a stable mid-stage. Delightful. I shall take down 10 of them later. The exhilarating sensation of his internal realm rising filled Dishan with indescribable joy. Unless the opposing levels significantly surpassed his own, the 2 third transformation beings before him stood no chance. The phoenix-winged golden mantis, upon seeing the shadow mantis, was filled with disdain, while the latter, not one to back down, raised its spiky arms high, persistently taunting it. They were both mantises, their colors and sizes nearly identical, resembling twin brothers, yet the air between them was thick with tension. All right. You two will have plenty of opportunities to spar later. Let's first deal with the immediate threat. Dishan felt a headache coming on as he watched the 2 mantises squabble while surrounded by enemies. This foreshadowed the challenges he would face in fostering cooperation among his insects in the future. He commanded Lin Yufan to return to the snail realm with the dragonfly, then recalled the bug back into the earthworm tower. Faced with the unknown situation, he dared not be careless, withdrawing those without combat capability to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Subsequently, he stepped onto the balcony of the low building, issuing commands to the nearby insects. He instructed the Ba Ant King and Rhinoceros Beetle to launch a frontal assault, while the phoenix-winged golden mantis and shadow mantis would encircle from the flanks, with the burning heaven pill remaining by his side to initiate a surprise attack with its formidable flames. Just as Dishan was about to give the order to attack, a foul wind carrying the stench of decay swept from the corpse horde towards them. The moment he caught a whiff of that noxious odor. Even as a third transformation being, Dishan felt momentarily unsteady, nearly collapsing. One could only imagine that if lower-level beings were present, they would have met their demise without a trace. As the foul wind subsided, the ground beneath the corpses began to tremble violently, as though something were about to emerge from beneath. Roar! A gigantic earth-cracking worm, as large as a mountain, burrowed up from the depths. Its front teeth could rotate 360 degrees like helicopter blades, making it exceptionally skilled at tunneling through the ground. The underground fortifications across several war zones had been constructed precisely to guard against their sudden assaults. Dishan stood on the balcony, observing without taking any rash actions, carefully sensing the unfolding changes ahead. This, too, is a corpse. The immense earth-cracking worm exuded waves of death energy that he could distinctly perceive. Moreover, certain hidden parts of its body had already begun to rot, with viscous liquid continuously dripping down and corroding the soil below. Gagging, the freshly emerged giant worm suddenly began to convulse violently, expelling countless black objects smeared in repulsive slime from its mouth. Witnessing this scene, Dishan's eyes widened further. The bizarre corpses combined with this surreal spectacle left him profoundly shaken. It was clear that waiting any longer was not a viable option. Charge. Let us see how you can withstand my third transformation insects. With a single command from Dishan, several aberrant insects in front of the low building sprang into action, darting forth like arrows released from a bowstring, following the meticulously crafted strategy devised by Dishan. The 4 aberrant insects charged toward the horde of corpses along a predetermined assault route. Roar, kill, for me, commanded the creature mounted on the corpse horse, its mechanical voice issuing orders that sent the army of decaying corpses surging forward to attack the 4 aberrant insects. At the forefront, the Ant King seethed with rage as the sentinels outside were his subjects, ruthlessly slaughtered by these monsters. He immediately confronted the leading corpse king. 4 fists gleamed with a radiant energy, each infused with the domineering transcendence force. Utilizing his diminutive stature to his advantage, the Ant King delivered a devastating blow to the neck of the corpse horse. The latter's neck snapped with a resounding crack, its head drooping lifelessly. Despite being a third transformation creature, It was vanquished in an instant by the Ant King's strike, an outcome that truly astonished Deshawn. With a swift motion, the Ant King harnessed the momentum of his speed, lightly tapping the ground with his toes to leap into the air, altering his trajectory to strike down upon the Corpse King's head. The fist, enveloped in the invulnerable Transcendence force, rendered the Ant King's assault unstoppable. The Corpse King had no chance to resist before its skull was shattered. Fragments of bone mixed with putrid flesh exploded outward in all directions. This it. Pathetically weak, Deshawn mused, incredulous that the leader of the opposing forces had been dispatched so effortlessly. Yet, witnessing the exploded head and the fallen body confirmed its demise, leaving no chance for survival. Deshawn shook his head dismissively and turned his gaze toward the distant battlefield. The rhinoceros beetle, akin to a bulldozer, bulldozed through the corpse horde, its tremendous force scattering them as countless decaying bodies fell, some even trampled by their own kind. It activated its active skill, War Tread, its 6 insect legs coated in viscous dark blood. A fortunate few managed to evade the onslaught, brandishing weapons and striking at the rhinoceros beetle's back. However, their attacks were futile. The creature was renowned for its defenses, and this level of assault was akin to mere tickling. Meanwhile, the golden-winged mantis and the shadow mantis, positioned on either side of the corpse horde, engaged in combat with remarkable ease. Their agile forms danced through the throng of corpses, appearing and disappearing like phantoms, each strike dispatching a substantial number of foes before the sluggish horde even had a chance to react. Within mere minutes, the battle on the field concluded. Why bother? Why provoke my misfortune? Wouldn't it be better to simply live? Deshawn jested, observing the desolate wasteland littered with corpses. He then picked up the flame sky pill and leaped down from the low building. Approaching the 4 aberrant insects, he intended to observe closely the origins of these decaying corpses. Had the insect apocalypse transformed into a zombie apocalypse? These repugnant bodies bear a striking resemblance to those in zombie films. Deshawn mumbled to himself. Initially, he had assumed these were Type 0 infected beings. But upon closer inspection, he discerned otherwise. Despite their advanced decay, they retained human appearances, lacking the traits of aberrant insects. Moreover, many of their rotting mounts were animals, which did not align with the characteristics of infected entities. The confluence of so many bizarre elements left a persistent shroud of unease in Deshawn's heart. Could they be an unknown species newly emerged in the apocalypse? He covered his mouth and nose, squatting before a corpse to examine it repeatedly. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He considered utilizing the divine goo tower within him to identify these peculiar creatures. If the divine goo tower reacted, it would imply a connection between these decaying corpses and the aberrant insects. With this thought in mind, Deshawn immediately began the process. To his astonishment, as soon as he activated the divine goo tower, it reacted instantly. Collect. A shadow flickered past, and he drew it into the earth goo tower. Yet the corpses on the ground remained unchanged. This peculiarity deepened Deshawn's confusion, prompting him to prepare for an out-of-body experience to investigate further. Just as his consciousness was about to enter the tower to uncover the truth, an unexpected retching sound interrupted his thoughts. Deshawn, focused on the corpses below, nearly overlooked the enormous earthworm in the center of the battlefield. He hurried towards it, accompanied by the 5 aberrant insects. What in the world is this situation? Upon nearing, he discovered the creature spewing forth what appeared to be the bodies of aberrant insects, encased in a viscous, repulsive mucus. This earthworm had likely been summoned by the corpse horde. Yet, with the horde now decimated, why did it continue to regurgitate corpses? A wave of confusion washed over Deshawn as he grappled with the inexplicable. Reluctantly, he stepped closer and shouted, still spewing, "I'll take care of you." The colossal earthworm remained silent, persistently ejecting insect corpses. Fine, let us dispose of them all. They're already dead, and collecting them in the divine goo tower would be pointless. He muttered, turning to leave. But a sudden realization struck him like thunder in his mind. The moving corpses belonged to humans and animals. So why could this lifeless earthworm, which should have lost its vitality, still exhibit movement? With this thought, a chill ran down Deshawn's spine. The situation was far more complex than he had imagined. Suddenly, the piles of corpses around him emitted the sound of joints cracking, and the once lifeless bodies began to stir once more. The 5 aberrant insects quickly encircled Deshawn for protection, while he instinctively drew his golden and silver pistols, aiming at the surroundings. In an instant, the grotesque remnants of humanity, devoid of form, struggled to rise in eerie postures. Help.me, save.me. As they stood, their mouths emitted strange cries for help, akin to the wails of tormented souls whispering in his ear. Meanwhile, the aberrant insect corpses that had been expelled from the earthworm now also began to move, tearing free from their mucus shrouds to approach Deshaun and his companions, baring their teeth menacingly. Not far away, the corpse horse, whose neck had been snapped by the Ant King, rose again with the corpse king atop it. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Deshaun immediately commanded, "Attack. If we can kill them once, we can kill them again." Mere corpses dare to act ferociously. In an instant, the surrounding third transformation aberrant insects sprang into action, launching assaults in various directions. Xiaodan utilized the fire breath to reduce them to ashes. "I refuse to believe they can survive without their bodies." With the command received, the flame sky pill opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. Sweeping in all directions, its flames carried tiny insect threads. Any entity that came into contact would be subjected to continuous burning, ideal for confronting these strange, unknown beings. Let me go that it's too hot, that I'm going to be burned alive. Just as Deshaun had anticipated. The corpses touched by the flames ignited instantly, their mechanical voices pleading for mercy. The surroundings erupted into a sea of fire, and the recently risen corpses fell once more. As Deshaun prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly noticed black threads shooting out from the inferno, racing toward areas untouched by fire. Some, emboldened, chose not to flee but instead charged directly at Deshaun. Bang! Gripping his golden and silver pistols, he sensed the unfolding situation was amiss and fired immediately. The powerful impact shattered one of the black threads lunging at him. Yet, the thunderous gunfire attracted more threads, which surged toward him. Remaining composed, Deshaun, now a third transformation being, possessed a strength vastly superior to before. He leaped into the air, summoning the Bada butterfly to ride upon its back, allowing him to hover above the ground. A furious roar erupted from below. It was the headless corpse king mounted on the corpse horse. Fixating on Deshaun in midair, leaping to attack him, both the corpse king and the corpse horse were third transformation creatures. While they had previously exhibited vulnerability, this time they charged past the Ant King's assault towards him. Deshaun remained calm, firing several shots at the corpse king below, yet his bullets had no effect on the now lifeless creature. As the corpse horse drew closer, in a moment of peril, he commanded the Bada butterfly to ascend higher, evading the lethal strike. Seeing its target exceed its attack range, the corpse king did not relent. Instead, from its chest, a red thread shot forth, piercing directly into the Bada butterfly. The Bada butterfly emitted a heart-wrenching cry as its chest was hollowed out in an instant. Subsequently, the thread burst forth from the Bada butterfly's eye, darting like a bolt of lightning, and with a thud, it pierced directly into Deshaun's heart. Chapter 75. The threaded insect feeling an intense pain radiating from his chest, Deshaun couldn't help but recall the tragic fate of the butterfly beneath him. If this mysterious thread were to breach his defenses and penetrate his body, his demise would be inevitable. The butterfly had already lost all vitality and was dragging Deshaun into a downward spiral. Remain calm. My journey shall not end here. As Deshaun plummeted towards the ground, his mind raced with strategies to extricate himself from this lethal predicament. He seized the end of the thread and pulled with all his might, attempting to forcibly extract it from his body. However, the strange thread had firmly latched onto the flesh at his chest. Any exertion resulted in a searing pain that compelled him to cease his efforts. A peculiar roar erupted from a nearby corpse horse. Countless black threads, having escaped from the inferno, sprouted like mushrooms after rain, standing erect below, ready to swarm him the moment he touched the ground. Sensing the imminent danger, Deshaun swiftly resolved to summon the phoenix-winged golden mantis, requesting it to carry him aloft, just as he was on the brink of crashing into the encircling foes. The mantis arrived in the nick of time, rescuing him and soaring high away from the ground. Roar. Realizing its trap had failed, the corpse horse emitted a different kind of roar, seemingly issuing new commands. The insect corpses previously expelled by the earth-cleaving worm included several flying variants, which, under the horse's direction, ascended to pursue the phoenix-winged golden mantis. These creatures were indeed troublesome. A strategy must be devised urgently. Although besieged, Deshaun remained composed, devoid of panic. The mantis's passive ability, celestial slaughter intent, radiated outward, causing the pursuing insect corpses to tremble uncontrollably, significantly slowing their advance and granting Deshaun precious time. Suddenly, an unusual force erupted from his heart, surging toward the crimson thread on his chest. Feeling the power at his heart, Deshaun was overjoyed as the fireworm tower within him activated. A radiant red light enveloped the entire thread, forcibly detaching it from Deshaun's flesh and drawing it toward the fireworm tower. However, both the thread and Deshaun were third-tier beings, resulting in a stalemate where neither yielded. It was in this moment of impasse that Deshaun discerned the true nature of the creature before him. It was, in fact, a type of alien insect, roughly the thickness of a wire, with several pairs of barbed claws at its front, which had embedded themselves into Deshaun's flesh, making it difficult to dislodge. This peculiar thread resembled a wireworm. Could it possibly be a mutated variant of such an insect? With this revelation, Deshaun's mind raced as he endured the tearing pain in his chest and delivered a powerful punch to the unknown insect. The might of a third-tier being was immense. The insect, already being drawn by the fireworm tower's force, was momentarily stunned by Deshaun's blow. Seizing this critical moment, the insect was sucked into the fireworm tower. Phew, I'll deal with you later. With the most pressing crisis averted, Deshaun exhaled deeply, yet he had no time to examine the tower. The battle below raged on. The once unstoppable rhinoceros beetle, capable of effortlessly tossing aside rotting corpses, found itself at a loss against the thread-like alien insects. Its massive form had become a liability, as countless thread insects crawled over it, seemingly intent on overwhelming it. Their sharp mandibles incessantly tore at its flesh. Had it not been for the beetle's sturdy exoskeleton, these thread insects would have surely hollowed it out from within, meeting the same fate as the butterfly. The adage "many ants can kill an elephant" rang true. Although these insects were mostly second-tier, some even first-tier, their sheer numbers had created a qualitative shift. Perched upon the back of the phoenix-winged golden mantis, Deshaun meticulously analyzed the situation below, the ant king and the shadow mantis. While able to evade the onslaught of thread insects due to their speed, could not mount an effective counterattack and found themselves at a disadvantage. Only the burning sky Dan could traverse the field of thread insects with ease, its surface radiating intense heat that repelled the surrounding foes. It seemed he had no choice but to employ that tactic once more. With this thought in mind, Deshaun leaped from the back of the phoenix-winged golden mantis, landing at the center of the battlefield while instructing the mantis to eliminate the pursuing insect corpses. Roar! The phoenix-winged golden mantis roared, venting its pent-up frustration from having carried Deshaun without being able to engage in battle. Now free of restraint, it could unleash its fury. The celestial slaughter intent soared into the sky, deepening the golden patterns on its back as its sharp forelimbs shook, charging toward the pursuing thread insects. Feeling the indomitable battle spirit of the phoenix-winged golden mantis, Deshaun felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance that he suddenly recalled his past life, where he lived in constant fear of death. But in this life, surrounded by reliable alien insect allies, his heart felt as if it were in a dream. Subsequently, he summoned the little ghost from the earthworm tower, preparing to once again join forces with the burning sky Dan to execute a combined assault. "Little brother, what strange creature have you brought into the tower? Some of the alien insects inside have turned into undead," the little ghost exclaimed as soon as it appeared. Deshaun then remembered that in his quest to unveil their true nature, he had absorbed one into the tower, not realizing it would possess such destructive power. "Immediately await my command. You shall use the ghost's swamp domain." Deshaun refrained from explaining further to the little ghost, urging it to follow closely as they moved toward the burning sky Dan. Countless thread insects, sensing the presence of humans, lunged toward Deshaun, but he remained unhurried, walking through the center of the battlefield. As the first insect was about to touch him, a 10-meter-wide yellowish domain erupted instantaneously, ensnaring all thread insects within its confines, immobilizing them as if caught in quicksand. Flame breath. Unaffected by the domain, Deshaun stepped outside its limits and issued his second command. That a massive fire column erupted from the mouth of the burning sky Dan, incinerating the strange thread insects trapped within the little ghost's domain, filling the air with a foul stench. With a colossal fireball soaring into the air, the corpse horse, engaged in battle with the Ant King, let out a shriek upon witnessing its subordinates being scorched in droves. Commanding the remaining thread insects to take action, the earth-cleaving worm in the center of the battlefield began expelling black objects once more, but this time they were not the corpses of insects, but rather human cadavers. The exposed thread insects, seemingly driven mad, charged toward the bodies, and to Deshaun's astonishment, They burrowed into the corpses en masse. Those already decayed and devoid of form suddenly stood again, shambling toward Dishan and his allies in a ludicrous manner. Chapter 76. Leaving the Green Mountains intact, gazing upon the comical marching undead army, Dishan found no humor in the situation. These strange thread insects could attack, flee, infiltrate living beings, control their movements, and then extricate themselves, creating individual bursts of chaos. Shadow Mantis, go deal with the earth-cleaving worm. Observing the enormous worm continuously expelling corpses, Dishan resolved to take the initiative and eliminate this troublemaker. He then swiftly approached the rhinoceros beetle and recalled it into his body. It had been besieged by countless thread insects, with some about to crawl into its mouth and nostrils, necessitating Dishan's intervention to prevent losing a third-tier ally. The thread insects, deprived of a target, stood bewildered for a moment, unable to comprehend how such a large prey could vanish into thin air. Soon, they redirected their attention. Some charged toward Dishan, while others surged toward the Ant King. Bang, bang, as the thread insects closed in, Dishan decisively drew his weapon and pulled the trigger. Although his aim was impeccable, the small size of the target provoked a sense of futility akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, forcing him to shoot while retreating, weaving through the battlefield. Faced with such a predicament, he felt an overwhelming headache. Dishan longed to employ a swarm strategy. Yet he understood that releasing the insects from the tower would only bolster the enemy's ranks. For every insect lost on their side, the enemy would gain one in strength. The old adage rang true: when heaven and hell clash, heaven loses more souls while hell gains them. Little Dan. Unleash flame breath once more. The burning sky Dan, having rested for a time, recharged and unleashed another thick fire column toward the front. However, this time the outcome was entirely unexpected. The few corpses directly facing the fire column saw the thread insects within them abandon their original shells, burrowing into the bodies of their companions outside the range of the flames. What the hell? These things possessed the ability to learn. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Dishan was utterly astounded. What had previously proven to be an infallible fiery assault had, this time, only inflicted a mere fraction of damage. Suddenly, a golden-winged mantis descended behind Dishan. He had already dealt with the airborne aberrations and returned to his side, awaiting further orders. With a spark of inspiration, Dishan's gaze fell upon the undead steed, which was locked in fierce combat with the Ant King. Xiao Jin, assist Xiao Yi, capture the leader before subduing the minions. The undead steed housed the leader of the silken aberrations, and if he could eliminate it, victory in this battle would likely follow. Having made his arrangements, he navigated through the encircling tide of insects and approached the little ghost. He intended to employ a familiar tactic, using the scent of his own flesh to lure them into the domain of the ghost mire, where he would incinerate them with raging flames. However, to his dismay, his plan faltered once more. Those manipulated corpses and some silken aberrations that had not yet burrowed into their shells abruptly halted their advance at a distance of 10 meters from the little ghost, forming a barrier around the two, refusing to proceed further. These aberrations had indeed evolved. They were learning from their adversaries' tactics amidst the fray. Any strategy could only be employed once, for they would be prepared against it the next time. As Dishan stood speechless, a wave of confusion washed over him. With such remarkable learning capabilities and bizarre skills, how had he never heard of them in his past life? Not even a mention among the 10 calamities of Huaxia. This thought instigated a semblance of retreat within him that a ferocious roar echoed in the distance as the undead steed began to falter under the assault of the two kings, struggling mightily and summoning reinforcements for assistance. Dishan would not afford it that opportunity. Seizing the moment while the surrounding aberrations hesitated, he summoned the rhinoceros beetle from the tower. He then recalled the little ghost into his body. Formulating his next move, with a swift motion, he mounted the rhinoceros beetle and charged towards the undead steed. The silken aberrations, taken by surprise, were swiftly shattered as he broke through their encirclement. As he passed by the flame-consuming pill, he snatched it up and held it aloft. Clear the way, Dishan shouted as he neared his target, urging the two kings to retreat. The flame-consuming pill unleashed a pillar of fire, enveloping the undead steed in a blaze of fury. A chilling neigh pierced the air as the beleaguered undead steed was caught off guard by this unexpected assault. The flames, laced with sticky silken threads, coiled around its body, searing it relentlessly, no matter how it struggled. It could not escape the fiery tendrils that clung to it like maggots to flesh. The intense flames illuminated the darkened sky, rendering the stars pale in comparison to killed him. Again, a Theo attack. The leader, the sight of the undead steed being besieged by Dishan and his allies incited a frenzy among the surrounding silken aberrations, who began to mimic human speech in a mechanical fashion, charging forward with ferocious howls. Observing the encroaching tide of insects behind him, Dishan wasted no time. He summoned the little ghost again, commanding it to employ the Ghost Mire domain to suppress the agitated undead steed ahead. With a swift bow-legged dash, he summoned the Earth Goo Tower, initiating an absorption process. The tower's immense pulling force erupted, extracting the third-tier silken aberrations that had been hiding within the undead steed and drawing them into its depths. Retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Dishan, witnessing the successful capture, immediately commanded a retreat, recalling the Earth Ghost Snail, Ant King, Rhinoceros Beetle, and Flame-Consuming Pill back into the tower. With a swift maneuver, he mounted the golden-winged mantis and ascended into the sky, sending a summons to the lurking shadow mantis in the distance to expedite its withdrawal. The trio swiftly vanished into the enveloping night, leaving behind a bewildered horde of corpses who stood in place. Roaring into the void, leader has been captured. What do we do? The sun.is about the to rise that we must return underground. And report. Among the throng of corpses, a cacophony of exchanged voices emerged, bereft of their leader's command. These ordinary aberrations could only act on instinct. A second-tier silken aberration began to sound a haunting call. Upon hearing it, the horde began to gather and moved en masse into the maw of the earth-cleaving worm, leaving no remnants of the fallen behind. The worm bore a gruesome gash, a mark left by the shadow mantis. Had it not burrowed underground in time, its body would have been cleaved in twain. With a thunderous rumble, the earth-cleaving worm, laden with the bulk of the horde, retreated along the path it had come, heading toward an unknown destination on the eastern horizon. The first hints of dawn began to appear as the first light of day broke upon the earth, heralding the start of a new day. Chapter 77. Heart-wrenching threads. Dishan, perched upon the back of the golden-winged mantis, soared swiftly towards the rising sun. After a night of fierce battle, blood continued to seep from his chest, and his body was utterly exhausted. Yet he dared not relax, haunted by the fear of the strange horde of corpses pursuing him once more. Only after flying for several dozen miles did his taut expression begin to ease, allowing a hint of relief to surface. Capturing 2 third-tier aberrations in one night was indeed a bountiful harvest. Feeling he had sufficiently evaded his pursuers, a smile finally graced Dishan's face. The harrowing battle he had endured nearly cost him his life, yet such matters seemed inconsequential to him. Having been tempered by 2 years of trials in his previous life, his resolve had been forged into something remarkably resilient. I must find a suitable place to rest briefly. Soon I shall arrive at the renowned 100,000 miles of Insect Kingdom. I must restore myself to peak condition. Dishan murmured to himself, pressing a hand against the gaping wound on his chest. Xiao Jin, lower our altitude. He instructed the golden-winged mantis to skim close to the ground, seeking advantageous terrain to establish a camp for recuperation. After aimlessly flying for several minutes, a tilted skyscraper emerged on the horizon, instantly capturing his attention. The solitary structure loomed amidst the ruins, resembling a weary elder, starkly contrasting with the dawn that symbolized rebirth. Without a moment's hesitation, Dishan quickened his pace toward it. In the blink of an eye, the golden-winged mantis delivered Dishan to the building's faade, its sharp forelimbs shattering the glass exterior as it surged inside. Landing atop a massive conference table, Dishan stumbled down from the mantis's back, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a grand conference room, the opulent decor whispering tales of its illustrious past, now shrouded in dust, a sight both poignant and melancholic. The walls of the conference room consisted of expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, providing an unobstructed view and ample opportunity to detect danger, facilitating a swift retreat if necessary. This place is quite satisfactory. I shall take refuge here for the time being. Dishan nodded to himself, clearly pleased with his choice. He then summoned all the aberrations from within the Godgu Tower, including the aquatic aberrations and the shadow osmanthus cicada. Dishan strategically positioned them around the room, vigilantly guarding against any imminent threats. Once his preparations were complete, he stepped into the sanctuary of the snail realm. Damn these aberrations. They possess toxins that prevent coagulation. Feeling the relentless flow of blood from his chest wound, Dishan realized the situation exceeded his expectations and necessitated immediate action. He could not afford to delay further. Brother D, Lin Yufan, who had been waiting in the snail realm, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing Dishan enter. However, upon noticing the blood seeping from his chest, tears welled up in his eyes. In his mind, Dishan had always been an invincible presence. He could not fathom that he had sustained such severe injuries, nearly losing his life. "Do not worry, it is merely a surface wound." Dishan ruffled the boy's soft hair, reassuring him. Subsequently, accompanied by Lin Yufan, they entered the infirmary together. With a hiss of pain, he peeled off his blood-soaked outer garments, revealing the ghastly wound beneath. The earlier silken aberrations had embedded their barbed claws deep into his flesh to counteract the force he exerted. Resulting in severe lacerations, Dishan rummaged through the medical kit, retrieving various remedies, including antidotes, antiseptics, and hemostatic powders. With Lin Yufan's assistance, they managed to dress the wound that a doctor is still necessary. Fortunately, this injury is not grave. However, if I were to face a life-threatening situation next time, it would be a significant problem, Dishan mused internally. Once the bandaging was complete, he returned to his quarters, yet he found himself lacking the inclination to rest. Unknown aberrations still awaited his attention within the tower. Focusing his mind, he entered the third level of the Fire Goo Tower, searching for the silken aberration that had attacked him. To his astonishment, he discovered it had already been reduced to ashes by the tower's intense heat, and even the third-tier insect essence had been absorbed by the God Goo Tower, leaving nothing behind. Faced with this outcome, Dishan felt no surprise. He remained assured regarding the intense heat within the Fire Goo Tower. His entry was merely to further confirm his suspicions. His consciousness detached from the Fire Goo Tower. It transitioned into the Earth Goo Tower, where two silkworm variants were also imprisoned. Upon entering the second level, Dishan found the chamber in utter disarray. At the center of the tower lay a recently captured Dingsha bug, now a pitiful sight. Riddled with gruesome blood holes that attacked anything in sight, behaving like a rabid dog, wreaking havoc within the tower, claiming the lives of several weaker variants. The prowess of this silkworm variant was indeed monstrous. Even Dishan, seasoned through numerous trials, could not help but express his astonishment at the scene. However, in my domain, such arrogance shall not be tolerated. Let me see what manner of creature you truly are. Just as Dishan intended to ensnare the frenzied monster with his order chains, it had just slain the 9th variant, triggering the ascension rules within the tower. The ascension platform at the center of the Earth Goo Tower radiated a yellow glow. Drawing the silkworm variant from the Dingsha bug and transporting it to the third level. Incredible! Is this even possible? Dishan exclaimed in shock, left momentarily dumbfounded as the creature vanished before he could assess the situation. Yet, he reasoned that since this silkworm variant was indeed a type of variant, its ability to activate the ascension rules was entirely logical. If that were the case, the third level now contained two third-tier silkworm variants. After pondering this for a considerable time, an intriguing idea took shape in Dishan's mind. He proceeded to the third level, determined to uncover the truth before executing his subsequent plan that in the third level. There existed 9 small worlds, 3 of which had already been claimed. That Dishan's gaze fell upon the peculiar silkworm within one of these realms. 3 seconds later, pertinent information flooded into his consciousness. Name, Duan Changxi, Broken Heart Silk. Level, 3rd tier active skill. Bloodthirsty Slaughter passive skill. Parasitism. With this newfound knowledge, Dishan wasted no time exiting the Divine Goo Tower, emerging from the snail realm into the real world. He delivered a sharp slap to the snoozing little ghost snail. Alert! Enemy attack. Quickly, protect the sovereign. The startled little ghost shrieked in a hoarse voice, but upon seeing Dishan, its demeanor shifted instantly. Little brother. Why are you out? I've got everything under control. Rest easy. Witnessing its thick-skinned demeanor, Dishan was left speechless. Without further ado, he summoned it back into the tower. He intended to utilize the little ghost's bug-like abilities within the tower to confront the aberrant Duan Changxi. Chapter 78. Huta Ghost Snail vs. Duan Changxi. As the little ghost was reabsorbed into the Earth Goo Tower, Dishan did not rush to follow. He first circled around outside, meticulously checking every critical point once more to ensure safety before strolling over to the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the once thriving street below, he noted how, in merely 2 months since the apocalypse had struck, it had been reduced to a scene of devastation and despair. This must have been the city center of some metropolis. Standing atop the high-rise, contemplating the remnants of the once glorious structures, Dishan muttered to himself. Suddenly, A deafening explosion erupted from around the corner, drawing his attention. There, a group of survivors was battling against the variants. The preceding explosion originating from an abandoned car. However, the cacophony of the blast had attracted all nearby variants, effectively trapping the survivors. Deshawn, standing on the rooftop like a deity, observed the unfolding chaos on the street below. Unless an unforeseen miracle occurred, the lives of these unfortunate souls were likely nearing their end. Xiao Jin, make your presence known. Deshawn abruptly commanded the phoenix-winged golden mantis, not out of altruism, but because a knot had formed within his heart. In my past life, I met my demise, only to be unexpectedly reborn. Could it be that a higher civilization is also gazing down upon me? This sudden thought sparked within Deshawn a desire to rescue the survivors on the street below. Yet, he did not instruct the phoenix-winged golden mantis to slay the variants. Rather, he simply wanted it to fly overhead, utilizing the imposing presence of a third-tier variant to intimidate the encroaching foes. Standing by the window, he meticulously observed the situation below. In a moment, the phoenix-winged golden mantis unleashed a roar, its heavenly gang killing intent enveloping the area, casting a shadow over the variants. Those lower-tier variants fled in terror, unwilling to linger. Meanwhile, the humans below seized the opportunity to dash towards safety. As he watched the fleeing figures, Deshawn turned away from the window and returned to the center of the room. Unbeknownst to him, the wheel of fate began to turn from that very moment that he found a clean chair and sat down, allowing his consciousness to re-enter the Earth-Goo Tower. Little brother, are you not resting? Why have you summoned me back? The little ghost inquired, perplexed at Deshawn's sudden appearance. Aren't you invincible within the tower? I wanted to witness your prowess today. Deshawn began to flatter the little ghost, causing it to swell with pride, utterly oblivious to the surrounding circumstances. Little brother, just watch closely today as I showcase my grand abilities. Oh no, perform some tricks. With that, he swiftly exited the small world, landing squarely in the tower's central arena, entering a black zone. The arena comprised two sections, black for the initiator and white for the challenger. Likewise, if one could slay 9 variants in this level and obtain a 4th-tier variant essence, they would ascend to the 4th level of the Divine Goo Tower. Should Deshawn require the use of a variant while outside, he could forcibly interrupt the battle within the tower to address external threats first. This was a rule he had discovered during his research on the Divine Goo Tower a few days prior, and today he intended to leverage the little ghost's abilities in a duel against the Duanchangxi. Upon detecting a variant entering the black zone, the 8 small worlds surrounding the arena, excluding the one belonging to the little ghost, began to spin wildly. Within just a few breaths, the rotation ceased, and a small world containing the Duanchangxi stopped before the white zone. With a flash, the Duanchangxi was transported out, landing in the white zone as the challenger. Hey, which monster dares to challenge me? Prepare to be struck by my mighty stick, the little ghost bellowed, mimicking the words of Sun Wukong, as a massive heavenly giant stick swiftly formed from the surrounding earth, crashing down towards the Duanchangxi. The latter, not a fool, recognized the force behind the blow and opted not to withstand it. Instead, it quickly utilized its speed to evade to a safer location. The sound of the giant stick hitting the ground echoed like thunder, causing the entire arena to tremble. When the dust settled, the Duanchangxi was nowhere to be seen. Interesting. Deshawn, observing from the sidelines, sighed lightly, not out of astonishment at the little ghost's earth-shattering move, but rather because he had caught sight of the Duanchangxi's movements. At that moment, the Duanchangxi had stealthily climbed onto the little ghost's shell, using the smoke and dust as cover. Its slender form remained undetected by the little ghost, which was several hundred times larger. Yet, Deshawn remained silent. In this fair duel within the tower, he would not favor either side. This was a crucial step in nurturing a disaster-level variant. With a swift motion, the cunning Duanchangxi, realizing it could not penetrate the little ghost's sturdy exterior, transformed into a streak of red lightning, aiming for the little ghost's soft antennae in a lethal strike. Its active skill, bloodthirsty slaughter, was unleashed, seeking to execute the little ghost in one fell swoop. However, the little ghost was no easy prey. Sensing the impending threat behind it, it swiftly retracted its antennae into its shell, sealing all openings. The powerful inertia caused the mid-air Duanchangxi to be unable to halt its advance, plunging directly into the ground, struggling to extract itself from the earth. Alas, this Duanchangxi is finished. Deshawn outside the arena shook his head slightly, having witnessed the little ghost, the crafty creature, secretly extend its eyes out of its shell. Its intelligent gaze filled with mockery. Now, where will you run? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the Duan Changxi was ensnared within a clay box. Upon seeing its scheme succeed, the little ghost emerged fully, crawling toward the captured variant. You think you can ambush me? Better go practice for another 2.5 years. As it crawled, the little ghost taunted, manipulating the clay box to shift through 100 forms in an instant. The unfortunate Duan Changxi within was subjected to relentless torment, reaching a state of utter demise as the clay box disintegrated, revealing its contents. The slender form of the Duan Changxi had been reduced to dust. Devoid of its insect-shaped a radiant essence, glowing red, slowly floated out, ultimately merging into the tower's walls. How about that, little brother? Am I impressive, or what? When you're outside, you can call me Little Ghost, but within the tower, you must respectfully refer to me as Lord Snail. The little ghost, brimming with pride, wobbled its massive shell toward Dishan. Dishan merely smiled slightly, a hint of jest in his voice as he replied, "Is that so, Lord Snail?" As he spoke, countless order chains began to materialize within the tower, advancing toward the little ghost. Upon witnessing this scene, the little spirit became anxious and immediately pleaded for mercy. "Dear brother, I was wrong. You are the true master, and your entire family is too." Dishan was left speechless, unable to muster even a fraction of anger towards this despicable little snail. Enough of this, he finally said after a moment of contemplation. The remaining one might prove useful in the future. Let's keep it for now. That he pondered for a moment, recalling the grotesque abilities of the heartbroken silk, which could potentially aid him against formidable foes. Thus, he decided to retain one as a trump card. Afterwards, he exited the tower, his consciousness returning to his original body, while the little spirit scampered out behind him. After enduring such an extended period of battle, Dishan was utterly exhausted and collapsed into the safety of his shelter, falling into a deep slumber. The vast conference room once again fell into silence, with only a few menacing and terrifying alien insects remaining to guard the area. Chapter 79. The forces at play. Time slipped away unnoticed, and it was only after an indeterminate period that Dishan slowly awoke from his dreams. He touched the wound on his chest and found that it had already scabbed over a semi-enhanced third transmutation anomaly. His healing abilities were remarkably potent. Such a grievous injury had healed in a surprisingly short span of time. How long have I been asleep? He wondered, rubbing his somewhat stiff face as he exited the room. Suddenly, a shadow collapsed at his feet, emitting faint groans. Dishan quickly stepped back, allowing his eyes to adjust to the dimness, only to discover that the shadow on the ground was none other than Lin Yufan. The young man had been steadfastly guarding his door, never straying an inch away. This stirred a warm feeling within Dishan, prompting him to gently lift Lin Yufan and place him on the bed. After completing this act, he stepped out of the snail realm and into the conference room beyond. The night had enveloped the earth, the moon obscured by clouds, rendering the evening particularly dark. The little spirit snored thunderously, causing the floor-to-ceiling windows to creak ominously. Do snails snore as well? Dishan mused, chuckling to himself, realizing that in this post-apocalyptic world, logic was often turned on its head. The phoenix-winged golden mantis and the overlord ant king opened their eyes simultaneously, turning their gaze towards Dishan. Upon seeing him emerge, they approached him affectionately, nuzzling against him. To outsiders, they appeared fearsome, yet in Dishan's eyes, they resembled beloved pets, docile and endearing. That he moved to the window, utilizing his extraordinary vision to gaze downwards. Below, shadows danced, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping troops. Dishan understood that these were the nocturnal anomalies emerging under the cover of darkness. Were it daytime, he would undoubtedly descend to capture them all within the tower. However, in the night, darkness often concealed great horrors. He recalled a saying from his past life that circulated among survivors: "Those who do not fear the night of the apocalypse will be consumed by the darkness." It was said that in a previous life, a squad led by 2 8th transmutation anomalies attempted to exploit the night to eliminate one of the 10 calamities of Huaxia, seeking glory and fame. Yet, before they could even approach the territory of the 10 calamities, the entire team vanished into the vast night, their fates unknown. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that the decapitated head of one of the 8th transmutation anomalies was discovered by the banks of a desolate river, its decomposed face etched with terror, standing beneath the boundless starry sky. Dishan's thoughts drifted back to the past, haunted by scenes of horror that remained etched in his memory. This instilled within him a sense of caution. Even with his godlike abilities, after a prolonged silence, feeling invigorated, he returned to the center of the conference room and retrieved a map. Examining it meticulously, he pulled out a black marker from his backpack and began to circle and annotate the human forbidden zones from his past memories. In northern Huagua, one of the 10 calamities, the melting sun Ent, had obliterated all cities across the 3 northern provinces shortly after its emergence. At the coastal juncture of Dongshan province. It was rumored to be the dwelling of the Storm Lord. Another of the 10 calamities, which was known to unleash widespread thunderstorms during its excursions, scanning the entirety of the Huagua continent. The interwoven rivers and lakes were the territory of the Water King, Glazed Time. This was not an individual, but rather a colossal race akin to the reincarnation overlord Ant, possessing its own influence. Meanwhile, the phoenix-winged golden mantis had already been captured by Di Shan and now served as his combat strength in the apocalypse. Within him also resided the Burning Sky Pill and the Overlord Ant King, anomalies comparable to the 10 calamities in power. Gazing at the multitude of black circles on the map, Di Shan remained calm and composed. He yearned to traverse each of these locations, yet a lingering sense of foreboding clouded his mind. Why unexpected reincarnation is bound to create a butterfly effect. Certain anomalies that should have been eliminated by the phoenix-winged golden mantis might give rise to new calamities due to Di Shan's interference. With countless anomalies in the apocalypse, this was an inevitable outcome as the first rays of dawn broke over the eastern horizon, illuminating the vast conference room. Di Shan's contemplation was interrupted. He had spent the night in deep thought, reflecting on numerous matters. However, upon witnessing the morning sun, his confusion dissipated, replaced by a resolute gaze. Come what may, I shall carve out my own legend in this life. With newfound determination, Di Shan carefully folded the map, pushed back his chair, and stood, stretching his limbs. The anomalies in the room encircled him, with only the little spirit still sound asleep. Di Shan recalled the anomalies one by one, leaving only the phoenix-winged golden mantis and the shadow mantis. He then sought out another flying anomaly from the tower to serve as his steed. This was a recently captured anomaly, the spirit cicada, with its large, dark eyes and wings that constituted half its body. It possessed remarkable speed, making it an excellent choice for travel. With a swift motion, Di Shan mounted the spirit cicada, its soft back covered in fine fur, akin to lounging on a luxurious sofa. Providing a sense of comfort, the spirit cicada let out a chirp as it soared into the sky, with the shadow mantis and phoenix-winged golden mantis flanking him for protection. Some flying anomalies, sensing the pressure emanating from the 2 mantises, fled in fear without even daring to glance back. Naturally, a few third transmutation anomalies approached to challenge him. Di Shan was thrilled, having worried about the slow evolution of the anomalies in his tower. These challengers presented an opportunity to expedite their advancement. However, just as he was reveling in this prospect, a massive shadow descended from the cloud layers above, accompanied by a violent force. The 4th transmutation golden-topped mantis had set its sights on the group below. Di Shan immediately sensed impending danger. This enormous female mantis was significantly larger than the 2 mantises beside him, measuring over 10 meters in length. This is bad. It thinks we're potential mates. In nature, cicadas were indeed the favored prey of mantises. Male mantises would typically bring food to offer to female mantises as part of their courtship rituals. Di Shan, having carefully chosen a food as his mount, was now flanked by 2 male mantises. Roar! The golden-topped mantis let out an excited roar, diving straight towards Di Shan, fixating on the spirit cicada below him. Oh no! Feeling the terrifying disturbance behind him, Di Shan urged the spirit cicada to plummet rapidly downward. As he descended, he commanded the shadow mantis and phoenix-winged golden mantis to engage in a diversion, buying him time to unleash his full combat potential upon reaching the ground. This 4th transmutation golden-topped mantis could serve as the catalyst for his own ascension to 4th transmutation. Di Shan's eyes gleamed not with fear, but with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 80. The golden-topped mantis roar. The golden-topped mantis was becoming increasingly vexed by the 2 male mantises. It could not comprehend why its own kind would assist a human. Weren't they supposed to be courting? At this moment, Di Shan was unaware of its thoughts, as he strategized on how to eliminate the 4th transmutation anomaly pursuing him. When he was merely a few dozen meters above the ground, he retracted the spirit cicada into his body and leaped down. Upon landing, he quickly rolled to dissipate the impact and shifted his gaze towards the golden-topped mantis still entangled in the air. Seeing it preoccupied, Di Shan seized the opportunity to conceal himself among the rubble, preparing to strike with a lethal blow from the shadows. Little Ant, Little Dan, come forth. He summoned the Overlord Ant King and the Burning Sky Pill. Utilizing their unassuming stature to infiltrate the designated ambush positions, soon as the fourth transmutation anomaly descended near the ground, he would unleash his strongest attack for a decisive kill. Yet, after further contemplation, Deshawn decided to summon the Heartbroken Silk as a contingency plan, hiding it among the crevices of the rocks. This would serve as his backup if the Overlord Ant King's attack failed. The Heartbroken Silk would deliver the finishing blow. Everything was in place, awaiting the right moment. Deshawn's eyes radiated a cold, lethal intent. Meanwhile, the golden-topped mantis continued to grapple with the phoenix-winged golden mantis and its companion, not willing to harm its kin but rather treating it as a game. However, upon noticing that its food, the spirit cicada, had vanished, the golden-topped mantis became enraged, producing a rustling sound as if warning the two mantises to cease their entanglement or face its wrath. Little Jean, draw it down here. I have set the trap. Deshawn communicated telepathically with the two mantises in the sky. Upon receiving the command, they immediately ceased their assault and swiftly flew towards the area where Deshawn was situated. Closer, ever closer, the three mantises approached with increasing proximity. Deshawn's hand instinctively reached for his waist, retrieving his dual gold and silver pistols. Now is the moment. Deshawn seized the opportunity, and as the golden-crowned mantis leapt over the tyrant Ant King, he roared with fury and issued his command. Whoosh, thud, his powerful fist, imbued with penetrating force, struck decisively at the mantis's abdomen. The impacted area visibly caved in. Roar, the golden-crowned mantis let out a pained bellow, utterly astonished that a formidable alien insect lay concealed amidst the ruins below, having just taken a heavy blow. However, being a fourth-tier alien insect, this attack did not instantly claim its life. Meanwhile, the exposed tyrant Ant King found it difficult to launch another offensive. With precision, the flame-searing pill seized the fleeting moment, unleashing a scorching column of fire that engulfed the mantis. Howl, roar, the golden-crowned mantis was instantaneously transformed into a massive fireball, thrashing in agony mid-air before soaring towards a nearby pond in a desperate attempt to extinguish the raging flames. Hiss, upon contact with the water, the flames produced a tremendous sound, followed swiftly by a plume of white mist. Truly, as a fourth-tier alien insect, it was remarkably resilient, Deshawn murmured to himself, feeling that his offensive power was still insufficient. Had anyone been present, they would surely have chosen to deliver him a sound beating for uttering such words. Deshawn single-handedly juggled various abilities, flight, enhancement, spatial manipulation, and fire, whereas any other ability user would have been slain by the golden-crowned mantis long ago. Deshawn remained concealed amidst the ruins, quietly awaiting its emergence. He was aware that alien insects, once gravely wounded, became exceedingly ferocious. It was precisely during such moments that they posed the greatest danger. Following the command, the heart-piercing silk slithered along the crevices of the stones to the pond's edge, poised to strike the instant the golden-crowned mantis appeared. Although the heart-piercing silk had abysmal defenses, its attacks were fiercely relentless. Should it penetrate the mantis's body, even a fourth-tier alien insect would be left to mourn its fate, particularly with mantises, renowned for their formidable offensive capabilities. They sacrificed portions of their hardened exoskeletons in exchange for superior striking power. Deshawn had calculated this factor precisely, which is why he regarded the heart-piercing silk as his ultimate trump card. Boom, having extinguished its flames, the golden-crowned mantis burst forth from the water, its body charred black. With a significant portion of its abdomen caved inwards, its current state was as Deshawn had anticipated, filled with rage to the point of near madness. Whoosh, the delicate heart-piercing silk, at the moment it breached the surface, darted forth, wrapping around the mantis's massive hind legs, seeking out weak points for attack. The tyrant Ant King and the flame-searing pill remained unyielding atop two boulders, provocatively gesturing from a distance. Upon witnessing this, the golden-crowned mantis raised its sharp forelimbs high, its fourth-tier alien insect aura unmistakable. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the enormous golden-crowned mantis transformed into a streak of light, lunging towards the tyrant Ant King and the flame-searing pill. Yet, just as it was about to reach the tyrant Ant King, it suddenly expelled a copious amount of green blood mid-air, its entire body beginning to twist ominously, a look of intense agony etched upon its face. Observing this transformation, Dishan realized that the heart-piercing silk had infiltrated its insides, wreaking havoc. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a red silk thread emerged from one of the mantis's enormous eyes. It was the heart-piercing silk. It emitted a series of high-pitched chirps towards Dishan before retreating back into the golden-crowned mantis's body, only to emerge once more from another moments later. Roar, boom. The golden-crowned mantis let out a final, unwilling roar. Its colossal body, measuring over 10 meters, fell to the ground with a resounding crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the once invincible golden-crowned mantis lay lifeless, transformed into a massive carcass on its triangular head. The blood-red heart-piercing silk danced joyfully, as if showcasing its triumph to Dishan. Fortunately, this extraordinarily potent heart-piercing silk had been tamed by me. Otherwise, subduing this mantis would have posed quite the challenge. Dishan emerged from his hiding place, advancing towards the carcass to absorb the essence of the fourth-tier insect. However, just then, an unforeseen twist occurred. The heart-piercing silk, which had been merrily leaping moments ago, suddenly split in two, devoid of life. In an instant, Dishan lost his connection with it, indicating that it had been slain by an unknown creature. Whoosh! Behind Dishan, the phoenix-winged golden mantis transformed into a shadow, gliding past him and taking up a combat stance in midair. Clang! A sharp sound resonated as the phoenix-winged golden mantis's fierce strike appeared to be intercepted by some unseen force. Meanwhile, the recently deceased golden-crowned mantis had, within mere moments, transformed into a crumpled insect shell. Its flesh and blood entirely vanished. Chapter 81. The Cicadas Shedding. Witnessing the bizarre spectacle before him, Dishan decisively opened fire. Bang bang, the gold and silver pistols spat forth flames, a torrent of bullets raining down like a deluge. Yet, the bullets struck the air ahead as if colliding with metal, producing a clang sound. Drawing upon his past experiences, Dishan deduced that some strange and inscrutable creature lurked ahead. At that moment, the phoenix-winged golden mantis appeared to be engaged in a battle against the air itself, its agile form darting up and down, yet unable to advance further. Boom, typically invincible. The phoenix-winged golden mantis was suddenly sent hurtling backward, crashing into the nearby ruins and stirring up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, the phoenix-winged golden mantis sustained no grave injuries and remained capable of combat, swiftly returning to Dishan's side after a few evasive maneuvers. Having witnessed the earlier spectacle, Dishan felt a profound sense of shock. It was the first time he had seen the phoenix-winged golden mantis in such a disheveled state. Instantly, he felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary and summoned all nearby alien insects to his side. Even the non-combatant little ghosts were called forth to stand by. Caw. The air ahead was filled with a peculiar, almost mocking howl, sending waves of unease through the ranks of alien insects, as tension permeated the group. Upon hearing that sound, Dishan's heart confirmed that the entity before them was undoubtedly not human, but rather an unknown, eerie creature, perhaps even an alien insect that had evolved its own abilities. Subsequently, his mind raced, scouring his previous memories for any alien insects that might fit this description. If the opposing entity possessed invisibility, it would likely belong to either an offensive or assassination-type alien insect. As this thought crossed his mind, Dishan began to recall related alien insects. However, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the golden-crowned mantis's discarded exoskeleton on the ground, plunging him into a new state of confusion. What manner of alien insect could consume the flesh of a 10-meter-long creature, leaving nothing but its skin in an instant? Swish, swish. Suddenly, the sound of an object slicing through the air was sharply detected by Dishan. Igniting the onset of battle, Little Ghost and Little Dan remained by my side, while the remaining alien insects positioned themselves to thwart its assault. The phoenix-winged golden mantis and the tyrant ant king were the quickest to react, immediately engaging the unknown creature in combat. The shadow-embracing mantis followed closely, with the somewhat cumbersome armored stag beetle bringing up the rear, observing that several alien insects had temporarily stalled the conflict. Dishan withdrew the two insects he had summoned, swiftly making his way toward the remnants of the golden-crowned mantis. He sought to decipher the cause behind the instantaneous transformation of this massive mantis's carcass into mere insect skin. As Dishan sprinted across the rubble, he quickly approached the remains. Yet, for safety's sake, he refrained from rushing in immediately. Wary of potential lurking dangers, he promptly summoned a few large worker ants from the ant nest to scout ahead and retrieve the golden-crowned mantis's remains. Several reincarnated tyrant ants, obedient to Dishan's commands, formed an orderly line as they approached the carcass, meticulously searching the vicinity. After confirming the absence of danger, they worked in unison to drag the enormous remains back. Boom! The battle against the unknown creature had escalated to a fever pitch, yet Dishan's side of alien insects was evidently at a disadvantage. The shadow-embracing mantis had already lost one of its forelimbs, and it could now only rely on its remaining limb to continue fighting, facing the imminent risk of demise. Dishan recognized that he could not afford any further delays. He needed to devise a countermeasure immediately. He crouched down, meticulously examining the remains to ascertain whether any clues had been left behind by the adversary. The exterior bore no apparent wounds, and the lengthy, 10-meter body displayed only remnants of the heart-piercing silk's earlier assault. How had the flesh within vanished in an instant? Dishan's gaze fixated intently upon the corpse on the ground, scrutinizing every suspicious detail. Suddenly, driven by an inexplicable impulse, he lifted the golden-crowned mantis's colossal wing. Beneath the right wing, a peculiar gap came into view, catching Dishan's attention. "What is this?" Dishan exclaimed in astonishment, promptly investigating the gap, soon realizing its unusual nature. The opening was remarkably pristine, its edges smooth, bearing no signs of violent destruction. This revelation shattered his previous conjecture, unearthing certain long-buried memories. Could this be the golden cicada shedding its shell? Dishan exclaimed. Some peculiar insects, during their transformation, acquire extraordinary abilities, which are not akin to supernatural powers, but resemble some innate racial talents. With this thought, a glimmer of insight sparked in Dishan's eyes, as he had already formulated an answer in his mind. Turning his gaze back to the center of the battlefield, he noted that the rhinoceros beetle was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death, while the shadow mantis was also in a state of disarray. Only the phoenix-winged golden mantis and the ant king continued to hold their ground. This invisible insect, with its elusive attacks, was an unpredictable threat, capable of delivering a fatal blow from an unseen angle. "Come forth, Hui Li ant. This battle requires your prowess," he commanded. This diminutive insect, measuring approximately half a meter, was only of the first rank. Despite its low level, it possessed a unique trait that allowed it to expel a red liquid from its tail. This viscous substance was not only adhesive but also flammable. In his previous life, the extermination squads would cultivate such ants, utilizing their bodily fluids as fuel. However, this time, Dishan intended to use its liquid to mark the invisible insect endowed with stealth abilities. Cradling the Hui Li ant, he dashed along the ground, seizing the moment when the adversary's attention was diverted towards several other insects, and maneuvered to its rear. With a swift motion, the sharpshooter Dishan employed the Hui Li ant as a makeshift pistol. Unleashing its red liquid directly onto the concealed insect, a colossal silhouette gradually materialized, revealing the golden mantis. Upon realizing its cover had been compromised, it ceased to conceal itself and revealed its form. As Dishan had surmised, invisibility was indeed its supernatural ability. While golden cicada shedding its shell was a trait of its species, it was truly remarkable that a predator had learned the talent of its prey. Witnessing the validation of his hypothesis, Dishan could not help but exclaim. When he observed the pronounced indentation on the abdomen of the golden mantis, he understood everything. This golden mantis must have sustained a blow from the ant king. Subsequently realizing it had fallen into an ambush, and immediately employed golden cicada, shedding its shell to remain concealed while watching Dishan's offensive maneuvers. What a cunning and treacherous insect! No wonder it had reached the 4th rank in such a brief period. Dishan felt a surge of indignation, lamenting the bizarre array of insects he had encountered. With a deafening roar, the golden mantis directed its piercing cry at Dishan, raising its colossal forelimbs to clash with him. Producing a sound reminiscent of clashing metal. It was evident that this was a provocation, for it had discerned Dishan's methods of attack and was prepared to revel in the carnage. Chapter 82. Battle with the mantis. Dishan's expression turned grave. Indeed, his offensive strategies had been laid bare. Furthermore, his original trump card, the heartbreaking silk, had already been ruthlessly dispatched, leaving him in an exceedingly passive predicament. Retreat was not a viable option either. The speed of the golden mantis was equally terrifying, making escape from its grasp highly improbable. Dishan mentally simulated various potential scenarios, all leading to the inevitable conclusion, a desperate fight to the finish. He had originally come for the 4th rank insect essence, and since it had presented itself so readily, he would not hold back. Dishan murmured to himself, his gaze resolutely firm. Suddenly, the golden mantis lunged. But its target was not Dishan. Instead, It charged towards the gravely wounded shadow mantis. Its speed was so astonishing that even the phoenix-winged golden mantis could not react in time. Watching helplessly as it soared overhead, with a sickening crunch, the head of the shadow mantis, along with its upper body, was cleaved in two, green blood splattering everywhere. After dispatching the shadow mantis, the golden mantis did not immediately launch another attack. Rather, it plunged its sharp forelimbs into the remains of its prey, brazenly feasting before the eyes of all, replenishing its expended energy. Male mantises are often included in the diet of their female coup first. He will act as bait, then utilize the nearly invisible body of the Mo Tian Tiao to ambush on the back of the Jin Ding Tian Song. As soon as it employs the Jin Shan Tua Qiao, it will undoubtedly be contaminated by them. Meanwhile, Dishan maintains a connection with the Mo Tian Tiao, enabling him to clearly discern the movement trajectory of the Jin Ding Tian Song at this moment. Xiao Gui has also crawled out from the ground and approached Dishan. "Brother, are you just going to watch it flee?" Xiao Gui inquires, confusion etched on his face. Previously, he had been ambushed by Dishan in the tunnel excavated by the Di Langjua. Waiting for the Jin Ding Tian Song to draw near before unleashing the Ghost Marsh domain to restrain its actions, Dio not worry. It cannot escape. Dishan observes the Jin Ding Tian Song. Now a fireball, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The panicked Jin Ding Tian Song is blissfully unaware that even greater surprises await it ahead. Chapter 83. The fourth transformation of the insect essence. The rapidly fleeing Jin Ding Tian Song darts towards the small pond it had previously approached. Gone are its former composure and grace, replaced by an insatiable thirst for water. With a splash, the Jin Ding Tian Song plunges into the pond. The steam generated from the extinguished flames soars skyward. Yet, mere moments later, it erupts from the pond, emitting a piercing roar, utterly disheveled. Its once formidable forelimbs now bear a broken appendage, oozing thick green blood from the depths of the pond. The Yuing Gui Huachan surfaces, its guillotine-like beak gnawing on a severed limb. The very arm of the Jin Ding Tian Song. The Yuing Gui Huachan is also a part of Dishan's plan, having lurked in these waters for quite some time, awaiting the Jin Ding Tian Song to walk into its trap. With a thud, the Ba Yi Wang and Feng Qi Lu Jin Tang, who had been lying in wait on the shore, seized the moment as the Jin Ding Tian Song emerges from the water, launching a concerted attack that catches it off guard. The Jin Ding Tian Song suffers a brutal blow, sent crashing back into the water. Due to the consecutive use of Jin Shan Tua Qiao in such a short span, its exoskeleton has become exceedingly fragile, its defenses diminished manifold. The intelligence of the alien insects still pales in comparison to that of humans. Seeing the Jin Ding Tian Song's dire predicament, Dishan crosses his arms and cannot help but taunt it. Subsequently, he commands all the alien insects to gather at the edge of the pool. Awaiting orders, Roar, the Jin Ding Tian Song, having sustained multiple blows, lets out a roar filled with reluctance. Shaking off the Yuing Gui Huachan, it leaps from the water, charging towards the Ba Yi Wang with its remaining single arm. Having succumbed to madness, however, the Ba Yi Wang chooses not to engage it directly. Instead, it leaps onto the back of the Feng Qi Lu Jin Tang and flies away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the waiting swarm of insects receives Dishan's directive, surging forward to once again impede the Jin Ding Tian Song's pursuit. The insect horde presses on relentlessly. Despite their low rank, they can be dispatched in an instant. Yet their sheer numbers make it impossible to eliminate them all in a short time. The Jin Ding Tian Song's stamina wanes considerably, gradually falling into a disadvantage, with even some second transformation insects capable of inflicting wounds upon it. Xiao Jin, Xiao Yi, take advantage of its weakness and finish it off, Dishan coldly instructs, realizing that the battle is nearing its conclusion and cannot be prolonged any further. The commotion here is far too loud. Should other fourth transformation insects be attracted, the consequences would be dire. With a thunderous boom, the Feng Qi Lu Jin Tang returns, carrying the Ba Yi Wang, and re-enters the fray, delivering a fatal blow to the Jin Ding Tian Song. The Tsang Zhan and Ba Wang Quan collide, striking its head simultaneously. The latter, engaged in combat with the insect horde, has no time to react, and its head is instantly shattered, a rain of blood cascading down as its massive body collapses into the adjacent pond. An orange insect essence emerges from its body, slowly floating into the air. Upon witnessing the appearance of the insect essence, Dishan finally exhales in relief. though devoid of excessive wide eye in his previous life. He had already reached the 6th transformation as an Ollie, however. The sudden emergence of the 5-turn compelled Deshawn to postpone his plans. A night passed in silence, and soon the dawn of the next day arrived. The little creature stealthily extended its 2 antennae from the burrow, surveying its surroundings. Upon confirming safety, it leisurely crawled out of the hole. Little Ghost 2 immediately informed Deshawn of the external situation, prompting him to step out of the snail realm. This territory harbored 5-turn, and lingering here was no longer an option. They had to depart at once. Deshawn gazed at the first ray of sunlight on the horizon and murmured softly to himself. Subsequently, he took out a map to ascertain his position and once again soared towards the banks of the Changjiang River. Along the way, he captured every he encountered, sending them into the Divine Gu Tower. However, Deshawn's true objective was not these terrestrial, but rather the aquatic ones. Recently, he had focused solely on replenishing the Golden Gu Tower and the Wooden Gu Tower, neglecting the Water Gu Tower. Splash, splash. Standing by the Changjiang River, he listened to the sound of the surging waves, his gaze intently fixated on the river's surface. The tumultuous waves rolled, and hidden beneath the murky waters lay countless unknown dangers. He summoned an aquatic from the Water Gu Tower, instructing it to venture into the river and scout the situation. Moments later, the water surface rippled dramatically, and an oddly shaped emerged. The creature previously sent by Deshawn to scout had now become its meal. Hiss. This was a 2-turn, snake louse, its mouth flicking a scarlet tongue, its gaze fixed intently on the shore where Deshawn stood. Quite intriguing. Deshawn's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a relatively rare type of. Its combat prowess far surpassing that of its peers. Plop, from the Water Gu Tower poured into the river like dumplings, one after another, all cast into the waters. Immediately after, Deshawn's gaze shifted to the land, his bright eyes shimmering with determination. Since he had some leisure time, why not, he pondered, ultimately deciding to summon the Ant King, instructing it to lead the ant swarm in capturing the on-land. He also commanded the golden-winged mantis to lead a group of flying to capture those in the skies. Deshawn launched a simultaneous assault across land, sea, and air, akin to a locust swarm, capturing everything he encountered that he could overpower and securing them within the Divine Gu Tower. Thus, as Deshawn journeyed inland along the Changjiang River, capturing along the way, the 5th day swiftly arrived. By this time, the Divine Gu Tower was densely populated with, the numbers having doubled since before. Until the deep of the 5th night, Deshawn made thorough preparations, initiating a process of mutual devouring among them to enhance their levels. Within the 5 Divine Gu Towers, a massive-scale melee erupted, the largest since the apocalypse began. Countless fell victim to slaughter, yet many also successfully ascended. The arena on the 3rd level of the Divine Gu Tower allowed for both one-on-one duels and large-scale battles between swarms. The former suited solitary fighters like the golden-winged mantis, while the latter was ideal for the reincarnation Ant King, facilitating confrontations between swarms. In the Golden Gu Tower, the golden-winged mantis successfully advanced to the 4-turn level after slaying 9. In the Wooden Gu Tower, the Ant King led its swarm in numerous skirmishes, elevating the entire colony's level to 4 turns. Inside the Water Gu Tower, the shadow osmanthus cicada was overwhelmed and slaughtered, with the victor being a holy azure, resembling the true dragon of Huagua mythology, possessing a dragon's head and tail but lacking claws, its smooth body concealing immense power. However, the demise of the shadow osmanthus cicada left Deshawn with a tinge of sorrow. It had accompanied him through numerous battles, only to exit midway. The Fire Gu Tower was unique. The entering it turned to ash, preventing the Burning Heaven pill from advancing. Finally, Deshawn arrived at the Earth Gu Tower, where the outcome was never in doubt. The Earth Spirit Snail effortlessly dominated with its remarkable abilities as anticipated. The 4th level of the Divine Gu Tower opened, and Deshawn immediately entered. The layout inside was essentially identical to the 3rd level, featuring a massive arena at the center, surrounded by 9 smaller worlds, akin to 9 preparation stages. The first few to enter all chose the worlds that suited them best. Deshawn's gaze fixated on the ascension platform at the center of the 4th level, the rules remaining unchanged. First, one must acquire 5-turn, then slay 9. Only by fulfilling these conditions could one ascend to the next level. However, the challenge rules at this level had slightly evolved. Must simultaneously exist within the 9 smaller worlds to commence the upgrade challenge. It was no longer a one-on-one affair, but rather a chaotic battle involving 9, with the ultimate victor earning the right to ascend. The rules of the Divine Goo Tower increasingly resembled the process of refining goo, first eliminating the weak, leaving behind a few powerful to compete for supremacy. Upon learning the rules, Deshawn did not find them troublesome. Rather, he deemed them appropriate, believing that only through such rigorous training could the be truly called the strongest. Chapter 85. The Newly Ascended Overlord. After comprehending all the rules of the 4th level, Deshawn proceeded directly to the Water Goo Tower. He wished to discern the origins of this, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a true dragon. After focusing on it for 3 seconds, a stream of information flooded into his consciousness. That name, level, for turns active skills, Water Dragon's Roar. Raging Wave Whirlpool passive skill. That upon learning of its skill effects, Deshawn was momentarily taken aback. The Dragon's Roar was a powerful sonic attack, capable of stunning opponents in an instant. The Raging Wave Whirlpool was a wide-area attack, capable of generating massive water tornadoes and whirlpools in rivers. The passive skill enhanced its speed in rivers and lakes, allowing it to merge with water currents and strike enemies unseen, truly deserving of its ability to easily eliminate the Shadow Osmanthus cicada. Its skills were remarkably formidable. Deshawn could not help but praise. Subsequently, he lingered within the tower for an extended period, ensuring he fully understood all the rules before exiting the Divine Goo Tower. Standing in the safety of the Snail Realm, he summoned the Forturn from the tower. The newly ascended aquatic overlord made its debut before Deshawn. Its massive form measured over 10 meters in length, its entire body a deep azure, resembling a natural blue crystal sculpture. With its dragon-like head held high, it exuded an imposing presence, even causing the nearby golden-winged Mantis and Ant King to glance over in awe. A minor flaw was its lack of 4 dragon claws. Otherwise, it would be indistinguishable from the true dragon of legend. Once they appeared in the outside world, orange manifested above their heads, soaring towards Deshawn. These were all rewards from the Divine Goo Tower. Each time he absorbed energy from it would be consumed by the tower, leaving him reliant on this method to elevate his own level. Upon the form merging with Deshawn's brow, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, his bones cracking as his physical strength surged significantly. However, his own level did not ascend to 4 turns, ultimately halting at the pinnacle of 3 turns. Upon sensing his physical state, the initial excitement in Deshawn's heart was tinged with disappointment. His gaze shifted to the nearby, quickly noticing an anomaly. Although they exuded the aura of 4 turn, their actual strength remained at 3 turns, merely a facade. That it must be the Burning Heaven Pill from the Fire Goo Tower that failed to break through to 4 turns. Causing this discrepancy, Deshawn discerned the essence of the situation. Feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, it was fortunate that he had encountered the Burning Heaven Pill in advance. Otherwise, the Fire Goo Tower might have remained sealed, and his level would have forever stagnated at 3 turns. This divine level ability, while immensely powerful, had its glaring drawbacks. It required a vast quantity of, and the criteria for leveling up were exceedingly stringent. After contemplating for a long time, Deshawn couldn't help but voice his grievances. He recalled the renowned divine level ability users from his past life, whose powers were not only extraordinarily formidable, but also devoid of any restrictions, allowing them to challenge higher tiers effortlessly. In contrast, he found himself shackled by seemingly invisible rules. Tomorrow, he resolved to capture 3 turn with full force. Even if it meant resorting to experience infusion, he must elevate the Burning Heaven Pill to 4 turns. Deshawn made his decision, yearning to break free from the shackles that bound him and carve out his own path. Time quickly passed to the following morning. At this moment, Deshawn stood by the riverbank, invigorated by the sound of crashing waves, with a singular goal in mind: to capture 3 turn and enhance the level of the Burning Heaven Pill. Previously, a 3 turn had perished in the Fire Goo Tower. He only needed to capture 8 more for the Burning Heaven Pill to ascend. Deshawn rode atop Little Ghost, journeying westward along the Changjiang River, his mind constantly calculating various strategies. Roar! A sudden interrupted Deshawn's thoughts. He turned towards the source of the roar, revealing a fearsome insect head emerging from the river's center, its crimson eyes fixated intently on him. And Little Ghost, fortune smiles upon those who are prepared. Deshawn, sensing the aura radiating from the river, felt his eyes light up. This was precisely a 3 turn, now fortuitously presenting itself before him. Xiao Xiao, it is time for you to showcase your abilities. Deshawn felt a surge of excitement within him as he promptly cast the into the river. With a splash, The moment they entered the water, it activated the passive ability, seamlessly merging its form with the flowing water, instantly concealing its presence. Meanwhile, the wild in the river remained watchful, oblivious to the fact that it had transitioned from hunter to prey. Suddenly, the turbulent waters around it began to swirl in a clockwise motion, gradually forming a colossal vortex that ensnared it within. At the edge of the vortex sensed the shift in the currents and perceived danger. It attempted to flee, only to find itself firmly trapped, unable to move an inch. With an anxious roar, it disregarded Deshawn on the riverbank and plunged deep into the abyss, desperate to escape the bizarre vortex. However, all its efforts proved futile, as the swirling waters acted as an impenetrable barrier, obstructing its escape route. The more it struggled, the deeper it sank, drawn inexorably toward the vortex's center by an overwhelming force. Upon sensing the opportune moment, the, now one with the water, leaped beside the wild and unleashed a resonant dragon's roar that left the latter frothing at the mouth, its eyes rolling back in a faint. "Quick, bring it over here while it still breathes, and secure it within the tower." Deshawn commanded the dot. If the perished outside, its essence would be absorbed by the 5 towers collectively, leaving the with merely 1/5. The massive dragged the nearly lifeless wild back to Deshawn's side. With a flash of red light, Deshawn absorbed it directly into the as he anticipated. The moment they entered the tower, it disintegrated into ashes without uttering a single sound, its essence instantly consumed and transferred to the only within the tower. Gazing at the ascension platform at the center, he noted that the tally of slain had increased from 1 to 2. This confirmed the efficacy of his strategy. If he could capture 7 more 3-turn, would advance to the next level. Elated by this success, Deshawn felt invigorated, his excitement surpassing that of before. Subsequently, he dispatched all his, urging them to fervently capture 3-turn. Should anyone have been present at that moment, they would have been astounded by Deshawn's words. In the current human camp, 3-turn were exceedingly rare, and some individuals were even uncertain how to elevate their levels. Yet here was Deshawn, dismissing low level and speaking solely of capturing 3-turn. Chapter 86. The terror of midnight time swiftly progressed to the evening. After a day of relentless hunting, the army of dispatched by Deshawn had only managed to capture 2 3-turn. Had it not been for their mutual conflicts resulting in severe injuries, they would have evaded capture altogether. This could not continue. It seemed tomorrow would necessitate an expanded hunting range. Deshawn lifted his gaze to the twilight sky, reflecting aloud. They had developed intelligence, becoming increasingly cunning, especially the 3-turn in their prime. The slightest hint of danger, they would become hyperalert. Low-level encountering them were destined to become prey, while those of a higher tier would flee at the first opportunity. As slippery as eels, having absorbed the 2 half-dead into they swiftly turned to ashes, leaving only 2 essences behind that drew ever closer to evolving into a 4-turn. As darkness enveloped the land, Deshawn summoned commanding it to dig downwards. For several days, Deshawn had taken refuge deep underground, enduring perilous nights. "We must excavate more exits. I have felt restless today, sensing that something will transpire," Deshawn instructed Meanwhile, they approached, chiming in, "Little brother, you are overly anxious. Your inability to advance has led to a case of level anxiety." Upon hearing this, Deshawn shot at a glare. This mischievous snail always seemed to conjure up new phrases. He wondered where it learned them. Nevertheless, he refrained from retorting. The terrifying memories from his past had compelled him to obsessively capture in recent days, almost to the point of madness, desperate to strengthen his power against looming threats. He had even awakened from nightmares multiple times over the past few nights. For safety's sake, we should dig more exits. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Ultimately, 5 exits were excavated, with the underground passages becoming a labyrinthine network. Each exit was concealed in shadowy corners, guarded by soldier ants. Should any disturbance arise, Deshawn could swiftly vacate the area as the last rays of the setting sun vanished. He stepped into allowing them to slither into the inky darkness of the tunnel. Seated at a table with the youth Lin Yufan, they indulged in a sumptuous feast of premium Wagyu beef, paired with caviar. Both relishing the meal, even insisted on joining, though being a spirit entity, it could not partake in the delicacies. Such exquisite fare could procure a truckload of firearms in the post-apocalyptic world, yet to Deshawn, it was akin to a home-cooked meal. "Brother D, when can I go outside? Staying cooped up in the safe house is driving me mad," the child complained, his youthful restlessness bubbling over. "Soon, once we reach our destination, I will allow you some freedom," Deshawn replied. ruffling the boy's hair before clearing the table and departing that he needed to rest, for the continuous battles had left him mentally and physically drained. As he lay on the bed, the moment his head touched the pillow, he was enveloped by slumber. Bang, bang, bang. After an indeterminate time, a frantic knocking at the door jolted him awake. Deshawn sprang from his bed and opened the door. Dashed inside, propelled by inertia. "Little brother, you must come out. I sense many humans on the surface, seemingly pursued by something," spoke urgently, relaying the situation outside in one breath that Deshawn furrowed his brow at first. But upon hearing the word humans, he immediately recalled the puppets and corpses controlled by. Could it be that the corpse army had caught up? Deshawn inquired of. However, the latter quickly refuted, stating, "No, they are living humans. And I can sense their presence. Some of them even possess." This revelation plunged Deshawn into a brief silence. After approximately 2 minutes, he finally spoke. "Let us go outside and discern the situation." With that, he stepped out of the, instantly concealing his presence and melding with the surrounding earth. "Run. The monster is right behind us. Dad, get up. The monster is closing in. Get out of my way, you old fool. Don't block my path." Voices of terror from the outside world reached Deshawn's ears, filled with palpable fear, as if a great horror was pursuing them. "Help me save my life." Just as he strained to listen, an eerie roar echoed from the distance. Though it spoke the language of humans, its tone was cold and mechanical, as if a malevolent spirit from the depths of the underworld whispered in his ear. Boom, boom. The passage above trembled as the crowd hurried past, causing soil from the tunnel's ceiling to cascade down. Yet soon after, a more terrifying tremor surged forth, collapsing the tunnel where Deshawn and his were ensconced. However, he was on the verge of becoming a forturn, and such a collapse posed no threat to him. Summoning the once more, he cleared the debris surrounding him. Next, he connected his consciousness with a soldier ant stationed at the tunnel's entrance, dispatching it to scout the external situation. Yet, the moment it emerged, he regretted it. The pursuer on the surface was none other than a 5-IT exuded a kingly pressure that reduced several tons of rock to dust in an instant. The soldier ant, having just emerged from the tunnel, was obliterated by this terrifying force, bursting into a spray of blood, and Deshawn suffered a serious backlash, since his consciousness remained linked to the soldier ant. He was unable to sever the connection in time, resulting in a recoil that caused him to cough up blood. "Damn it, a 5-turn is outside. Quickly conceal your presence," wiping the blood from his lips. Deshawn whispered to the beside him AT this moment. The little creature had shed its former playful demeanor. Its intelligent gaze was now filled with tension and solemnity. The thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, reverberating from the depths of the cave. The humans, who had been fleeing for their lives, could only emit a chilling scream before silence enveloped them once more. Chapter 87. Ascension to the fourth transformation of the otherworldly. The terrifying aura from the outside seeped into the cave through the passage, compelling an involuntary shudder. Deshawn and Hoda Gaiwo held their breath, fixated on the cave entrance. Should their whereabouts be discovered, they would flee through any available exit without hesitation. "Father, hurry, get up. The monster is right behind us. Old unkillable thing, get lost." Familiar words echoed in Deshawn's ears once again, but this time they were devoid of any human emotion, rendered stark and mechanical. In that fleeting moment, his mind conjured images of puppets controlled by severed strings, producing similar sounds. Could it be that the otherworldly insects outside possessed similar abilities? Deshawn felt a profound sense of confusion, yet there was no one to provide answers. After an interminable wait, the terrifying presence outside gradually dissipated into tranquility, yet Deshawn remained motionless, maintaining his stance and uttering not a single sound. It was only when the first rays of morning light pierced the cave that he finally relaxed his anxious heart. He dispatched a soldier ant to scout the external situation, this time with the wisdom of not connecting his consciousness to it, to avoid any potential backlash. Squeak. The soldier ant had not been gone long before it returned, delivering news of the outside world. Deshawn stowed away the little creature and followed the passage to the surface. The surroundings were eerily calm, shrouded in silence, with not a single trace of the otherworldly insects to be seen. The previous night had been exceedingly perilous, a close encounter with a 5th transformation insect. Moreover, based on the overwhelming aura, it was evident that this insect was not the same as the one encountered previously, but rather another that had attained the 5th transformation. Deshawn meticulously analyzed the situation, making comparisons across various aspects. Perhaps it would be best to leave this place for now, truly. The legendary insect kingdom spanning 100,000 miles was no exaggeration. Even at such a distance, two fifth transformation insects had already emerged at the periphery. Deshawn, adhering to the wisdom of the 36 stratagems, promptly summoned the spirit cicada, preparing to vacate the area. However, as he ascended into the sky, he was met with a horrifying sight below. On the nearby ruins, blood and flesh. I am known as Xiao Jin. What commands does my master have? I am so sleepy, no matter how I try to rest. I cannot get enough sleep. Please resolve my master's troubles quickly, so I can return to a peaceful slumber. I adore bathing in lava. It leaves my skin feeling exquisite. La 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 la. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Deshawn grew lively, as the golden-winged mantis, the tyrant ant king, and the blazing heaven pill all began to speak at once, causing Deshawn's jaw to drop in astonishment. The world is but a river, and I, its king. Call me Dragon King. Call me the evil demon. Just as Deshawn was lost in thought, the lurking dragon worm also spoke, startling him once again. Deshawn found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether he was in a dream or reality, or perhaps ensnared in an illusion conjured by some otherworldly beings. What do you mean by you and us? Little brother, why have you summoned me again? Have you encountered some trouble? Come, share it with me, and let me assist you. The impudent voice of the little ghost finally snapped Deshawn out of his stupor. He immediately replied, Little ghost, they spoke. Did you hear them? The little ghost, in response, wore an expression of bewilderment, gazing at Deshawn. Of course, they are not mute. Isn't it perfectly normal for them to speak? No, what I mean is, I can understand the words of it's no longer just their roars. This time, the state of confusion shifted from Deshawn's face to that of the little ghost. You mean to say, you can comprehend our speech? The little ghost exclaimed in shock, repeatedly confirming with Deshawn, who assured him again and again, causing the little ghost's eyes to roll back, and he fainted. The surrounding Deshawn also overheard their conversation, displaying expressions of incredulity. Master, you. The golden-winged mantis was the first to speak, its voice melodious, akin to that of an elegant nobleman, a stark contrast to its decisive demeanor. Deshawn nodded in affirmation, indicating that he could indeed understand their words. Wow, Master is truly remarkable. You are indeed my most admired person. The blazing heaven pill then chimed in, leaping onto Deshawn's shoulder, her voice reminiscent of a youthful and vivacious girl, brimming with energy. I can actually communicate with you all. Deshawn transitioned from initial astonishment to sheer delight, the rapid shift leaving him feeling somewhat unreal. What a surprise! This is an incredible surprise. The little ghost, who had just regained consciousness, awoke with a flourish, echoing lines from a film to express his astonishment. Soon, Deshawn summoned the other from the tower, discovering that they could all communicate as well. However, the lower-ranked possessed limited intellect, only capable of answering simple questions, their speech often fragmented. Deshawn quickly realized that the source of this phenomenon lay in the metallic ring on his right middle finger. The electric current that had surged through him had endowed him with the ability to converse with the. With this revelation, he promptly removed the ring to verify his findings once more. Indeed, upon removing the ring, the words of the transformed into deep, rumbling growls in his ears, no longer coherent sentences. He swiftly placed the ring back on, and this time, the intense electric charge did not return. The deep growls emanating from the surrounding reverted to human language. By heavens, I have struck gold. From now on, I can communicate effortlessly with thee. Elated by the ring's function, Deshawn cradled it in his hands. Examining it repeatedly, he then sought out several wild for experimentation, discovering that he could not communicate with them. The ring only facilitated seamless dialogue with the within his tower. Deshawn did not allow this sudden joy to cloud his judgment. He remained focused on his objectives. Recalling several, he mounted the Ling Chan, and in an instant, they soared away. With the ability to converse with the, Deshawn's journey was no longer solitary. He regaled Ling Chan with tales of the past. After flying for the better part of a day, majestic mountains appeared on the distant horizon, stretching endlessly. The verdant hills, which should have been lush and vibrant, were now stripped bare, their vegetation long devoured by the. Have we arrived at the fabled 10,000-mile insect kingdom? Deshawn felt a mix of anxiety, excitement, and a hint of astonishment. He had never imagined that the territory of the insect kingdom could be so vast. Seemingly infinite if they were to emerge en masse. An entire battle zone could be obliterated as they approached the outskirts of the insect kingdom. Deshawn instructed Ling Chan to land, opting to traverse the land on the little ghost's back. Reducing his own profile, that let's take the path through the countryside. The returning old cattle shall be my companions. The sounds of classic songs from decades past filled the air, as one person and one snail made their way toward the insect kingdom. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Chapter 89. The 10,000-Mile Insect Kingdom. The melodious music resonated amidst the ruins, capturing the attention of countless. Yet, upon sensing the four-turn aura emanating from one person and one snail, they quickly withdrew their heads. Deshawn felt a fire igniting within him. Sensing the boundless power coursing through his upgraded body, he believed he could stand against even five-turn, gazing toward the distant mountains shrouded in mist. New thoughts began to form in his mind that he promptly retrieved the map he had previously etched and studied it intently. The insect kingdom ahead was the essential route from Su Province to Xianjiang Province. Resembling a life-band zone from a fantasy novel, serving as a natural barrier between the two regions, should conflicts arise with Eastern forces in the future, the 10,000-mile insect kingdom could serve as a formidable weapon. Deshawn's thoughts were prompted by his desire to establish a power independent of the authorities, to be the leader himself, unbound by others. However, such ambitions often encroach upon the interests of certain individuals, leading them to seek his troubles. Having witnessed numerous instances of this in his past life, Deshawn had already planned everything meticulously to avoid unnecessary complications. Of course, this was contingent upon his own strength. Otherwise, he would be the first to perish. Brushing back his hair, he spoke to the little ghost below. Let us circumvent the edges of these mountains, capturing along the way to replenish the numbers in the Divine Gu Tower. If we cut through the center, there are bound to be great horrors within. I suspect that six-turn have already emerged at six-turn. Little brother, don't frighten me. We have worked tirelessly to reach 4 turns, and you say there are already 6-turn? The great snail interrupted Deshawn. Eyes wide with terror, Deshawn glanced at it sideways, saying, You are inherently favored by the heavens. You advance without the need to defeat higher-level foes, soaring ahead. Who can compare to you? Did you not sense that the 5-turn from last night had already reached the late stages? Deshawn eloquently elaborated, leaving the little ghost speechless, who continued trudging along, bearing Deshawn on its back. At this juncture, Deshawn's mind drifted back to the terrifying experiences of his past life, when humanity finally caught up to the evolution of those who had reached 6 turns vanished overnight. With no one knowing their whereabouts, it was not until the second wave of evolution and the blood mist outbreak that those missing 6-turn returned with a vengeance, some even advancing to 7 turns. Catching all of humanity off guard, countless rose in resistance, shedding blood and tears, barely managing to withstand wave after wave of insect tide. The already dwindling population was left reeling from that battle, nearly facing extinction, while several battle zones became mere shells of their former selves, leaving only the main urban area to survive in a state of limbo. With a deep breath, Deshawn exhaled. Returning his thoughts to the present point, one person and one snail had unknowingly approached the periphery of the insect kingdom, a palpable sense of oppression descending upon them. Here, the traces of humanity had long vanished. The villagers who once inhabited this area had all perished within the bellies of the towering peaks no longer stood tall. The mountains were riddled with enormous holes, hollowed out like wasp nests. The interior of the mountain had become a realm for the to dwell. Little ghost, conceal your aura and keep your senses sharp. This is no longer the outside world. We have entered the most perilous territory. As Deshawn cautioned, he activated several Divine Gu towers within him, readying the remaining 4-turn for immediate action at the slightest disturbance. That he refrained from summoning the golden-winged mantis, as although its aura could intimidate lower tier, it would also attract stronger ones. The air was filled with peculiar sounds as various odd noises brushed against his ears. These were the sounds of scurrying past him, now possessing intelligence, observing this uninvited guest. However, most of them were still lower tier, posing no threat to him, so Deshawn chose to ignore them. After advancing a short distance, a dilapidated village appeared abruptly before him. In the dim light, it appeared as though a figure of a human was standing at the village entrance, waving towards them. However, his movements were exceedingly peculiar, lacking any semblance of naturalness. Brother, there's something ahead. It was Xiao Gue who first detected the anomaly and immediately notified Deshawn. In an instant, Deshawn drew his twin golden and silver pistols, as they both understood that it was highly improbable for a human to be present in this desolate place. Cautiously, one person and one snail approached, and only then did they discern the true situation. A human corpse was gruesomely suspended from the doorframe, while a swarm of carrion ants had made a nest within its body, causing the corpse's arms to twitch due to the ants' activity. Suddenly, a flurry of carrion ants erupted from the corpse, darting towards Deshawn with astonishing speed, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Humph, mere trifles dare to flaunt their skills before me. Just wait. Deshawn let out a cold snort. A green glow flickering on his chest, as all the ants rushing towards him were absorbed into the wooden goo tower, leaving him unscathed. Deshawn had long since seen through these carrion ants. They inhabited the bodies of the deceased, and once they had devoured the flesh and blood, they would animate the corpse to lure passing creatures. Upon the approach of any living being, they would swarm out en masse, attacking with ferocity, capable of draining the life from an alien insect or human within mere seconds. With memories from 2 lifetimes, Deshawn had already deciphered their methods of attack and had prepared accordingly. During his journey, a curious thought had crossed his mind. The Golden Goo Tower was responsible for refining solitary alien insects, while the Wooden Goo Tower dealt with social insects, such as ant colonies and swarms of locusts. His battle with the Golden Mantis had proven to be immensely beneficial. Even when outmatched in quality, he could still rely on numbers to secure victory. In an instant, all the carrion ants within the corpse were ensnared in the Wooden Goo Tower, including a queen ant that had reached the second transformation. The mutations among ants were countless, and he pondered which faction would emerge victorious if they were to battle amongst themselves. A wicked amusement flickered in Deshawn's heart, reminiscent of rural children teasing ants in the corner. Chapter 90. The Treasure Boy. After dealing with the ant swarm, Deshawn stepped over the corpse on the ground and entered the village. As he crossed the threshold, a stench of decay and rot assaulted his nostrils, while the walls bore the remnants of desiccated blood, whispering tales of the horrors that had unfolded here. Gazing at the setting sun, Deshawn began to search for a place to rest for the night. The perilous night, compounded by the presence of alien insects, was akin to adding insult to injury. After wandering the village and encountering several ambushes, each one a result of alien insects trailing him, he realized their primal instincts had ultimately overpowered their reason and they had attacked. The consequence of their actions, however, was swift. They were all dispatched with a mere flick of his hand, akin to squashing a bug. Now having ascended to the 4th transformation, Deshawn was capable of catching bullets with his bare hands, rendering these 1st and 2nd transformation insects utterly helpless against his might, practically delivering themselves as offerings. Ultimately, he chose a lowly dwelling, instructing the earth wolf spider to dig a tunnel below, preparing to spend the night there. Nightfall descended rapidly, shrouding the insect kingdom in a dense fog, rendering the world exceedingly dark. After dining with Lin Yufan, Deshawn turned in early, having ventured into the most treacherous territory. He needed to conserve his energy to face the impending threats. He also left the door ajar, allowing Xiaogui No. 2 to enter and rouse him should any disturbances arise. Treasure, treasure, a child's innocent voice unexpectedly echoed in Deshawn's mind, jolting him awake as he sat upright in bed. Observing the empty room, he immediately heightened his vigilance, instinctively reaching for his bedside weapon. Grasping the golden and silver pistols, he began a meticulous search. Everything was neatly arranged, with no signs of intrusion. Xiaogui! Xiaogui! Deshawn called out loudly, but received no response. Could it be that this unreliable snail had fallen asleep? Fury surged within him. This wretched snail always faltered at critical moments. Armed with his pistols, he strode towards the door with determination. Bang! Just as he was about to step outside, he was unexpectedly propelled backward as if colliding with an unseen barrier. Rubbing his forehead, he extended his hand forward, only to encounter an invisible wall between the doorframe. That Deshawn's eyes widened in disbelief. When had a wall appeared in his room? Treasure, treasure. Just as he pondered this mystery, the same childish voice resonated once more. He turned to see a diminutive figure, cloaked in a green robe, slowly emerging from the floorboards. The eerie voice emanated from this very being. What manner of trickery is this? Deshawn bellowed, nearly shoving the barrel of his gun into its mouth. Yet, the peculiar figure remained unfazed, continuing to chant, "Treasure, treasure, where is your mother?" Bang! Disregarding its nature, Deshawn fired, taking advantage of the darkness that had invaded his sanctuary, but to his astonishment, he missed at such close range, the figure twisting in an uncanny manner to evade the bullet. Youthful impetuosity. I traveled a great distance to engage in trade with you, and nearly caught a bullet. The figure, shrouded in the black robe, surprisingly spoke, leaving Dishan utterly stunned. Point three things caught his attention. This unknown entity could articulate human language. It possessed a child's voice yet referred to itself as an elder, and it had mentioned the word trade. Are you a psychic? What do you wish to trade? Dishan inquired, aiming his pistol at it. Treasure, I am known as the Treasure Boy, a merchant who specializes in trading with special groups in this apocalyptic world. Dishan, and which special groups are you referring to? Treasure, naturally. I mean those of you who possess divine-level abilities. The words of the Treasure Boy struck Dishan like thunder, reverberating in his mind. How did it know he was a divine-level psychic? A tempest of shocks surged within him, leaving him profoundly shaken. The Treasure Boy appeared pleased with his reaction, nodding beneath the black hood. Not only do I know you are a divine-level psychic, but I also know your ability is called 5 Elements Divine Goo Body. Am I correct? His statement shocked Dishan anew, causing him to grip his pistol even tighter. Do not be alarmed. Young man, I harbor no ill intentions. As I said, I am here to trade with you. The Treasure Boy disregarded the gun pointed at him, casually tossing a large bundle to the ground. Here, this is my master's treasure, a 10,000 treasures bag, filled with all manner of peculiar items. Would you care to exchange? Events that left Dishan astounded followed one after another, and before he could fully comprehend the previous revelation, another bombshell landed. Hey, my time is quite precious. I cannot afford to waste it while you dawdle. The Treasure Boy's sharp reprimand snapped Dishan back to reality. What do you wish to trade, and how does the trading process work? Dishan queried. Quite simple. I collect the remains and essence of powerful alien insects, and I can also divulge information regarding the apocalypse. The Treasure Boy pondered for a moment before adding, the remains and essence of alien insects cannot be lower than the trader's own level. Upon hearing this, Dishan immediately stated, I am currently at the 4th transformation, so you only accept the remains or essence of 4th transformation or higher. Astute. No wonder you are a divine-level psychic. Understanding so quickly, the Treasure Boy's demeanor brightened, his tone lightening considerably. After some contemplation, Dishan replied, I only have the remains of a 4th transformation golden mantis. Would you like it? However, the Treasure Boy gently shook his head. You possess more than just the golden mantis. There are also the Phoenix Wing golden mantis, the Overlord Ant King, and the Skyfire Dan among others. These are exceptionally rare and powerful alien insects. Dishan was once again engulfed in shock, utterly unprepared for the Treasure Boy to recite the names of the alien insects within the Divine Goo Tower, as if they were familiar acquaintances. If you provide me with all of them, I can offer you a brand new 5-star item. The Treasure Boy gazed at him, reiterating his offer. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Dishan flatly refused. These alien insects were his means of survival in the apocalypse. Trading them away would be akin to severing his own limbs. What a pity. The Treasure Boy sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he reached into the 10,000 treasures bag before him. He suddenly noticed the ring on Dishan's middle finger, instantly appearing beside him, seizing his hand with urgency. Where did you acquire this ring? Chapter 91. The trade. Dishan yanked his hand back, warning the Treasure Boy, Are we familiar? Speak freely, but do not lay your hands on me. The latter, having realized his faux pas, spoke with a hint of embarrassment. I beg your pardon, young friend. My eagerness to appraise treasures overwhelmed me. I hope you can forgive my impulsiveness. Dishan chose not to linger on the matter, as new thoughts began to form in his mind, judging by the astonished expression of the old man. This ring must possess an extraordinary origin, and he needed to devise a way to extract more information from him. Subsequently, he gazed intently at the Treasure Boy before him and inquired, You mentioned exchanging information. Thus, I shall share the details regarding this ring with you. To his surprise, the Treasure Boy burst into an odd fit of laughter upon hearing Dishan's words. Though, young friend, based solely on your current capabilities, you hardly qualify to know the secrets of this ring. Suddenly, he shifted his tone and added, However, you may utilize this ring to engage in trade with me. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Dishan's face, and he pressed further, What can I exchange for this ring? 6-star weapons, 6-turn insect essences, or perhaps a glimpse into the future? I can offer any of these in trade with you. The Treasure Boy shook his head and listed a series of items as if reciting a menu. Upon hearing these offerings, Dishan's expression turned peculiar, reflecting his disdain. What a preposterous boast. 6-turn insect essences. You appear more like a 6-turn insect essence yourself. Noticing Dishan's skepticism, the Treasure Boy remained unfazed. Continuing, only when both parties agree upon the terms can the goods be revealed. I have shown you my ring. Why then do you withhold your goods? Where is your sincerity? Deshaun attempted to provoke a reaction from the other. But the treasure boy stood firm, unwavering in his gaze. Very well, I shall first present the corpse of the Golden Top Mantis for your inspection. Surely, that will suffice. Deshaun was at a loss, having encountered an individual impervious to intimidation, and decided to test the waters with the Golden Top Mantis. Agreed. Today, I shall allow you to behold the wonders I possess. As he spoke, the treasure boy began to delve into his treasure bag. Retrieving an array of items and laying them upon the ground, Deshaun observed with keen interest as a battered gourd, pulsating with an orange glow, a 4-turn insect essence, and a white orb the size of a ping-pong ball were unveiled. Finally, he produced a large sniper rifle radiating an orange aura, towering even above the treasure boy himself. Deshaun's eyes sparkled at the sight. Allow me to elucidate the uses of these items. The treasure boy held the damaged gourd and the white orb in his hands, presenting them to Deshaun. This damaged gourd is known as the storage treasure gourd. It contains a realm of its own, allowing for the storage of items, making transportation convenient. The orb is called the alien insect capsule. It can contain any wild or tamed alien insect, although each capsule accommodates only one insect. After introducing these two items, the treasure boy cradled the insect essence in his palm and remarked, I believe this one requires no further introduction, as you are undoubtedly well acquainted with it. Deshaun nodded lightly. He had recently absorbed a 4-turn insect essence and was indeed familiar with it. Their gazes then converged upon the large sniper rifle. A subtle smile graced the treasure boy's hidden face beneath his cloak. This is a 4-star weapon, equivalent to a 4-turn level of psychic ability. Rather than firing bullets, it unleashes the user's psychic energy. Simply place your finger on the trigger, and the rifle will automatically siphon your psychic energy to strike down your foes. I want this. Deshaun interjected before the treasure boy could finish, recognizing the weapon as tailor-made for him. Given his past life as a weapon expert, he was in dire need of a reliable weapon, as the efficacy of his dual gold and silver pistols had waned with the escalation of conflict. Moreover, the other items held little value for him. He possessed a multitude of alien insects, rendering the alien insect capsule unworthy of his consideration. Deal, the treasure boy decisively affirmed, promptly handing the sniper rifle to Deshaun. Without hesitation, Deshaun accepted it, feeling the intricate patterns on the rifle's surface as he examined it closely. Since you are satisfied with my goods, I shall now accept the corpse of the Golden Top Mantis, the treasure boy stated, disregarding Deshaun's presence as he extended his hand from beneath his cloak. Deshaun's pupils constricted in shock. The hand that emerged was not human, resembling a desiccated monkey's paw, fingers curled and covered in hair. With this eerie hand, the treasure boy made a swift motion through the air, cleaving the void before him as if it were butter, and in an instant, the corpse of the Golden Top Mantis fell forth from the rift. What the hell? Deshaun's face was a mask of astonishment. The corpse had been located within the ant nest of the Woodgoo Tower, yet the treasure boy had effortlessly summoned it without his consent. Now do you believe in my capabilities? Young friend, are you interested in trading for that ring? The treasure boy inquired, unfazed by Deshaun's astonishment. This old fellow truly possesses treasures. Perhaps I should simply seize him. Hey, your gaze is awry. What are you planning? The treasure boy, sharper than a monkey, discerned Deshaun's intentions through mere eye contact, swiftly interjecting. Brother, I'm rather short on funds lately. I was hoping to borrow a couple of coins from you. Deshaun, realizing his scheme had been uncovered, aimed the sniper rifle at the treasure boy, occasionally emitting a sinister chuckle. Alas, one after another, why do they all engage in such antics, thinking us easy prey? The treasure boy's tone escalated from calm to urgent, and as the final word escaped his lips, a formidable aura erupted from him, sending Deshaun staggering back several steps until he fell onto a bed. The 7-turn aura, Deshaun exclaimed as he was propelled backward. Since the appearance of the treasure boy, his emotions had been in turmoil, remaining in a state of shock throughout the evening. So you are aware of my 7-turn prowess. Quite impressive, the treasure boy remarked. I presume you are also a reincarnator. The treasure boy's statement nearly caused Deshaun's heart to leap from his chest. Chapter 92. A glimpse into the future. Deshaun was no stranger to the 7-turn aura. He had perished in a battle against 7-turn alien insects in his previous life. However, the treasure boy's words sent a chill down his spine, raising goosebumps all over his body. No wonder this being could directly invade the snail realm. Seal rooms, and appear before me unbidden. He reflected upon the preceding events, pondering the notion of reincarnation. Could one truly return from death? Was this crude ruse intended to deceive me out of my ring? Deshawn feigned composure, his gaze sharp, refusing to yield to fear. Despite the Treasure Boy's 7-turn status, it seemed that this individual was merely a pawn in a larger scheme. I must alter my approach, lest I jeopardize the Master's grand design. The Treasure Boy, after much contemplation, finally arrived at a clear conclusion. He immediately reined in his 7-turn aura and adopted a different tone. Young friend, you must have misheard me. I was not referring to reincarnators, but rather to insect corpses. If you have any treasures of interest, you can certainly exchange them with me for the alien insect corpses. Observing his demeanor, Deshawn's confusion deepened. The Treasure Boy had initially unleashed a tremendous aura, yet upon learning of Deshawn's reincarnation, he had suddenly shifted to a subservient stance, his demeanor a complete reversal. Perhaps I misheard you, but this ring feels destined for me, and I truly wish to keep it. Deshawn offered an evasive excuse, and the Treasure Boy, seizing the opportunity, promptly shifted the subject away from the reincarnator discussion. Since you are so insistent, I shall not press the matter. It appears this ring is ultimately not fated for me. With that, he began to gather the items he had just showcased, placing them back into his treasure bag. Meanwhile, Deshawn's mind raced as he pondered what else he could offer in exchange. Alien insects were out of the question. They were his most vital assets. As for useless insect corpses, there was only the golden top mantis from earlier. Forget it. Just as he was about to concede, a particular item suddenly flashed into his mind. Wait, Treasure Boy, I have another item. Perhaps we could negotiate a trade. What is it? Where is it? The Treasure Boy, who had been tidying up, immediately looked up, his tone urgent. The item is located outside the room. If you release me, I shall retrieve it. Deshawn recalled the strange notebook he had obtained from Bai Bo's safe during his encounter with Byron II and his group by the banks of Chongjiang. The Treasure Boy chuckled softly, grasping Deshawn's wrist. There's no need for such trouble. I shall accompany you directly. In a flash of brilliance, Deshawn felt himself being pulled by an overwhelming force, and in an instant, they found themselves outside the bedroom. Where is that item? In a state of urgency, Duo Baotongzi immediately directed his inquiry towards Deshawn. The latter, still reeling from the disorienting effects of teleportation, weakly gestured towards the study across the room. In an instant, Deshawn found himself transported into the study. With such a short distance, could you not simply walk over? He exclaimed in frustration, having been subjected to this ordeal twice in quick succession. My apologies, young friend. I am simply eager to appraise the treasures, Duo Baotongzi replied, dismissing Deshawn's complaint with a flimsy excuse. The item is within the safe. I shall retrieve it, gritting his teeth against the nausea churning in his stomach. Deshawn made his way unsteadily towards the safe by the bookshelf. You are moving far too slowly. Allow me. With a swift motion, Duo Baotongzi employed his dried, gnarled hand to rend the fabric of space, causing all the contents of the safe to tumble forth. You must be kidding. Faced with the frenzied enthusiasm of Duo Baotongzi, who became manic at the mere mention of treasures, Deshawn found it hard to muster any irritation. In a moment of distraction, Duo Baotongzi picked up a peculiar notebook from among the scattered items. Where did you acquire this? It bears his essence, he exclaimed, nearly pressing his face against the cover. Whose essence? Deshawn, noticing Duo Baotongzi's rapt attention, asked without a second thought. Sean. Duo Baotongzi nearly blurted out, but abruptly halted, his hooded head snapping in Deshawn's direction, an aura of 7th-tier energy emanating from him as he coldly declared. Boy, you nearly led me to my doom. What a vile trick you play. With that, he tossed the notebook onto the ground, grumbling in displeasure. Repugnant creature. This trinket is worthless and has wasted several minutes of my time. Deshawn was left utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated such a furious outburst from a mere question. Very well, let us conclude our meeting here. Perhaps we shall cross paths again in the future. With those parting words, Duo Baotongzi's form began to fade, as if he was on the verge of dissipating into the ether. Simultaneously, the invisible barrier that had occupied the room crumbled, vanishing without a trace. Stepping out of the study, Deshawn found himself in the outside world, yet he still could not locate the whereabouts of Xiao Gui No. 2 or Lin Yufan, nor could he sense any connection to the Divine Gu Tower. Xiao Gui, Lin Yufan, he called out loudly, standing alone in the center of the room, but received no response. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of the Wanbao bag in the bedroom. This is, in his haste, Duo Baotongzi had inadvertently left behind his treasure. Di Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried over, eager to uncover its contents. Just as he was about to open it, a familiar voice echoed behind him. Duo Bao! Duo Bao! I nearly caused a disaster by leaving my Wanbao bag here. Clad in a green cloak, Duo Baotongzi reappeared before Di Shan. Young friend, how have you fared? He inquired that it was my oversight to unleash such fury upon you. As recompense, allow me to show you a glimpse of the future. With a swift motion, he pushed Di Shan aside and retrieved a pair of sunglasses from the bag. Wear these, and you shall randomly catch a glimpse of the future. Di Shan, filled with skepticism, donned the peculiar glasses. Instantly, a series of vivid images flooded his mind. He found himself in an unknown realm, surrounded by tumultuous waves, the relentless roar of cannon fire, and the cacophony of battle cries. Amidst an endless expanse of water, colossal shadows moved with ferocity, a stench of blood permeating the air. Gigantic ships, sturdy and well-armed, were being relentlessly pursued and overwhelmed by the monstrous shadows lurking beneath the surface. The sky was a tempest of swirling waters, flashing lightning, and countless strange insects blotting out the sun. The scene coalesced into a vision of calamity, far surpassing the horrors of an apocalyptic insect tide. Chapter 93. The long staircase plan. Despairing images continued to invade Di Shan's consciousness through the glasses. Yet, as he attempted to discern the figures within the chaos, he found everything blurred and indistinct. Shadows overlapping to the point of ambiguity. With bated breath, he could barely grasp the outlines of events unfolding. A figure, obscured yet resolute, leaped into the vast waters, pursued by a colossal water dragon from the sky. Both colliding in a tumultuous clash that sent waves soaring 100 meters high. Just as Di Shan was poised to witness the outcome, the so-called glimpse of the future abruptly ceased. Yanking his mind back to the present. That all? You haven't simply cobbled together random segments to deceive me, have you? He questioned, removing the glasses with a sense of dissatisfaction, feeling cheated just as the pivotal moment was about to unfold. Fear not, dear friend. I have not charged you a single coin. Consider it a generous gift. Moreover, the clarity of the future you perceive is entirely contingent upon your strength. The stronger you are, the clearer the vision. And the longer it lasts, the opposite holds true as well. Duo Baotongzi chuckled, his words laced with a hint of mockery. He then turned his hooded head toward Di Shan, pausing for a few seconds before continuing. I never imagined that you would be so feeble, lasting only this short a time. Truly a fast man. Di Shan felt a surge of indignation rise within him. Had it not been for Duo Baotongzi's status as a seventh-tier being, he might have acted violently. Now, being subjected to such ridicule was simply intolerable. Duo Bao, do not misunderstand. That is precisely my intention. Duo Baotongzi continued to taunt until Di Shan stood on the brink of eruption, at which point he relented. With his gnarled hand, he once again delved into the Wanbao bag, retrieving the damaged gourd and the strange insect capsule. As an apology, I offer you these two items as a token of goodwill. Di Shan's expression shifted dramatically, going from a deep crimson to a pale white as he stared incredulously at Duo Baotongzi. You can be so generous. Indeed, dear friend, let us forge a bond of kindness. The mountains will remain green, and the waters will flow long, until we meet again. With a casual flick, Duo Baotongzi discarded the two items onto the ground and vanished into thin air, leaving Di Shan standing in a daze, feeling as though he had just awoken from a dream. Only when he grasped the two items on the ground did his heart begin to settle. Hey, at least give me a way to contact you. Otherwise, how shall we meet again? He shouted in the direction of the vanishing figure, but received no reply. In an unknown space, Duo Baotongzi, having just departed, burst into laughter, somewhat exhilarated as he mused. Do not blame me for my harsh words. If I were to bestow opportunities upon you without cause, it would undoubtedly raise your suspicions. You reincarnated beings are pivotal to the long staircase plan of our master. Once the plan succeeds, I shall be the greatest benefactor. With that, Duo Baotongzi's feet began to glow, and with a flash of brilliance, he vanished without a trace. Little brother, wake up. The sun is shining on your backside. When are we setting out? What the hell is this? Why is there suddenly a weapon beside you? In a state of hazy consciousness, Di Shan was roused from his slumber, startled to find himself sitting upright in bed. A quick touch to his back revealed he was drenched in sweat. The sheets thoroughly soaked. Could last night's experiences have merely been a dream? It felt so vivid. Supporting his head with one hand, He attempted to recall the events of the previous night. Suddenly, his fingertips brushed against a hard object. And instinctively, he looked over, instantly frozen in disbelief that a large sniper rifle, radiating an orange glow, lay quietly beside him as if it had materialized from thin AI. In no way. This is real, not a dream. Snatching the rifle into his hands, he examined it closely, the cold metal surface narrating the reality of last night's experiences. Did you study weapons last night? Lin Yufan and Xiao Gui No. 2 approached, their eyes fixated on the orange sniper rifle. Dishan merely shook his head, choosing not to speak. The events of last night were too bizarre, and he wasn't ready to divulge them. His gaze shifted to the other side, and indeed, the storage gourd and insect capsule lay beside his pillow. Turning to Lin Yufan, he said, Xiao Fan, I have 2 special gifts for you, which will bring you much convenience. As he spoke, he handed the items to the young boy. Lin Yufan accepted them with great solemnity. His face alight with joy, though Dishan could still detect the traces of confusion in his eyes. The damaged gourd is a storage space. You can place various personal items inside it. While the other white sphere is capable of containing strange insects for convenient transport, Dishan explained the functions of both items in one breath, and upon hearing this, Lin Yufan's expression transformed from joy to sheer astonishment. Thank you, Diga. Is this some sort of science fiction? Such miraculous objects exist in reality. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yufan dashed out of the room to conduct his experiments outside. Dear younger brother, could it be that this sniper rifle is the gift you prepared for me? I feel rather embarrassed. Little Ghost No. 2, upon seeing Lin Yufan with the present, shamelessly climbed onto the orange sniper rifle. Hoping to claim it as its own, Dishan promptly pushed it away, saying, You have hands, so play with the gun yourself. When I find something suitable for you next time, I'll set it aside. You must promise not to deceive me, Little Ghost No. 2 insisted, showing no signs of disappointment over Dishan's refusal, instead brimming with anticipation that in my previous life, I had never heard of any treasure boy. He is neither human nor an alien insect. What on earth is he? With a calm mind, Dishan began to search through his memories for relevant information. The glimpse of the future he had seen also lingered in his thoughts. However, upon recalling the phrase only serves God-level ability users, he felt a sudden clarity. No wonder, during the time when the 10 calamities wreaked havoc, humanity, lagging far behind the alien insects, could still give rise to several national heroes. Preserving the last embers of hope, there must be a role played by the treasure boy in this. Dishan's mind raced as he pieced together various clues, and a conjecture, albeit unverified, began to form within him. Chapter 94. The might of the sniper rifle. Cradling the sniper rifle, Dishan stepped into the outside world. It was nearing noon, and Little Ghost was becoming impatient. Last night marked their first night in the land of the 10,000 Li insects, and fortune had smiled upon them. Aside from encountering a peculiar treasure boy, everything else had gone smoothly. I am eager to ascertain the true power of this so-called 4-star weapon. Dishan exited the humble abode where they had taken refuge. Entering the village to seek a target, he could hardly contain his eagerness to test the might of the sniper rifle. However, after searching in vain, he found no suitable prey, only low-tier alien insects, which could not provide a proper assessment of the rifle's capabilities. Buzz. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a sudden buzzing sound filled the air above him, the unmistakable sound of wings flapping. Looking up, he spotted a swarm of hornets, the troublemakers of the insect realm. They were on an early hunting expedition, and this particular swarm had been fortunate, their sharp stingers laden with a variety of prey, the majority of which were human bodies. Leading the charge was a hornet boasting a 3rd-tier strength. It caught the scent of fresh meat emanating from Dishan and let out a ferocious roar as it dove downwards. You never cease to amaze me, always appearing right when I need you, Dishan exclaimed with feigned emotion, his finger unwaveringly resting on the trigger. Following the instructions of the treasure boy, he began to channel his power into the rifle. The moment he infused a sliver of energy, the sniper rifle seemed to awaken autonomously, drawing his finger firmly onto the trigger as it voraciously absorbed his energy. The orange glow that had previously radiated from the rifle's surface gradually condensed, transforming into a luminous orange band that extended from the trigger to the muzzle. Boom! When this light band fully turned orange, a resounding blast erupted like thunder, and the energy transformed into a bullet. Launching forth, with a sharp crack, the leader of the hornet swarm, which had been diving towards Dishan, was obliterated, reduced to a cloud of dust that scattered in the wind. The remaining hornets, witnessing their leader's explosive demise, fled in terror, unwilling to linger any longer. After the shot was fired, the luminous band vanished, reverting once more to the orange glow that hovered around the rifle T that moment. Deshawn had no time to revel in his victory, for the shot had consumed half of his energy, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Were it not for his robust constitution, such a blow might have rendered him unconscious. Damn it, Treasure Boy. Why didn't you warn me beforehand about the immense energy consumption of this sniper rifle? Deshawn mentally cursed the Treasure Boy 100 times. Fortunately, this was merely a test shot. Had he been in a life-or-death struggle, carelessly firing such a shot without prior knowledge could have spelled disaster for him. Yet, upon reflection, excitement coursed through him. To effortlessly obliterate a third-tier alien insect was no small feat. He was confident that should he encounter a fifth-tier insect in the future, a well-placed shot to a vital area would surely spell doom for the opponent. Struggling to rise, Deshawn cast a knowing smile towards the little ghost behind him. You there? What are you plotting? Your thoughts are dangerously reckless. Cease your fanciful imaginings about me at once. Little ghost, having closely observed the terrifying might of the sniper rifle from just behind Deshawn, could not help but understand the implications of his gaze. Given its incredibly tough exterior, it had repeatedly been used as a target dummy by Deshawn to test various abilities against alien insects. Rest assured, little ghost, among all the alien insects, you are the one I cherish the most. I would never allow you to come to harm. Deshawn smiled a self-assured smile at little ghost. However, to the latter, this smile appeared terrifying, sending chills down its spine. Enough of the banter. Let us move quickly. The commotion we caused is sure to attract many troublesome alien insects, Deshawn instructed little ghost. Then stepped back into the snail realm. This was a strategy he had conceived before sleeping the previous night, hiding within the snail realm while allowing little ghost to traverse the outside world, thus masking their human scent and lowering their profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. Alas, my life is filled with hardship. Henceforth, do not call me snail. Simply refer to me as Horsebull, for I am burdened with laborious tasks. Little ghost lamented incessantly, inciting Deshawn to kick the spiritual entity that had taken the form of little ghost number 2, forcing it to comply and continue on the journey. After a period of recovery, Deshawn's energy finally returned to its peak state. He instructed little ghost to release its aura to intimidate the alien insects along their path, while simultaneously attracting higher-tier insects. He was keen to test the true power of the sniper rifle. The deeper they ventured, the higher the likelihood of encountering formidable alien insects. During their journey, a small incident occurred. 2 female beautiful shell snails began to follow closely behind little ghost, seemingly drawn by its aura. Deshawn, witnessing this, disregarded little ghost's protests and promptly captured the 2 beautiful shell snails into the Earth Goo Tower, claiming it was for the sake of procreation. Don't forget to invite me to the wedding. I shall be your matchmaker, he jested from within the snail realm, his dark humor surfacing as he hoped for a charming tale to unfold between little ghost and the 2 beautiful shell snails. Leading to the birth of several little snails, the 2 continued their playful banter. They trekked for several dozen miles, and soon evening fell. The sun began to set, and they needed to find a place to rest for the night. Deshawn emerged from the snail realm, searching for a suitable location to overnight. Amidst the mist, he spotted a small town nestled at the foot of a mountain. Let us head that way, he directed little ghost, retreating once more into the snail realm in a hurried yet leisurely manner. They finally reached the town just before sunset. Time was of the essence. Deshawn did not venture deeper, but instead sought out a suitably sized residential building to take refuge in. As per usual, he instructed the earth wolf spider to tunnel into the ground first, subsequently allowing little ghost to enter, thereby maximizing their safety. After sharing dinner with Lin Yufan, he returned to his bedroom to rest. He wondered how things were faring within the Divine Goo Tower. With idle time on his hands, he decided to take the opportunity to inspect it. Since entering the Insect Nation, he had to maintain constant communication with the outside world. So he had not entered the Divine Goo Tower for a while. He focused his mind, preparing to project his consciousness towards the Golden Goo Tower. Little ghost number 2 suddenly burst into the room, urgency lacing its voice. Brother, we are under attack. It's those disgusting corpse fiends from before. Chapter 95. Encountering the heartbreaking threads again at the very moment Deshawn's consciousness was about to leave his body. Little ghost's frantic cries reached his ears, prompting an immediate return. He opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. What is happening? Dishan inquired calmly, maintaining his composure. There's no time for explanations. I am being attacked. Little ghost number 2 bared its teeth, relaying the dire situation outside to Dishan. He swiftly made his way to the exit of the snail realm, where Lin Yufan awaited with an anxious expression. Upon seeing Dishan approach, he rushed forward, speaking in a hurried tone. Brother D, we are being besieged. Hordes of corpse fiends are relentlessly attacking little ghost grandfather. Dishan quickly pulled Lin Yufan behind him and peered through the exit formed by the yellow glow. Taking in the scene outside, little ghost was covered in heartbreaking threads, a chaotic blend of black and red, densely ensnaring its body. Surrounding it were a group of armed corpse fiends, striking at little ghost with their weapons. The clanging of metal echoing in the air. Had it not been for little ghost's extraordinary defenses, it would have long since succumbed to the relentless onslaught of these repugnant creatures. Little ghost. Activate the Ghost Swamp domain and let the Phoenix Wing Golden Mantis assist you in breaking free. With a thunderous command from Dishan, the little ghost decisively unleashed its active skill, Ghost Swamp domain. Within the confines of its realm, all living beings found their movements rendered sluggish, nearly coming to a standstill. Eliminate them all. Leave no one behind. The brilliance flickered before Dishan's chest as the Phoenix Wing Golden Mantis and the Tyrant Ant King transformed into two streams of light, bursting forth from the snail realm to confront the enemies beyond its borders. Meanwhile, the heartbreaking silk and the corrupted corpses ensnared within the little ghost's domain were met with Dishan's summoning of the celestial flame pill, which erupted into a column of searing heat akin to a fire dragon, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. The stench emanating from the charred heartbreaking silks was so overwhelming that it wafted into the snail realm, assaulting Dishan's senses relentlessly. Have I inadvertently disturbed a nest of heartbreaking silks? How did so many suddenly emerge? And how did the little ghost traverse from underground to the surface? Dishan, while quickly retreating with his nose covered, was engulfed in confusion. Yet, the pressing situation demanded his attention, as countless corrupted corpses intermingled with the dense mass of heartbreaking silks surged towards him. This was his most arduous predicament. Despite harboring numerous alien insects within him, he found himself unable to summon them for battle. Xiaofan, remain in the snail realm. I will go out and deal with them. After instructing, Dishan swiftly absorbed the celestial flame pill into his body, and, while the effects of Ghost Swamp domain lingered, he dashed out, recalled the little ghost, and immediately summoned the spirit cicada. Soaring into the heights, the moment the Ghost Swamp domain dissipated, an array of heartbreaking silks leapt into action upon spotting the ascending spirit cicada, resembling a swarm of tadpoles in a spring pond. Writhing in a dense mass, hot on Dishan's heels, a scene both bizarre and terrifying. Fortunately, the spirit cicada's speed far surpassed theirs, allowing it to shake them off in an instant. Only at this moment, suspended in the air, did Dishan comprehend the dire situation below. The entire town had been completely besieged by corrupted corpses and heartbreaking silks, while in the distance, more of the undead continued to rush towards him. An unending tide. The Phoenix Wing Golden Mantis and the Tyrant Ant King had each engaged their respective foes, a highly decayed white tiger and an agile monkey. Judging by their aura, they too had reached the fourth transformation of alien insects. Could this town be their stronghold? Dishan pondered, his gaze shifting to the ground, where he discovered that the previously concealed residences had now collapsed, revealing a massive cracking earthworm standing atop the ruins. Recognizing its grotesque wound, Dishan instantly identified it as the very creature he had encountered previously. Realization dawned upon him. The little ghost, once hidden beneath the earth, had been thrust into the open by the cracking earthworm, falling directly into the encirclement of heartbreaking silks. The sound of flapping wings echoed as numerous flying alien insect corpses, under the control of the heartbreaking silks, took to the skies in pursuit of Dishan. Damn it, these creatures possess an outrageous ability. I must first evade their onslaught before seeking an opportunity to strike back. Xiaojin, Xiaoyi, prepare for a swift retreat. The spirit cicada carried Dishan away into the distance. While the Tyrant Ant King leaped onto the back of the Phoenix Wing Golden Mantis, the two alien insects closely trailing behind him, Dishan had previously felt immense excitement at the sight of so many heartbreaking silks. If he could capture a portion into his tower and nurture them carefully, he could cultivate an invincible army over time. However, he found himself in a precarious position, where a moment's misstep could lead to being overwhelmed by the swarm. He needed to ensure his safety before enacting his capture plan. The white tiger and the monkey below, unwilling to allow Deshaun to escape, roared mightily, shaking the very mountains, prompting all the corrupted corpses to bolt forward in a frenzied chase after him. The cracking earthworm also retreated underground, its colossal form in pursuit, shattering any boulders that obstructed its path, its speed rivaling that of the spirit cicada in the air, even as they exited the town. Their pace remained relentless, intent on pursuing him to the ends of the earth. Many nocturnal alien insects, unfortunate enough to encounter this horde, found themselves unable to escape, instantly engulfed by the tide of insects. Soon joining the pursuit, a wave of insect rebellion swept across the outskirts of the insect kingdom, spanning 100,000 miles. Roar! Just as the two factions engaged in a relentless chase, a tremendous roar reverberated throughout the expanse, scattering even the long-standing mists. A fifth transformation alien insect. Deshaun sensed the ferocity of its presence and promptly grasped his sniper rifle, preparing for any eventuality. Below, the horde of corpses ceased their pursuit, forming a circular defensive line. Help me. I don't want to die. Quickly run. The familiar yet horrifying words echoed in Deshaun's ears once more, reminiscent of the great terror he had encountered in the dead of night. From the depths of the mist, a colossal shadow approached, its crimson pupils resembling two lanterns. Fixated on the battlefield, Deshaun was the first to react, swiftly concealing his aura and directing the spirit cicada to land upon a nearby mount, while he himself hid behind a massive boulder. With a rumbling crescendo, as the monster drew nearer, its violent aura coupled with its enormous size created a tremor that shook the earth. The flying alien insect corpses that had been pursuing Deshaun now spiraled downward,